Chapter 1. Two divine artifacts in the eastern region of the eastern state on the Jiuzhou continent. There lies a relatively remote kingdom called the Taming Kingdom. On its eastern border stands the Tian-Duan mountain range, spanning over 100,000 miles, and the city built at this border is named Tian-Duan City. At this moment, by a small stream on the outskirts of the Tian-Duan mountain range, a handsome-looking young boy is walking upstream along the creek. From time to time, he glances at the rough piece of burlap in his hand, his face showing signs of hesitation. This area is already teeming with wild beasts, and there may even be powerful spirit beasts present. As if recalling something, the boy grits his teeth and continues forward. His name is Xianyuan Tian, originally a top student at university on Earth Point. One night, he was attacked and killed near a tomb, and for some unknown reason, he was reborn in this place. This is a world where martial arts flourish and the strong are revered, known as the Jiuzhou continent. Here, people generally begin their cultivation at the age of 6, and if they cannot reach the martial artist realm by the age of 14, it means they are destined to be estranged from the path of martial arts. Xianyuan Tian is already 12 years old, and his cultivation level is still at the 3rd level of a martial apprentice, which intensifies the urgency he feels. Chapter 2. Eliminating the prodigal the next morning in the western part of Tian-Duan City. Inside a luxurious residence, in a lavishly decorated room, a blue-clad boy, looking somewhat pale, leans back in a chair, his expression filled with anxiety as he occasionally glances towards the door. Why haven't they returned yet? Two martial artists dressed in servant clothing hurriedly approached him. The boy immediately perked up. How did it go? The two servants explained the situation one by one. They had gone to the Tian-Duan mountain range early that morning and found the cave marked on the map. Young master, I suspect that the other party already knew the location of the cave, and they likely obtained the map, just like you did, one of the servants said cautiously. So, I found that mercenary who not only sold the map to you, but also sold a copy to Xianyuan Tian. You mean that way Xianyuan Tian? How could it possibly be him? The boy was somewhat astonished. Young master, it's absolutely true, the servant replied firmly. The boy was filled with rage. His face contorted with murderous intent as he said, Bastard, how dare he play tricks on me? Where's that mercenary? Chapter 3. Defying the heavens before nightfall, Xianyuan Tian returned to the Xianyuan Manor. Regarding everything that happened today in the Tiandu mountain range. Apart from the initial tension and excitement, Xianyuan Tian's heart had now become very calm. He did not regret killing Zhang Shaoling. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable excitement inside. Practicing martial arts is all about battling against the heavens and earth, fighting against others, and striving forward between life and death. If someone wants to kill me, then I can only kill them. Time always flies during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xianyuan Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a stronger aura than before radiating from him, stirring up the dust nearby. He let out a gentle sigh. He had finally successfully broken through to the 8th level of martial disciple. A smile appeared on Xianyuan Tian's face. He was one step closer to becoming a true martial artist. In the western part of the city, at the Zhang family's residence, in a luxurious courtyard. In the main seat of the living room sat an elder with white whiskers, his expression dignified even without anger. Clearly a powerful figure who had long held a high position. Below him knelt several house servants, who dared not raise their heads, trembling in fear of angering the elder. Beside him sat a middle-aged couple, with a middle-aged woman continuously sobbing. In a pitiful tone, she said, Father, it's been several days, and we still haven't seen him. Do you think something has happened to him? Chapter 4. Slaughter and Gains. Xianyuan Tian arrived at the library pavilion. At the counter sat an elderly man with a head full of black hair and a long beard, who was currently engrossed in a book. He appeared very ordinary, lacking the aura of a martial artist, and at first glance seemed like a regular old man responsible for managing the library pavilion. However, Xianyuan Tian did not think so. He remembered that when he first came to the library pavilion at the age of 4, his grandfather, the family head, treated him with great respect as an elder. How could someone respected by his grandfather be an ordinary person? Xianyuan Tian went directly to the 2nd floor. After some selection, he ultimately chose 3 books. One was a mid-level yellow-grade cultivation technique, the Xuanqi Ju. The second was a mid-level yellow-grade martial skill, the Poyan Palm. And the third was a beginner-level yellow-grade martial skill, the Feiyun Step. The Xuanqi Ju was merely a cover. The Poyan Palm and Feiyun Step were truly suitable for him. Instead of returning to his room to cultivate, Xianyuan Tian left the Xianyuan Manor and hurried to the Tiandu mountain range. He did not linger on the outskirts, but quickly made his way to the middle area, where first-level spirit beasts were more active. First-level spirit beasts correspond to human martial artists, second-level spirit beasts correspond to human martial masters, and so on. Chapter 5. Clan Meeting after half a day of effort. Xinyuan Tian had basically mastered the Feiyun Step and Poyan Palm. Having made considerable gains today, he planned to return early. Just as he passed an open area, he heard a commotion nearby. Looking up, he saw a group of young people attacking a spirit beast. Among the crowd was a graceful girl, around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a purple gown, clearly the daughter of a prominent family. She shouted at the group of boys, "Haven't you all eaten enough? You can't even defeat a pig. You're all useless." With her hands on her hips, she looked furious, which somewhat ruined her external image. Beside her, a boy who appeared slightly older was trying to calm her down. "Yurwan, calm down. I'll personally step in and take that pig down for you." His tone was gentle, and upon hearing this, the girl's expression softened a bit. Xinyuan Tian recognized their background. They came from Yang and Huang families, both part of the four great families of Tiandu City. The girl's name was Yang Yurwan, the prized daughter of the Yang family head. Although she was beautiful, she was known for being willful and spoiled, with a cultivation level at the initial stage of martial artist. Chapter 6. Astonishing victory after the family head, Xinyuan Qijuan sat down. He nodded to the second elder beside him, who then approached the central competition stage. As the host of this clan meeting, the second elder announced the rules and rewards for the competition. When he mentioned that this year's rewards had doubled compared to last year, there were gasps of surprise from the audience. The participating disciples were also excited. As in previous years, lethal force was not allowed. If one side was pushed out of the stage or lost the ability to continue fighting, the other side would win. During the competition, once the judge deemed one side victorious, the other side could not strike again. Violators would be disqualified. The opponents for this competition would be decided by drawing lots, with all participating disciples, except for the seed players, coming up to draw lots. After the second elder finished speaking, two stewards brought up a large box. A total of 186 disciples participated, with the top 10 disciples ranked as seed players automatically receiving numbers 1 to 10. The other disciples needed to draw lots to determine their numbers in the competition stages. Those with a tail number of 1 would go to the first competition stage, those with a tail number of 2 to the second, and so on. Chapter 7. Easy wins. The astonishing results from the 7th competition stage drew everyone's attention. At that moment, the family head Xinyuan Qijuan was stunned, watching Xinyuan Tian. As his own grandson, Xinyuan Qijuan was very aware of Xinyuan Tian's situation, which had been a source of concern for him. He never expected that Xinyuan Tian's issues had been resolved, and that his cultivation speed was frighteningly fast. Seeing the incredulous expressions of those around him, he felt an immense sense of relief and could not help but exhale. "Brother, did you already know the result would be like this? We worried for nothing," the eldest elder said discontentedly. "Exactly. We have always been concerned about Xiao Tian's situation. Now that his troubles are resolved, you didn't give us any prior notice." "That's just too inconsiderate," others echoed, slightly blaming the family head. "I don't know. I'm just like you. No one told me about this." Xinyuan Qijuan looked bewildered at everyone. The second elder looked at him with disdain, as if he didn't believe him. Xinyuan Qijuan was momentarily speechless, internally shouting that it was unfair. Chapter 8. Top 10 battle. From their battle performance, both participants were among the stronger martial artists at their level, putting significant pressure on the already advanced mid-stage martial artists who had qualified for the top 10. They tried to imagine themselves in the position of either combatant, feeling that they could not last that long while remaining undefeated. It was hard to imagine how the two on the stage could endure for so long and continue to fight at full strength, as neither appeared fatigued. What they did not know was that, at that moment, Xinyuan Di was already feeling exhausted. After dozens of rounds of relentless attacks, he was nearly depleting his internal spiritual power. However, he could not stop now. Otherwise, he would be the one to lose. He could only continue to wear down his opponent and see whose spiritual power would run out first. However, what frustrated him was that Xinyuan Tian didn't look like he was running low on spiritual energy at all. With no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and persist. He couldn't afford to lose this match. On the other hand, Xinyuan Tian appeared much more relaxed, and the reality was indeed that his Dantian space was vast, storing several times the spiritual energy of his opponent. so he didn't have to worry about depleting his energy at all. In fact, after just a few exchanges with Xian Yuan Di, he had a rough idea of his opponent's strength and could have defeated him early on. Chapter 9. Fighting Beyond the Rank, Please Forgive Me. Xian Yuan Tian cupped his hands and bowed to the opponent below. Oomph. The other party's face flushed red, glaring fiercely at Xian Yuan Tian before turning to walk towards the contestants' area. After returning to the contestants' area, Xian Yuan Liyun carefully touched her backside, as that fall had really hurt. Xian Yuan Tian awkwardly touched his nose. He had been too invested in the match just now, and that palm strike had not been restrained, directly knocking the opponent off the stage. Now that he had come back to his senses, he realized that the opponent was a girl, and he felt somewhat guilty for making her embarrassed in front of everyone. However, the surrounding audience didn't find anything wrong. On the contrary, the disciples in the contestants' area looked down on Xian Yuan Tian a bit. Although matches were not divided by gender, Xian Yuan Tian was too uncharitable. The female disciples were relieved they hadn't encountered Xian Yuan Tian in the group matches. Otherwise, they would have been the ones embarrassed, and they all wondered if Xian Yuan Liyun's fall had injured her backside. Xian Yuan Tian returned to the contestants' area with an indifferent expression. After all 5 matches were concluded, the disciples who advanced to the top 5 drew lots again. It was uncertain if it was arranged this way, but Xian Yuan Tian drew the number 3 lot, facing off against the 4th contestant, Xian Yuan Lei. Chapter 10. The final. Xian Yuan Tian smiled slightly. As you wish. With a burst of speed, Xian Yuan Tian attacked Xian Yuan Lei once more. Xian Yuan Lei revealed a smug expression, executing a mid-level yellow rank martial technique, the whirlwind palm. But this time he secretly used all his strength, determined not to give Xian Yuan Tian any chance. However, his expression quickly changed after clashing palms with Xian Yuan Tian. A force several times stronger than before surged from Xian Yuan Tian's palm. Bang! Xian Yuan Lei couldn't help but step back a dozen steps. Before he could react, Xian Yuan Tian's attack came again, forcing Xian Yuan Lei to passively defend himself as he continued to retreat. Xian Yuan Tian unleashed palm strike after palm strike, and before they knew it, the two had reached the edge of the competition platform. At that moment, a smile curved at the corner of Xian Yuan Tian's mouth. Another palm of breaking clouds. The faint white light emitted from his right palm was brighter than before. A slight sound of breaking wind echoed between them, and a fierce gust hit Xian Yuan Lei's face. Xian Yuan Lei thought to himself that this was bad and barely executed the whirlwind palm, trying to stop Xian Yuan Tian's attack. Unfortunately, Xian Yuan Tian's palm strike had already surpassed the full strength of an ordinary martial artist at the late stage. Chapter 11. Rising Fame After a Few Breaths. Xian Yuan Tian launched another attack on Xian Yuan Yu. This time, however, the faint white light emanating from Xian Yuan Tian's palm was mixed with a hint of light golden glow, which even Xian Yuan Qijuan, the highest-ranked person present, failed to notice. Remembering the scene of Xian Yuan Tian executing his final palm strike against Xian Yuan Lei, Xian Yuan Yu thought to himself, "Is it finally starting?" His expression began to turn serious. Soon, Xian Yuan Tian's attack arrived, and Xian Yuan Yu circulated his spiritual energy, striking out with all his might. With a loud bang, the two clashed palms fiercely. The crowd was astonished to find that after the two clashed, they did not immediately separate but held their ground, giving off a sense of equal strength. Xian Yuan Yu felt the powerful force transmitted from Xian Yuan Tian's palm, a continuous impact hitting him. "Is this all your strength? It's time to end this." Xian Yuan Tian's attack was stronger than before, yet still within Xian Yuan Yu's control. Just as he prepared to counterattack with all his strength to end the fight, Xian Yuan Tian revealed a bright smile. Drink. Chapter 12. First encounter the next day. After having breakfast with his family, Xian Yuan Tian left the Xian Yuan residence. The clan members he met along the way greeted him warmly, and the servants and guards treated him with great respect, which made the usually low-key Xian Yuan Tian feel somewhat uncomfortable. The street was bustling, and the wide road seemed a bit crowded. Not long after Xian Yuan Tian left the residence, luxurious carriages began to arrive one after another near the entrance of Xian Yuan residence. Elegantly dressed men and women stepped down from the carriages, with attendants carrying precious gifts, and they lined up in an orderly fashion. The commotion quickly attracted many onlookers nearby. Xian Yuan Tian was unaware of what was happening at the entrance of the Xian Yuan residence. He had once again arrived at the Tian Duan mountain range. This trip to the Duan mountain range was planned from the start. With 2 months left until the citywide competition, he aimed to make further progress in his cultivation. The scene returned to the Xianyuan residence. At this moment, the entrance was packed with visitors who looked to be of considerable status and were now showing anxious expressions, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They had already waited at the entrance of a Xianyuan residence for over an hour. But the guard who went in to report told them that the head of the family, Xianyuan Qijuan, and all the high-level members were in a meeting and had no time for other matters. Chapter 13. Ouyang Qing'er looking at Xianyuan Tian's handsome and refined appearance. The lecherous boy felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy. Get rid of him and feed him to the spirit beasts, the lecherous boy commanded fiercely. Hee. 2 burly men approached Xianyuan Tian with ill intentions. Kid, better run. You're no match for them. A girl said, somewhat reluctant. No one gets to leave today. The lecherous boy said with a sinister smile. The 2 burly men gradually closed in on Xianyuan Tian. Just as they were about to grab Xianyuan Tian, he suddenly flashed in front of them, striking out with both palms. Bang! The 2 men flew backward and crashed at the lecherous boy's feet, knocking themselves unconscious. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. The girl opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide in surprise, looking very cute. The lecherous boy jumped back in fright, and the remaining burly men immediately shielded him. The peak martial artist standing at the front watched Xianyuan Tian warily. The 2 sides held their ground for a moment. The burly man suddenly spoke amicably to Xianyuan Tian. Young sir, we were disrespectful just now. We will leave immediately and won't trouble this young lady. How's that sound? Chapter 14. The powerful, beautiful girl bang. A spirit beast fell heavily to the ground, scattering leaves on the ground. A young boy dressed in a light blue shirt walked up to the spirit beast, gently pulling out the white iron sword embedded in its neck and storing the beast's corpse in his storage space. Claps echoed around. Not bad, killed another one. Keep it up. A melodious voice came from beside him, belonging to a beautiful and charming girl. The 2 were Xianyuan Tian and Ouyang Qing'er. They made their way deeper into the Duan mountain range, encountering quite a few first-level spirit beasts along the way, all of which were slain by Xianyuan Tian. Ouyang Qing'er cheered him on from the side, not striking a single blow herself throughout the process. Miss Ouyang, I'm curious, what is your cultivation level? Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but ask. Guess? Ouyang Qing'er winked at him. Not guessing. Xianyuan Tian looked speechless. TCH, no fun. Ouyang Qing'er pouted. We can't go any further. We're already close to the area where second-level spirit beasts are active. Xianyuan Tian said seriously as he looked around. The first-level spirit beasts they encountered were getting stronger, and Xianyuan Tian was finding it somewhat challenging to cope. Chapter 15. Keep an eye on this kid before it got completely dark. Xianyuan Tian and Ouyang Qing'er arrived inside a cave. Xianyuan Tian gathered a pile of wood and lit a fire, and the 2 sat down beside it. For a moment, they didn't know what to say to each other, so they silently stared at the fire. After all, they had only known each other for half a day, and it was a bit awkward for a man and a woman to be alone in a cave. I'm going to the cave passage. You rest well. Xianyuan Tian suddenly spoke, getting up and walking towards the cave passage before Ouyang Qing'er could respond. What is this? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not a man-eating tiger. Ouyang Qing'er pouted in dissatisfaction. Compared to other boys, he really was different, much more reliable. Ouyang Qing'er recalled how Xianyuan Tian had bravely shielded her when the blue-tailed snake appeared not long ago, and she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Knowing he was no match for it, he still stood in front of her, letting her go first, like a fool. After spending half a day together, Ouyang Qing'er had already regarded Xianyuan Tian as her friend. Unfortunately, she probably wouldn't have the chance to meet him again in the future. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qing'er felt a bit down. Chapter 16. This kid is not simple. Before Xianyuan Tian could fully enjoy the moment, a stronger pulling force came from his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards him, ultimately entering his body and flowing into his dantian. Xianyuan Tian was a bit dazed, wondering what was happening. Then, an expression of immense joy appeared on his face, almost making him laugh out loud. It turned out that at the moment he broke through to the martial artist level. The yin-yang transformation technique also advanced to the second layer, and the speed at which it absorbed and refined spiritual energy had doubled. A one-fold absorption speed was already terrifying. Now that it had been directly increased to twofold, One could imagine how Xianyuan Tian felt at that moment. Sensing the massive spiritual energy converging around him, Xianyuan Tian immediately steadied his mindset and continued to operate the technique with all his might. The pulling force emanating from Xianyuan Tian gradually extended outward, reaching beyond the cave. What is going on? Why is this guy making such a big commotion? Outside the cave, Ouyang Qing'er felt the commotion inside and looked puzzled. The surrounding spiritual energy continually drifted towards the cave, increasing in speed and forming a massive airflow that nearly knocked Ouyang Qing'er off her feet. Feeling overwhelmed by the surge of spiritual energy, she had no choice but to move away from the cave entrance. Chapter 17. Lingering Souls. This kid's cultivation technique doesn't seem to belong to that family. He should not be one of their disciples. It seems he has his own opportunities. The old man vaguely anticipated how far Xianyuan Tian could go in the future. At the center of the spiritual energy vortex, Xianyuan Tian's state had stabilized. In less than half an hour, his cultivation had reached the peak of early martial artist level. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to break through to mid-martial artist level. First, he needed to consolidate his cultivation to avoid instability due to breaking through too quickly. After stopping the operation of the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy began to dissipate slowly. Only after the spiritual power within him had stabilized did Xianyuan Tian rise and survey his surroundings. Linglong, why is it so calm here? Not a single spirit beast has appeared. Xianyuan Tian wondered, knowing that during his last breakthrough, it might have startled countless spirit beasts. Someone helped the young master cover up the commotion nearby, which is why it's like this. The person should be Ouyang Qing'er's elder, Linglong reminded. How strong is that person? Xianyuan Tian asked curiously. Considering the ability to do that, he thought the person's cultivation must be very high. The peak of the martial emperor realm, Linglong replied. Chapter 18. 5-year agreement. The lecherous boy watched Ouyang Qing'er's shy expression, instantly furious and wishing he could tear Xianyuan Tian into pieces. Just then, a strong arm blocked the lecherous boy's path, and a middle-aged man with a scarred face stepped forward. Sensing the aura on the man, Xianyuan Tian immediately stood in front of Ouyang Qing'er and softly said, "Leave it to me." Ouyang Qing'er gently responded with an obediently standing behind Xianyuan Tian. The lecherous man watching this scene gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. The middle-aged man glanced at the pile of rubble not far behind Xianyuan Tian and said in an unquestionable tone, "I don't want to waste words. Hand over the treasures you have obtained." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the lecherous boy's eyes lit up, and he loudly echoed, "Yes, hand over the treasures immediately, or we'll take your lives." Huh? Xianyuan Tian and Ouyang Qing'er looked puzzled. Where did the treasures come from around here? Soon, Xianyuan Tian realized it was the same script as a few months ago. What if we don't hand it over? Xianyuan Tian spoke assertively, feeling repulsed by the other party's condescending tone. What if? I just want to have a little chat with this young brother. The middle-aged man said with a slight smile. Chapter 19. The boy in white in the high skies dozens of miles away. Ouyang Qi stood in midair with Ouyang Qing'er. Seeing the tear stains on Ouyang Qing'er's face, he gently touched her head and comforted. "Don't worry, Xiao Qing'er. Trust me, he will definitely come and find you." Ouyang Qing'er looked at Ouyang Qi in confusion. "Uncle Qi, why are you so confident in him? Tell me, are you hiding something from me?" Ouyang Qing'er skindilhias, staring intently at Ouyang Qi. Cough, cough. "It's nothing. I wouldn't dare hide anything from our little Xiao Qing'er," Ouyang Qi said innocently. Oomph. Ouyang Qing'er could tell he was not going to tell the truth. Ouyang Qi did not continue talking, but instead took out a milky white jade stone. He injected a surge of spiritual power into the jade stone, which emitted a bright radiance, and a beam of white light shot into the sky, splitting it open to create a portal. The two entered the portal, which closed up again in the air, disappearing as if nothing had happened. The scene returned to Xianyuan Tian. After parting ways with Ouyang Qing'er, Xianyuan Tian wandered alone in the Tian-Duan mountain range. The separation from Ouyang Qing'er stirred something deep within Xianyuan, and his determination to become stronger was unprecedentedly intense. Chapter 20. Things aren't that simple. Xianyuan Tian had a satisfying meal and returned home in a good mood. The entire Xianyuan residence was bustling, with discussions everywhere about the grand competition taking place in a few days. He occasionally heard his name from the clan members. Meanwhile, In a large courtyard of the Zhang family residence in the western part of the city, Elder Zhang Su sat with a gloomy expression in the main seat of the living room, flanked by his son, daughter-in-law, and several of his capable subordinates. Everyone looked coldly at the two shabby men kneeling in the center of the living room, their heads bowed to the ground, trembling. What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail. Do not leave out a single point, Elder Zhang Su said coldly. One of them raised his head, trembling as he recounted everything that had happened, including the conflict between Zhang Shaoling and Xinyuan Tian, as well as the details of the transaction with the mercenaries. The last time Shaoling left the city was to find Xinyuan Tian. He chased him all the way to the Tian Duan mountain range and was never seen returning. After finishing his last sentence, the man lowered his head again. The two kneeling were the servants who had followed Zhang Shaoling at the time. Chapter 21. They are not qualified. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as dawn broke, the streets and alleys of Tian Duan City were filled with noisy sounds. From different directions and streets, large crowds were heading towards the city center. In the center of the city, there was an extremely spacious square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. There were 4 entrances to the square, and people were gradually entering. Those who arrived early were vying for good positions, fearing that if they came late, they might not even find a place to sit. In the Xinyuan residence, a large team, led by Xinyuan Qijuan, set out from the gate towards the city center. This immediately attracted a lot of attention, and passers-by hurriedly made way, fearing to bump into them. The same scene was playing out in other parts of Tian Duan City. At this moment, the square in the city center was already packed with people. Many had been waiting here for over an hour, but were still full of enthusiasm. Look, they're coming. Suddenly, someone pointed at an entrance and shouted. Nearby spectators turned to look in the direction pointed out, and they saw a group of elegantly dressed people entering from the eastern entrance. It's the Li family. Someone recognized them. Chapter 22. Enemies meet on narrow roads as the city lord Xiao Tianjin announced the start of the competition. Steward Zhao appeared in the center of the massive, circular competition stage. Behind him were 4 guards carrying 2 large wooden boxes. The guards placed the boxes in the center of the stage, where 4 stewards sat at tables nearby, each holding a pen and paper. All participating contestants. Come up to draw lots, Steward Zhao shouted. The young contestants walked towards the central competition stage, forming an orderly line to draw lots. There were a total of 640 contestants participating in the grand competition. These fixed spots were allocated among all forces in Tian Duan City according to certain rules. The 4 major families and the city lord's residence. As the top forces in Tian Duan City, each had 20 spots, while medium forces had 10 spots and lower forces had 5 spots, collectively occupying 600 of the spots. The remaining 40 spots were reserved for ordinary martial artists or loose cultivators without family forces. In Tian Duan City and the surrounding jurisdictions, any young martial artist meeting the criteria could register to compete for a spot in the grand competition. All contestants lined up, and Steward Zhao personally guided them in drawing lots. Chapter 23. Strong advancement contestants number 59 and number 79, please come to the stage. With Xinyuan Tian's match concluding, the second round of matches commenced. The first matches of other groups also ended one after another, leading into the second round. There were no unexpected incidents in the first round. The favored contestants all advanced, and all 20 disciples from the Xinyuan residence smoothly progressed to the next round. The second round continued. Xinyuan Tian was still the first to take the stage, and this time his opponent was relatively weak and directly forfeited. The situation was similar on other competition stages. Xinyuan Tian's subsequent opponents also forfeited, and he unsurprisingly became the first in his group, successfully advancing to the top 20 and earning a spot to compete in Fengyang City. After about 2 hours of competition, the top 20 were all determined. Among them, 5 disciples from the Xinyuan residence made it into the top 20, including Xinyuan Tian, Xinyuan Yu, Xinyuan Qingyi, Xinyuan Lei, and Xinyuan Hao. The city lord's residence and Huang family each had 3 disciples advance, while Yang family and Zhang family each had 2 disciples advance, with 3 from medium families and 2 from ordinary families. From the perspective of the forces represented by the top 20 disciples, the Xinyuan residence undoubtedly stood out the most. Chapter 24. Shocking the audience, the top 10 were all determined, and the next step was to compete for the top 5. The drawing for the top 10 was quickly completed, and Xinyuan Tian drew the number 9 lot. Number 1 Xinyuan Lei faced off against number 2 Xiao Shiyu. On the competition stage, Xianyuan Lei and Xiao Shiyu stood facing each other. Xianyuan Lei held a long sword, his expression resolute and his eyes sharp, showing no signs of fear against his powerful opponent. Opposite him, Xiao Shiyu held a slender sword, exuding calm and composure. The competition began. Xianyuan Lei was the first to raise his long sword, quickly stabbing towards his opponent with fierce and tricky angles. Unfortunately, his opponent was too strong. Xiao Shiyu easily blocked his sword strikes each time. The two exchanged blows for only a dozen rounds. In the end, Xiao Shiyu lightly flicked Xianyuan Lei's long sword aside, pressing her slender sword against his throat. "You've lost," Xiao Shiyu said coldly. "I'll win it back." Xianyuan Lei replied firmly. "I'll be waiting," Xiao Shiyu said lightly, turning to leave the competition stage. Number 3 Xiao Lingbei faced off against number 4 Xianyuan Qingyi. Against the early stage martial master Xiao Lingbei, Xianyuan Qingyi lost the match after only a few exchanges, which disappointed many spectators. Chapter 25. You Lost Brother is so amazing. In the seating area of the Xianyuan residence, Xianyuan Tian's younger sister, Xianyuan Qingli, jumped up happily, looking at her impressive brother on stage with admiration. Xianyuan Qingli, Xianyuan Tian's younger sister, was 8 years old and had a cultivation level of the 8th stage of martial apprentice. Since the age of 6, he has shown extraordinary talent in cultivation. Recognized as a genius, and his parents and clan members have high hopes for him. He has always been training alongside his grandfather, Xianyuan Qijuan. His father, Xianyuan Ninghai, and mother, Qin Yuyin, exchanged smiles, feeling happiness and pride in their son's exceptional performance. With a pair of exceptionally talented children, what more could they wish for? Young Master Tian is mighty. Young Master Tian is so handsome. The clan members of Xianyuan Tian cheered, forming a stark contrast with other families. At the Yang family's seating area, Yang Lei, who had just lost his match, snapped back to reality from his shock and looked seriously at his sister. "How about it? He's really powerful, right?" Yang Yuran instinctively nodded in response. Hum. Yang Lei looked at her ambiguously. "I told you, letting him be your husband is definitely the right choice. Should I talk to father and see if he can propose to the Xianyuan family another day?" Chapter 26. Fame in Tianjinqing. The city lord, Xiao Tianjin, wore a complex expression. In fact, his daughter, Xiao Shiyu, had performed excellently by securing second place, but compared to Xianyuan Tian, it seemed like a significant gap. Others were even more sour, their expressions heart-wrenching, especially the heads of several small families that had been eliminated by the Xianyuan family, who now regretted their decisions deeply, realizing they no longer had the chance to hold onto the Xianyuan family's coattails. Not far from the square, in a courtyard, Su Yin was leisurely sipping fine wine and enjoying delicious food. From here, he could clearly see the scene of the competition stage in the square. It seemed he had come to the right place. He never expected such a talented person would emerge from Tianjinqing. He had to find a way to win Xianyuan Tian over. Su Yin muttered to himself. He had come to Tianjinqing to scout for talent, initially without much hope. But upon hearing about Xianyuan Tian's achievements, he held a glimmer of hope. He never imagined he would be given such a big surprise. He watched each of Xianyuan Tian's matches carefully. Not only was the opponent powerful, but his combat experience was also very rich. He was a true genius. Chapter 27. Refusing marriage. Seeing Xianyuan Tian's puzzled expression, Xianyuan Ningshan couldn't help but tease. "Haven't you noticed that all these people brought their daughters here? If not to find you, who else could it be?" Xianyuan Tian also realized this issue. Could it be that they are here to propose? Xianyuan Tian asked uncertainly. "You are correct. They are all here to propose to their daughters, and the target is you," Xianyuan Ningshan said. Xianyuan Tian didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He was only 13 years old, still 3 years away from adulthood. All right, you hurry inside. It's chaotic here." Xianyuan Ningshan was busy receiving guests and didn't have time to deal with him. "Then I won't disturb you, uncle." Xianyuan Tian quickly ran back to his own courtyard. As soon as Xianyuan Tian entered the courtyard, he heard cheerful laughter coming from the living room. Upon arriving at the living room, he saw his parents happily conversing with a woman dressed in a light blue dress, who was elegant and striking. Just as Xianyuan Tian was about to speak, a small, thin boy playing with his sister spotted him first. The thin boy happily shouted upon seeing Xianyuan Tian, "Brother Tian, you're back." Chapter 28. Don't pretend to be confused that evening. After dining with his family, Xianyuan Tian stepped out of the house. The night in Tianjin was beautiful, with brightly lit streets and crowds bustling in the markets. During this time, Xinyuan Tian had mostly been focused on cultivation and hadn't been out at night for a long time. This time, it was a rare opportunity to relax and experience the nightlife of Tianjin. Passing by some stalls, he bought some snacks to satisfy his cravings. Just as he turned a corner, Xinyuan Tian sensed two vague gazes fixed on him. He pretended to be nonchalant and continued to stroll through the market. After wandering for a while, he inadvertently glanced in a certain direction and noticed two suspicious young men fiddling with items of stall. His intuition told him that these two young men were likely the ones who had been staring at him. Xinyuan Tian continued to walk leisurely between the stalls, showing no signs of panic. The two young men maintained a certain distance from Xinyuan Tian, casually following him. Judging by the faint aura they emitted, the two should be at the peak of the martial master level, beyond what he could handle. Chapter 29. Can you escape? As soon as Xinyuan Tian stepped out of the gate of the Xinyuan family, two people stealthily followed him. Xinyuan Tian appeared to be in a hurry as he sprinted toward the Tianjin mountain range. Watching Xinyuan Tian leave Tianjin alone, the two exchanged glances. One of them followed him out of the city, while the other returned the way they came. At the Zhang family residence in the west of the city, Elder Zhang Su was attentively listening to the reports from two subordinates. These two were the martial masters who had attacked Xinyuan Tian the previous night. After hearing their report, Zhang Su couldn't help but slam his hand on the table beside him, shattering it into pieces. Who dares to meddle in my Zhang family's affairs? Zhang Su's face turned pale, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When his subordinates told him they hadn't even seen a shadow of the other party, Zhang Su's expression darkened further. Just then, a young man walked in and respectfully said to Zhang Su, "Elder, Xinyuan Tian has left Tianjin, heading toward the Tianjin mountain range." This person was one of the two who had been keeping watch near the Xinyuan family. "Oh, from the looks of it, this kid intends to head to Fengyang City alone." Zhang Su stroked his chin and said. Chapter 30. Repent. After casually dealing with a few relatively weak second-tier spirit beasts along the way, Xinyuan Tian finally encountered a powerful second-tier spirit beast. It was a silver snow leopard with silver-white fur, a peak second-tier spirit beast, comparable in strength to an ordinary early-stage martial master. The silver snow leopard measured about a zhang in length and about 5 feet in height, with its sharp claws occasionally gleaming. After a stick of incense, a massive head flew up into the sky. Bang! The silver snow leopard's body crashed to the ground, its neck gushing with copious amounts of bright red blood. Xinyuan Tian half squatted on the ground, panting heavily. This battle had drained him significantly, and he had also sustained considerable injuries. However, he had managed to secure the victory without much danger. Looking at the corpse of the silver snow leopard, Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but reveal a victorious smile. He extracted the spirit core from the silver snow leopard's head, packed away the spirit core and the leopard's body, and left the scene. Xinyuan Tian found a secluded cave, took a healing pill, and sat down to recuperate. It was not suitable to continue fighting while his injuries had not yet healed. Night quickly fell. In the Zhang family residence on the west side of Tianwan City, Elder Zhang Su sat expressionlessly on a chair with his eyes tightly closed, while Zhang Gong beside him looked anxious. Chapter 31. The Underworld Hall. If Zhang Gong knew what his subordinates were thinking, he would probably scold them harshly. If it weren't for his father's refusal to send a grand martial artist to deal with Xinyuan Tian, he wouldn't have traveled such a long distance to this ghostly place. After all, hiring assassins also carries risks. This time, he spent a lot of money to hire an assassin from the Underworld Hall, but it was only enough to send a peak martial artist assassin. He clearly stated that he needed at least one grand martial artist level assassin, but unfortunately, the other party did not take it seriously, believing that sending a peak martial artist was already giving Xinyuan Tian too much credit. Moreover, if he insisted on hiring a grand martial artist level assassin, he would have to pay an even higher price. The key was that even if he could afford the price, the grand martial artist assassin from the Underworld Hall might not accept his commission. According to the other party's meaning, their assassins from the Underworld Hall are all talented individuals who can fight above their rank and have their own pride, looking down on those who are weaker than them. Zhang Gong was also infuriated by their words, but the situation was stronger than he was. He could only helplessly accept it. However, thinking about how Xinyuan Tian had just been chased by assassins and looked so disheveled, he felt that no matter how much he had to pay, it was worth it since Xinyuan Tian probably wouldn't survive the night. Chapter 32. The country bumpkin the next day dawned. Xianyuan Tian set off again on the road to Fengyang City. In less than an hour, Xianyuan Tian arrived at Fengyang City. Inside Fengyang City, everywhere he looked, there were martial artists, and very few ordinary people appeared. The streets were incredibly wide, able to accommodate large crowds and carriages without feeling crowded at all. Various shops lined both sides of the streets, with numerous martial artists coming in and out of these shops. Truly a high-level city. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but sigh. Half an hour later, he arrived at the lodging place of the Tianwan City team. It was a rather simple courtyard, specially arranged for the contestants participating in the selection competition, with each person having their own individual room. The room was simply decorated with a bed, a four-corner table, and 2 chairs. Xianyuan Tian had not been in the room long when someone knocked on the door. He opened the door to find Xianyuan Yu, Xianyuan Qingyi, Xianyuan Hao, and Xianyuan Lei standing outside. "Little Tian, you're finally here. We were worried something might happen to you on the way." Xianyuan Yu lightly punched Xianyuan Tian on the shoulder. "Yeah, you made us worry. Hurry up and take us out to eat." Xianyuan Hao chimed in. Chapter 33. No interest outside his room. Xianyuan Tian saw someone wandering around. "Xianyuan brother, you finally appeared. I've been looking for you for so long." The person said with a smile. "May I ask what young Master Su wants with me?" Xianyuan Tian asked, puzzled, as he wasn't familiar with the person. However, he still invited the person into the room. This person was Su Yun, whom he had met previously at the Night Bright Tower in Tianwan City. As soon as they sat down, Su Yun spoke. "I wonder what plans young Master Xianyuan has next." "What do you mean by that, young Master Su?" Xianyuan Tian was confused by Su Yun's words. Every recruitment conference of the Qingyan sect could be said to be a reshuffling of the major forces in the Tianning kingdom, Su Yun said. In order to compete for the final 100 spots to participate in the trial at the Qingyan sect, the selection process is extremely brutal, and many contestants lose their lives there, often those without any strong background or support. "Are you suggesting that I join your force, young Master Su?" Xianyuan Tian was not stupid and immediately grasped the implication in the other party's words. "That's about the gist of it." Su Yun nodded and continued. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Su Yun, from the Su family of the 6 major families in the royal capital." Chapter 34. Mysterious Forces. Xianyuan Tian was somewhat annoyed by the capricious behavior of someone like Xiao Shiyu, just because she was the daughter of the city lord. Did they give her the right to do whatever she pleased? The scene in front of the living room quickly attracted the attention of many people. Other contestants stood aside to watch, eager to see how much both of their strengths had improved after so many days. Even Xiao Tianjin and Zhao Deguanqi appeared, but they were more concerned about Xiao Shiyu. Seeing more and more onlookers gather around, Xianyuan Tian knew that if he didn't agree, it would probably not end well today. "Since you want to fight so much, I'll fight you. Just don't cry if you lose," Xianyuan Tian said without any politeness. "Oof. Who knows who will win or lose?" Xiao Shiyu retorted, clearly displeased by Xianyuan Tian's condescending tone. Most people around did not look favorably upon Xiao Shiyu in this matchup. Compared to Xianyuan Tian's impressive performance in the Tianwan City competition, they felt he was on a completely different level than the other contestants. The crowd stepped back to give them some space. Holding a slender sword, Xiao Shiyu looked extremely serious, her gaze fixed intently on Xianyuan Tian. On the opposite side, Xianyuan Tian appeared relaxed, showing no signs of urgency on his face. Chapter 35. Who bullied you? After reading this information, Xianyuan Tian took a deep breath. He realized he had offended such a terrifying force, and he was fortunate that the assassin sent at the beginning was just an average one. However, upon reflection, the situation wasn't so severe that it couldn't be managed. After all, he was just a small martial artist and wasn't significant enough to attract their attention. The place he was in was merely a high-level city in a remote kingdom. At most, he was dealing with a small outpost of theirs. At the end of the journey, Xianyuan Tian saw the words Xiao Heizhuang. This should be an outpost of the Underworld Hall in Fengyang County, located in a small village not far from Fengyang City, in a remote area. If it weren't for the intelligence from the Tianbao Pavilion, probably no one would know of this place's existence. However, this also showcased the power of the Tianbao Pavilion, which could even uncover such a hidden outpost. Meanwhile, in Fengyang City, in a luxurious mansion, a pale-faced young man was throwing a tantrum in a spacious room. "What are you all doing?" We've searched for more than 10 days and still haven't found those country bumpkins. The subordinates in front of him lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 36. You're dead. All the contestants went on stage to draw lots. Each person would draw a small wooden token. One side had the group number, and the other side had the personal number. Xianyuan Tian drew group 16, number 37. Xianyuan Yu, Xianyuan Lei, Xianyuan Qingyi, and Xianyuan Hao all drew different groups. Among the contestants from Tianwan City, 2 others drew the same group as Xianyuan Tian, namely Shaoling Bei and Song Jianping. Xianyuan Tian arrived at the competition stage where the matches were taking place. Not far from him, 2 young boys were walking in his direction. One of them was Wu Fang, who had previously clashed with Xianyuan Tian, and the other was his brother, Wu Cheng. At that moment, Wu Fang spotted Xianyuan Tian sitting in the contestants' area and excitedly shouted, "Brother, I see that guy." Wu Cheng looked in the direction Wu Fang was pointing and recognized Xianyuan Tian's true appearance. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and said with a strange tone, "So it's this guy, what a coincidence." "Brother, do you know him?" Wu Fang asked, a bit surprised. "Not really, just an annoying guy," Wu Cheng replied with a half-smile. Xianyuan Tian suddenly sensed something, looked up, and spotted Wu Fang and Wu Cheng not far away. Chapter 37. You got lucky on the chairman's platform. Closest to King Fengyang, the lord of Tiandu City, Xiao Tianjin, looked at Xiao Shiyu standing on the competition stage and revealed a loving smile. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out behind him. "Tianjin, how have you been lately?" Xiao Tianjin turned around and respectfully responded to King Fengyang. "Thanks to Uncle Lin, Tianjin is doing well. You and your daughter have had a hard time these years." King Fengyang sighed slightly. "Fortunately, this girl Shiyu has done well. In a resource-poor place like Tiandu City, she has still managed to cultivate to this level. But with her current cultivation, she probably can't pass the capital's test." Xiao Tianjin said, looking helpless. If she were still in the capital with Xiao Shiyu's talent, she would at least be at the late stage of a martial master. "Ultimately, it's still my failure as a father. I can't be of much help." "Don't blame yourself. It's not something you can control," King Fengyang comforted. "After today's competition, you and Shiyu come to my residence. I haven't seen that girl in a long time." King Fengyang looked at Xiao Shiyu's figure with a doting gaze. "Yes, Uncle Lin." The scene returned to the competition stage. Chapter 38. This guy is too fierce on the competition stage. Xianyuan Tian noticed a detail. The seemingly imposing Wu Cheng was actually sweating on his cheeks, and his hands were trembling. If he hadn't been standing so close, Xianyuan Tian wouldn't have noticed this. So that's it. Xianyuan Tian quickly understood the issue. Using Xian-level martial skills was still too much for Wu Cheng. Without sufficient strength, he couldn't fully control high-level martial skills. If he forced himself to use them, not only would he fail to unleash the original power of the Xian-level martial skills, but he might also suffer backlash. With this in mind, Xianyuan Tian regained his previous composure. At that moment, Wu Cheng raised his flaming blade and viciously chopped down at Xianyuan Tian. The overwhelming momentum of this attack enveloped Xianyuan Tian, leaving him with no way to evade. Xianyuan Tian infused a large amount of spiritual power into his sword, raised it, and blocked Wu Cheng's blade. Seeing his strongest attack blocked again, Wu Cheng gritted his teeth and poured all his spiritual power into his blade, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. Unfortunately, he still couldn't break through Xianyuan Tian's defense, and both sides entered a stalemate once more. Xianyuan Tian sneered, "Is this your true strength?" Chapter 39. Frustrating beside them, Xiao Tianjin blurted out, "Is that a green grass fruit?" His expression was one of shock. "Indeed." King Fengyang nodded. "Uncle Lin, this gift is too precious." Xiao Tianjin took the jade box from Xiao Shiyu's hands, intending to return it to King Fengyang. "Once I give something, I don't take it back." King Fengyang waved his hand. "But over the years, you've already helped me and Shiyu a lot. And Shiyu needs the green grass fruit even more." Xiao Tianjin wanted to decline further, but was stopped by King Fengyang. "I've known old Xiao for decades. If you continue like this, you'll make me feel like an outsider." "Exactly. Uncle Tianjin, we're not outsiders, so there's no need to be so polite." A young boy beside them also came forward to persuade Xiao Tianjin. "And with my talent, I can break through to the great martial master even without the green grass fruit." The boy confidently patted his chest. This boy was He Chiwen, the grandson of King Fengyang He Shingen, who, at the age of 16, had reached the peak of a martial master. With this, Xiao Tianjin no longer declined and handed the jade box to Xiao Shiyu. He Xingyan and He Chiwen's words touched Xiao Shiyu. Thank you, Grandpa, and thank you, Brother Chiwen. Chapter 40. You're not bad. Either today's matches were all held on the grand competition stage in the center of the square. The 20-10 matches still followed a single elimination format. Xian Yuan Tian drew number 9, placing him in the 5th match. In less than half an hour, it was Xian Yuan Tian's turn to compete. His opponent was a mid-stage martial master who did not forfeit. After exchanging a few moves, Xian Yuan Tian easily defeated him. In the following matches, Xiao Qijuan also took the stage. However, he wasn't very lucky and encountered a late-stage martial master. After over 20 exchanges, he was defeated. Thus, among the contestants from Tiandu City participating in this grand competition, only Xian Yuan Tian advanced to the top 10. Suddenly, a scream rang out. It was Yu Xingyu taking the stage. The final match was underway, and a striking young man in white walked onto the competition stage. Yu Xingyu, Yu Xingyu. The crowd's voices rose and fell, with many calling out the name of the young man in white, especially the girls who were the most enthusiastic. Xian Yuan Tian glanced at him casually. This person indeed had an outstanding temperament and was significantly stronger than the other contestants. However, Xian Yuan Tian's heart remained calm. Is this the Yu Xingyu with the lowest odds? Chapter 41. Finally waiting for you. The matches had all concluded. Many expressed their feelings. They had already forgotten the last time an outer city martial artist won first place in the Fengyang City Grand Competition. Looking at Xian Yuan Tian, who was the center of attention on the stage, the other contestants showed expressions of envy. They secretly vowed to work hard and stand on this grand stage themselves. Compared to others, the emotions of the other 19 contestants from Tiandu City were more complex. They had witnessed Xian Yuan Tian rise step by step, defeating one strong peer after another, especially Xiao Shiyu, who had unknowingly taken Xian Yuan Tian as her goal to pursue. With the conclusion of the competition, it was time to award the top 10 contestants. The rewards were personally presented by King Fengyang. The contestants standing on the stage were all excited to face the strongest person in Fengyang County up close. This time, the rewards were very generous. Everyone would receive a large number of spirit stones and a low-grade treasure. Among them, the first-place winner, Xian Yuan Tian, would receive 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade treasure as a reward. After the awards ceremony ended, the audience on-site gradually dispersed. Chapter 42. You're looking for death. Xian Yuan Tian looked at the people in front of him with a serious expression. This was his first time facing such a severe situation. As for Wu Cheng, the man with a severed arm, Xian Yuan Tian completely ignored him. Seeing Xian Yuan Tian's disregard, Wu Cheng, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Catch him, break both his legs. But don't let him die." As soon as Wu Cheng finished speaking, the 4 grand warriors behind Xian Yuan Tian rushed towards him in unison. Xian Yuan Tian picked up the large bow in his hand and swiftly turned to shoot 3 arrows at 3 of them, who easily dodged. Only the last man, who wasn't targeted by Xian Yuan Tian, managed to approach him successfully. That man raised his right hand and reached for Xian Yuan Tian's neck. Just as he was about to grab Xian Yuan Tian, a smug expression appeared on his face. Unfortunately, as soon as his hand touched Xian Yuan Tian's neck, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He struggled to look down, and to his surprise, Xian Yuan Tian was holding a short dagger that was now embedded in his stomach, blood oozing out with the dagger. Ignoring the man, Xian Yuan Tian pulled out the dagger and threw the man's body behind him. At the same time, he shot another arrow at the 3 men who were still charging at him, and they dodged once again. Chapter 43. The Might of the Xian Yuan Sword. Wu Cheng, who was hurriedly fleeing ahead, was so frightened he could hardly breathe. His body felt heavy as he gritted his teeth and ran forward, afraid Xian Yuan Tian would catch up to him. He vowed to double the revenge for today's grievances. Suddenly, a black arrow flew past his face and embedded itself deep in a large tree ahead. Wu Cheng was frozen in fear by the sudden arrow, as a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A cold long sword was pressed against Wu Cheng's neck, and Xian Yuan Tian's icy voice sounded from behind him. "Speak. How do you want to die?" Wu Cheng could no longer control his emotions and knelt down, his back to Xian Yuan Tian, pleading in a humble tone. "Xian Yuan Tian, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and will never oppose you again. Just let me go." "Do you think saying this now is useful?" Xian Yuan Tian replied coldly. I didn't mean to be your enemy. It was all Zhang Xiaoqi's doing. Yes, he told me to deal with you. Wu Qing couldn't help but mention a name that surprised Xinyuan Tian. Chapter 44. The True Dragon Clan. The golden longsword flew back to Xinyuan Tian's side, hovering in midair and emitting a series of crisp and pleasant sounds. This was the essence of a Xinyuan sword, one side engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side etched with mountains, rivers, and plants. Xinyuan Tian felt a bottomless power emanating from it. In front of it, he was but a speck of dust. He couldn't help but reach out and gently grasp the hilt of the Xinyuan sword. Suddenly, a surge of ambition arose in Xinyuan Tian's heart, holding the Xinyuan sword, sweeping across all powers and standing at the pinnacle of the continent. It seemed that the Xinyuan sword sensed Xinyuan Tian's inner thoughts, radiating an even stronger light and buzzing as if responding to him. Xinyuan Tian softly said to the Xinyuan sword, "Thank you, Xinyuan sword. I won't let you down. One day, I'll make the world witness your glory again." Xinyuan Tian released his grip, and the Xinyuan sword transformed into a golden beam of light, flying into Xinyuan Tian's forehead and disappearing. Xinyuan Tian calmed his excited heart and took the storage ring from Zhang Su's hand. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The storage ring was filled with boxes of spirit stones. Roughly estimated, there were at least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 45. The Little One. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. Near a small hillside on the outskirts of the Tian-Duan mountain range, Xinyuan Tian had just set up an iron frame on which hung a bird-like spirit beast that had been plucked of its feathers, roasting over a fire below. Xinyuan Tian occasionally added some seasoning to the meat, which was emitting a delicious aroma. He took a deep breath, unable to resist swallowing his saliva. He couldn't wait to eat. During the training, it had always been dull and tasteless, so enjoying food became Xinyuan Tian's pleasure. Eating hard, dry rations every day left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In his previous life, Xinyuan Tian loved to travel and enjoy the delicacies of different places. He carried a dozen kinds of seasonings, some bought from a market and some he made himself. Xinyuan Tian not only loved food, but also enjoyed making it himself. In such a perilous place like the Tian-Duan mountain range, it was likely only Xinyuan Tian would do this. Watching the meat nearly cooked, Xinyuan Tian took out a short knife, specially for cutting meat, and sliced it into several pieces. He picked up one piece of meat and took a big bite, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. After finishing one bite, Xinyuan Tian opened his eyes, ready to take a second bite, when he noticed something unusual. Chapter 46. The Ferocious Little Creature. One day, a young boy arrived at the depths of the outskirts of the Tian-Duan mountain range. A cute little red beast was perched on the boy's shoulder. Many adventurous warriors saw such a young martial artist walking alone into the depths and couldn't help but mock. Another ignorant young fool who doesn't cherish his life. Over the years, they had seen many self-righteous, talented youths perish in the Tian-Duan mountain range. They had always looked down on these young masters with their noses in the air, as ordinary martial artists without power or influence. They had all suffered oppression from large families, naturally harboring resentment towards these family disciples. If given the chance, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to kick someone when they're down. Xinyuan Tian was unaware of these people's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the days following his departure from Fengyang City, he successfully broke through to the later stage of Grand Warrior. This breakthrough had exhausted all the spirit cores in his possession, and with the improvement in his cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy required for each breakthrough was increasing. Just a short while ago, he had been thrilled by the acquisition of a large number of spirit stones, but now his mood had become quite calm. Chapter 47. The Gathering of the 5 Little Divine Beasts. With an uninterrupted supply of spirit cores, Xinyuan Tian no longer had to worry and devoted himself fully to cultivation. One spirit core after another was absorbed, and the spiritual power within Xinyuan Tian's body visibly increased. After more than 10 hours of cultivation, Xinyuan Tian finally broke through to the peak of Grand Warrior. This breakthrough consumed over 23rd tier spirit cores, which was simply astonishing. If it were any other late-stage Grand Warrior, this breakthrough would be more than enough to advance to the Grandmaster stage. Feeling the power within him increase several times, Xinyuan Tian smiled with satisfaction. Although breaking through each small boundary requires a several-fold increase in resources, The strength gained from the breakthrough is immeasurable. This alone is something that others cannot seek. Wait, where did the little one go? After calming down, Xianyuan Tian realized that the little one was actually missing. Normally, it should have brought back a spirit beast, waiting for Xianyuan Tian to roast meat for it. At that moment, several different roars came from outside the cave entrance. One was the little one's, while the others were unfamiliar roars of spirit beasts he had never heard before. Xianyuan Tian felt something was off and hurriedly flew out toward the entrance. Chapter 48. Soul Mark, especially the little one, upon seeing Xianyuan Tian, was extremely excited. It rushed over to Xianyuan Tian, instantly appearing on his shoulder, extending its little head and gently rubbing against Xianyuan Tian's face. The little one's sudden display of affection left Xianyuan Tian in a daze. What was going on? Why did the little one suddenly change its personality? Wasn't it usually quite proud? He noticed that the little one was smugly grinning at the other four little creatures, as if to say, "Look, our relationship is so close." In an instant, the other four little divine beasts protested, continuously roaring at the little one, ready to fight if it didn't stop. Unfortunately, this only made the little one more provocative, causing them to jump in anger. Xianyuan Tian was amused by the little creatures, with them around. The days ahead were bound to be anything but boring. "All right, little one, come down," Xianyuan Tian said to the little one. The little one, unusually obedient, jumped down from Xianyuan Tian's shoulder and stood by his feet. Xianyuan Tian got straight to the point. "Let's not beat around the bush. I already know your identities, and I understand your intentions." Chapter 49. What do you think of Xiao Tian? Time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Xianyuan Tian left Fengyang City, and there was only 1 month left until the final selection competition in the royal capital. It was time to go home. Xianyuan Tian reluctantly glanced at the Tian-Duan mountain range and headed toward Tian-Duan City. After this departure, he didn't know when he would be able to enter the Tian-Duan mountain range again. Xianyuan Tian was very confident in his strength. Entering the Qingyan sect was basically not a big problem. However, going to the Qingyan sect meant he would lose the opportunity to obtain a large number of spirit cores. In just over half a month, the 5 little divine beasts had helped him hunt dozens of 4th-grade spirit cores and hundreds of 3rd-grade spirit cores. Such a large number of spirit cores would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Anyone would be reluctant to give up such a treasure. When leaving the Tian-Duan mountain range, many people recognized Xianyuan Tian. "Isn't that Xianyuan Tian? What is he doing in the Tian-Duan mountain range? Have you heard? He won first place in the competition in Fengyang City, and his reputation has skyrocketed. No wonder he is the best of the younger generation in Tian-Duan City in 100 years. The Xianyuan family is about to rise completely." Chapter 50. After leaving Tian-Duan City, Xianyuan Tian once again arrived at the depths of the outskirts of the Tian-Duan mountain range. His purpose for coming here was to find a flying spirit beast. He did not want to walk all the way to the royal capital, as any unexpected events along the way could cause him to miss the selection competition, which would be a huge loss. The Tianbao Pavilion in Fengyang City offered flying spirit beasts for rent, but he didn't want to share one with others. After all, one never knows what others are thinking. It's safer to go alone. Arriving at the Tian-Duan mountain range, Xianyuan Tian released Xiao, Jin, and the others, informing them of his plan. "Next, it's up to you. Remember to catch a strong and good-looking one," Xianyuan Tian reminded. The little one spoke up. "Boss, do you want a 4th grade or 5th grade one?" "What? 4th grade and 5th grade?" Xianyuan Tian widened his eyes in surprise. "That's right, 4th and 5th grades are too weak. Let's look for a 6th grade one." The little one nodded seriously. The other 4 little beasts expressed their agreement. Xianyuan Tian interrupted them, cleared his throat, and said, "What I meant was a 3rd grade one would be fine." He knew that the 5 little creatures were only 4th grade. Sending them to catch a 6th grade spirit beast would be like throwing eggs at a rock. Chapter 51. Not for sale. 5 days later, Xianyuan Tian sat on the back of the wind god eagle, holding 2 tattered maps. These 2 incomplete maps were obtained from Zhang Su, the 5th elder of the Zhang family. Xianyuan Tian deduced that the complete map should be divided into 4 parts, and now only 2 parts were missing to complete it. He felt a vague sense of anticipation. He had asked the little one, and the incomplete map was made from the skin of a 6th grade spirit beast, meaning there must be incredible secrets hidden within it. Putting away the maps, Xianyuan Tian stood up and admired the scenery below. "Boss, I'm hungry," the little one said, patting its belly with a pitiful expression. "All right, I'll roast some meat for you right away," Xinyuan Tian said, gently patting its head and smiling. The wind god eagle understood and immediately flew down toward the woods below. As soon as they landed, Xinyuan Tian released the swift wolf king. Xinyuan Tian had just taken out the materials when the 5 little divine beasts and the 2 large spirit beasts began to get busy. Of course, it was mainly the wind god eagle and the swift wolf king who were working hard. They didn't dare let the 5 little masters do the work. Xinyuan Tian was, in fact, the one who had the easiest time. Before long, the 7 of them began to enjoy the delicious roasted meat. Chapter 52. Ugly and scary Xinyuan Tian arrived at the entrance of a luxurious mansion. The huge plaque above the door read Su Mansion. Xinyuan Tian walked toward the gate of the Su Mansion and cupped his hands to the guards, saying, I am Xinyuan Tian from Tianduan City, here to visit by the invitation of young Master Su Yun. The guards, seeing Xinyuan Tian's extraordinary demeanor, did not dare to be negligent. Please wait a moment. I will go in and report. Xinyuan Tian politely said, Thank you for your trouble. The guard hurriedly entered the mansion. Before long, the guard returned, followed by a familiar figure. Before the person arrived, Xinyuan Tian already heard a familiar voice. Brother Tian, you finally came. I thought you had forgotten about me. What are you talking about, Su brother? I just arrived in the royal capital today, so here I am. Xinyuan Tian replied with a smile. Let's go. Let's into my place. Su Yun led Xinyuan Tian into the Su Mansion. The two arrived at Su Yun's courtyard. As soon as they sat down, Su Yun asked, Have you found a place to stay? Xinyuan Tian nodded. I just arrived in the royal capital not long ago, and I haven't found a suitable place yet. How about this? You can stay with me. I have plenty of rooms here. Chapter 53. Could it be that you're afraid? 5 days later at night, Su Yun arrived early to pick up Xinyuan Tian. Outside the tavern, a spirit beast carriage was already waiting. Su Yun and Xinyuan Tian boarded the carriage, which had a spacious interior decorated luxuriously, with a round table in the middle holding a pot of wine and some pastries. Before long, the spirit beast carriage arrived in front of a grand mansion. Xinyuan Tian got off the carriage and followed Su Yun to the entrance. At the door, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor was welcoming guests, with 4 bodyguards of high martial arts standing on either side. When the middle-aged man saw Su Yun, he greeted him politely. Young Master Su, please come in. Thank you, Manager Ning. Su Yun replied courteously. The man didn't even glance at the invitation and let the 2 of them in. Xinyuan Tian was slightly surprised. It seemed Su Yun held considerable weight in the eyes of the 3rd prince. He shook his head inwardly, wondering why he cared about such things. It had nothing to do with him anyway. They walked down a long stone path and arrived at a magnificent hall. Xinyuan Tian followed Su Yun into the hall. At this moment, many people were already seated inside. Upon seeing Su Yun enter, these people stood up and warmly greeted him, to which Su Yun responded with smiles. Chapter 54. You all go together. There was an uproar in the hall. At that moment, everyone realized that Xinyuan Tian had likely offended Wang Feichen, and many were feeling a bit gloating. On the main seat, the 3rd prince's face was dark enough to drip water. Wang Feichen was truly ungrateful. He usually treated him well, but tonight's behavior completely disregarded him as the 3rd prince. Seeing Wang Feichen speak to Xinyuan Tian like that, the little one was displeased and roared angrily at Wang Feichen. Haha, did you see that? Even a beast has more guts than you. Wang Feichen mocked Xinyuan Tian. Your master is so timid. Why don't you follow me instead? The little one immediately exploded with anger at being called a beast. Xinyuan Tian gently pressed down on the little one, and it calmed down instantly, but it couldn't hide the anger and killing intent in its eyes. Xinyuan Tian's expression turned extremely cold, with killing intent blatantly visible in his eyes. The fact that someone had insulted the little one had already placed Wang Feichen on Xinyuan Tian's kill list. Wang Feichen remained unconcerned and continued to provoke Xinyuan Tian. What? Are you really going to have this beast fight for you? Since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you for a match, Xinyuan Tian said in a calm tone. Chapter 55. Intentionally raising the price the next day. Not long after Xinyuan Tian got up, Su Yun dragged him out. Xinyuan Tian asked, Brother Su, why are you looking for me so early? Did something happen? Su Yun paused for a moment and laughed. You think too much. It has nothing to do with last night. I forgot to tell you last night that there's an important auction happening today. What kind of auction would make you so anxious? Running out so early? Xinyuan Tian said, somewhat puzzled. With Su Yun's status in the Tianning kingdom, what kind of auction could he not have seen? This time is different. Because the selection competition is approaching, This auction will be much larger than before, Su Yun said, his expression a bit excited. It said that this time there will be pills that can help martial artists break through their levels. What do you think? Interested? Hearing this, Xinyuan Tian was indeed eager to see it. Not long after, the two arrived at the auction venue, Tianbao Pavilion. The Tianbao Pavilion in the royal capital was much more imposing, with 5 floors. At this moment, the front of Tianbao Pavilion was already crowded with people. Su Yun led Xinyuan Tian to avoid the crowd and entered Tianbao Pavilion through the VIP passage, ascending to the second floor via the right staircase from the first floor lobby. Chapter 56. The third fragment soon. The staff brought the Bai Ling grass to the number 9 private room on the second floor. Xinyuan Tian took the jade box containing the Bai Ling grass and handed over a storage ring filled with spirit stones to the staff. Su Yun stared in awe as he watched Xinyuan Tian complete the transaction with the Tianbao Pavilion staff, unable to suppress his gulp. It was the first time he realized how wealthy Xinyuan Tian was. He casually handed over 210,000 low-grade spirit stones without even furrowing his brow. Even he, a core disciple of one of the 8 great families in the royal capital, could not take out so many spirit stones at once. And he felt like he was seeing Xinyuan Tian for the first time. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the first floor venue, Xinyuan Ningxian and Xinyuan Yu looked at the number 9 private room on the second floor in disbelief. Xinyuan Yu gulped and said with difficulty, "Dad, was that just now little Tian?" "That's right, it should be him," Xinyuan Ningxian replied. He was certain that the person who had just bid on the Bai Ling grass was Xinyuan Tian. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Where did Xinyuan Tian get so many spirit stones? And he even entered the VIP room on the second floor. With the strength of the Xinyuan family, taking out 20 or 30,000 low-grade spirit stones was completely fine, but they wouldn't invest that much into a disciple. Chapter 57. You'll know in a moment the starting price for this auction item was 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increase not less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pang Xiulan spoke with enthusiasm. After her words fell, there was no response from the audience, leading to a situation where no one was bidding. It looked like this could be the first item at this auction to go unsold, making Pang Xiulan's expression a bit awkward. Just as she was about to have someone take the fragment down, a familiar voice came from the number 9 private room on the second floor. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pang Xiulan's face lit up with joy as she gratefully glanced at the number 9 private room. She announced loudly again, the No. 9 VIP room bids 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? This time, there was still no response, but she didn't care, as long as someone bid. It was fine if it really ended up unsold. As the chief auctioneer of Tianbao Pavilion, where would she put her face? In the No. 16 private room on the second floor, Wang Feichen couldn't help but want to raise the bid, but unless Xuan stopped him again. In the No. 17 private room on the second floor, Yu Yang's face was as dark as liver. Xinyuan Tian easily won the fragment at the price of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many people on the first floor looked down on Xinyuan Tian for spending 30,000 low-grade spirit stones on a useless item just to make the chief auctioneer of Tianbao Pavilion smile. Chapter 58. Remember to keep it a secret. Xinyuan Tian purchased the Huangling Dan for over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. The next 4 Huangling Dan were sold for 220,000, 250,000, 270,000, and 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, respectively, to people in the know. 16 private room on the second floor, the number 2 private room on the third floor belonging to the second Prince Ning Haofei in the know. 3 private room on the third floor belonging to the third Prince Ning Haoyu. Next, we will add an auction item. I think many people will be interested, Pang Xiulan said with a slight smile. This piqued the curiosity of everyone, and they began to speculate about what the added item could be, knowing that it was very rare for Tianbao Pavilion's auction to have additional items added midway. Unless the value of this item is very high and has a significant effect on the martial artist. Master Pang, don't keep us in suspense, just say it directly. The people below have no interest in guessing what the auction item is. They can't wait any longer. Since everyone is so eager, I will say it directly. This time, the auction item is 5 fourth-grade spirit cores. The crowd erupted in an uproar, and many people couldn't help but stand up in excitement. What did they just hear? Chapter 59. Enemies meet, no more nonsense. Let us start the bidding now. Pang Xiulan's words once again drew everyone's attention. The starting bid is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hiss, everyone gasped. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Is that too exaggerated? Spirit stones can be divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade based on purity. One mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. One high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and one top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones. It's not an exaggeration at all. This is a spirit weapon. It's not something that a treasure can compare to. This is the first time I've seen a spirit weapon. What an eye-opener. 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones. They didn't have to wait long. A Martial King from the 4th floor private box made his move. 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Listening to the bidding price continuously rising, others felt a sense of helplessness. The bidding for the spirit weapon was beyond their participation. Not to mention they didn't have the financial strength. Even if they had enough spirit stones to bid for it, they would need a life to use it. Chapter 60. Cannot make enemies, Brother Tian. Do you mind if I call you that? The third prince asked familiarly. Whatever you say, Your Highness. Xian Yuan Tian smiled. Brother Tian, you're being too formal. I'm older than you, so just call me Brother Ning. Then I won't be polite, Brother Ning. Ha ha. That's more like it. The third prince Ning How you laughed happily. Su Yun beside them was confused. Brother Tian, you seem to be quite familiar with Xiao Shiyu? Ning How you asked curiously. Just a troublesome and willful young lady. I'm not familiar with her, Xian Yuan Tian said in a calm tone. Hearing Xian Yuan Tian say this, others looked at him in shock. What's wrong? Xian Yuan Tian asked in confusion. This is the first time I've heard someone evaluate Xiao Shiyu like this, Ning How you said. In the royal capital, Xiao Shiyu is famously known as a cold and beautiful woman, a pursuit target for many disciples of noble families. Even my second brother proposed to the Xiao family, and the upper echelons of the Xiao family were naturally pleased to agree, but Xiao Shiyu decisively refused. As a result, the upper echelons of the Xiao family reassigned her father, Xiao Tianjin, to be the city lord of Tiandu City to appease my second brother's anger. So that is how it is, Xian Yuan Tian said, but what does that have to do with me? Chapter 61. The rules have changed after sending off Xian Yuan Yu and Xian Yuan Ningshan. Xian Yuan Tian sat down and took out 3 fragments of a map, piecing them together. Just one more piece, and he could complete it. He felt a bit excited at the thought. Xian Yuan Tian analyzed for a long time, comparing it with the map of the Tianning Kingdom, confirming that the locations marked on the fragments were not in the Tianning Kingdom. Indeed, the strongest openly in the Tianning Kingdom is only the Martial King. It seems I can only wait until I go to the Qingyun sect to explore further. A night passed without incident. The next day, someone knocked on the door. Xian Yuan Tian opened his eyes, sensing a strange aura at the door. He still opened the door. He saw a woman with a good figure and somewhat enchanting eyes quietly standing at the door. Many people in the corridor were watching this side. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Tian come out, the woman enthusiastically said, I have met young Master Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan Tian replied indifferently. Who are you? What do you want with me? The woman answered, I am a maid of the second prince, here to invite you to the prince's mansion as a guest on behalf of the second prince. Oh, that is quite unusual. I don't know your second prince. Is this a visit or a banquet of survival? Xian Yuan Tian said with a dismissive smile. The woman was not angry. Instead, she leaned forward and said in a tempting tone, As long as young Master Xian Yuan goes to the prince's mansion, I will be yours. Chapter 62. Who gave you the courage? The words of the middle-aged man fell, and for a moment, no one stepped onto the stairs. At some point, the second prince, third prince, and several other princes and princesses had already arrived at the foot of the stairs. Without saying a word, the second prince was the first to step onto the stairs, and the third prince followed closely behind. The other princes and princesses followed suit. Seeing this, others also followed without hesitation. The second and third princes moved quickly, and in no time, they had ascended 50 steps. However, upon reaching the 50th step, their pace noticeably slowed. At this time, over 1,000 people had already ascended the stairs, and there were still many more coming up from below. Zhang Xiaoqi, Wang Feichen, and Yu Yang quickly caught up with the second and third princes, leaving only a few steps of distance between them. Let us go too, Xian Yuan Tian said as he walked forward. Su Yun and the others followed. The moment Xian Yuan Tian stepped onto the first step, he felt a pressure on his body. His feet became somewhat heavy. As he stepped onto the 11th step, the pressure on him increased again. He immediately understood that the formation on the stairs releases a force similar to gravity on those standing on the steps, making everyone carry a burden as they move forward. Chapter 63. You are too modest. Everything that happened to Xian Yuan Tian and the others was seen by those on the high platform. King Fengyang sneered. A dog can't change its way of eating shit. It will always use such unrefined means. You? The old man with black hair was furious. What? King of the royal family, did I say something wrong? King Fengyang looked at him with disdain. Humph. The old man with black hair snorted coldly, not answering his words. All right. There's no need to quarrel over such trivial matters, lest we lose face in front of the younger generation, someone advised. King Fengyang had no choice but to relent. Everyone present knew that the major forces in the royal capital would secretly employ some unsavory means to ensure their disciples gain as many spots as possible. However, they usually only spoke privately and would not bring it to light. Only someone with King Fengyang's personality would dare to speak about these things. King Fengyang. Is he the person you mentioned? The king asked. Yes, your majesty. His name is Xian Yuan Tian, and he is the first place in the Fengyang City Grand Competition. King Fengyang said respectfully. Upon hearing King Fengyang's words, the king's expression changed. Oh, is he from the Xian Yuan Mansion in Tianduan City? Exactly. King Fengyang was also curious. Could it be that your majesty knows Xian Yuan Tian? Chapter 64. I have come to the appointment on the high platform. 300 selected contestants stood in front of the palace in order of ranking. The king looked at this group of vigorous young people with a satisfied expression. These individuals represent the future of the Taming kingdom. Whether the kingdom can become stronger in the future relies on their growth. The quality of this year's disciples is evidently higher than in previous years, which gives the king more expectations. The king gave them some encouraging words, hoping they would succeed in their cultivation and become true strong warriors. The Taming kingdom will always be your home and your support. You are the hope of the Taming kingdom. Your families are here. Don't forget this place. I look forward to the day you return after completing your studies. The king's tone was filled with passion, and the contestants felt a surge of enthusiasm after hearing it. Yes, even if they went to the Qingyan sect, they would still be people of the Taming kingdom. Their families are here. This is their root, and one day they will return here. Most people here work hard to cultivate to become stronger, all to protect their important ones. This is something they will firmly remember. Chapter 65. Kneeling and begging for mercy, looking at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Wang Feichen and others were horrified. A master of the martial spirit realm was killed before them without any resistance. How terrifying was that? They searched their surroundings with panic in their eyes, but found no figures. At that moment, they noticed the small creature on Zuan Yuanshan's shoulder, its front paws smeared with red blood. Oh my, could this little beast have killed the middle-aged man? A terrifying thought struck their hearts. Altogether, kill him. Wang Feichen shouted in fear. However, his words had no effect. Everyone stood frozen in place. On the other side, the second prince's maid had already fled. Bastard! Wang Feichen was furious. Just then, Zuan Yuanshan's cold voice rang out. Kill everyone except the three of them. As soon as he finished speaking, screams echoed around. Wang Feichen felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to run, but his legs trembled violently, completely unresponsive to his commands. Looking around, everyone who had come with him was falling one by one, and Wang Feichen's mind went blank. He knew this time it was completely over. Chapter 66. Still pretending with me the next day, inside a palace in the royal palace. King Ningjingde was reviewing memorials, and the third prince stood respectfully below. After a while, Ningjingde put down the memorial and said to Ning Haoyu, "Sit down." "Father, may I ask why you called me?" Ning Haoyu asked. "I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Zuan Yuanshan?" Ning Haoyu thought for a moment and said, "I consider him a good friend." "Umph." Ning sang des nortet coldly. "Is it or isn't it? What does consider mean?" Ning Haoyu was startled. Why did his father's expression change so quickly? "I was wrong. Please enlighten me, father." Regardless, he decided to admit his mistake first. That way, he would surely be safe. "Alas, this is also because I have spoiled you too much. You and the second prince have been competing since childhood, putting your own interests too heavily, Ning Jing sighed. But all that is in the past. I don't want to inquire further. Ning Haoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If I'm not mistaken, you should know some secrets about the Xinyuan house, right? Ning Jingde suddenly asked. Father, what do you mean? What Xinyuan house? Ning Haoyu looked at Ning Jingde with a puzzled expression. Chapter 67. Departure 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day to depart for the Qinyun sect had finally arrived. That morning, in the royal palace, on the high platform, the king sat calmly on the dragon throne. Many people had already arrived in the square below, including the second prince and the third prince, who should be called the crown prince. At this moment, the crown prince was surrounded by people, while the second prince's side seemed a bit desolate. The second prince stood expressionless to the side, with several people accompanying him, including An Lishuan. Shortly after, Zuan Yuanshan and Su Yun arrived as well. Upon seeing the scene, Ning Haoyu quickly left the crowd and ran over to Zuan Yuanshan. Brother Tian, you finally came? Ning Haoyu looked very pleased. Ning brother, greetings, your highness. Everyone greeted him. Once we go to the Qinyun sect, we will be fellow disciples. Please don't call me that anymore, or I'll be laughed at later. Ning Haoyu said with a smile. What the prince said is correct, someone echoed. With Ning Haoyu's presence, Zuan Yuanshan's side suddenly became lively. Watching the bustling scene over there, the second prince's expression turned extremely gloomy, and those behind him looked equally unhappy. Chapter 68. Entrance test. Zuan Yuanshan asked Ning Haoyu. Ning brother, how much do you know about the entrance test of the sect? Xin Yuanyu and others also looked at Ning Haoyu. Ning Haoyu said, actually, I don't know much either. I only know that everyone must participate in the attribute talent test. Attribute talent? Someone asked. Ning Haoyu continued. Yes. I think most of you should know that when a martial artist breaks through to the martial master level, they will basically awaken a spiritual power attribute. However, we cannot measure each attribute's talent. The sect has special treasures to test each person's attribute talent. It can be said that the attribute talent tested for each disciple determines their future and status. Every new recruitment conference will have high-ranking members of the sect come to select disciples. Once chosen, that means they will rise to prominence. Upon hearing his words, everyone suddenly understood. When they heard that high-ranking members of the sect would come to select disciples, everyone felt a hint of expectation. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Everyone get out. We have arrived. Chang Hao's voice came from outside. The cabin was immediately in an uproar, and everyone hurriedly exited the cabin. Chapter 69. Above average talent. Ning Haofei, Earth attribute, purity 70%, above average talent. Zhao Guang, the master of the Earth Rock Peak, stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Ning Haofei provocatively glanced at Zuan Yuanshan and Ning Haoyu, but the two ignored him. An Lishuan, water attribute, purity 70%, above average talent. An Lishuan let out a sigh of relief. Her talent was already very high. Ning Haoyu, Earth attribute, purity 70%, above average talent. The continuous appearance of several new disciples with above-average talent made the higher-ups of the Qinyun sect smile broadly. These new disciples represent the future of the sect, and they certainly hope to see more talents among them. The disciples waiting in line below were both envious and eager, wishing they could be the ones up there. Fang Shualan, water attribute talent, purity at 80%, a top-tier talent. The voice of the Grand Elder rang out excitedly. This was a genius with an attribute talent reaching 80% purity. Among the new disciples from previous years, it was rare to see one with attribute talent reaching 90% purity, with 80% being the highest. Even for new disciples whose attribute talent reached 80%, only 2 or 3 could be recruited each time. Chapter 70. Jin Yaofeng by Dan Tong, Ice attribute talent, purity at 80%, a top-tier talent. The Grand Elder's excited voice echoed again. He had lost count of how many times he had been this excited today. He had presided over new disciples' entrance tests more than once, but it was the first time he encountered such a situation. Halfway through the new disciples' test, 4 new disciples with attribute talents reaching 80% appeared, including one with a special attribute and one with a mutated attribute. Ice attribute is a mutated form of water attribute, even rarer than special attributes. Senior brother, this disciple is Ice attribute and should belong to my water mist peak. You can't steal her from me. Yin Miaoyin said to Su Konghai. Haha, senior sister, what are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Su Konghai lauget ho ti ti li. However, The other peak masters around looked at him with disdain. Had he not done such things before? Su Konghai secretly regretted it. He indeed wanted to recruit the ice attribute disciple with 80% talent into the main peak, as missing out would be a pity. But since his junior sister had already spoken, he didn't want to embarrass her. Yin Miaoyin gently said, "By Dantong, would you like to take me as your master?" Chapter 71 Rankings that night. Xinyuan Tian had a good sleep. The next morning, Xinyuan Tian headed towards the main peak. Along the way, he encountered many other disciples heading to the main peak as well. When he arrived at the square in front of the mission hall, it was already very lively. On one side of the square stood 3 huge jade tablets, surrounded by people discussing animatedly. Xinyuan Tian walked over to the jade tablets, curiously observing them. Most of the newcomers did not understand the details of the 3 jade tablets, and were asking each other about the information regarding the 3 major rankings. At that moment, a chubby boy stepped out from the crowd, clearing his throat. "Since everyone is so interested in the 3 major rankings, let me, Zhao Xiaopeng, give everyone a detailed introduction to their significance." The chubby boy's words immediately attracted the surrounding new disciples, who all gathered around. Xinyuan Tian watched Zhao Xiaopeng with interest. This chubby boy should be a new disciple like them, but his cultivation was only at the initial stage of a martial master, making him somewhat of an anomaly. Seeing the expectant gazes of those around, Zhao Xiaopeng's expression turned a bit smug as he began his insights about the 3 major rankings. The 3 jade tablets recorded the famous 3 major rankings of the Qingyan sect: the heaven ranking, the earth ranking, and the human ranking. Chapter 72 Mission. Looking at the expressions of the people from the Tianning kingdom, Yin Yang revealed a smile of a successful plot. Unfortunately, Xinyuan Tian didn't even glance at him, casually saying to Ning Haoyu, "Brother Ning, there are too many flies here, it's noisy and uncomfortable for the ears, let's leave." After saying that, Xinyuan Tian lifted his foot and walked away. Ning Haoyu immediately reacted, laughing. "That's right, Brother Tian is right, there are too many flies here, it's annoying. Let's go, ha ha ha." Ning Haoyu followed Xinyuan Tian's steps, and the others followed suit, including Ning Haofei and Lishuan. Only Yin Yang and the others were left at the scene, and the surrounding people looked at them as if they were watching a group of fools. "Xinyuan Tian, I remember you, don't ever fall into my hands in the future." Yin Yang glared at Xinyuan Tian's departing figure with malice. After leaving the square, Xinyuan Tian and the others walked up a stone staircase on the right side of the mission hall. Xinyuan Tian curiously asked, "Brother Ning, who were those people just now?" Ning Haoyu's expression grew serious. "They're from our neighboring Tianyun kingdom, the nemesis of our Tianning kingdom. The person at the head is the prince of Tianyun kingdom." Chapter 73 Teeling Town. Xinyuan Tian was unaware of the steward's thoughts. Just as he was about to exit the mission hall, someone called out to him, "This junior brother, please wait a moment." He turned around to see 3 boys and a girl walking towards him. The one speaking was a boy about 15 years old. The 4 of them were dressed similarly to him. "What can this senior brother do for me?" Xinyuan Tian asked, as he had never seen these people before. "Junior brother, it's like this. We have our eyes on a D-level difficult mission that requires 5 people to form a team to accept the task, and we are short 1 person. We were wondering if you'd be interested." The person smiled. "Please, senior brother, why are you looking for him? He's too young, clearly just a new disciple, and his strength is not even comparable to ours. He might drag us down." The girl pouted and said indignantly, "Exactly, Lee's senior brother." The other 2 boys echoed. Lee's senior brother hadn't thought too much. He just wanted to find a martial master at the late stage to fill the 5-person quota. With him being at the peak of martial master, completing the task should not be too much of a problem. However, now, the other members of the team were somewhat resistant to the idea, putting him in a difficult position. Chapter 74 Loose Lips. Suddenly interrupted and ridiculed. Xinyuan Tian's expression was not good. Xinyuan Tian looked coldly at the 2 of them. "What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Did we say something wrong?" The flamboyant woman chuckled. "How dare you, a mere kid, boast that you can handle that group of mountain bandits by yourself? Is this arrogance or the confidence Qingyan sect gave you?" The bearded man next to her remained silent, but his sneer indicated everything. Apart from the town chief and the 2 of them, there were 2 other people present. One was a middle-aged man in a dark brown long robe, and the other was a young man in a deep blue long robe. Neither of them spoke, but appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. From their attire and behavior, Xinyuan Tian could deduce they were probably nearby rogue cultivators, likely hired help by Teeling Town. Just as both sides were about to erupt into conflict, the town chief immediately stepped in to mediate. Heroes, please calm down. We still need to cooperate to deal with that group of mountain bandits, and it's important not to hurt our harmony. The bearded man and the flamboyant woman retracted their disdainful expressions, but their contemptuous gazes still remained, although it did give the town chief a way out. Chapter 75, Qinyuan Mountain Range. Without saying a word, Xianyuan Tian charged out first. Kill. Seeing Xianyuan Tian, this young man, charge out first. The leading middle-aged man was unwilling to show weakness and followed suit. The members of the escort team followed closely behind, displaying a determination to fight the mountain bandits. The bearded man and others also took action one after another. The middle-aged man and the young man were doing well, both attacking with full force to kill the mountain bandits. The bearded man and the enchanting woman, however, were deliberately slacking off. They appeared to be full of momentum, but had not killed a single bandit. The two exchanged a glance, sneered, and quietly moved closer to Xianyuan Tian's direction. On Xianyuan Tian's side, he was like a wolf among sheep, wielding a sharp sword, each strike taking a life. And the subordinates of the scar-faced man had no power to fight back. Even three peak martial masters among the bandits teaming up against Xianyuan Tian gained no advantage and were instead beaten back, ultimately meeting their end with their heads severed. The bandits were thoroughly frightened and forced to flee towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man also witnessed this scene, watching as his subordinates were being eliminated one by one, and he became furious. Chapter 76, Cannot be too kind. Wow, it's really barbecued meat. I've never seen such delicious barbecued meat before. A surprised exclamation rang out. A girl looked at the meat on the grill with shining eyes. Seeing the fragrant barbecued meat, several people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Xianyuan Tian narrowed his eyes. He recognized the people in front of him as the outer sect disciples who had wanted to team up with him in the mission hall earlier. At this moment, the five also discovered Xianyuan Tian's presence and recognized him. What a coincidence, junior brother. We meet again. The leader, Brother Li, greeted Xianyuan Tian with a smile. Unfortunately, Xianyuan Tian's reaction was very indifferent. He simply nodded in response and continued to focus on eating the barbecued meat. This scene fell into the eyes of the four behind Brother Li, and they couldn't help but frown, showing displeasure. Brother Li had taken the initiative to greet him and gave him enough face. How could this person be so ungrateful? An impatient girl intended to step forward to argue, but Brother Li stopped her. He shook his head at the girl as she gave up. Brother Li spoke politely. Junior brother, I know our behavior has been somewhat rude, but we have been traveling for a day and are a bit tired. Could we exchange some barbecue for spirit stones? Chapter 77. The early bird catches the worm. That place is Xianyuan Tian's destination this time, where the spirit recovery grass is located. The spirit recovery grass is a high-grade yellow-level spirit herb, used as a material for refining high-grade yellow-level recovery pills. The recovery pill can restore consumed spiritual power and is highly favored by martial artists. It is very sought after in the market and a highly profitable pill. Xianyuan Tian had just arrived at the outskirts of the valley when he sensed a presence of a spirit beast within the valley. Judging from the aura, it was a primary level 3-tier spirit beast. Xianyuan Tian walked calmly into the valley, making his way to the innermost part, and finally saw 3 spirit recovery grasses swaying in the wind at the bottom of the cliff. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but smile. This task can be repeated. Obtaining 1 would earn 100 points, and 3 would mean 300 points. This was equivalent to completing 3 tasks simultaneously, a pleasant surprise. Xianyuan Tian slowly approached the spirit recovery grass. At this moment, a roar came from the side. It was a primary level 3-tier spirit beast, the red leopard tiger, glaring at Xianyuan Tian as if warning him. Chapter 78. The fisherman prophets. Not far from him was a cave, above which a silver-green spirit herb swayed in the wind. Very eye-catching. At the entrance of the cave, there was a yellow python with intermediate level 3-tier strength, constantly flicking its tongue and squinting its eyes at the group of people before it. In front of the cave, 2 groups of people were in a standoff. Each side had 3 members, consisting of 1 mid-level martial master and 2 initial-level martial masters. Xianyuan Tian watched them with interest, casually sitting on a tree. At this moment, the leader of one side spoke. This won't do. Why don't we join forces to deal with the yellow python first and then compete for the spear herb? The other side nodded. Okay, we agree to your proposal, but if you dare to play tricks, don't blame us for being rude. It's a deal. At this moment, both sides reached an agreement to join forces. Two mid-level martial masters walked towards the cave entrance from the middle, while four initial-level martial masters flanked from both sides. The yellow python sensed the approaching danger and hissed, warning the approaching individuals. The six youths were undeterred by the yellow python's actions and stepped closer to the cave entrance. Chapter 79. You should make a move, really? I'm just standing here. Why don't you make a move? Xinyuan Tian looked at them calmly. Just because he had just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean he was afraid. Since both sides had torn their faces, there was nothing more to say. Huh, Brother Chow is amused. It seems this junior brother doesn't intend to give me face? Brother Chow was furious that a lone expert was being humiliated by a newcomer. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Sorry, I'm busy, no time to waste with you. Saying that, Xinyuan Tian bypassed them, intending to leave. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Sister Yi. She angrily yelled at Xinyuan Tian, "You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you be so rude to Brother Chow?" Now Xinyuan Tian was angry. Don't you know that good dogs don't block the way? If you want to fight, then hurry up. If not, get out of the way. All right, very good. Brother Chow's face turned as black as coal. I remember you. I hope the next time I see you, you can still speak to me so arrogantly. I'll be watching. Xinyuan Tian sneered and left without looking back. Chapter 80. Challenge. The square in front of the mission hall was still bustling with activity. From time to time, exclamations could be heard from the crowd, announcing who had risen a few places on the rankings and which disciple had successfully made it onto the list. Xinyuan Tian arrived at the front of the human ranking, staring at the huge jade tablet. His gaze scanned from the bottom of the list upwards, and on the very bottom line, he saw three somewhat familiar names. One was Fong Shualan, ranked 95th, another was by Dan Tong, ranked 92nd, and the last one was Wang Tianba, ranked 91st. All three were disciples who had achieved 80% in the talent assessment during this year's entrance test. At that time, their cultivation had already reached the initial level of a martial master, and it was quite surprising that they had entered the rankings so quickly. However, thinking about it, this was also within reason. Continuing to look up, Xinyuan Tian's gaze landed directly on the second line of the list on the third position, where the name Chao Buju shone brightly. A cold glint flashed in Xinyuan Tian's eyes. Let my rise in the Qingyun sect begin with you. He came to the registration desk of the mission hall and expressed his challenge to Chao Buju, who was ranked 13th on the leaderboard. Chapter 81. Making a name in the outer sect. Xinyuan Tian is really arrogant, daring to challenge a master on the leaderboard. He really thinks too highly of himself. Ning Kaofei Skofet. Although An Lishuan beside him did not show any reaction, the gloating look in her eyes revealed everything. Chao Buju sneered. You really have a tough mouth. I want to see if you can still talk like this later. Xinyuan Tian did not respond, only calmly looking at his opponent. The challenge between Xinyuan Tian, a disciple of Jinyao Peak, and Chao Buju, ranked 13th, began. At this moment, a steward responsible for hosting the leaderboard challenges announced the start of the challenge. As his voice fell, Chao Buju launched an attack on Xinyuan Tian. He was not a kind person, regardless of whether you were a newcomer or not. Anyone who dared to oppose him would definitely not end well. Watching his opponent charge at him aggressively, Xinyuan Tian's expression remained very calm. Just a few steps away from Xinyuan Tian, Chao Buju raised his right palm and struck towards Xinyuan Tian's chest. This palm looked incredibly powerful. If it hit, it would at least peel off a layer of skin, if not kill. The many disciples below felt a chill run down their backs. Chao Buju was indeed too ruthless. Chapter 82. Gathering Spirit Tower. On the way back to Jinyao Peak, Xinyuan Tian walked calmly as if nothing had just happened. Ning Haoyu said, Brother Tian, you are too unkind. Your strength is already so strong, and you didn't even tell us, making us worry for nothing. Yeah, Brother Tian, we were so worried when we saw you on the arena, Su Yun said with lingering fear. Xinyuan Tian said apologetically, It's all my fault. I made everyone worry. He is a genius. We shouldn't be worried. Zioxiu said sarcastically. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She was still the same as before, always saying something to ruin the mood. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Xinyuan Tian remained unfazed, happily chatting with Ning Haoyu and Su Yun. Feeling bored, Zioxiu found an excuse to leave. In any case, Brother Tian, congratulations on making it onto the leaderboard. Ning Haoyu site. Everyone congratulated Xinyuan Tian. Thank you all. Xinyuan Tian replied courteously. Everyone arrived at Jinyao Peak, and Ning Haoyu and the others gradually left. The battle with Chao Buju made Xianyuan Tian famous in the Outer Sect. Chapter 83. Outer Sect Grand Competition. Thus, Xianyuan Tian successfully spent 9 days of cultivation time in the Gathering Spirit Tower. His cultivation level continued to rise, and finally, on the 9th day, he successfully broke through to the mid-level of the Great Martial Master. Xianyuan Tian opened his eyes, feeling the increased power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, he could only cultivate on the first floor of the Gathering Spirit Tower for 9 days each month. Taking back his identity token, Xianyuan Tian reluctantly left the Gathering Spirit Tower. On the way back to Jinyao Peak, he passed by the mission hall again. The square ahead was still bustling, with a crowd gathered around the arena, gasping in amazement. It turned out that a disciple was challenging the leaderboard again today. The two people standing on the arena were both male disciples, one of whom was Wang Tianba, who had made a big impression during the entrance test. At this moment, he exuded a powerful aura, looking down at his opponent. Mid-level Great Martial Master. Xianyuan Tian immediately saw through his opponent's cultivation level. No wonder he has an 80 talent. This cultivation speed is not slow. Although it has been less than a month since this group of disciples joined the Qinyan sect, most of the new disciples in this cohort have good talent, and many should be able to break through a small realm in such a short time. Chapter 84. The Cunning Yin-Yang. The 20 arenas were empty, and for a moment, no one stepped up voluntarily. Since no one is going up, let me Wang Tianba warm up the stage. Wang Tianba laughed wildly as he stepped onto one of the arenas, looking down at the many outer sect disciples below and said, "Don't waste time. Who will come up to fight me?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence below and no one responded. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Wang Tianba was a bit annoyed. Fortunately, other arenas soon had people stepping up, shifting the attention. The defenders of the other arenas were all experts on the leaderboard, but there were very few challengers, making the scene a bit dull. Soon, after a stick of incense's time passed, because no one stepped up to challenge, according to the rules, these 20 disciples automatically advanced to the next stage. The promoted disciples left the arena, and the competition continued. As the competition progressed, most of the experts on the leaderboard took the stage and successfully advanced to the next stage. As the experts on the leaderboard advanced one after another, other disciples also gradually stepped up voluntarily, making the scene lively again. Xianyuan Tian stood calmly at the side, not in a hurry to take the stage. Chapter 85. Chaos. After easily defeating Yin-Yang, no one stepped up to challenge Xianyuan Tian. After all, with his rank as the 14th on the leaderboard, no one was willing to waste a challenge opportunity. After a stick of incense, Xianyuan Tian successfully advanced to the next stage of the competition. He walked down the arena easily and came over to join Ning Haoyu and the others. Except for Ning Haoyu and a few others, everyone else had gone to challenge other arenas, and it seemed that Su Yun was doing quite well. In the 3 months since entering the Qinyan sect, Su Yun had also broken through to the early stage of the Great Martial Master, her strength being considered above average among her peers. As expected, Su Yun successfully won 10 consecutive matches and advanced to the next stage. It wasn't until the sky began to darken that today's arena competition came to an end. On the first day of the competition, hundreds of people successfully advanced, including all the experts on the leaderboard. In the Tianing Kingdom, besides Xianyuan Tian, Xianyuan Yu, and Su Yun, there were also others who advanced. During this time, something that surprised Xianyuan Tian happened. The prince of the Tianyan Kingdom, Yin-Yang, was unexpectedly eliminated and missed the next stage of the competition. It turned out that after being easily defeated by Xianyuan Tian, he chose another arena that was relatively far away from here. Chapter 86. You can't have your eyes on him. Bang! Yishui Xiang fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She pointed at Xianyuan Tian on the stage and said, "You," then fainted. The others on stage were stunned, not knowing what to do for a moment. Attack! The other 4 on the leaderboard were not distracted. They decisively attacked the besieging people. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 showed no mercy, knocking each one out of the arena. Xianyuan Tian did not stop, moving faster than the other 4, knocking opponents off the stage one after another like dumplings. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, only Xianyuan Tian and the other 4 remained on the stage. Below the stage, there were wails of despair, and the scene was spectacular, instantly attracting the attention of those around. The audience on the stage, whether they were disciples of the Qinyan sect or external martial artists, stared in astonishment at the 5 imposing figures on the stage and the eliminated disciples lying on the ground, wailing. Are these really disciples of a major sect? They are indeed extraordinary. The 5 appear to be at the mid-level of Grand Martial Masters, yet they easily defeated opponents nearly 10 times their number. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Chapter 87. Defeated opponents after determining the top 64. The elimination rounds continued. Xian Yuan Tian's opponent was a master ranked 37th on the human rankings, a disciple from the Fire Peak named Jiang Chuan, an ordinary-looking youth. The two climbed onto the stage. Xian Yuan Tian, I admit you are strong. I hope we can have a full-force duel, Jiang Chuan said seriously. All right, the match begins. Blade's Edge, Blood of Fury. The opponent unleashed a powerful sword technique, sweeping towards Xian Yuan Tian. Xian Yuan Tian used the horizontal wind technique to easily block the opponent's blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously. Mountain of blades, sea of fire. Jiang Chuan's treasure blade erupted with a flame 10 feet long, striking down toward Xian Yuan Tian like a bolt of lightning. Xian Yuan Tian's expression remained calm as he held the snow-silver sword, its tip pointing downwards. Just as the flames were about to descend, he executed a diagonal slash, splitting the flames in half. But that wasn't the end. Quick thrust. In an instant, Xian Yuan Tian dashed in front of Jiang Chuan, thrusting the snow-silver sword directly at him. Clang! The opponent reacted quickly, raising his treasure blade to block Xian Yuan Tian's lethal strike. Chapter 88. The situation reverses. Winning against a defeated opponent meant little to Xian Yuan Tian. For him, Chao Buju was merely a small stepping stone on the martial road. The other matches concluded one after another. Unsurprisingly, the 16 advancing to the next round were all ranked in the top 20. Xian Yuan, you had poor luck this time, encountering the 5th-ranked opponent and losing after only a few exchanges. For a newcomer like Xian Yuan Yu, making it into the top 32 was already a commendable achievement. After all, his foundational training was relatively weak, and he was still at a certain disadvantage compared to those veteran disciples. In the round of 16, Xian Yuan Tian's opponent was the 6th-ranked master, named Chu Lan Ruo, a slender girl with a sweet appearance. Her weapon was a slender sword, and her water attribute sword technique was superb, giving off a feeling of gentleness mixed with finesse, making it extremely difficult to handle. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Xian Yuan Tian. He utilized the flying cloud step in conjunction with the whirling wind sword technique, and she could not keep up with Xian Yuan Tian's rapid pace. After more than 20 exchanges, Chu Lan Ruo reluctantly admitted defeat. Chapter 89. The conclusion of the tournament. I said it. Until the match is over, no one can jump to conclusions, right? Han Yu said to Su Konghai with a wink. What? Su Konghai was somewhat taken aback. How could the battle change so suddenly? Soon, Wang Tianba also sensed something was off. He felt the power of the thunderstorm fist gradually weakening, so he increased his output of spiritual energy. However, no matter how much spiritual energy he poured in, it was of no use, and he became somewhat flustered. Seeing Wang Tianba's panicked expression, Xian Yuan Tian smiled broadly, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression. You bastard! Are you behind this? Wang Tianba roared. Looking at Xian Yuan Tian's irritating expression, he realized that everything was related to him. So what? What did you do to me? Xian Yuan Tian sneered. Weren't you quite imposing just now? Why are you suddenly not doing well? Wang Tianba was infuriated, but didn't know how to retort. Xian Yuan Tian coldly said, There's no point in dragging this out any longer. Let's end this match. Suddenly, Wang Tianba felt an impact from Xian Yuan Tian's palm that was countless times stronger than before, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Chapter 90. A gift of meeting on the high platform. Han Yu was grinning from ear to ear. He had not expected this disciple to claim first place, which was a delightful surprise for him. The several peak masters beside him looked at Han Yu, who had lost all composure, feeling a bit sour. Especially the sect master Su Konghai, who felt deeply regretful at this moment. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to Han Shidi in front of everyone, and he should have decisively brought Xian Yuan Tian over to the main peak. Now, he had missed out on a good talent. Unintentionally, he noticed Elder Lu, who managed the internal affairs hall, showing a hesitant expression. Su Konghai asked him, Elder Lu, is there something on your mind? Elder Lu stammered, reporting to the sect master. There is actually one more thing I haven't mentioned about Xin Yuan Tian. Su Konghai's face turned stern. Just speak plainly. All the peak masters are here. What can't you say? Elder Liu collected his thoughts and respectfully said, actually, Xin Yuan Tian will only turn 14 next month. What? Su Konghai couldn't help but stand up. He suspected he had misheard. Elder Liu's shocking statement left the sect master and several peak masters dumbfounded. Chapter 91. An army approaches after entering the inner sect. Xin Yuan Tian found that his cultivation was nearly at the bottom among the inner sect disciples. Besides the batch of disciples who had just entered the inner sect, the other inner disciples were mostly at the late stage of Grand Martial Master, with those on the Earth rankings being peak Grand Martial Masters. He felt quite a bit of pressure. He returned to the Spirit Gathering Tower and directly ascended to the second floor. As the first place in the outer sect competition, he earned a month of training in the Spirit Gathering Tower as a reward. The second to the 100th place contestants received rewards of training in the second floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower for 10 to 20 days. Training on the second floor for a month was equivalent to 3 months of training outside. The second floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower also had 100 training rooms. Xin Yuan Tian casually selected a training room, inserted his identity token, and the stone door of the training room closed automatically, activating the Spirit Gathering Array. Dense spiritual energy filled the entire training room. Xin Yuan Tian sat cross-legged, operating the yin-yang transformation technique as the spiritual energy rapidly gathered around him. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Qingyan sect, in the kingdom of Tianning, there was a medium-sized city on the northwestern border, with endless plains stretching beyond the city. Chapter 92. Ambushed on the road? No, you all stay here obediently. I can go back alone. Xin Yuan Tian decisively refused them. Why can you go back, but we can't? We are also citizens of Tianning, Xiao Shiyu said angrily, looking at Xin Yuan Tian. Not to mention your weak strength. Tianning is over 100,000 miles away from here. Tell me, how do you plan to get back? Xin Yuan Tian questioned. This. Xiao Shiyu was left speechless by his question. The others fell silent as well. They knew very well that with their strength, they could not safely return to the kingdom of Tianning. Even if they were lucky enough to make it back to Tianning, it would probably have already been conquered by the kingdom of Tianyun, and they wouldn't be able to help. And what about you? Can you go back? Can you resolve the crisis in Tianning? Xiao Shiyu threw out several questions in quick succession, staring intently at Xin Yuan Tian, looking at her stubborn eyes. Xin Yuan Tian's heart suddenly softened, and he stopped speaking harshly to her. He said lightly, I have my own methods. You don't need to ask further. Before Xiao Shiyu could respond, he continued, you all stay here obediently. You cannot leave Qingyan sect until I return. Chapter 93. 8,000 miles of reinforcement clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted as a middle-aged man dressed in a deep black long robe leaped down from a large tree. The middle-aged man exclaimed, as expected of the first place in the Qingyun sect outer door competition, a truly talented disciple. Xin Yuan Tian looked at him expressionlessly. The middle-aged man continued to speak to himself. At first, the family head asked me to deal with a mere mid-level great martial master. I thought it was a bit of an overreaction. Now it seems the family head is quite wise. He secretly felt relieved that the family head insisted on him coming along to handle the aftermath. Otherwise, he would have left his family with a terrible enemy and endless troubles. Put away that expression. I've checked. Besides the two of us, there's no one else nearby. I advise you not to struggle in vain. The middle-aged man said confidently. Is that so? My view is different from yours. I believe the one who will die today is you, Xin Yuan Tian said with a light smile. His expression and tone showed no signs of fear. The middle-aged man noticed that Xin Yuan Tian's gaze toward him resembled the look he had each time he killed someone. Chapter 94. The army of spirit beasts, the wind god eagle flew at high speed, quickly reaching Tianduan city. This time, Xin Yuan Tian did not let the wind god eagle stop outside the city, but flew directly into Tianduan city, hovering above Xin Yuan mansion. When a massive wind god eagle entered Tianduan city, panic spread throughout the city. Many people hid inside their homes, while others fled in a panic outside the city. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the wind god eagle, the powerful figures of various factions in the city were at a loss. Soon they realized that the wind god eagle did not attack the civilians or destroy anything in the city, but landed within Xin Yuan mansion. They breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with confusion. Many gathered the courage to observe from a distance near Xianyuan Mansion. At the moment, the wind god Eagle appeared above Xianyuan Mansion. The elder in the library of Xianyuan Mansion had a glint of ferocity in his eyes, ready to act. However, he quickly stopped. Looking at Xianyuan Tian on the back of the wind god Eagle, the elder was astonished. It's actually that kid Xianyuan Tian. Impressive. He even tamed a peak 5th-tier spirit beast as a mount. That's good. Grow up quickly, young master. We can't wait any longer. I hope you won't disappoint us. The elder looked expectantly toward the direction of the training ground. Chapter 95. Who dares to touch my grandfather? The army of spirit beasts flew out of the Tian Duan Mountains, and their terrifying momentum scared the lower-tier spirit beasts below into trembling. Martial artists who were adventuring in the Tian Duan Mountains fled in fear from this massive formation, rushing toward Tian Duan City, thinking a beast tide was coming. After leaving the Tian Duan Mountains, the army of spirit beasts flew over Fengyang City, heading toward the royal capital. When they passed over Fengyang City, it also caused a wave of panic and suspicion. Xianyuan Tian looked back at the army of spirit beasts. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. With this army of spirit beasts, no matter what kind of formation the kingdom of Tianyun sent out, he no longer needed to worry. Now the most important thing was to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. For him, the safety of his grandfather and clan members was the top priority. Thinking of this, he felt a bit anxious. The lower-tier spirit beasts were still flying a bit slowly. In fact, he could easily store the army of spirit beasts in the Linglong Tower and have the wind god Eagle fly at full speed, reaching the battlefield within a day. But doing so would expose the existence of the Linglong Tower, which he did not want to see. The existence of the Linglong Tower was his greatest secret. Chapter 96. Complete Annihilation. Xianyuan Tian smiled and said, "Grandfather, it's me." Before Xianyuan Qijuan could say anything further, Xianyuan Tian spoke, "Grandfather, I'll handle the immediate situation first. I'll explain the rest to you later. King Fengyang, please have the soldiers of Tianning retreat to avoid injuring our own people." Xianyuan Tian turned to the still hovering King Fengyang and said. King Fengyang clearly saw the scene of rushing to save his grandfather and felt very grateful. At least the other party did not abandon his grandfather because of that so-called rule. Otherwise, the situation would have been different. King Fengyang took a moment to collect himself before loudly commanding, "All soldiers, follow orders and immediately retreat to Feihong City without any mistakes." His voice echoed through every corner of the battlefield. All soldiers of the kingdom of Tianning, whether they were martial spirit experts or ordinary soldiers, turned around and ran back as soon as they heard King Fengyang's order. Although there were many people, the scene looked completely organized. The military discipline of those soldiers was evident. On the enemy's side, however, the situation was quite different. Chapter 97. Invading the capital of Tian, Yun, seeing that there was nothing left for him here, he turned to Xianyuan Qijuan and said, "Grandfather, I have something to handle. I'll be back soon. You wait in the city." Xianyuan Qijuan curiously asked, "Xiao Tian, where are you going?" "The kingdom of Tian Yin no longer needs to exist," Xianyuan Tian said flatly, having sentenced the fate of the kingdom of Tian Yun to death. This, Xianyuan Qijuan was a bit surprised. "You want to go to the kingdom of Tian Yin?" "That's right. They want to destroy Tianning, so I'll take them out first to eliminate future troubles." This was something Xianyuan Tian had decided from the beginning. Only by completely destroying the kingdom of Tian Yun could he avoid all troubles and also deter the surrounding kingdoms. He didn't want to waste his energy and cultivation time running back and forth because of a small kingdom. Xianyuan Tian's words shocked many powerful figures present. The opponent actually plans to destroy a kingdom that has existed for thousands of years, which would have been unimaginable in the past. Moreover, the opponent speaks lightly and appears calm, as if annihilating a kingdom is as simple as drinking water or eating. Chapter 98. The Fall of Tianyun, returning with full loads. As this terrifying thought emerged, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If that's the case, the consequences are unimaginable. Thinking of this, they looked at the 9 massive and imposing 5th-tier peak spirit beasts across from them, as well as the army of spirit beasts behind them. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the lake. One person quietly whispered in the ear of King Yunli of Tianyun, "Your Majesty, the situation is not good. We should retreat first. The current situation is clear to anyone with eyes. Even if all the strong ones from Tianyun were mobilized, they could not stop the enemy, let alone drive them back." The best option at the moment is to take the opportunity to retreat and seek a chance to rise again. There is no other way. He did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Unfortunately, Yunli was unmoved. He looked at Xianyuan Tian with red eyes and said slowly, "Who exactly are you?" "He. It seems you have a poor memory, noble one. Hasn't your precious son, Yunyang, told you about me?" Xianyuan Tian mocked. "What?" Yunli was somewhat confused. As if realizing something, he exclaimed loudly, "You are the one who won first place in the outer sect competition of Qingyan sect and was accepted as a personal disciple by the master Jinyufeng, Xianyuan Tian?" Chapter 99, White-Haired. Several hours later, the army of spirit beasts led by Xianyuan Tian returned to the Tian Duan mountain range. Except for a few fifth-tier peak spirit beasts that had already signed contracts, the other spirit beasts were released back into the Tian Duan mountain range. When leaving the Tian Duan mountain range, Xianyuan Tian made a decision. He would no longer hunt spirit beasts inside the Tian Duan mountain range unless the spirit beasts actively attacked him or his family. The world is vast. It is not just the Tian Duan mountain range that has spirit beasts. Furthermore, this trip to the Tianyun kingdom had filled his pockets, so he temporarily did not need to worry about cultivation resources. After that, Xianyuan Tian left the Tian Duan mountain range with Xianyuan Qijuan and others, returning to the Xianyuan mansion. Upon their return, Xianyuan Qijuan immediately convened an emergency family meeting. Their return reassured the clansmen of the Xianyuan mansion and stabilized the morale of the army. That day, news of Tianning Kingdom's victory over Tianyun Kingdom spread throughout Tianning Kingdom. The entire Tianning Kingdom fell into a frenzy of celebration, with many places citizens taking to the streets to celebrate the victory of the war. That evening, in the royal palace of Tianning Kingdom, in a grand hall, there was singing and dancing. The king and a group of ministers celebrated the victory of the war. Chapter 100, Special Physique. Young Master, Miss Qingli's condition is related to the power within her body, the Linglong Tower spirit replied. The power within her body? The Linglong Tower spirit continued. Yes, for some reason. This power gives me a familiar feeling, but I can't recall it. However, it is certain that this power should be related to Miss Qingli's talent, meaning she possesses a special constitution. Once she breaks through to the martial master realm, this power will help awaken her constitution. So that's how it is. Xianyuan Tian realized and asked, what needs to be done? Generally, for those with special constitutions, awakening their physique would require a large amount of spiritual energy and would create significant disturbances. So a place rich in spiritual energy and free from disturbances must be found. I understand, Xianyuan Tian nodded. Xianyuan Tian patted his sister's head and said, how about this? Brother will take you out to play. Really? Where to play? Xianyuan Qingli's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Xianyuan Tian expectantly. Xianyuan Tian nodded and said, let's go to Tian Duan mountain range to play. How's that sound? Do you like it? Xianyuan Qingli nodded seriously. Chapter 101, Awakening Celestial Spirit Body. The momentum grew stronger, and the spiritual energy around the two became denser. This was the heaven-defying secret method of the yin-yang creation technique, allowing Xianyuan Tian to grant the same cultivation effects to the other party. Of course, there were two very important prerequisites. One was that they must trust each other without reservation, and the other was that the other party must possess a strong physique. Otherwise, their body could not withstand the pressure of refining a large amount of spiritual power. According to the Linglong Tower Spirit's estimation, Xianyuan Qingli possessed a powerful special physique, and she needed a large amount of spiritual power to break through. Thus, Xianyuan Tian chose this method. Soon, Xianyuan Tian discovered that his sister's dantian was like a bottomless pit. The surrounding spiritual energy could not fill her dantian. Gradually, the speed at which the spiritual energy gathered began to lag behind Xianyuan Qingli's absorption speed. A flash of light appeared from the storage ring on Xianyuan Tian's hand, and a pile of low-grade spirit stones appeared before them. This pile of low-grade spirit stones numbered at least in the tens of thousands. At the moment they appeared, Xianyuan Qingli's absorption drew them in, and instantly, thousands of low-grade spirit stones shattered into powder, releasing a large amount of spiritual energy which was absorbed by Xianyuan Qingli. Unfortunately, it was just a drop in the bucket. The spiritual energy produced by 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was far from solving the problem. Chapter 102, Xianbing Palace, Bingli. In Tian Duan City, inside the Xianyuan Mansion's library, The old man was deep in thought as he looked in the direction of the Tian-Duan mountain range. The fleeting white light beam, though its fluctuation was very weak, was still captured by him. What exactly was that white light beam? He was somewhat puzzled. At that moment, he saw the gap above the Tian-Duan mountain range. The spatial gate, a martial saint strongman. The old man could not help but exclaim, his body trembling slightly. Why would a martial saint strongman appear in a place like this? Seemingly recalling something, the old man calmed down, concealed his aura, and quietly entered a secret chamber, activating the formation within the chamber. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should not be a member of that force. The old man reassured himself in his heart. The aura emanating from that martial saint strongman was cold, not dark and evil. However, being cautious is never a mistake. It is better to be careful. Above the Tian-Duan mountain range, a white figure walked out from the gap. It was a noble middle-aged woman, dressed in pure white attire, exuding a chilling aura and appearing unapproachable. Looking at the middle-aged woman, the siblings were both very nervous. Chapter 103, Identity Exposed. Is this the 5 great divine beasts? Bingley could not help but exclaim, her expression one of shock. She did not understand why the 5 great divine beasts would appear in a place like this. At the same time, she looked at the young man in front of her with suspicion, wondering what his connection to the 5 great divine beasts was. Even in Zhongzhou, encountering a single divine beast was nearly impossible. At this moment, to see all 5 divine beasts in such a spiritually barren place was simply unbelievable. Who exactly is this young man? She found it hard to make a decision. Kid, tell me, who exactly are you, and why have the 5 divine beasts appeared here? Bingley asked coldly. Who I am is none of your business, Xianyuan Tian sneered. You'd better leave here, if you scare my sister again. Don't blame me for being rude. He wouldn't show any good face to someone who thought too highly of themselves, disregarding his life, and even targeting his sister. You? Bingley was speechless. She merely wanted to avoid complications, but she didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. With a light sigh, she said, forget it. I'll let it go, since you're her brother. Chapter 104. A warning upfront faced with the overwhelming aura released by the 5 powerful individuals. Bingley felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. She felt like a leaf floating in mid-air, ready to be torn to shreds by the raging wind. Sanios E. Bingley did not know the true identity of His Majesty and have offended him. It is my fault. I hope the seniors will forgive me. Bingley exerted all her strength to withstand their pressure, beads of sweat falling from her forehead. However, she was well aware that the seniors had been holding back. Otherwise, if they truly wanted to make a move against her, she wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. Just as it seemed she could no longer hold on, the 5 finally withdrew their aura. Bingley felt her body relax, and her heart eased considerably. Whether to forgive you or not is not up to us. It is up to His Majesty. You should go and seek His Majesty's forgiveness. A.O. Bing said bluntly. The other 4 looked at her with the same indifference. Bingley's expression was somewhat complex. She dared not hesitate and stepped in front of Xianyuan Tian. Bowing her head, Bingley pays respects to His Majesty, the human emperor. I did not know your Majesty's identity before. Please forgive me for my offense. She lowered her posture significantly. Chapter 105. Settling old scores. The departure of his sister had a significant impact on Xianyuan Tian. That afternoon, still in that place, he adjusted his mindset and entered a state of cultivation. Xianyuan Tian took out a large number of low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, placing his hand on the pile of spirit stones, and began to operate the 3rd layer of the yin-yang creation technique. At that moment, all the spirit stones instantly shattered, and the massive spiritual energy surged towards Xianyuan Tian's body. Within a few breaths, the surrounding spiritual energy was completely absorbed, and he felt a hunger in his dantian again. Xianyuan Tian waved his hand repeatedly, and piles of low-grade spirit stones appeared before him. After using up tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, the fluctuations in Xianyuan Tian became increasingly powerful and unstable, feeling as if it would break through his body. With a loud boom, a powerful aura erupted from Xianyuan Tian, successfully breaking through to the late stage of the Grand Martial Master. This time, Xianyuan Tian felt much calmer, without the joy that typically accompanied a breakthrough. It was time to go back. He glanced faintly at the place where the spatial gate had appeared before standing up to leave. Before nightfall, Xianyuan Tian returned to his residence. Chapter 106. Now you know fear? In a small village on the outskirts of Fengyang City, at a dilapidated courtyard. Over 20 masked, black-clad individuals gathered together, discussing matters. "What are everyone's thoughts on the recently concluded war between the two countries?" said the leader, a black-clad person wearing an evil ghost mask. "Captain, ever since the war broke out, our business has decreased significantly. If this continues, we'll be left with nothing. Why not leave here and go to another branch?" said one of the individuals below. "Yes, Captain," the others agreed. "Since everyone agrees, let's handle our current affairs quickly and set off," said the masked person. "How many tasks do we still have pending?" A black-clad individual at the left responded, "Currently, there's only one task left unfinished. A commission from months ago." What is it? How could it remain uncompleted for months?" the masked person asked, his tone unfriendly. The person calmly replied, "It's a task commissioned by Zhang Su, the fifth elder of the Zhang family from Tianwan City, to kill Xianyuan Tian. The two groups of assassins we sent were both killed, and the commissioner is also dead." Chapter 107. Furious, the salesperson placed a long wooden box in front of Xianyuan Tian, inside which was a large bow. The bow was about 5 feet long, adorned with patterns of flames, with golden ends and a silver bowstring. It looked exquisite, the kind that anyone would admire at first sight. "Young master, this large bow is called the Golden Flame Bow, a top-grade treasure with immense power. With your mid-stage Grand Martial Master cultivation, if paired with top-grade arrows, you could even kill a peak third-tier spirit beast," the salesperson said. As he spoke, the salesperson took out a long wooden box containing 10 arrows, which had the same flame patterns as the Golden Flame Bow. "Oh!" Xianyuan Tian's eyes lit up at the salesperson's words. "Don't you have arrows of top-grade treasure quality here?" "Due to the limitations of the materials used in crafting, we only have arrows of top-grade quality," the salesperson replied. "That's a bit unfortunate. However, I'm not particularly greedy. The power of the bow and arrows already exceeds my expectations. I'll buy it. How much does it cost?" Chapter 108. No hidden meanings walking ahead on the street. Xianyuan Tian seemed to sense something, a half-smile appearing on his face as he continued forward. Without stopping elsewhere, he quickly exited Qingyun City. Yishui Xiang and her two subordinates followed suit. One of her subordinates hesitantly said, "Miss, the family head ordered us not to let you leave the city." "What? You listen to my father's words, but not mine? Do you believe I'll report you to Grandpa?" Yishui Xiang said, hands on her hips, her tone displeased. The two subordinates immediately fell silent. This young lady was the apple of the eye of the Yi family head, and there was an even more doting former family head above her, so they didn't dare cross her. Seeing that they no longer tried to persuade her, she continued, "You two are really foolish. Isn't it better outside the city? If I kill him, those treasures and spirit stones will be mine. If you perform well, I'll reward you." Hearing her words, the eyes of the two brightened. Right, they couldn't kill inside the city, but outside there are no such worries. Just now, the young lady said that he was just a country bumpkin from a secular kingdom, with their peak Grand Martial Master cultivation. Killing a mid-stage Grand Martial Master would be a piece of cake. Chapter 109. A dark night for killing a robust figure appeared before the two, who was none other than Yishui Xiang's father, Yi Zhenghan, the clan head of the Yi family in Qingyun City, with mid-stage martial king cultivation. Looking at his daughter, who looked wronged and tearful, Yi Zhenghan felt a pang of heartache, while a raging anger burned within him, releasing a murderous aura without restraint. He glared at Xianyuan Tian with anger and said, "I'm here. This is the 100 million low-grade spirit stones you wanted." Yi Zhenghan casually threw a storage ring at Xianyuan Tian's feet. Xianyuan Tian stood still, calmly looking at him. Yi Zhenghan sneered, "Rest assured, as the patriarch of the Yi family, I wouldn't stoop to playing tricks on a child like you." Xianyuan Tian picked up the ring and glanced inside, seeing boxes of low-grade spirit stones, then casually stored the ring away. It seemed that Patriarch Yi truly cared for his daughter. 100 million low-grade spirit stones were offered without hesitation. Indeed impressive. Xianyuan Tian smiled and said, "In that case, you should hurry up and release my daughter." As Yi Zhenghan spoke, he was about to step forward. Xianyuan Tian raised his hand, and a dagger appeared in his grip, pressing it against Yishui Xiang's neck. Chapter 110. A whistleblower only a few miles from the Qingyun sect's mountain gate. In a small cave, Xianyuan Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, sorting through the spoils he had just obtained. After killing the 3 members of the Yi family, Xianyuan Tian sensed several powerful auras approaching, so he had to flee without dealing with the corpses. At this moment, he was very excitedly looking at a piece of a broken map in his hand. which he found in each Qianhong's storage ring. It was as if he had fallen asleep and someone had delivered a pillow right to him. Xin Yuan Tian took out the other 3 pieces of the broken map, and when the 4 pieces were combined, they formed a complete map. The Qingfeng secret realm? The map was complete, but the terrain depicted was unfamiliar to him, and he could only discern the 4 characters Qingfeng secret realm. Forget it. At least he knew this was a map within a secret realm. When the time came, he could check it out in the sect's library. Xin Yuan Tian put the map away. Aside from a piece of a broken map, the most valuable items in Yijinghan and each Qianhong storage rings were some spirit stones. Everything else was useless. It was a pity that the important items were likely left in the Yi family's treasury. After a rough count, combined with the spirit stones he obtained from the Tianyuan Palace treasury, Xin Yuan Tian now had about 2 million mid-grade spirit stones and around 500 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 111. Bad news travels fast. What about Ning Haofei? Brother Tian, don't worry, although my second brother has conflict with us. He usually considers the bigger picture and won't do anything to harm the Tian-Ning kingdom, Ning Haoyu quickly explained. Although he had competed with Ning Haofei for the throne for many years, he was now established as the crown prince, and Ning Haofei had stopped opposing him. If possible, he also did not wish for him and Xin Yuan Tian to end up in a confrontational situation. Ning, don't worry, as long as he doesn't make any irrational moves. Considering your face, I can overlook it, Xin Yuan Tian said. Then thank you, Brother Tian. I will go persuade him. Ning Haoyu knew very well that if his second brother insisted on opposing Xin Yuan Tian, the only outcome would be death. After Ning Haoyu left, only Xin Yuan Tian remained in the courtyard. He activated the courtyard's formation and released the 5 little ones, including Xiao Budian. You guys can play in the courtyard, but don't make too much noise. Finally out to catch some fresh air. They had also been cooped up and were now very excited to move around. Xin Yuan Tian shook his head with a smile and went alone into the training room to continue his endless cultivation. Chapter 112. Qingfeng Secret Realm. The second matter is about the Qingfeng Secret Realm. Qingfeng Secret Realm? Xin Yuan Tian's expression changed. Could it be the place recorded on that map? If so, that would be too coincidental, simply an opportunity delivered to his door. Indeed, at the junction of the eastern, southern, and central parts of the Cloud region, there is a vast canyon called Qingfeng Canyon, which is why the secret realm is named Qingfeng Secret Realm, Hanyu explained. This secret realm is jointly controlled by the 7 major sects of the Cloud region and opens once every 10 years. Each sect sends a large number of disciples into the secret realm to seek opportunities. I hadn't planned to tell you about it, but your performance exceeded my expectations. You're now qualified to participate. Hanyu took out a green jade pendant and handed it to Xin Yuan Tian. Thank you, Master. Xin Yuan Tian accepted the jade pendant and turned to leave the main hall. Back in his courtyard, Xin Yuan Tian eagerly took out the jade pendant and browsed through the information recorded within. According to the records, the Qingfeng Secret Realm was originally the residence of 6th grade sect, but for unknown reasons, that sect was exterminated, leading to the formation of this secret realm, which the 7 major sects only discovered in recent centuries. Chapter 113. Gathering at Qingfeng Canyon. After Su Konghai finished speaking, he and many senior officials entered the cabin, while the disciples remained outside. 1,000 inner disciples, some sitting and some standing, were either alone or in groups. Among these disciples, the vast majority had been in the inner sect for over 2 years, with only a few dozen entering the inner sect alongside Xin Yuan Tian, including Xin Yuanyu, Wang Tianba, and Bai Dantong, who were among the top 20 in the outer sect competition. Xin Yuan Tian sends 2 scrutinizing gazes and looked up to find it was Yi Shu Wen and Wang Tianba, both looking at him unfavorably. Xin Yuan Tian didn't want to spare them a glance. If they sought trouble, he wouldn't show mercy. The notion of not harming fellow sect members did not apply to him. Junior brother, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. It's truly impressive. At this moment, Chang Hao appeared beside Xin Yuan Tian, accompanied by Xiao Yunming, who had previously traveled to the Tianning kingdom with him. Greetings, senior brother Chang and senior sister Xiao. Xin Yuan Tian cupped his hands and said, "You're too kind, senior brother. What you said is heartfelt. When we enter the secret realm, I may still need your help." Chang Hao said directly. Chapter 114. The secret realm opens. The first kill. Looking around, Xin Yuan Tian noticed that most of the participants in this trial were at the peak of the Grand Martial Master stage, with only a few at the late stages. Among them, The disciples of the 6th grade sect Tianlan sect were all at the peak of the Grand Martial Master stage, making their overall strength the strongest. Including Qingyun sect, the small group of disciples standing at the forefront of each major sect emitted the strongest auras, significantly more powerful than other Grand Martial Masters at the same peak level. Stepping out of Qingyun's sect, the things he saw were different. Indeed, the farther he went, the more he saw, and his perspective broadened. Changhao spoke gravely to Xianyuan Tian, junior brother. Those standing at the very front are the top 10 or 20 disciples from each major sect, incredibly strong. You must be careful if you encounter them in the secret realm. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will be cautious, Xianyuan Tian nodded, though what he truly thought remained unknown. Xianyuan Tian took note of the appearances of the leading figures from the other 6 major sects. If nothing unexpected happened, they were the strongest disciples from their respective sects on this trip, although he was not afraid of them. Anyone who could become the chief inner disciple of their sect was undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent, and they must have some hidden trump cards that he needed to guard against. Chapter 115. Quite resolute if you turn around and leave now, I'll spare your life. Xianyuan Tian looked at the other party with a calm expression. Really? I want to see how a mere late-stage Grand Martial Master like you can spare my life. The young man laughed angrily at Xianyuan Tian's words. If the opponent was a well-known expert from the Qingyun sect, he could accept it, but being looked down upon by an unknown person weaker than himself was unacceptable. He was the 81st ranked inner disciple of the Tianhai Gate, a figure who could hold his head high and walk sideways within the sect. Well, had he ever suffered such humiliation? I didn't want to kill anyone, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. The young man sneered, and with a swoosh, he flew down from the big tree, a large knife appearing in his hand. This was a low-grade treasure weapon, with the blade radiating a golden light, indicating that the opponent was a metal element martial artist. His eyes were cold, and he struck decisively, appearing beside Xianyuan Tian in the blink of an eye, slashing towards his neck. Remember, the one who will kill you is Shao Qi from Tianhai Gate. Clang! Xianyuan Tian raised his golden sword, blocking the opponent's treasure knife effortlessly. Looking very relaxed as he calmly stared at the Tianhai Gate disciple Shao Qi. Chapter 116. Then let us fight TSK. That female disciple from Qingyun's sect doesn't look bad, does she? The onlookers couldn't help but comment and jeer at Xiao Yunmeng. You gotta just kill those few men. Leave the girl, and don't hurt her face. Alright, let's have some fun with her. The Tianluo sect disciples surrounding Xiao Yunmeng teased. Hey girl, how about this? As long as you surrender and join our Tianluo sect, we'll spare your life. What do you say? You are despicable, shameless scoundrels. Even if I die, I will never submit to you. Xiao Yunmeng scolded in despair and fury. Oh, things are getting serious. The beauty is angry. What should we do? One of them laughed at another. What else can we do? Of course, we'll have some fun with her. The other agreed. The two of them attacked Xiao Yunmeng, though they didn't use lethal force. However, given her limited strength, it was extremely difficult for her to cope. If they had not held back, she would have already perished. The battle continued for a short while, and the other Qingyun sect disciples were all killed, leaving only Changhao, Xianyuan Yu, and Xiao Yunmeng struggling to hold on. Chapter 117. Ruthless Blood Sword Whoosh. At that moment, 2 golden sword lights flashed past the necks of Song Yongshun and Zhou Exine. Gurgle gurgle. The two wanted to say something, but they couldn't utter a word before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Their treasure weapons fell to the ground, and the raging spiritual energy calmed down. Yin Gao and Wang Kong looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, breathing heavily. Are you two all right? Xianyuan Tian approached them, looking concerned. We're fine, they replied, still shaken. Thank you, junior brother, for saving us. You two are being polite. I should thank you both for saving my cousin and for Changhao's life. Xianyuan Tian cupped his hands, speaking sincerely. Junior brother is too polite. We are all fellow disciples and should help each other. Wang Kong waved his hand. This junior brother seemed very strong and was so humble, which left a very good impression on the two. The others learned of Xianyuan Tian's identity from Changhao and were all very surprised. They didn't expect him to be the newcomer with high popularity in the sect recently. So it's you, junior brother. I hadn't seen you in the sect before, but your name is well known. Yin Gao exclaimed. Chapter 118. Escaped he? No one has ever escaped from me. Blood Wuhua sneered disdainfully. With a swoosh, He appeared behind a disciple from the Jing Tian sect and slashed his sword across the opponent's neck, instantly taking his life. The disciples from the Jing Tian sect in front were so scared that they lost control and fled in a panic. At this moment, they wished they could grow a few more legs. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Blood Wu Hua. The title of the Ruthless Blood Sword was not for nothing. One life after another was easily reaped by him, and his sword was already stained with a lot of blood. On the other side, Xinyuan Tian remained unmoved by Blood Wu Hua's sudden appearance and actions. He walked over to the Xianling fruit and prepared to pick the 5 Xianling fruits. At this moment, Blood Wu Hua had killed all the disciples from the Jing Tian sect and the Qi Hong sect present, and was about to continue chasing the fleeing disciples from the Qingyun sect and Bai West sect, heading to the other side of the valley. But he found someone was actually taking advantage of the situation to pick the Xianling fruits, wanting to reap the benefits. A blood light flashed in Blood Wu Hua's eyes. With a wave of his sword, 2 blood-colored sword lights shot out, one flying towards Xinyuan Tian and the other towards the fleeing Qingyun sect disciples. Chapter 119. Innate divine ability. At this moment, the little one appeared beside him, wrapped in a faint layer of colorful energy. "Boss, do you want to catch him?" The little one said. "He is my opponent. I will handle him myself." Xinyuan Tian patted its little head and smiled. "Where are the Xianling fruits?" The little one understood, opened its mouth, and 5 Xianling fruits floated out, not a single one missing. Xinyuan Tian's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he watched this scene. "Little one, how did you eat the Xianling fruits and then spit them out?" He had been wondering where the little one had put the Xianling fruits just now, and now it looked fine, but it felt strange. "Boss, you misunderstood. The Xianling fruits are stored in my internal space, not swallowed into my stomach," the little one explained. "Internal space?" Xinyuan Tian looked puzzled. "Our 5 divine beast clan, from the moment we are born, create an internal space where we can store anything, including living creatures. As we continue to advance, the space will grow larger. So that's how it is." He immediately understood and looked at the little one with some envy. Chapter 120. Secret Method. Xinyuan Tian followed the little one through the Great Formation and continued forward in the mist. After an unknown amount of time, they finally emerged from the fog, feeling a sense of clarity. Before him was a vast expanse of ruined buildings, broken tiles, and crumbling walls. Xinyuan Tian could sense the breath of time. He felt a bit emotional. A powerful 6th-rank sect had thus vanished in the long river of history. Would the Xinyuan mansion behind him also have a day of disappearance like this? No, it won't, as long as I'm strong enough. The Xinyuan mansion can remain powerful and continue to exist. Xinyuan Tian shook his head, his eyes very determined. He glanced around and found that this area was vast. With just himself, he estimated that it would take at least half a month to explore the entire region. Forget it, one step at a time. As if he thought of something, he released Xiao Jin, Xiao Ke, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Wu. "Wow, boss, where is this?" Xiao Ke exclaimed as he looked at the surrounding buildings. "We are currently in a secret realm. This is the ruins of a 6th-grade sect," Xiao Budian explained voluntarily. "So that's how it is." Xinyuan Tian smiled maliciously and said, "What do you think their expressions would be if they worked hard to break the Great Formation, only to find nothing inside?" Chapter 121. I will never treat you unfairly. Before him were various types of spiritual herbs and plants, so many that he couldn't count them, making Xinyuan Tian feel a bit dizzy. Even someone as steady as him usually was unable to contain his excitement at this moment, his heart racing and his eyes sparkling. Almost drooling, he cautiously walked towards the center of the herb garden, where the spiritual energy and the fragrance of the herbs were most intense. The 5 little creatures were already so excited that they were running around everywhere, as if they had found fun toys. "This is a nourishing herb, and this is a jade flower." Xinyuan Tian discovered that the further he went towards the center of the herb garden, the higher the quality of the spiritual herbs became. The outermost were all low-level yellow-grade spiritual herbs. Then there were mid-level yellow-grade and high-level yellow-grade. In less than a moment, he arrived at the center of the herb garden, where a separate area had been designated, and the spiritual energy had become so dense that it was almost ready to turn into spiritual liquid. Xinyuan Tian stepped inside, and the rich spiritual energy rushed towards him, making him feel incredibly comfortable. After walking around inside, he discovered that all the herbs planted here were of the earth grade, with a quantity reaching over 100. Heavens! These are earth grade spiritual herbs. Usually it's incredibly difficult to even see one, and at this moment, I'm actually standing among over 100 Earth-grade spiritual herbs. Chapter 122. The Universe Inside the Cave. Xianyuan Tian held the map, walking while carefully comparing the terrain. Soon, he arrived at the end of the valley, where there was a large cave. Looking at the pitch-black cave, Xianyuan Tian hesitated at first, but thinking that there might be great opportunities inside, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. On the martial path, if he wanted to go further, he couldn't afford to be timid. He put Xiao Ke and the others into the Linglong Tower, leaving only Xiao Budian to accompany him into the cave. Suddenly, a layer of flames ignited on Xiao Budian, instantly illuminating the cave. Xianyuan Tian followed Xiao Budian, carefully moving forward. The cave corridor was long, and they walked for a long time without reaching the end. After a quarter of an hour, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Xianyuan Tian quickened his pace and finally exited the cave corridor. This was an open area with another cave entrance on the opposite side, and there were stone doors on either side of the entrance. Xianyuan Tian had no doubts and continued walking towards the cave entrance across from him. Creak! At that moment, the stone door on the right side of the entrance slowly opened. Huh! Xianyuan Tian stopped and stared intently at the stone door on the right. He saw a tall figure fully clad in black armor, holding a treasure sword, stepping out. Chapter 123. All absorbed when Xianyuan Tian walked into the stone door. He was shocked by the scene before him. Heavens! What is this? He saw that there was a pool here, a pool the size of a small lake. To be precise, this pool didn't contain water. It was spiritual liquid, the form that spiritual energy takes when liquefied. Xianyuan Tian's body trembled with excitement. Xiao Budian couldn't help but jump into the spiritual liquid pool and started swimming leisurely. Seeing its extremely enjoyable appearance, Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but laugh. Without favoritism, he released the other 4 little creatures as well. Upon seeing the spiritual liquid pool, the 4 little creatures reacted just like Xiao Budian, jumping into the pool one after another. Xianyuan Tian also stepped into the spiritual liquid pool and immediately felt all the acupoints in his body activate. Even without circulating his cultivation technique, his body automatically absorbed the spiritual energy. It was simply incredible. Suddenly thinking of something, Xianyuan Tian said to the 5 little divine beasts, "Hurry up and absorb this spiritual liquid. Absorb as much as you can, and after finishing your training, take the earth spirit fruit. The effect will be even better." Okay. The 5 little divine beasts spread out and swam off into the distance. Not long after, Xianyuan Tian sensed 5 powerful auras appearing ahead, faintly seeing 5 small whirlpools, with the spiritual liquid in the pool flowing towards the whirlpools. Chapter 124. Gale Sword. Just as Xianyuan Tian was preparing to get up and leave the already dried up pool, he accidentally stepped on something. He quickly withdrew his foot, realizing that there was a panel beneath his foot that had sunk into the ground due to his weight. Creak! A sound of a large door opening echoed behind him. Xianyuan Tian nervously turned around and discovered that a portal outline formed by spiritual energy had appeared on the wall behind him, though he didn't know when it had appeared. Could there be other more precious treasures inside? Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but think. Regardless, he was already here. If he didn't go in, it would be a waste of an excellent opportunity to acquire treasures, which was not his style. Without hesitation, Xianyuan Tian rushed into the portal. After a brief bout of dizziness, Xianyuan Tian arrived in a place resembling a secret chamber. What is this? Xianyuan Tian's pupils constricted. In front of him was a stone bed, upon which lay a blue skeleton draped in tattered clothing, presumably a powerful martial artist in life. The surrounding walls were adorned with many patterns, all depicting 2 swordsmen engaged in combat, with each pattern showing different moves. Xianyuan Tian discovered that connecting all the patterns together formed a complete sword technique. Chapter 125. Leave them some soup. After reading this information, Xianyuan Tian's mood remained unsettled for a long time. He was both shocked by the extraordinary talent of the Gale Sword Emperor and lamented his lonely heroism. Predecessor, rest assured, I Xianyuan Tian vow here to make the Gale Sword technique famous once again in the world. Xianyuan Tian bowed 3 times to the Gale Sword Emperor, expressing his admiration. After that, Xianyuan Tian took the Gale Sword and left the secret chamber, returning once more to the spiritual liquid pool. Linglong, this Gale Sword is a bit strange. It can actually convey emotions. I remember that spiritual weapons should not have spirits, Xianyuan Tian asked. Young master, this Gale Sword is indeed somewhat special. It has developed a spirit due to the long-term nurturing by its master. However, it is still just a fledgling. If higher-grade materials can be found in the future to enhance its quality, there may be a slight chance of nurturing a complete weapon spirit, replied the spirit of the Linglong Tower. Xin Yuan Tian realized, I understand. I hope it can have the opportunity to transform in the future. Although he didn't know much about this aspect, he also understood that for the Gale Sword to reach that level would be no easy feat. Wait a minute. Since the Wind Sword has taken on the form of a spirit, does that mean it could be bonded with blood? Xin Yuan Tian shared this thought with Linglong. Chapter 126. Clamor inside the Grand Hall. Over 100 people were squeezed together, all skilled practitioners from the top ranks of various sections. At this moment, they were staring intently at the stone platform at the front of the hall, their breaths quickening. On the stone platform rested 7 white light shields, each containing a weapon of a different type. A sword, a broadsword, a spear, a golden axe, a silver hammer, a long whip, and a piece of golden armor. Despite being separated by a small barrier, everyone could still feel the powerful aura emanating from them. These were clearly 7 spirit weapons. At that moment, Xin Yuan Tian walked in, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The temptation of spirit weapons was too great, and anyone's appearance would trigger their nerves. There were only 7 spirit weapons, yet over 100 people were here, glaring hungrily, ready to fight for them. They did not want anyone else to share in the spoils, and their sharp gazes were fixed on Xin Yuan Tian. If looks could kill, Xin Yuan Tian would have been riddled with wounds at this moment. Anyone else, under the gaze of so many experts, would probably be terrified. However, Xin Yuan Tian's expression was as calm as water, his eyes level with the crowd, his heart devoid of waves. Chapter 127. Who has any opinions ignoring what others thought? Xin Yuan Tian had already arrived at the stone platform, constantly surveying the 7 spirit weapons. To be honest, if he could, he would certainly want to take all 7 spirit weapons. However, if he really did that, those present might band together and attack him. Of course, with his strength, he could easily kill everyone there. But that would offend several major sects. And there were powerful figures from various sects waiting outside the secret realm for them to come out. He did not want to confront the major sects right now with his weak initial martial spirit strength, especially the 6th grade Bylon sect. As he scanned between the spirit weapons, others were also nervous, fearing that he might choose the weapons they wanted to compete for. In the end, he chose 2. This spirit sword and this spirit armor are mine. The others you could decide among yourselves. Xin Yuan Tian's words carried an undeniable tone. No way. There are so many of us here, and you want to take 2 of them? Isn't that too greedy? Someone immediately objected. I'm not asking for your opinions. I'm just informing you. Whether you agree or not has nothing to do with me, Xin Yuan Tian said lightly, looking at the Tianluo sect disciple who spoke up. And who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Chapter 128. One strike to kill bastard. Stop. Qin Duanrui was somewhat exasperated. The Tianluo sect people were too shameless, attacking one person with over 100. Including him, all the Qingyun sect disciples were momentarily caught off guard. At this moment, Jiang Hongkai and others had already closed in on Xin Yuan Tian. All Qingyun sect disciples, kill that group of Tianluo sect scum. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already rushed out, and the other Qingyun sect disciples quickly understood the situation and rushed forward to rescue Xin Yuan Tian. The disciples from the other 5 major sects watched coldly from a distance, staying away from the battlefield. Xin Yuan Tian's appearance put immense pressure on them. It would be best if he were killed, as it wouldn't affect their sect. Near the Grand Hall, Yishu Wen and Wang Tianba stood still, coldly observing everything with sneers. If anyone in the Qingyun sect wished for Xin Yuan Tian's death, it was them. What a self-righteous guy. Thinking he can offend people just because he has a bit of strength. He deserves to die, Wang Tianba thought smugly. However, he was still quite unhappy because Bai Dantong had also rushed out. As everyone believed Xin Yuan Tian was doomed, he smiled. Yes, he smiled a wild smile. This was the first time he had laughed so crazily. Chapter 129. I'm not just scaring you, is it finally going to come out? Everyone eagerly watched the teleportation portal. What rewards would they receive this time? Surely they could break that protective formation now. As the crowd murmured, the teleportation array finally stabilized. Before long, the first disciple stepped out from the portal. It was a disciple from the Tianhai sect. Following him, more trial disciples emerged from the portal, including those from the Baiwa sect and Qingyun sect. Seeing their fellow sect members appear one after another, the higher-ups let out a sigh of relief. As more disciples emerged, the altar became crowded. Disciples who have regained their strength, leave the altar immediately. An elder from the Tianlan sect commanded. Hearing his words, those on the altar were startled and quickly left, returning to where their respective sect leaders were. So what did you gain inside? Did you break the formation? Before the returning disciples could catch their breath, the higher-ups eagerly inquired about the trial's outcome. At their questioning, most disciples had somewhat awkward expressions, with only a few showing joy. Chapter 130. The Dark Aura. All right, then we shall wait and see, Qi Tian said with a grim face, gritting his teeth. Before leaving, he openly released a strong, killing intent. Xinyuan Tian, right? If you have the ability, stay hidden in the Qingyun sect and don't come out. Huh? Xinyuan Tian responded with some disdain. Isn't it funny how a kid who lost a fight goes to find his parents to demand justice? Xinyuan Tian was not someone to be easily bullied. No matter who you were, anyone could talk tough. Ha, you're absolutely right. I say, old Qi, how come you, the dignified sect master, act like a hoodlum? Su Konghai loudly mocked without restraint. You? Qi Tian was so angry he nearly spat blood, realizing he couldn't win the argument. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He flicked his sleeves, shot Xinyuan Tian a cold glance, snorted, and left with the Tianluo sect members. Kid, well done. You've brought glory to the sect this time. There will definitely be a reward for you when we return. Su Konghai patted Xinyuan Tian's shoulder, laughing heartily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Seeing the sect master so joyfully like a child, the other higher-ups also smiled, especially Xinyuan Tian's master, Han Yu, who felt very gratified. Chapter 131. The taboo of the Jiuzhou continent. Xinyuan Tian learned from some sect records in a library pavilion than the Jiuzhou continent. Martial artists who cultivate dark attributes are considered taboo, and all major sects list dark attribute practitioners as the first to be eliminated. Dark attribute practitioners are like rats crossing the street, universally hated. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, there's almost no place for them to survive. The Qingyun sect's rules also clearly state that if any disciple cultivates dark attributes or colludes with dark attribute practitioners, they will be executed without negotiation. Highlighting the severity of the matter, with a heavy heart, Xinyuan Tian arrived at the main hall of Jinyafeng, where only the master of Jinyafeng, Han Yu, was present. Disciple pays respects to master. Xinyuan Tian bowed. Good disciple, what brings you to me today? Han Yu smiled softly. He could no longer describe his feelings for this disciple with just the word satisfaction. Master, I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. Oh, what are those 2 matters? Let's hear them, Han Yu said with curiosity, as this disciple usually never sought him out. The first matter is that I plan to go out for training. Xinyuan Tian said seriously. Going out for training? Why the sudden decision? Chapter 132. Don't rush us away. Several people looked towards Han Yu in unison. Han Yu shook his head and said, I only learned about it this morning. Su Konghai shot Han Yu a resentful glance, making Han Yu break out in goosebumps. Cough, cough. Su Konghai cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Xinyuan Tian, please recount what happened today in detail. Yes, sect master. Xinyuan Tian respectfully replied, recounting the events he had just shared with Han Yu earlier. After he finished, except for Su Konghai, Han Yu, and the 2 deputy sect masters who already knew the truth, the other peak masters were stunned and stood up in shock. Can you guarantee the truth of what you just said? Yuan Su, the master of the alchemy peak, asked sternly. I dare to guarantee with my own head that what I just said is completely true. Xinyuan Tian's gaze was very firm, unwavering as he looked at all the high-ranking officials present. In fact, he didn't want to guarantee with his own head. In principle, he didn't have deep feelings for the Qingyun sect, but his family and friends were here. The Tianning Kingdom, where the Xinyuan mansion is located, was also a vassal state of the Qingyun sect. If something happened to the Qingyun sect, his family and friends would be implicated, which he did not want to see. Chapter 133. Really don't want it? Young master, what did you just say about a 5-year period? Feng Shening and Jifeng Lang Wang said nervously. Oh, I almost forgot about that, Xinyuan Tian realized. You misunderstood, I wasn't talking about this. Feng Shening and Jifeng Lang Wang immediately relaxed and asked, then what did the young master mean? They were somewhat curious. In this year, you have helped me a lot, solving many problems for me. I'm thinking about what reward would be appropriate for you. Xinyuan Tian stroked his chin, pondering. Young master, you are too polite. This is what we should do. We're just happy to help you. How could we dare to ask for a reward? Feng Shening and Ji Fenglang Wang shook their heads. Really don't want it? Xinyuan Tian asked seriously. The two beasts shook their heads like a rattle, fearing that if they were slow, the young master would blame them. Xinyuan Tian was amused by them. It seemed these two guys misunderstood something. Since you don't want it, I can only give it to the Fire Lion and the others. Xinyuan Tian gently tossed two green spiritual fruits in his hand, glancing at them from time to time. Chapter 134. Turn him to ashes half an hour later. The valley gradually calmed down. Is it done? Xinyuan Tian thought. No longer hesitating, he activated his movement technique and transformed into a black shadow, swiftly darting through the woods like a ghost. In less than a moment, he had crossed over the crowd on the hillside. Did you see a black shadow fly by just now? Someone scratched their head, somewhat puzzled. You must be seeing things. Where'd a black shadow come from? Someone sneered. Hee, maybe I misjudged, the person said awkwardly. Who dares? The Martial King experts hovering in midair were still hesitating whether to investigate ahead when they noticed the black shadow rushing below, instantly igniting their fury. At this moment, how dare someone do something so opportunistic right under their noses? It was simply unforgivable. Chase, we can't let him succeed. One person shouted, taking the lead to fly forward. We must catch him and turn him to ashes. The others no longer hesitated and followed suit. Chapter 135. Traitor as Xinyuan Tian entered Feilu City. Tens of thousands of miles away, a young man wearing the attire of a Tianlan sect disciple rode on a third-level spiritual beast, holding a peculiar mirror. The frame was made of copper, and the mirror surface was made of an unknown material, bright yellow, with a black dot at the top that was nearly disappearing. The young man's face was somewhat ashen. How could this bastard run so far? In just over 10 days, he had covered over 100,000 miles. Surely riding a high-level flying spiritual beast. No matter how far you run, you can't escape my grasp. The inheritance of my ancestors can only belong to me. The young man fixed his eyes on the black dot, his early-stage martial spirit aura somewhat unstable. Inside Feilu City, Xinyuan Tian followed Lin Yudao through the bustling streets, where people came and went, many of them emanating a rough aura. Xinyuan Tian was not surprised. He had already thoroughly investigated the relevant information about this city before coming. Feilu City, located at the eastern edge of the Cloud region bordering the northern Cloud region, was less than 100 miles north to the territory of the hostile sect. Tianluo sect, which the Qingyan sect had once valued. Chapter 136. Cleaning house in a room. Two disciples of the Tianluo sect were seated, one in the early stage of martial master and the other in the mid-stage. Kneeling below was a boy bound all over, glaring angrily at the man and woman standing beside him. The kneeling person was the second prince of Tianning Kingdom, Ning Haoyu. While standing next to him were Yun Yang and An Lishuan. We did this because Xinyuan Tian forced us. If it weren't for him, how could we have fallen to this point? Yun Yang gritted his teeth. Ning Haofei, if you don't want to suffer, just honestly confess. Why did Tian Yun suddenly fall? Is it related to Xinyuan Tian? An Lishuan looked at Ning Haofei with resentment. I also want to know what my family did wrong. Over the years, we Indian family have worked hard without recognition, yet your Tianning royal family actually exterminated thousands of our family for one Xinyuan Tian. When she heard about the extermination of the Yin family, it was like a bolt from the blue. She felt like a walking corpse, not knowing which way to go. Shortly after, she and Yun Yang tricked Ning Haofei out of the sect, making their way to Feilu City, where they encountered two core disciples of the Tianluo sect, from whom they learned about some events that happened in the Qingfeng secret realm. Chapter 137. Searching everywhere indeed, searching everywhere without finding anything, yet it came effortlessly. I truly thank you all. Xinyuan Tian laughed, a very happy smile on his face. Go ahead. Which people has your Tianluo sect sent over? What is their strength? Brother, you felt a chill down his spine from the laughter, as if Xinyuan Tian were a devil, making him uneasy. This time, besides the two of us, there are also two inter-sect elders at the mid-martial sect level, one of whom is my grandfather, and 5 inter-sect deacons at the peak of Martial King. We are here to follow my grandfather to reap benefits. Yu Buxiao is already regretting asking his grandfather to take him to Feilu City for no reason. Now it seems his life is in danger. Is that all? Xinyuan Tian coldly looked at Yu Buxiao. That's it. I've told you everything I know. Please, have mercy on me for revealing this. Yu Buxiao couldn't help but kneel down, repeatedly kowtowing. What a useless waste. Xianyuan Tian pierced his throat with a sword. Yu Buxiao looked at Xianyuan Tian with disbelief, having revealed the secret of the medium-grade spirit vein, yet he was still not spared. Chapter 138. This guy must have taken the wrong medicine. Half an hour later, Lin Quan left the valley with Lin Yu Dao, while the others did not appear, probably staying behind. Have they reached an agreement? Xianyuan Tian pondered. The medium-grade spirit vein is of great importance, so the Lin family would definitely send martial sect experts to guard it. Including the 2 elders from Tianluo sect, there should be at least 3 martial sect experts there. This is a bit troublesome. Unfortunately, there are no branches of Tianbao Pavilion in Feilu City. Otherwise, he could buy some detailed information. He came to Feilu City this time after purchasing information about the spirit vein from Tianbao Pavilion in Xingyan City. That information cost him a whole 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and Tianbao Pavilion really knows how to make money. He felt heartbroken about it for several days. Xianyuan Tian still had 400 million low-grade spirit stones and 2 million medium-grade spirit stones left. Although the quantity of spirit stones is large, he would need to buy more information from Tianbao Pavilion in the future, and he might run out of spirit stones if he buys several pieces of information. Fortunately, it was worth the price. As expected of Tianbao Pavilion, they had collected information shortly after the Lin family discovered the medium-grade spirit vein. Xianyuan Tian left this place and returned to the room at the inn. He was carefully contemplating what to do next. Chapter 139. Leave none behind. Upon entering the cave, Xianyuan Tian discovered several forks in the path. Fortunately, with the guidance of the Linglong Tower spirit, he avoided the martial sect experts and martial king masters guarding the spirit vein and proceeded deeper underground. About 100 meters deep underground, Xianyuan Tian finally saw a large number of martial artists continuously digging the soil with tools, with plenty of spirit stones embedded in the earth. Their task was to excavate the spirit stones. The purity of the spirit stones indicated that this was a medium-grade spirit vein. Xianyuan Tian's heart suddenly began to race, and his breathing became slightly rapid. At that moment, someone nearby noticed his unusual behavior and shouted, "Lin Xiandao, what are you doing there? Hurry up and dig for spirit stones. I warn you, don't let greed cloud your judgment and do something irrational that drags us down." Oof. Xianyuan Tian coldly snorted, ignoring the other person and continuing to move forward. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? When did he become so tough? Someone wondered. This guy is still young. He must have been cooped up here for too long without being able to enjoy himself. Stop chatting and get to work. The more we dig, the more rewards we'll get. Chapter 140. When have I ever deceived you? Xianyuan Tian quickly received a reply from his master, Han Yu, indicating that Xingyan sect had dispatched a large number of experts to Feilu City and would arrive in 4 days, instructing him to wait at the original location. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xianyuan Tian's mouth. They were finally coming. On the evening of the 3rd day, Xianyuan Tian arrived at the location of the Wind Spirit Eagle and the Swift Wolf King. It was time to get to work. Young master, just tell us what you need us to do, and we guarantee to complete it swiftly and cleanly. The energetic appearance of the Wind Spirit Eagle and the Swift Wolf King nearly amused Xianyuan Tian. It seemed these two had tasted the sweetness of the Earth's spirit fruit. Do you see that valley ahead? Xianyuan Tian pointed towards the valley. The 2 beasts nodded. There is a medium-grade spirit vein there, guarded by at least 3 martial sect experts. Your task is to pretend to attack there and prevent them from leaving the valley. Just hold them up for an hour. No problem. Leave it to us. The 2 beasts patted their chests confidently. Go. Return here after 1 hour. Yes, young master. As soon as the words fell, the Wind Spirit Eagle and the Swift Wolf King shot off like arrows. Chapter 141. They have finally arrived. A night passed without incident, and the next day arrived quickly. The flying ship sent by Xingyan sect would reach this mountain range today. Xianyuan Tian had been waiting at the cave entrance since early morning for the arrival of the flying ship. As noon approached, a black dot appeared in the distance of the sky, quickly getting closer. Soon, Xianyuan Tian saw its true form. It was indeed the flying ship of Xingyan sect. They have finally arrived. A smile crept onto Xianyuan Tian's face as he picked up a signal flare and released a wisp of blue smoke into the air. Deputy Sectmaster looked quickly. That is our Xingyan sect's unique signal. An elder shouted. Everyone turned to look and indeed saw a wisp of blue smoke drifting in the wind just below the flying ship. Land, Qi Lianus said. The flying ship slowly descended, and in no time, It stopped less than 100 meters above Xinyuan Tian. Han Yu was the first to appear at the edge of the ship. Disciple pays respects to master. Xinyuan Tian said respectfully, "Come up." Han Yu waved gently at Xinyuan Tian, and a faint golden light appeared around Xinyuan Tian as his body involuntarily floated towards the ship. Xinyuan Tian's expression was very calm, not nervous at all, and he soon arrived on the ship. Chapter 142. The newcomers are not friendly. Inside a secret chamber at the Lin family residence. "Father, what do we do now?" Lin Yudeo's face was extremely flustered. The Lin family is finished, completely finished. Lin Quan collapsed onto the stone chair, his eyes vacant, face pale, as if he had aged 100 years. "No, we still have hope. As long as you are alive, the Lin family can make a comeback." Lin Quan stood up, gripping Lin Yudeo's shoulders. "You must hurry and leave through the secret passage to seek refuge with Tianluo sect. Once you have cultivated to a certain level, come back and seek revenge for us." "I'm leaving, but what about you, father?" "The people from Qingyun's sect won't let you go. As the head of the family, I cannot leave. You are different. You are still young, and the future of the Lin family depends on you. So you cannot die. No, if you don't go, I won't go either." Lin Yudeo's tone was somewhat stubborn, his gaze very firm. "This concerns the survival of our Lin family. You can't be willful. Once you go to Tianluo sect, someone will support you." "Father, a man should be decisive. Just go quickly." "Eliana Quandraprimanda. Fubo, take him away." "Yes, master." At some point, an old man with a white beard dressed in a black long robe appeared in the secret chamber. "Young master, come with me." Chapter 143. Even in ashes, I recognize him. Guanxing wore a smiling face and said to Xinyuan Tiandao, Xinyuan junior brother, "Senior brother Yin will participate in the upcoming Tianjiao Grand meeting in a year. If we can get your help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Even if he encounters experts from the Feihu list, senior brother Yin will have the strength to fight and even have a chance to make it onto the Feihu list." Unfortunately, Xinyuan Tian remained unmoved. Guanxing continued to persuade him earnestly. If senior brother Yin really makes it onto the Feihu list, it will break the Qingyun sect's record of no one making the list for nearly 20 years. It will showcase the might of our Qingyun sect, and you, junior brother, will become a great contributor to the sect. What do you think? Yin Xiefeng took over the conversation. "Junior brother, I'm not really asking for those 2 spirit tools. Senior brother just needs them for the Tianjiao Grand meeting in a year. How about this? Senior brother will borrow your spirit tools for a year, and after the meeting, I will return them to you with both hands. It will be like I owe you a favor. How about that?" Yin Xiefeng looked at Xinyuan Tian with sincerity. Seeing the 3 of them play their roles, with one acting as the bad cop and the other 2 as the good cops, Xinyuan Tian secretly scoffed. If he weren't someone who had experienced the baptism of slaughter and blood, he might have been deceived by them. Chapter 144. Starting a side business. In a small city in the northern region of the Cloud Domain called Jinshan City, which is less than 1,000 miles from Feilu City, is a chaotic place similar to Feilu City. When he stepped into Jinshan City, many people secretly observed this stranger. Xinyuan Tian remained calm, went to a tavern to fill his stomach, and then chose to stay there. He was still using the appearance of Yuan Dei, dressed in ordinary white clothing. He learned some information about Jinshan City from the waiter. The city is mainly controlled by 2 8th-grade families, the Bei family and the Ming family, each having a strong warrior at the early stage of the martial sect stationed there. Unlike the 4 great families of Feilu City, the Bei and Ming families each possess their own spiritual veins. Although they're only low-grade spiritual veins, they only need to submit 30% of the mind spiritual stones to the Tianluo sect. Low-grade spiritual veins? Better than having none. Xinyuan Tian stroked his chin, deep in thought. The next morning, Xinyuan Tian arrived outside the Ming family gate. It was crowded and bustling. At that moment, the Ming family gate opened, and several young guards walked out. One of them shouted loudly, "Our Ming family is recruiting 100 spirit vein miners. We only need martial artists at the martial master level. The monthly salary for early-stage martial masters is 100 low-grade spiritual stones. For mid-stage, 200 low-grade spiritual stones. For late-stage, 300 low-grade spiritual stones. And for peak martial masters, 500 low-grade spiritual stones." Chapter 145. Actions from all sides. A few days after Xinyuan Tian left, the martial sect experts from the Tianluo sect descended upon Jinshan City. However, after investigating the scene, they could not obtain any effective intelligence, apart from a large pit. There were no other useful clues. With no other options, the Tianluo sect people had to leave. However, no one expected that 3 days later, in the nearest city to Jinshan City, a similar incident occurred where an entire spiritual vein was stolen. The two Tianluo sect martial sect members who had just left Jinshan City hurried to that city, only to find the situation was the same as in Jinshan City, with no useful information. This was not the end. In the following half-month, 5 more cities were robbed of their spiritual veins, including one medium-grade spiritual vein. During this period, the Tianluo sect dispatched over 20 martial sect experts for a thorough search and had already stationed personnel in several surrounding cities. Unfortunately, the thieves seemed to have evaporated. No matter how hard they searched, they could not find any relevant clues. In a hall of the Tianluo sect, the sect master Qi Tian was furious. "What are you all doing? After searching for so long, not even a shadow has been found. Do you want me to take matters into my own hands?" Chapter 146. Please stay, brother. At a depth of several hundred meters beneath a mountain range, there was a small pit, and the Linglong Tower was hovering in the center, shining brightly. At this moment, inside the Linglong Tower, Xinyuan Tian sat cross-legged in the spirit liquid pool with his eyes tightly closed, creating a vortex around him as the spirit liquid rushed into his body. After an unknown amount of time, the spirit liquid pool finally ran dry. At the same time, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from Xinyuan Tian, creating a gust of wind that bent the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. Finally broke through again. Xinyuan Tian opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and showed a joyful expression. "Congratulations, boss, you've broken through again." The little ones like Xiao Budian ran over happily to congratulate him. "It's just a small breakthrough. It's no big deal. Wait until the day my cultivation surpasses yours. Then it'll be worth celebrating." Xinyuan Tian laughed. "Then boss, you'll be disappointed. It's not that easy to surpass us. That's what makes it challenging. Enough talk. It's been several days already. It's time to get back to business." Xinyuan Tian was in a great mood, full of energy, and eager to continue his endeavor of mining spiritual veins after just breaking through. Chapter 147. So many nonsense. Xinyuan Tian turned his head and saw that the person was a disciple of the Tianlan sect at the early stage of the martial spirit realm. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he felt a bit on guard. Why would a disciple of the Tianlan sect appear here? Are they here for training? He hadn't even noticed the person approaching him. If the person had just ambushed him, he would have been quite scared. But Xinyuan Tian asked calmly, "What's the matter? I'm from the Tianlan sect in the central region of the Cloud Domain, and I'm new here and unfamiliar with the area. I wonder if this brother has a nearby map?" As he spoke, the young man kept getting closer to Xinyuan Tian. "I don't have a map on me. You can ask someone else." Before Xinyuan Tian finished speaking, his expression changed. He rolled to the side and leaped right to avoid the young man from the Tianlan sect. A black long nail coldly pierced the ground where Xinyuan Tian had just stood. Watching this scene, Xinyuan Tian's eyes turned cold. "Who exactly are you? I've never met you before. Why did you ambush me?" As expected of the genius of the Qingyan sect, your reflexes are really fast. You didn't fall for it. The young man spoke with a somewhat sarcastic tone. "What do you mean by that?" Xinyuan Tian's face darkened. Chapter 148. No escape. About a quarter of an hour later, the leader returned to the original spot, finding no one there, and sighed lightly. It seemed that the other party had truly left. He then flew towards the direction that had just departed. Half an hour later, Xinyuan Tian appeared again at the place where he had disappeared. He collected the broken array plate from the ground and waved his hand lightly, letting the ashes on the ground scatter with the wind. "Oof, it seems that you, kid, have been the one causing trouble nearby recently." Suddenly, a voice rang out above him. Xinyuan Tian flashed and appeared 100 meters away. He looked grave, his eyes flickering as he stared at the voice in the air. He had been completely unaware of the other person's presence. The figure was an old man with a head full of white hair, and from his words, it was clear he belonged to the Tianluo sect. It's you, Xinyuan Tian." The old man suddenly widened his eyes, his voice a bit sharp. Xinyuan Tian's gaze flickered uncertainly. The fact that the other person recognized him felt a bit ominous. "Don't even think about escaping. With me here, you won't be able to fly away today." The old man's expression was dark, looking as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Xinyuan Tian's flesh. "Do you remember Shui Wuhua?" Chapter 149. Something big has happened. Xinyuan Tian turned around with great difficulty. At this moment, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. Hee, you little brat finally have today? Blame it on your joining the Qingyun sect. Those from the Qingyun sect will meet a terrible end. Zhang Qi looked at Xianyuan Tian with pity, as if looking at a dead person. Seeing Xianyuan Tian gasping for breath, struggling to speak, Zhang Qi did not urge him further, but patiently waited. Mainly, Zhang Qi did not believe that Xianyuan Tian had any ability to escape. As soon as he showed any signs of fleeing, he would be incapacitated first. After an unknown amount of time, Xianyuan Tian's face regained some color. He looked at Zhang Qi in panic, forcing himself to remain calm. I can give you the secret of this footwork, but you have to spare my life. You don't have the right to bargain with me. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the secret, or I'll first incapacitate you and then slowly torture you until you speak. Zhang Qi's face was extremely cold, merciless. All right, go ahead and kill me. To tell you the truth, I've already destroyed the secret. If you kill me, you'll never get the secret. Ha ha. Xianyuan Tian roared madly, his expression incredibly frantic, showing signs of going mad. Chapter 150. Another big fight. Qi Tianhe and Kong Tai frowned, their expressions displeased. As an elder, how can you act so recklessly? Qi Tianhe scolded. The subordinate bowed deeply, speaking very respectfully. Speak. What happened? Qi Tianhe's expression softened somewhat. Just now, the soul jade token of sect master Zhang shattered. The man lowered his head, not daring to look up, cold sweat pouring down. This person was the outer sect elder responsible for guarding the soul jade token. What did you say? Qi Tianhe suddenly stood up, looking at him in disbelief, speaking each word slowly. Say it again. Kong Tai beside him looked no better. Judging by his expression, he was very suspicious that he had misheard. Sect Master, I have confirmed it several times. It's absolutely true. The Shattered Jade token belongs to Sect Master Zhang. The outer sect elder's hands and feet trembled, nearly unable to stand. Qi Tianhe sat down in the chair in a daze, muttering, How is that possible? Senior brother Zhang is a late-stage martial sect expert. How could he fall so easily? Senior brother, the priority now is to go to the Jade Soul Hall, to confirm and then make plans. Kong Tai finally regained his composure and advised. Chapter 151. Joyful events refresh the spirit boom. Xianyuan Tian crashed to the ground hundreds of meters away, creating a sizable pit in the ground, with numerous cracks appearing beside it, extending to a nearby stream, which flowed into the pit, soaking his clothes. Xianyuan Tian lay helplessly in the water pit, his clothes torn, revealing the fitted golden spiritual armor underneath. Who are you? Xianyuan Tian endured the severe pain in his back, looking coldly at the figure standing in the air before him. You actually didn't die after taking one of my attacks. It seems that it's the spiritual armor on you that saved your life. The figure coldly snorted. You dare to run wild on my Tianluo sect's territory and even killed our sect master. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. At this moment, Xianyuan Tian also saw the other person's appearance. He was an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a white robe, his eyes filled with killing intent. The killing intent seemed almost tangible. When they locked eyes, Xianyuan Tian felt a dull pain in his eyes, but he remained steadfast, not averting his gaze. Xianyuan Tian could not even move now. He felt as if his internal organs and all his bones were about to shatter, the pain unbearable. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Chapter 152. The revenge begins a month later. Inside the Linglong Tower, Xianyuan Tian opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. After a month of healing, his injuries had finally healed. Tian Wuye, I remember you. One day I will take your head and annihilate your Tianluo sect. At this moment, Xianyuan Tian's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent, his expression grim. This time, if it weren't for the protection of the spiritual armor, I might have really met a tragic end. Since he began his cultivation, he had never been this embarrassed. Linglong had already told him that the reason he was tracked down this time was entirely because of the storage ring he obtained from the deceased Zhang Qi, which bore a special mark. It was precisely because of this that Xianyuan Tian encountered trouble. Boss, are your injuries healed? The little ones ran over, looking at Xianyuan Tian with both anticipation and worry. Boss is fine. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but pat the little one's head. It's the boss's fault for making you worry. As compensation, I'll roast some spiritual beast meat for you to eat later, okay? Oh yeah, that's great. The boss is the best. Chapter 153. The opponent is not a good one, not good. The opponent is not a good one. Let us go together. Yes. Let us go together. Don't give him a chance to take us out one by one. Kill him. A few people who were originally hesitant after hearing this no longer hesitated and rushed towards Xianyuan Tian together. These few core disciples of the Tianluo sect had cultivation levels ranging from early to mid-martial spirit. A flash of green light zipped by. Bang, bang, bang. They had barely rushed a few steps before they all fell to the ground dead. A group of ants. Xianyuan Tian said lightly, his voice carrying far. Such an arrogant tone. Let me have a taste of you. His words were just heard by a group of Tianluo sect disciples rushing over, and the leading figure shouted loudly, swinging the mid-grade treasure knife in his hand. A red blade light flying towards Xianyuan Tian. Too weak, Xianyuan Tian said, lightly waving his hand. A green sword light shot out, instantly colliding with the opponent's red blade light. The red blade light was cut in half like paper and dissipated in mid-air, while the green sword light continued flying towards the group of opponents. Not good, block it quickly, the leader shouted, crossing the treasure knife in front of him, and two people behind him stepped forward to assist him. Chapter 154. Collecting interest watching the Tianluo sect disciples fleeing in panic, Xianyuan Tian merely sneered, unmoved. The surrounding area echoed with cries of despair. With the little ones around, they could only dream of escaping. The deacons were momentarily unable to stand their ground, rushing to save the disciples. These were the core disciples of the Tianluo sect, the future of the sect. If they died before their eyes, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the sect. Unfortunately, they couldn't even touch a hair of the small ones, as one core disciple after another fell before them, leaving them both shocked and furious. Among them, a deacon hid among the fleeing disciples, his eyes flashing with a hint of cunning, whether intentional or not. He was fleeing toward the left side of Xianyuan Tian, very close to him. It seemed Xianyuan Tian had not noticed the approaching figure, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Great Hall. You little brat, die. The deacon suddenly appeared on Xianyuan Tian's left side, roaring as he drew his sword and angrily slashed down at Xianyuan Tian's head. With a swoosh, Xianyuan Tian vanished from his sight. Chapter 155. Kid, you are still too young. On a wide street bustling with people, Xianyuan Tian arrived at a tavern and casually found a spot to sit. He ordered some food and drink, eating and drinking without much appetite. Have you heard? In a couple of days, the Tianbao Pavilion will hold a large auction. Time flies. The annual large auction at Tianbao Pavilion is about to begin again. I wonder what kind of treasures will be auctioned this time. No matter what the treasures are, they certainly won't be too shabby. It's a pity that only those with a VIP token or invitation can enter. We don't have that chance. Stop daydreaming. It's still good to go and watch. That's true. Xianyuan Tian's expression shifted. He had come at just the right time, coinciding with this auction, and perhaps he could really bid for something good. 2 days later, in the center of Bay City at the Tianbao Pavilion, the entrance was crowded with people, all trying to squeeze in but being stopped by the guards. Among the crowd, there was a special passage through which people continuously entered the Tianbao Pavilion. Every person entering had to show a VIP token or invitation to be allowed in. Chapter 156. Another splurge. Some people might not know the true function of the Holy Lightstone, so let me explain. Bai Quan glanced around and noticed that many people had puzzled expressions. The Holy Lightstone has 3 main functions. First, it helps to focus and calm the mind, allowing one to avoid distractions during cultivation, especially during breakthroughs, where it plays a crucial role. Second, wearing the Holy Lightstone can resist the invasion of evil forces. Third, it can sense dark powers, as everyone knows. Dark attribute cultivators are public enemies on the Jiuzhou continent, as they excel in concealment and are hard to detect. But before the Holy Lightstone, dark attributes cannot hide. Hearing his words, many martial artists learning about the function of the Holy Lightstone for the first time had their eyes light up. Xianyuan Tian in the VIP room number 5 on the 4th floor couldn't help but stand up, looking eagerly at the Holy Lightstone. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Bai Quan spoke. The starting bid for the Holy Lightstone is 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I bid 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thinking to get the Holy Lightstone this way? Dream on. I bid 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I bid 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 157. So what? As the atmosphere of the scene built up, Bai Quan continued. The starting price is 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I bid 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Dong Li was a bit impatient and was the first to call out a bid. After that, many people followed suit, and in no time, the price of the spirit-shaping fruit was pushed to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. At this time, many were still bidding. I bid 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. Dong Li Shotaludli. In the end, the spirit-shaping fruit was won by Dong Li for 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. The efficacy of the spirit-shaping fruit was indeed very attractive, but there were not many peak martial artists who could afford to win it. Xin Yuan Tian had many spirit stones, but he didn't lack for earth-grade spirit herbs. There were over 100 earth-grade spirit herbs in the medicinal garden on the first floor of the Linglong Tower, so the spirit-shaping fruit didn't catch his eye. As the auction continued, the items being auctioned became increasingly appealing, with prices rising higher and higher. During this time, Xin Yuan Tian did not continue to bid. After winning the Holy Light Stone and the Cloud-Piercing Arrow, he had about 10 million mid-grade spirit stones left and around 400 million low-grade spirit stones, which was not enough to bid for the following items. Chapter 158, Bastard Stop. Xin Yuan Tian looked at Dong Li with a gaze full of disdain, swinging out 3 swords in quick succession, with the energy shield still intact. Hee, you might as well give up, even if you swing a few more swords. It won't help. Just kneel down and bow a few times, and maybe I'll be merciful and leave you with a whole corpse. Seeing Xin Yuan Tian unable to break his energy shield, Dong Li started to become arrogant. But he soon could not smile anymore. When the 5th green sword light struck the energy shield, it surprisingly showed small cracks. Crack, crack. The cracks multiplied, and Xin Yuan Tian didn't stop his movements, repeatedly swinging the spirit sword. Now Dong Li panicked. You bastard, stop. Unfortunately, Xin Yuan Tian did not listen to him and continued his actions. This young friend, could you do me a favor and spare my great-grandson's life? Consider it as my Dong family owes you a favor. How about it? The voice from a jade pendant sounded again. How about it? Xin Yuan Tian said coldly, once again swinging the spirit sword. This time, the energy shield could not withstand the power of the green sword light, shattering along with the jade pendant around Dong Li's neck. Chapter 159, Poison Dragon Mountain Range. I am Yin Wen. This is my sister Yin Wu, and this is my life-and-death brother Gao Tai, said the middle-aged man. Nice to meet you, brother Yin, sister Yin. Brother Gao. Xin Yuan Tian cupped his hands. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be handsome and have such sweet words, said the girl named Yin Wu with a smile. They had been wandering the world for over a decade, their vision sharp, and they immediately recognized Xin Yuan Tian as a disciple from a major sect, around 15 or 16 years old, at the age of youthful pride. They didn't expect him to speak so sincerely, treating them, a few loose cultivators, with such politeness, showing no arrogance of a major sect disciple. Yin Wen and Gao Tai also smiled. Such humble sect disciples are rare. All right, stop teasing him, Yin Wen said to his sister. He just thinks this little brother is very polite. There's no other meaning. Yin Wu pouted. Little brother, don't mind her. Let us talk about the situation in the Mi Long Dong, Yin Wen said with a smile. Thank you, brother Yin, Xin Yuan Tian said sincerely. According to him, this poison dragon mountain range had existed for thousands of years, constantly shrouded in various poisonous mists, and once someone touched the poison mist inside, it was basically very difficult to survive. Chapter 160. Finally, it's quiet. Boom! The moment Xin Yuan Tian disappeared, a big man leaped in midair, punching the ground in front of him and creating a small pit. Huh, where's he? The big man looked left and right, but didn't see Xin Yuan Tian's figure. Old Zhang, he's behind you, someone exclaimed not far away. What? The big man was startled by the person's words and was about to turn around to strike back. But before he could move, someone from behind grabbed his neck, lifting his body into the air instantly. The big man desperately tried to pry off the hand with both hands, but it was useless. He strained his legs, his face turning red, then purple. With a crack, Xin Yuan Tian snapped the big man's neck and tossed him aside. He coldly looked in the direction of the voice, where 3 middle-aged men, dressed similarly to the deceased big man, looked at him in terror. Seeing Xin Yuan Tian glance their way, one of them shouted, "Run!" He was the first to turn and flee, and the other 2 quickly followed suit. A golden sword appeared in Xin Yuan Tian's hand, and with a gentle swing, a green sword light shot out, instantly catching up to the three middle-aged men, sending their heads flying into the air. Chapter 161, quite feisty, huh? Deep in a cave, Xinyuan Tian led the three little ones to a fork in the path, where 5 passages lay ahead. Little one, which path should we take? Xinyuan Tian asked. Big brother, let's take the middle one. The little one pointed at the middle cave. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyuan Tian transformed into a shadow and dashed into the middle passage. Upon entering this passage, Xinyuan Tian discovered it did not lead straight ahead but wound downwards. Shortly after, he finally reached the end of the passage. It was a vast underground space, with the passage's exit high above. Xinyuan Tian jumped down, landing steadily on the ground. As waves of rich, gentle spiritual energy flowed past his body, making him feel as if he were lying on cotton, very relaxed and comfortable. When he stood up straight and took in everything before him, his expression was one of shock, his eyes wide open and mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Before him was a small pool filled with milky white liquid, large enough to accommodate a dozen people. Above the pool were several milk-white stone formations of varying sizes, shaped like cones. Chapter 162, You dare to look down on me? With a swoosh, Xinyuan Tian disappeared from the sight of the few people. Boom! His fist struck the mountain wall, instantly creating a crack, causing a tremor felt by those present. Stop! Do you want to bury us alive here? Gu Jing shouted angrily. Deng Long ignored him, instantly turning around to look behind, where Xinyuan Tian stood quietly, his gaze icy cold. You dodged pretty quickly. Deng Long sneered. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Dodge? Xinyuan Tian glanced at him disdainfully. Deng Long was filled with rage. A mere late-stage martial spirit dared to look down on him? He shouted angrily, a top-grade treasure knife appearing in his hand. He swung it overhead, bringing it down, and a golden blade of light flew swiftly towards Xinyuan Tian. A trivial skill. Xinyuan Tian held the golden sword and lightly swung it, sending a green sword light slicing towards the golden blade of light. In the astonished eyes of the three opponents, the golden blade was as fragile as tofu, sliced in half by the green sword light. The green sword light did not stop, continuing to fly towards Deng Long. Deng Long realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, but the green sword light was too fast, instantly slicing across his neck. Chapter 163, None Shall Escape. On the outskirts of the mountains, less than 200 meters from the exit, 6 big men were attacking Yen Wu, and Gao Tai, putting the three in a precarious situation with the danger of being overwhelmed at any moment. Zhong Tao, we have no grievances or enmity, and we've cooperated several times before. Why are you attacking us now? Mao Doi kvesten lowly. I don't want to attack familiar faces either. But this trip to the Poison Dragon Mountain has left us brothers empty-handed, so we have no choice, Zhong Tao replied. So you want to attack us? Yen Wu said angrily. Big brother, stop wasting words with them. If we don't get something from them, we'll be left to starve. Someone beside Zhong Tao urged. You're right. Brothers, don't hold back. Kill them. Zhong Tao shouted loudly. Yes, big brother. The 6 big men attacked with all their might, and the 3 were in grave danger. Xiao Wu, Gao Tai, you two run quickly. I'll hold them off. Yen Wen shouted to Yen Wu and Gao Tai. Brother, I'm not leaving. Vian Yi. I'm not leaving either. The 2 steadfastly refused to abandon Yen Wen and flee alone. Chapter 164, You finally returned. Old Wolf, Old Eagle. You both broke through to the 6th stage? Qi Yen, who spoke with a tremor, looking at them in disbelief. You didn't miss. We've broken through to the 6th stage, all thanks to the young master, Feng Shining said with a proud smile. Instantly, all eyes in the room focused on Xinyuan Tian. Qi Yen, who, Lai Huashi, and the other 8 beasts looked at Xinyuan Tian with excitement and anticipation. They weren't wrong. Xinyuan Tian nodded. I said, as long as you protect my family well and don't let them get harmed, I'll not treat you unfairly. Saying this, 8 earth spirit fruits appeared in his hand. Is this the earth spirit fruit? Qi Yen, who and the others couldn't help but exclaim, their breaths quickening. This is for you. Take it. Xinyuan Tian gently waved his hand, and the 8 earth spirit fruits flew towards Qi Yen, who and the others. You can break through here. Feng Shuning and Jifeng Wolf King will protect you. Thank you, young master. The 8 beasts bowed respectfully. Get up. No need to bow all the time. I don't like that, Xinyuan Tian said. Yes, young master. The 8 spirit beasts each found a spot and eagerly swallowed the earth's spirit fruits. Chapter 165, You Will Always Be My Brother. Xinyuan Tian followed Ning Haoyu to the living quarters of the core disciples of the Fire Peak. From a distance, he saw Xinyuan Yu standing outside a courtyard, and the two quickly walked over. Xiao Tian, don't say anything, just come in with me. Xinyuan Yu's expression was very serious. Xinyuan Tian nodded and followed Xinyuan Yu into the courtyard, arriving at the room on the right. Xinyuan Yu opened the door, and the three of them came to a large wooden bed. When Xinyuan Tian saw the familiar person lying on the bed, his body couldn't help but shiver, nearly losing his balance. The person lying on the bed is Su Yun. The last time the two met was over 9 months ago, when Xinyuan Tian was preparing to go out for training. At that time, Su Yun was still lively and energetic. But now, Su Yun's hair is half white. His aura is extremely weak, resembling the setting sun, far from the spirited appearance he once had. Brother Tian, Su Yun can't hold on much longer. In the past few days, he occasionally regained some consciousness and would always ask when you would come back, hoping to see you one more time before he dies. Ning Haoyu said, his eyes reddening as he couldn't help but turn his back, unable to look at Su Yun on the bed. Chapter 166. It's that guy after all. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from Su Yun, causing the room to resonate. Xinyuan Tian's eyes lit up. It was indeed an earth-grade spirit fruit, allowing him to recover to the martial artist realm so quickly. Under Xinyuan Tian's gaze, Su Yun continued to break through, and in less than half an hour, he had recovered to the early stage of the great martial master. However, he did not stop his progress. Another half hour passed. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Su Yun, spreading outwards. Xinyuan Tian waved his hand gently to block the aura and shouted, Brother Su, suppress the spirit power within you and stabilize your aura. Hearing Xinyuan Tian's words, Su Yun immediately stopped operating his technique and suppressed the urge to break through further. Gradually, the aura around him calmed down, stabilizing at the early stage of the martial spirit. Su Yun opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a strength many times greater than before and was extremely excited, though somewhat in disbelief. Just an hour ago, he was a waste with a shattered dantian, unable to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, he not only restored his dantian, but also advanced further, successfully stepping into the martial spirit realm. It was unbelievable. Chapter 167. Life and Death Battle at the Core Disciples' residence on Tian Peak. Xinyuan Tian inquired all the way and arrived outside Wu Cheng's courtyard. Xinyuan Tian shouted, Wu Cheng, get out here. The voice spread far and wide, attracting the curiosity of many nearby. Did you hear that? That guy actually audaciously told Senior Brother Wu to get out. I heard it. What a reckless guy. Senior Brother Wu will definitely give him a good lesson. Let us go. We should go see. There will definitely be a good show. People discussed excitedly as they walked towards Wu Cheng's courtyard. As Xinyuan Tian's voice fell, a furious voice came from within the courtyard. Who is the reckless bastard daring to cause trouble in my territory? Wu Cheng walked out with a livid face, while many around were gloating, thinking that this disciple who provoked Wu Cheng was in for a bad time. Those who knew Wu Cheng understood that he was a ruthless character. Anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. With Yin Xiefeng as his backing, he became even more domineering, and many could only swallow their anger and dare not speak out. Unfortunately, this time he encountered Xinyuan Tian. Chapter 168. Are you afraid? At the square next to the arena in front of the task hall, Xinyuan Tian and Yin Xiefeng had just pressed their handprints on the life and death agreement. And the presiding elder for this life and death battle was a mid-stage martial zone inner gate elder. Kid, you've pressed your handprint, and there's no turning back now. Wu Cheng chuckled. Come on, I can easily take care of you alone. There's no need for Senior Brother Yin or Brother Guan to step in. Saying that, he leaped and landed steadily on the arena. Xinyuan Tian walked up to the arena at a leisurely pace. By now, the arena was surrounded by people, including outer gate disciples, inner gate disciples, and core disciples. In the distance, there were also elders from both inner and outer gates. In an even farther place, in a pavilion, the peak masters from various peaks, including Han Yu, were present. I say, Han Shidi, the fire is burning at your eyebrows, and you still have a mind to sit here? Bai Xiangrong, the peak master of the Fire Peak, said impatiently. Xinyuan Tian was a disciple recognized by many high-level members, one the sect intended to cultivate with great effort. Watching him act irrationally made by Xiangrong very angry. What made him even angrier was that the person involved, Xianyuan Tian's master, was sitting there looking completely relaxed. Chapter 169. I did nothing wrong. Xianyuan Tian did not look at Guanxing's corpse, but slowly walked up to Yin Xiefeng, looking down at him. Coldly, he said, "You shouldn't have touched my people. No matter who you are or what noble status you have, anyone who dares to lay a hand on my brother must die." His words were not loud, but echoed throughout the square, and everyone heard them, especially when Xianyuan Tian said the word die at the end. It was filled with killing intent, sending a chill through the onlooking disciples. "You can't kill me. My grandfather is the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect," Yin Xiefeng stammered. He was frightened by Xianyuan Tian's gaze. The other party truly wanted to kill him. Within the Qingyun sect, he had always been fearless, but for the first time, he felt genuine fear. The surrounding disciples watched the two on the stage intently, speculating whether Xianyuan Tian would really kill Yin Xiefeng. After all, Yin Xiefeng's grandfather was the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect, a powerful figure at the peak of martial zone. If Xianyuan Tian really took action, he would completely offend Yin Xiefeng's grandfather, putting himself in a dangerous situation. Chapter 170. Those who want to kill me are dead after the life and death battle ended. The audience dispersed. Everything that happened on the arena today quickly spread throughout the Qingyun sect, and Xianyuan Tian became the focal point. From the supreme elders to the outer gate disciples, everyone recognized this disciple who had shown off in the sect. Everyone also understood that Xianyuan Tian chose to engage in a life and death battle with Yin Xiefeng and the others because they had crippled the dantian of a friend of his, which angered him. People secretly told themselves that they must never offend him in the future. Otherwise, the fate of Yin Xiefeng and the others today would be their fate later. Among those core disciples, many began to view Xianyuan Tian as a powerful opponent. After all, Xianyuan Tian had truly killed 3 core disciples today, with Yin Xiefeng being at the peak of the martial spirit realm. Regardless of how others viewed Xianyuan Tian, as the person involved, Xianyuan Tian had already returned to his courtyard with Ning Haoyu and the others. As soon as he sat down, he noticed Ning Haoyu and the others hesitating to speak. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Ning, just say what you want to say. There's no one else here." "Brother Tian, you killed Yin Xiefeng, and you've completely offended his grandfather. Will he come after you?" Ning Haoyu said with some concern. Chapter 171. The arrival of the Young Talents Conference in recent centuries, the infiltration of the Dark Demon sect into the entire 9 provinces continent has been quite severe. Every year, many sects discover hidden dark attribute warriors, but in recent years, there's been little news regarding this information. Possibly because the other side has developed means to avoid the crystal treasure pillar. Yao Tai said with a serious expression. "I wonder if this will be useful." A pure white stone appeared in Xianyuan Tian's hand. "Is this the holy light stone?" Su Kanhai and others couldn't help but stand up, their expressions filled with shock. "Yes, this is indeed the holy light stone." Xianyuan Tian nodded. "Great. With this holy light stone, we don't have to worry about them not showing their true colors." "Xiao Tian, where did you get this holy light stone?" Han Yu asked curiously. "The holy light stone is extremely rare throughout the entire East State, and I'm quite curious that my disciple managed to obtain one. I got it from a loose cultivator during my journey," Xianyuan Tian replied. "I see." Su Kanhai was somewhat disappointed. "You can go now. Prepare well for the Young Talent Conference in 2 months, and we'll take care of the rest." Chapter 172. The ancient city of Tianhu. Half a month later, the flying ship of Qingyun sect finally entered the East Spirit Domain. The East Spirit Domain is the most prosperous region of martial arts in the East State, and all 5 fifth-grade sects are located here. One of them, the Tianyang sect, is situated in the eastern part of the East Spirit Domain, where all 6th and 7th grade sects, including Qingyun sect, are its affiliated sections. The ancient city of Tianhu is located in the central region of the East Spirit Domain, not belonging to any faction. And Qingyun sect has already entered the territory of Tianyang sect. Once they pass through the domain of Tianyang sect, they will reach the ancient city of Tianhu. On the ship, the disciples began to exit the cabin, feeling the rich spiritual energy of the East Spirit Domain. One disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder this place is occupied by 5th-grade sects. The concentration of spiritual energy is far beyond what our Qingyun sect can compare to. Otherwise, how could they be a 5th-grade sect? Stop lamenting here. As long as we become stronger, our sect will naturally grow stronger." Yuan sect will also have a chance to enter the East Spirit domain in the future, as the disciples discussed among themselves in a certain room on the ship. The elder smiled at the two disciples in front of him. "You are Yuan Tian?" the elder asked. Chapter 173. The ancient trial ground opens at this time, before dawn. There were already at least 100,000 martial artists gathered at the square. Thanks to the foresight of the elder, who arrived early, they managed to secure a good position closest to the center of the square. The central square of the ancient city of Tianhu is divided into 4 areas. The central area is a huge circular platform that covers several miles. The second area is located several hundred meters outside the circular platform, where there is a high platform with only a few hundred seats, presumably reserved for important figures from various factions. The third area is an open space, the largest area of the central square, where Yuan Tian and the others are located at the very front. The fourth area is the outermost part of the square, a grandstand that surrounds the entire square about 4 zhang high, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, located at least a dozen miles away from the center of the square. More and more people were gathering around the square. As everyone waited patiently, the sky finally brightened. At this time, the 2 outer areas of the square were almost filled to capacity, and the outermost grandstand was fully occupied, with millions of people present. The sheer number was terrifying. Chapter 174. The foggy forest. Yuan Tian followed Zhou Qi onto the circular platform. Just as he was about to pass through the transparent, cylindrical structure, Zhou Qi's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone take out your identity tokens and put them away once we enter the trial ground." Everyone took out their identity tokens, which were given to them by the sect master shortly after they entered the ancient city of Tianhu. It is said that they were distributed uniformly by the East Spirit Hall, the organizer of this event, and each participant has one to prevent anyone from sneaking into the trial ground. As Yuan Tian entered the transparent, cylindrical structure with his identity token, he felt an inexplicable force sweep over his body and the token in his hand. The force passed by quickly. Yuan Tian did not stop and continued forward, successfully entering the teleportation portal. In less than half an hour, all martial artists participating in the Young Talents Conference entered the teleportation portal without any incidents. This time, over 1 million young martial artists entered the ancient trial ground, and it was uncertain how many would make it out alive. At the very top of the high platform, an old man in a brown robe stroked his beard, pondering. "It's strange. This time it went so smoothly, which shouldn't be the case." Chapter 175. The ancient tomb ahead. Green-haired beasts kept appearing as Yuan Tian dashed forward, constantly dodging their attacks. Behind him, at least 1,000 green-haired beasts were chasing after him. Despite being unable to catch up, the green-haired beasts showed no signs of giving up, which only intensified their ferocity. "Today is really unlucky. I must have stepped on dog poop." Yuan Tian couldn't help but complain internally. After running for about half an hour, the number of green-haired beasts behind him not only did not decrease, but instead increased. Yuan Tian felt helpless. Could it be that this forest is the lair of the green-haired beasts? This is endless. Seeing this situation, even if he and the 5 little divine beasts were powerful enough to kill these green-haired beasts one by one, they would likely end up exhausted without finishing them off. Suddenly, screams echoed from not far away. It seems that many others have also been teleported to this forest. Listening to the continuous screams, Yuan Tian became even more determined in his previous thought. He absolutely could not stay and fight these green-haired beasts. Otherwise, if he got held up, the consequences would be dire. In a certain part of the forest, a group of disciples from the Ziyang sect formed a circle and were continuously killing the green-haired beasts attacking them. Chapter 176. A unlucky fellow. It seems that the stone coffins buried here contain the fallen strong warriors from ancient battles. I wonder if anything has been preserved in front of them. Feeling the powerful aura emanating faintly from these stone coffins, Yuan Tian couldn't help but think. He wasn't born in that era and didn't know these deceased strong warriors, so naturally, he had no sense of reverence for them. Since they're already dead, it would be better to leave their possessions to future generations to benefit them. The more Yuan Tian thought about it, the more he felt this idea made sense. "Let's get to work, little ones. Pry open these stone coffins and take away anything good." Yuan Tian revealed a charming smile, with an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Boss, we understand," the little one chuckled. The little ones exchanged glances and all showed wicked smiles. Only the little sparrow felt a bit guilty. Boss, you guys are too bad. Little sparrow, you don't understand. These people are already dead. So keeping their things is of no use. It's better for us to use them. Who knows, someone else might come along and have their eye on them later. The little one said with righteous indignation. Is that really the case? Little sparrow looked at Xianyuan Tian inquiringly. Chapter 177. Become my subordinate. The Linglong Tower appeared above the old man at some point, and a colorful light descended from the bottom of the tower, enveloping the old man. What is this thing? The old man screamed repeatedly. Stop it. Young man, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Unfortunately, Xianyuan Tian remained unmoved. Moments later, the old man's figure became ethereal and then transformed into a green energy orb. Xianyuan Tian opened his mouth, inhaled, and the green energy orb was swallowed into his belly. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Outside, the 5 small divine beasts surrounded Xianyuan Tian, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, occasionally glancing at Xianyuan Tian's body. After a quarter of an hour, Xianyuan Tian opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing by. Boss. The little one was the first to notice that Xianyuan Tian had awakened and excitedly asked, How was it? Which unfortunate soul tried to take over your body? Looking at the 5 little guys surrounding him, feeling somewhat moved, he smiled and said, A rather lecherous old man. Thanks to him, my soul power has increased quite a bit. That old man looked a bit lecherous, but he was indeed a genuine ancient powerhouse, although his strength was almost depleted. After absorbing his soul power, Xianyuan Tian's own soul power had more than doubled. Chapter 178. Trapped everyone at this moment, over 1,000 people had entered the underground space. Many had already engaged in combat, with some injured and others killed. Just as they were in the heat of battle, Xianyuan Tian's voice startled them. Many stopped their actions and looked towards the direction of the voice. However, Xianyuan Tian had already left the underground space, and they did not see who had spoken, leaving everyone puzzled. Which bored bastard is it? Step forward, and I promise I won't kill you, yelled the young man with a somewhat irritable temper. His voice echoed in the underground space, but received no response. The young man grew angrier and was about to find someone to vent his anger on, when suddenly, a green-haired black arm pierced through his belly. The young man looked confused, his eyes gradually losing their light, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. The greenish arm withdrew from the young man's body, and his corpse fell to the ground. The commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all saw the true appearance of the attacker. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Chapter 179. Is this important? Are you done? Xianyuan Tian glanced sideways at the other person, his tone somewhat impatient. He, the disciple from Tianshu sect, laughed. It seems my name, Yu Gaofeng, isn't loud enough. Even some random nobody dares to talk to me like this. What does your fame have to do with me? Xianyuan Tian disdainfully glanced at him. If you don't get lost, I won't be polite. Yu Gaofeng was speechless, incredulously pointing at himself. You don't know me? Why should I know you? Xianyuan Tian replied impatiently. Yu Gaofeng's face darkened, a nameless anger igniting within him. Remember this, the one who will kill you is the 93rd on the Flying Tiger list. Yu Gaofeng. With a swoosh, Yu Gaofeng instantly appeared in front of Xianyuan Tian, his sword slicing through the air in a beautiful arc, aiming for Xianyuan Tian's neck. A smile appeared on Yu Gaofeng's lips. This is the fate of offending me, Yu Gaofeng. Oh no! His expression suddenly changed drastically, and the exquisite sword fell from his hands as he clutched his neck, fear filling his eyes. Zulfust. Chapter 180. Boss, you smile so wickedly without him saying anything. Senior brother, Li also recognized the identity of the corpse. So this guy is actually a master ranked 93rd on the Flying Tiger list. Xianyuan Tian pretended to be surprised. Then the Flying Tiger list isn't that impressive. This guy couldn't even take one of my swords and still made it onto the list. Are the people from Tianbao Pavilion blind? As he spoke, Xianyuan Tian displayed an extremely disdainful expression. Hearing this, the disciples of Ziyang's sect were left speechless in shock. Is this for real? This guy actually killed a master on the Flying Tiger list with one sword. Seeing Xianyuan Tian's serious expression, they couldn't help but believe it. All right, enough nonsense, let's get to it. After killing you, I still have to rush to the next place. Xianyuan Tian's tone was extremely impatient. This statement sent shivers down their spines. The female disciple behind senior brother Li quickly stepped forward to mediate. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Xianyuan Tian looked at her with disdain. Misunderstanding? Didn't you just say it was because I killed a green-haired beast that caused 2 of your people to die? That one. What's his name? This is senior brother Li Qingji, the female disciple said. Chapter 181. Ruthless person. One thing is certain, whether he was genuinely pretending or not. If those guys from Ziyang's sect insisted on attacking him, he wouldn't mind killing them all. Xianyuan Tian was unaware that his earlier actions had established an immensely powerful image in front of the Ziyang sect members, and they had lost the courage to attack him. Meanwhile, on the ancient burial site, not long after the people from Ziyang's sect left, many others also escaped from the burial cave. Inside the underground space, the ground was littered with corpses, and an ordinary-looking young man stood in the center, seemingly deep in thought. Beside him lay the corpse of the green-haired monster. After a while, the young man moved, heading towards the exit. However, his movements appeared somewhat stiff and lacking agility. On Xianyuan Tian's side, he had arrived at the Blackwood Forest mentioned by Li Qingji. At the end of the Blackwood Forest, he could faintly see the shadow of a city, which was at least several miles away from him. It seemed that was Black Tiger City. Xianyuan Tian thought for a moment and walked into the Blackwood Forest. The trees in the Blackwood Forest were much shorter than regular trees, but their branches and leaves were denser. Chapter 182. Step on and kill. As soon as he stepped into Black Tiger City, Xianyuan Tian found that a large number of participants had already gathered inside the city. According to him, more than 1 million martial artists had entered the ancient trial grounds this time. This meant that there would be over 200,000 martial artists gathered in each Black Tiger City, provided that everyone could survive to reach this point. After walking for a short while, a commotion ahead caught his attention as a crowd surrounded a certain area, completely blocking Xianyuan Tian's path. At this moment, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd. He Cohen, what do you want? What do I want? Of course, I want to drive you out of Black Tiger City. Otherwise, do you think I'm just here to greet you for no reason? A sinister voice rang out again. Ha ha, hearing the various mocking sounds ahead. Xianyuan Tian's expression darkened as he quickly walked up. Please make way, everyone. Xianyuan Tian said dun-dun-da to the onlookers in front of him. Make way for what? A male disciple from an unknown sect responded impatiently, annoyed at being interrupted while watching the show. However, when he met Xianyuan Tian's icy gaze, he immediately fell silent. His instincts told him that the other party was very dangerous. Chapter 183. The trial begins from then on. All the members of Tianluo sect who had conflicts with Zhou Qi perished at the hands of Xianyuan Tian. 3 senior brothers and senior sister. It's time to go. Xianyuan Tian said to Zhou Qi and the other 3 who were still in a daze. Oh, okay. Zhou Qi came back to his senses and replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Then, the 4 followed Xianyuan Tian's footsteps. The onlookers ahead saw Xianyuan Tian approaching and quickly made way. Once the few of them walked far away, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. That guy is too strong. 1 sword killed more than a dozen peak martial spirits, and 1 kick crushed a half-step martial king. Even the experts on the Flying Tiger ranking can't do that, right? The top 10 experts on the Flying Tiger ranking should be able to do it, but others are hard to say. One thing is certain. This guy definitely has the strength to make it onto this Flying Tiger ranking. I'm getting more excited. What do you mean by making it onto the Flying Tiger ranking? I think he has a chance to be in the top 20. Someone said confidently. Why do you have so much confidence in him? Someone asked in confusion. You still don't know? He is the ruthless person from the Blackwood Forest. We just saw him kill a half-step martial king expert with 1 sword, and the opponent was even an assassin from the Yamahal. Do you think he can't make it into the top 20? That person said emphatically. Chapter 184. The Endless Desert near the teleportation portal in the east of the city. There were over 10,000 people gathered here, including Ziyang's sect, one of the 5 major sects. They had sent over 100 people. The leader was a tall, somewhat stern-looking young man, exuding the aura of a martial king. The other disciples of Ziyang's sect stood respectfully behind him, including Li Qingji, who had conflicts with Xianyuan Tian. Senior brother Zhao, should we go in now? Li Qingji asked. Zhao Qixing shook his head. It's still early. Let's wait a moment until others go in. Li Qingji and the others fell silent, quietly standing behind Zhao Qixing, waiting for the opportunity to enter the teleportation portal. At this moment, not far to their right, Xianyuan Tian and Zhou Qi appeared. The moment Li Qingji saw Xianyuan Tian, his expression changed slightly, and his pupils constricted. The fellow disciples who were with him earlier also showed some change in expression, looking at Xianyuan Tian with complex eyes. Zhao Qixing immediately sensed something unusual and followed their gaze to see Xianyuan Tian in the crowd. He frowned slightly. A late martial spirit? How? Do you know that person? Zhao Qixing asked. Chapter 185. The Battle with Poison Beast Boss. I'm sorry, I don't think I helped much. The little one said pitifully. How could that be? If it weren't for you, how would I know this place is called the Endless Desert? How would I know that the oasis is the key to passing the trial? Xianyuan Tian smiled and patted the little one's head. Really? The little one looked at him adorably. Of course. Xianyuan Tian said seriously. And I still need your help next? Okay, let's go. We can't find the oasis just staying here. The three little ones followed Xianyuan Tian on their journey. In a corner of the endless desert, a massive rock stood tall in the sand. Inside a cave beneath the rock, three women were hiding from the outside wind and sand. This is unbelievable. How did we end up in this broken place, the endless desert? One of them couldn't help but complain. Yeah, the endless desert is known for its hell-level trials. Senior Sister Zhao, do you think we'll end up like those people from before, stuck here until the trial grounds close? Another asked worriedly. Don't say such discouraging things. I am Zhao Shi. There is nothing in this world that can defeat me, the other said confidently, patting her chest. Chapter 186. The mysterious oasis. As the attacks from the four desert poison beasts were about to descend, Xianyuan Tian remained calm and once again vanished from sight. Immediately afterward, there were 3 consecutive screams as the remaining 3 scorpions were slain by Xianyuan Tian. The only surviving sandworm shrieked and without hesitation burrowed into the sand. Don't even think about escaping, Xianyuan Tian shouted, leaping up, and a green sword light fell from the sky, swiftly slicing into the place where the sandworm had dug in. A desperate scream came from beneath the sand, and after a while, yellow liquid flowed out from the sand, gradually dissolving it. Frightened, Xianyuan Tian moved away from there, quickly extracting the spirit cores from the heads of the 4 scorpions and bringing the little ones to the place where the 5 people had been before. That sandworm was too disgusting. The liquid was so corrosive that he simply gave up on the sandworm's spirit core. After arriving at that place, Xianyuan Tian began to worry. He didn't know how to find the entrance to the oasis. He took the array plates from those 5 people, and while the array plates did react, the entrance did not appear. Suddenly, Xianyuan Tian had a flash of inspiration. Could the entrance be beneath the desert? Chapter 187. Heart of a snake and scorpion, Zhao, she waved her hand lightly, and her 2 female companions understood. One of them quickly moving to block Xianyuan Tian's escape, route not far behind him. Meanwhile, she kept approaching Xianyuan Tian, her eyes cold, resembling the rumored snake-hearted woman. Xianyuan Tian glanced at them disdainfully and with a whoosh, disappeared from the spot. The 3 of them scanned the surroundings but did not find Xianyuan Tian's figure. Zhao Shi became somewhat exasperated. Bastard, come out. You coward, are you still a man? You ran before we even fought. But no matter how loudly she shouted, there was no response. Senior Sister Zhao, what should we do? One of the female disciples asked. What else can we do? Of course, we chase after him. He must be heading to the central lake. Where else could he go? Zhao Shi replied irritably. Let's go. The 3 of them rushed forward. After a while, Xianyuan Tian reappeared at the original spot, coldly staring in the direction the 3 had left. Boss, why not kill them? The little one asked, somewhat puzzled. With Xianyuan Tian's strength, it would be incredibly easy to kill the 3 of them. Xianyuan Tian shook his head and said with a half-smile, Aren't we unfamiliar with this place? Look, someone is personally leading the way for us. Isn't that great? Chapter 188. Dying for face. What happened? A young man dressed in light blue tight clothing, with a somewhat stern expression, asked. He was the only half-step martial king among this group of people. Hey, that guy just mocked us, said the tall man. Oh, this young man known as Hai Gu squinted his eyes. Brother, do you have something to say? Xianyuan Tian glanced at the other person without speaking. Look at you all. Didn't I say it right? They just looked down on us, not even deigning to glance at Hai Gu, who is a half-step martial king. The tall man's tone was somewhat sarcastic. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of his companions nearby turned extremely ugly, especially that half-step martial king, Hai Gu, whose face darkened immensely. As a dignified half-step martial king, he was actually looked down upon by a kid at the late stage of martial spirit. If this got out, how would he survive in the sect? Right now, there were more than a dozen people watching him. If he didn't show any reaction, how could he showcase his authority in front of them? Kid, you're making it very difficult for me by not giving me face. Hai Ji's expression was calm, but his gaze held a hint of sharpness. Chapter 189. Crisis in the Lake and you are? I am Huang Tianqing from the Baiguang sect, and this is Gu Jing from the Feiyin sect. We have met in the Poison Dragon Mountain range, said the young man in black. So it's you two. Do you have something to discuss with me? Xian Yuan Tian recalled these two people after hearing him. At that time, there was another person with them, who he had killed. I see you're here alone. What are you, troubled by the lake? You know about it? Xian Yuan Tian asked curiously. Indeed, this lake appears calm on the surface, but it actually hides deadly dangers. Huang Tianqing said. Xian Yuan Tian remained silent, quietly observing the other person. Huang Tianqing continued. There are many powerful spirit beasts in this lake. They are very sensitive to spiritual energy, and once a martial artist uses spiritual energy while crossing the lake, they will be attacked by the spirit beasts. The chances of survival are very low, even for experts at the martial king level. So, you mean one can only cross the lake without using spiritual energy? It can't be that simple, right? Xian Yuan Tian still had doubts about his statement. If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone be able to cross it? Chapter 190. No overnight grudge. The moment the small wooden boat broke apart, the three leaped out. In midair, they quickly began to fall. We'll fight it. Gu Jing shouted in anger. Yes, even if we die, we'll take one down with us. Huang Tianqing said firmly. With me, Xian Yuan Tian here. You want to die? Xian Yuan Tian said lightly, slapping both of them. Before they could react, they were struck by Xian Yuan Tian's golden palm print and instantly flew backward, landing right on the rock formation at the center of the lake. At that moment, several tentacles appeared from the lake, swinging towards Xian Yuan Tian. Xian Yuan Tian kicked out forcefully with his right foot, hitting one of the tentacles. A powerful recoil force struck his foot, sending him flying back like Gu Jing and Huang Tianqing, heading straight toward the center of the lake. At the edge of the rock formation in the center of the lake, Gu Jing and Huang Tianqing crashed heavily onto the ground, feeling immense pain. However, the two didn't have time to attend to their injuries, forcing themselves to stand up, looking not far away and shouting, Brother Xian Yuan. Their voices were filled with urgency and panic, their faces somewhat pale. At the moment they fell, they understood Xian Yuan Tian's intention in striking them and recalled what he had said right before they were hit by the golden palm print. Chapter 191. A ruthless hand destroys flowers. Xian Yuan Tian's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. Following his gaze, they saw a woman in a fiery red dress, who was quite striking in appearance, walking towards them with a smile. That is Zhao Shi, the little pepper of the Ziyang sect. Someone exclaimed. What? Is she the little pepper of the Ziyang sect? Absolutely, there is no mistake. It said that Zhao Shi relies on her grandfather being an inner sect elder of the Ziyang sect, and she behaves tyrannically within the sect, making many dare not speak out. An inner sect elder of the Ziyang sect, that's a martial emperor-level expert. Who can say otherwise? If I had such a powerful grandfather, I could walk all over too. At that moment, someone seemed to realize something, mouth agape, incredulously saying, Do you think that ruthless person will target the little pepper? Don't say it to seem likely. It's probable that the little pepper has been behaving arrogantly and provoked that guy. It was obvious to everyone that Xian Yuan Tian's gaze towards Zhao Shi was very unusual, extremely cold, with a hint of murderous intent. Hearing the discussions around them, Gu Jing and Huang Tianqing felt a tightening in their hearts, and their expressions turned grim. Chapter 192. Trouble has arrived at this moment, including Gu Jing and Huang Tianqing. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at everything unfolding. This battle was too swift. It was like a one-hit kill. Moreover, the opponent had a mid-grade spirit sword and was completely defeated. If it were them, wouldn't it be even worse? Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved that they had not offended Xian Yuan Tian. Even a disciple from a large sect like Zhao Shi, who had a powerful background, could be killed just like that, let alone them, the disciples from small sections. After doing all this, Xian Yuan Tian approached Gu Jing and Huang Tianqing as if nothing had happened. We should go. The two were instantly pulled back to reality by Xian Yuan Tian. Oh, right. We should go. They were still immersed in the previous scene, distractedly following Xian Yuan Tian to the stone platform. By the way, Brother Xian Yuan, we are in city number 9. Which city are you in? Gu Jing suddenly asked. I'm in city number 7. Why? Xian Yuan Tian inquired. That's great. Brother Xian Yuan might not know, but after completing the trial in Black Tiger City, the next stop is White Tiger City. There are only 5 white tiger cities, and city number 7 and city number 8 correspond exactly to number 2 white tiger city. At that time, we will have a chance to meet, Gu Jing said excitedly. Chapter 193. One palm to drive back, seeing Xian Yuan Tian appear. The young man immediately walked forward. Everyone stepped back. The disciples of the Ziyang sect quickly made way, and the young man approached Xian Yuan Tian, looking down at him. Is it you who killed junior sister Zhao Shi? It was me, so what? Xian Yuan Tian replied indifferently. No, so what? Killing a disciple of our Ziyang sect, no matter who it is, must die. The young man spoke in a domineering tone, looking at Xian Yuan Tian as if he were an ant. Then you can try. Xian Yuan Tian stood his ground, staring directly into the young man's eyes. The young man's expression darkened, his aura hidden yet palpable. In an instant, both sides were a standoff. Hearing their conversation, Zhou Qi and the other 3 were left speechless in shock. Xian Yuan Tian actually killed a disciple of the Ziyang sect, and judging by the young man's stance, the identity of the victim was definitely not simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a martial king expert dispatched with 100 disciples of the Ziyang sect following him. This situation was not good. In an instant, Zhou Qi felt a whirlwind of confusion, not knowing what to do. The other 3 were not much better off. They had never seen such a scene before, as they had only faced the elders of their own sect. Chapter 194. Famous for a reason on a street outside the courtyard. Zhao Qixing walked silently with many disciples of the Ziyang sect, while others dared not take action, fearing they might provoke the other party's bad luck. There were quite a few people from other sects around, secretly pointing and whispering about them. After an unknown amount of time, they returned to their lodging. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Zhao Qixing turned to Li Qingji and said, Junior brother Li, it seems you have seen this Xian Yuan Tian before. Tell us what you know. Upon hearing this question, everyone turned their gaze to Li Qingji. Li Qingji, feeling pressured, stepped forward and shared everything he knew about Xian Yuan Tian. When they heard that Xian Yuan Tian had killed Yu Gaofeng, who was ranked 93rd on the Flying Tiger list, and that he was the ruthless figure recently talked about in Black Tiger City, they were all shocked into silence. No wonder the other party dared to kill Zhao Shi. He was someone who could do anything, and they couldn't provoke him. Brother, if we hadn't left just now, he really would have killed all of us. He even dared to kill the assassins of the Yinluo Hall without a moment's hesitation, let alone us. Li Qingji continued. Chapter 195. Monsters. Isn't it said that there are many monsters outside the North Gate? Xian Yuan Tian expressed his confusion. He had already walked over 10 miles without seeing a single fly, let alone monsters or demons. What Xian Yuan Tian didn't know was that there were indeed quite a few monsters near the North Gate of Black Tiger City. But he had been confined indoors for the past few days. Others had already taken action, and the monsters near the North Gate had been hunted clean. Those competitors had gone further afield to search for monsters and demons. After walking a few more miles, they arrived at a grove. Suddenly, 5 unknown beasts, pitch black all over, appeared around Xian Yuan Tian, surrounding him. Is this what they call monsters? Xian Yuan Tian curiously observed the black beasts. This was his first time seeing the rumored monsters. According to ancient texts, beyond the 9 provinces at the end of the Endless Sea, there are other continents inhabited by different races. The known ones include the demon race, the monster race, and the witch race. Thousands of years ago, these 3 alien races crossed the Endless Sea and jointly attacked the 9 provinces. The human race gathered all its strong fighters and fought a war with the 3 alien races that lasted for hundreds of years. Chapter 196. Traitors of the human race. A participant from a certain sect appeared before Xian Yuan Tian, already dead and in a horrific state, having turned into a dry corpse as if all the blood had been drained from him. Xian Yuan Tian's expression turned grave. Who could have used such a brutal method to kill him? What kind of hatred could drive someone to do this? Even though the body had become a dry corpse, one could still feel the extreme fear in his expression before death. Xian Yuan Tian did not touch the corpse and turned to continue walking. What shocked him even more was that with every short distance he walked, he would see 1 or even several blood-drained corpses. If only 1 or 2 people had this situation, it could be said to be a personal vendetta. But this situation clearly indicated that someone had cultivated an evil technique to absorb blood to enhance their cultivation. Xian Yuan Tian was furious. This was against the will of heaven, and he had to find this person and kill him. Young master, this may not have been done by a human warrior. The voice of the Linglong Tower spirit suddenly echoed in Xian Yuan Tian's mind. Not done by a human warrior? Xinyuan Tian was very puzzled. That's right. Since ancient times, there have been human strongmen who brought monsters into the ancient trial grounds. Then there should also be members of the demon race besides the monster beasts. Chapter 197. Who is the prey? The black-robed man blocked his path with a black long knife. Boom! The white spiritual sword and the black long knife collided violently, creating a powerful spiritual energy storm that shook the surrounding trees. A spiritual energy shield appeared around both of them, one a light blue shield, the other a black shield, pressing against each other, neither yielding. TSK, 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 the rumored super ruthless person truly lives up to the name. With just the cultivation of late martial spirit, he can withstand 30% of my strength in a single strike. Truly a formidable younger generation, the black-robed man exclaimed. Unmoved by the other's praise, Xinyuan Tian looked at him with an indifferent expression. On the surface, the black-robed man appeared calm, but inside he was turbulent, unable to find peace. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a monstrous genius could exist in a place like East State. Before entering the ancient trial grounds, he had already mastered information about Xinyuan Tian, knowing that he was just a disciple from a 6th grade sect in the impoverished cloud region of East State. Although achieving late martial spirit at the age of 15 was impressive, it was nothing in the martial Dao sacred land of Central State. Chapter 198. Darkness Descends. Blood demon race, don't be so self-important. How dare you underestimate me? The black-robed man seemed enraged by Xinyuan Tian. Roaring, darkness descends. As soon as he finished speaking, black light erupted from his body, and a large amount of black mist swept out from him. In less than a moment, the area within a dozen miles was shrouded in black mist, turning the entire grove pitch black, where one could not see their own hand. Seeing this, Xinyuan Tian stopped, his expression unchanged, his eyes flickering. Don't waste your efforts. The secret technique I'm using is the initial level Earth stage Darkness Descends, which can not only conceal my aura, but also shield my divine sense. Not only you, but even a martial zone strongman would not be able to break it. You might as well obediently accept your death. The black-robed man's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible for Xinyuan Tian to determine his true location. The other party was right. It was dark here, and his eyes could not see anything, and his divine sense was also suppressed. However, what the other party did not know was that Xinyuan Tian's divine sense was several times stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Although it was suppressed, he could still sense the situation within a dozen meters around him. Suddenly, a slight sound of air being torn appeared behind Xinyuan Tian. Chapter 199. Blood Demon Disintegration Boom. 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 Next, the black-robed man launched a series of attacks against Xinyuan Tian. His attacks appeared simple, merely violent collisions. During this time, Xinyuan Tian relied on his unique speed advantage to evade many of the other party's charges. However, whether the other party was using some secret technique or borrowing the power of the blood demon race, his speed was even faster, surpassing Xinyuan Tian's divine movement step. Xinyuan Tian was now covered in wounds. Whoosh! As the black-robed man disappeared from his sight again, Xinyuan Tian turned and slashed out a blue sword light. Whoosh! The black-robed man suddenly flew into the air, hovering mid-air, looking down at Xinyuan Tian with glee. Hey, do you think I would stand here and let you cut me? It seems you have forgotten that you're only at the late stage of the martial spirit realm and cannot fly in the air. Don't even think about killing me. You can't even touch my body. Xinyuan Tian's face was dark as he swung his sword repeatedly, while the man in the black robe dodged frequently. All of Xinyuan Tian's attacks missed, and the black-robed man still looked at him with disdain as if nothing had happened. Xinyuan Tian remained silent, his face stern as he stared intently at the black-robed man in the air, not making another move. Have you given up? How boring. I wanted to play a little longer, the black-robed man said with a bored expression as he landed on the ground. Chapter 200. A breath of air in the ancient city of Tianhu. In a corner of the outermost audience area, a dozen middle-aged men dressed in black uniforms sat. In front of them sat an old man in a purple robe with a tuft of black beard. The old man gently stroked his beard with a smile as he looked at the circular platform in the center of the square. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed dramatically as a jade tablet appeared in his hand. His face turned a deep shade of green, and the jade tablet in his hand had shattered. Master Guardian, what happened? A middle-aged man behind the old man secretly transmitted his voice. A pawn has been lost in the ancient trial ground, the old man said with a stern face. It's Xiao Ji. What? Xiao Ji is at the mid-level of the martial king realm. Even without using bloodline power, he shouldn't lose to any contestant. Someone exclaimed. Exactly. With Xiao Ji's strength, it's impossible for him to fall easily. Those tests, while challenging, shouldn't cost him his life. All right, it has come to this. And we can't check the situation inside the trial ground. Let's wait for others to come out and ask. The old man said lightly. At this moment, a wave of exclamations arose around them as everyone looked towards the direction of the circular platform. Chapter 201. The fifth trial after climbing over several small hills. Xinyuan Tian saw a village several miles ahead, with smoke rising into the sky. Xinyuan Tian's face lit up with joy as he ran towards the village. When he arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by a young man wearing a muscular build with his chest exposed. Who are you? What do you want in our Li Zi village? The young man asked with an unfriendly expression, his eyes wary. Hello, big brother. I am a merchant's son from a city. While following a merchant caravan, I encountered bandits. Luckily, I fell into a small creek and floated nearby. I hope you could take me in for a few days, and I will repay you generously in the future, Xinyuan Tian said sincerely. This was the excuse he had prepared when he first saw the small village. The muscular young man looked at Xinyuan Tian skeptically and noticed the water stains all over him. Furthermore, the other party didn't seem strong, and his appearance didn't suggest he was a bad person, so the young man felt relieved. Fine, you can come in, but I must warn you. If you dare to lie or cause trouble in the village, I won't let you off, the young man warned Xinyuan Tian. Chapter 202. The trial tower, a large crowd had already gathered in front of tower, with at least 1,000 people, and more were being teleported there continuously. Xinyuan Tian also saw a few familiar faces, all from the top teams of the 5 major sects he had seen before entering the ancient trial ground. It seemed this trial was quite extraordinary to have so many experts appear. Xinyuan Tian thought to himself. Before long, the number of people gathered in front of the tower exceeded 10,000. At this point, Xinyuan Tian received information in his mind about the content of the trial. This tower was called the Trial Tower, consisting of 7 levels, each representing a different challenge. Everyone must pass at least the first 3 levels to qualify for this trial. Warriors who passed the first 3 levels could choose to continue to the 4th level or opt out. With a series of clicks, the doors of the Trial Tower opened, wide enough for 30 or 40 people to pass through the same time. The people in front rushed in eagerly, creating a somewhat chaotic scene as if they were rushing to a market. Xinyuan Tian, however, was not in a hurry to enter. He waited until most others had gone in before stepping forward towards the door of the trial tower. Chapter 203. Why are the flowers so red? Jia Chao intended to show off in front of everyone, while Nie Kun wanted to suppress his old rival in front of the crowd, but both ended up overdoing it and failing miserably. They were interrupted by an unknown rookie, causing them to lose face in front of everyone. Just wait until I run into you later. I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red. Both thought bitterly. Xinyuan Tian was unaware that he had already earned the resentment of 2 top 10 experts on the Flying Tiger list. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had reached the 2nd level of the trial tower, standing on a small hill with a wooden sword in hand, staring blankly at the boundless sea of trees before him. To be precise, these were not ordinary trees, but an ironwood forest made up of ironwood trees. The challenge at this level required participants to chop down 10 ironwood trees with their wooden sword to proceed to the next level. This is hardly suitable for humans. It's simply too unreasonable. Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but complain. Just now, he tried to chop one of the ironwood trees with his wooden sword, but the ironwood didn't budge at all, and the wooden sword left no mark on it. Chapter 204. Each showing their skills, however. Xinyuan Tian couldn't afford to care about that anymore. He continued to channel his spiritual energy to stabilize his spiritual shield. As more piranhas pounced on the shield, he would blast them away. This cycle continued, and the spiritual energy in Xinyuan Tian's Dantian was depleting rapidly. When he was halfway across the river, the remaining spiritual energy in his Dantian was already less than half. This won't do. I need to think of a way, Xinyuan Tian thought while swimming and strategizing. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, sending the surrounding piranhas flying away as he unleashed his full speed using the divine movement technique. Xinyuan Tian shot out like a flying fish, leaving the piranhas completely missing their target. Sure enough, it worked. Xin Yuan Tian realized that the piranhas appearing around him couldn't keep up with his speed, and he couldn't help but smile with joy. After an unknown period, Xin Yuan Tian finally reached the opposite bank, leaping onto the shore. With a shake of his body, all the water droplets were shaken off. Watching Xin Yuan Tian leave the water surface, the piranhas that had chased him to the riverbank glanced at him, and then turned back to dive into the river. At this moment, on the other side of the river, where Xin Yuan Tian had first appeared. Chapter 205. A strong sense of crisis at the moment the magma erupted. Xin Yuan Tian activated a spiritual shield to block the splashing magma. Roar! A massive fiery red figure burst out from the magma, roaring as it charged towards Xin Yuan Tian. This is a 4th-level advanced fire rock lizard, its head elongated, mouth open, revealing giant teeth on both sides, lunging towards Xin Yuan Tian. Xin Yuan Tian's expression remained calm. A white spirit sword appearing in his hand. With a gentle wave, a streak of blue sword light shot out, instantly cleaving the fire rock lizard in two. The lizard's corpse immediately fell into the magma, disappearing without a trace. Killing a 4th-level advanced spirit beast was not a big deal for Xin Yuan Tian, and he continued to walk forward calmly. During this time, fire attribute spirit beasts kept appearing, ranging from 4th-level advanced spirit beasts to 4th-level peak spirit beasts. The further he went, the stronger the spirit beasts that emerged. However, no matter how powerful these 4th-level spirit beasts were, they were nothing but a breeze against Xin Yuan Tian. What seemed like a challenging trial posed no difficulty for Xin Yuan Tian. Unknowingly, he had spotted a clearing not far away, resembling a small mountain peak that had been sliced flat in the middle. Chapter 206. The girl's thoughts on the 7th layer. A sea of thunder appeared before Xin Yuan Tian. The trial here was to withstand the lightning attacks with his body and pass through this sea of thunder. During this time, weapons and martial techniques could not be used to block the lightning strikes. He could use spirit power to protect his body, provided he could withstand the lightning's attack. Xin Yuan Tian smiled slightly, finding it quite interesting. He did not release spirit power on the surface of his body, but charged directly into the sea of thunder. Boom! 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 Xin Yuan Tian's actions seemed to anger the thunderclouds above, bolts of lightning striking down towards him. Watching the mighty lightning, Xin Yuan Tian sat cross-legged, smiling, with no inner turmoil. Just as the lightning was about to hit him, he immediately activated the yin-yang creation technique, causing a small vortex to appear above his head, sucking in all the lightning. Boom! 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 The thunderclouds roared even louder, with thicker bolts of lightning flying towards Xin Yuan Tian, all without exception being absorbed into the vortex. After an unknown amount of time, Xin Yuan Tian opened his eyes, stopped the yin-yang creation technique, and stood up, slowly walking towards the other side of the sea of thunder. Xin Yuan Tian appeared unfazed, allowing the lightning strikes to hit him. Chapter 207. Disturbing the hall master, Ouyang Qing tensed up, pretending to be angry. You little girl, at such a young age, learning these messy things. Be careful, I tell the master. Please don't tell my mother, or I'll be locked up again. Han Xiaowei immediately pleaded, looking aggrieved at Ouyang Qing and shaking her arm like a spoiled child. All right, I'll forgive you this time. Now tell me, what do you want from me? Ouyang Qing affectionately pat on Xiaowei's head. I do have something fun to tell you. Han Xiaowei immediately returned to her previous playful demeanor. I heard from my mother that there has been unusual activity in a forbidden area in the East State, and many forces from the Central State have sent people to investigate. What does that have to do with us? Ouyang Qing asked, positive. Of course it matters. Mother said that this time, in addition to investigating the unusual activity in the forbidden area, they will also bring many disciples to train at the periphery of the forbidden area. Other forces have similar plans, Han Xiaowei explained confidently. Is what you said true? Ouyang Qing suddenly became very excited, grabbing Han Xiaowei's hands. Senior sister, you seem particularly excited. Are you hiding something from me? Speak the truth. Han Xiaowei seemed to have caught on to something, squinting her eyes mischievously at Ouyang Qing. Chapter 208. The martial saint is Stun Qing Hong called in an intersect elder of the Tianyang sect who was at the martial emperor level and instructed him to bring over the spokesperson of the Qingyun sect. At the location of Qingyun sect and others, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared out of nowhere before Su Konghai and others, startling them. When the supreme elder of Qingyun sect recognized the visitor, he respectfully said, "Greetings, Elder Wu Li. May I ask what brings you here?" Wuli shukladli. No need for too much courtesy. It is the Supreme Elder who is looking for you. I think you can guess what it is about. Are you saying? Kong Yushan looked at the first position on the light screen in the sky, somewhat excited. You guessed right, follow me. Wuli waved his hand, and he and Kong Yushan vanished from the spot. Senior brother, do you think it could be? Han Yu's expression was very excited. Junior brother, you guessed correctly. Barring any accidents, Xinyuan Tian is almost certain to be selected by the Tianyang sect to become a disciple of the Tianyang sect, Su Konghai said excitedly. What? Xinyuan Tian is going to join the Tianyang sect and become a disciple of the Tianyang sect? The disciples of Qinyun's sect were stunned. That's a 5th grade sect. In their eyes, it was something they could only look up to. Chapter 209. A disagreement leads to action inside Black Tiger City number 7. The 4-month period had finally arrived. The 5 teleportation gates within Black Tiger City simultaneously vanished. Shortly after, a larger teleportation gate appeared in the center of the city. In a room, Xinyuan Tian opened his eyes, clenched his fists, revealing a satisfied smile. With a large number of 4th and 5th level magic cores, he had finally successfully broken through the peak of martial spirit and was getting closer to the martial king level. He stood up, left the room, and followed Zhou Qi to the vicinity of the teleportation gate, where over 10,000 people had gathered, entering the teleportation gate one after another. The other 3 disciples of Qinyun's sect did not pass the 2 trials and could not go to White Tiger City. Xinyuan Tian also entered the teleportation gate. Not long after, Xinyuan Tian appeared on a platform, with 3 other platforms nearby, all surrounded by people. Is this White Tiger City? Xinyuan Tian walked off the platform, carefully observing this city, which appeared larger than Black Tiger City and exuded a more ancient aura. This was near one of the city gates. Xinyuan Tian and Zhou Qi did not leave the square immediately. They needed to wait for their fellow disciples who were teleported from other Black Tiger cities. They waited for a long time before 2 disciples of Qinyun's sect finally arrived. Chapter 210. Darkness Descends Again. That was by Shurya from the Taizong sect. Ranked 21st on the Flying Tiger list. And Lin Yemen from the Feiyu sect, ranked 26th on the Flying Tiger list. Oh my god, this guy actually took action against 3 experts on the Flying Tiger list at the same time? Is he crazy? This guy is really seeking death. Offending people from 3 major sects at once. The surrounding people were shocked by Xinyuan Tian's series of irrational actions, even if he wanted to show off. It shouldn't be like this. Bai Shurya and Lin Yemen were exuding strong killing intent, staring fiercely at Xinyuan Tian. Kid, it seems you really don't intend to live. Fine, today we will settle the account of the trial tower together. Nie Kun stepped forward, his face dark as he looked at Xinyuan Tian. Jiao Chao also came to Nie Kun's side, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Xinyuan Tian seemed to be trapped in an unprecedented crisis. In the distance, Zhou Qi and the 2 fellow disciples were so frightened they could not speak. Is our junior brother this impressive? The 2 disciples behind Zhou Qi stared in disbelief at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi helplessly covered his forehead with his hand. His junior brother's style of action was truly astonishing and completely unpredictable. Chapter 211. The final test, and you? Xinyuan Tian looked calmly at Lu Ziyan. I, Lu Ziyan, a core disciple of the Ziyang sect, look forward to battling you after the trial ends. Lu Ziyan exuded a strong fighting spirit. At this moment, he regarded Xinyuan Tian as a formidable opponent, even someone who could threaten his position as number 1 on the Flying Tiger ranking. I, Xinyuan Tian, a core disciple of the Qinyun sect, Xinyuan Tian said. There seemed to be a strong spark colliding between the 2. Everyone around watched the 2 in the arena, feeling their overwhelming aura, eagerly anticipating their confrontation. Just then, everyone received the information about this round of the trial in their minds, and white pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. Everyone disappeared along with the white pillars. After a few moments, Xinyuan Tian arrived at a beast fighting arena, where no one was around. A roar of a spirit beast echoed ahead. A metal gate opened, and a tall 4th grade high-level spirit beast emerged. As soon as it saw Xinyuan Tian, it eagerly opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow him whole. Xinyuan Tian remained calm and easily dispatched it with a single sword strike. Chapter 212. The Top 100 Challenge. As they progressed into the later stages, 5th grade intermediate spirit beasts began to appear. Sometimes, Nie Kun, Jiao Chao, and Su Juanhao teamed up to fight, struggling to defeat each other. Other times, Lu Ziyan would take action, usually able to eliminate a 5th-grade intermediate spirit beast in just a few moves. Xian Yuantian also occasionally made a move. When he did, it was always a one-hit kill, with no 5th-grade intermediate spirit beast able to withstand his sword. His overwhelmingly strong performance shocked all his teammates. Even Lu Ziyan was no exception, his expression serious as he realized the opponent was even stronger than he had imagined. Eventually, they became the first team to reach the finish line. Half an hour later, the second team arrived, led by Kong Yuanhua, followed by the team led by Wan Hongxian. By the time the 50th team arrived, no other team showed up, including Kong Yuanhua and Wan Hongxian. The others looked at Xian Yuantian with serious expressions, as they now had another powerful opponent. Many were envious of Gu Jing and the others, who, despite being weaker in strength, became the first in this round due to their strong teammates. Gu Jing and his companions felt a bit embarrassed under the surrounding gazes. Before long, all participants, including those who had not reached the finish line, were teleported away. Chapter 213. The Sudden Dark Horse Outside the Ancient Trial Grounds. Watching the disciples return after failing the challenge, the elders felt some disappointment, but more so regret. They had lost at the last step. Zhou Qi, you performed excellently. Far exceeding our expectations, we did not misjudge you. Kong Yushan patted Zhou Qi's shoulder with satisfaction, feeling very excited. This time, the Qinyan sect could be said to have made a big harvest, with 2 disciples entering the top 500 and Xian Yuantian even taking the top spot. Although it was only a temporary position, it was enough for them to boast about. Zhou Qi was also very excited. Entering the top 500 felt like a dream to him, something he never even dared to imagine before coming to the Flying Tiger Ancient City. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the upcoming Top 100 Challenge. The 10 competition platforms surprisingly moved towards the center, colliding together to form a massive circular arena, causing exclamations of surprise. According to the rules, starting from the 100th place, challengers could only challenge opponents within a 10-rank difference. This meant that the contestant in the 100th position could only challenge the 90th place contestant at most. The second phase of the challenge was even more intense and spectacular, raising the atmosphere of the plaza in the Flying Tiger Ancient City to its peak. Chapter 214. A Duel of Sword Intense Slash. Gong Yuan Wahuad. And a golden sword light over 10 feet long slashed down towards Qi Tong, nearly encompassing the entire arena in its attack range, leaving Qi Tong nowhere to escape. Everyone watched Qi Tong on the platform closely, wondering how he would respond to this sword. Would he give up, or did he have some powerful technique? Blood Flame Slash. Qi Tong raised his spirit sword to his chest and swung it diagonally upward, sending a blood-red flame sword light towards the golden sword light. Boom! The 2 sword lights exploded in the air like a meteor strike, sending up a large cloud of dust and creating a considerable wave that swept in all directions. A spiritual barrier appeared in front of the high platform, blocking the residual wave. When the dust on the platform settled, revealing the 2 figures, people were once again stunned. The result was the same. Qi Tong's spirit sword was resting against Kong Yuanhua's neck as he coldly said, "You lost." Kong Yuanhua did not get angry. He merely gave Qi Tong a faint glance before turning to fly back to the high platform. This guy can only say that one line. Nie Kun couldn't help but complain. Jia Chao, rarely agreeing with him, said, "Yeah, it's my first time seeing someone who likes to hang their sword on others' necks." Chapter 215. Strange actions suddenly. The swords in both their hands shone brightly. They simultaneously swung their swords, colliding in an instant, causing a significant spiritual power storm that blew around, making a whistling sound. When the arena returned to calm, and the figures of the 2 were visible, Xian Yuantian stood still, while Lu Ziyan had retreated to the edge of the platform, almost about to fall off. "I lost." Lu Ziyan's expression was somewhat dejected, but he quickly regained his composure, declaring, "Next time, I will win." His gaze was very determined. "I look forward to it." Xian Yuantian smiled. While he said this, he did not believe that someone he had defeated could find a way to get revenge on him. Flying Tiger Ancient City, on the high platform. It's actually sword intent. The old man in white was slightly surprised, realizing that 2 excellent talents had indeed emerged this time. Wow, this kid had a hidden hand, scaring me. Qing Hong pretended to pat his chest, as if genuinely startled. "Coming here was worth it. I picked up a big treasure. You can just smile," Dai Tsong said with annoyance. Initially, he thought Lu Ziyan would have no problem securing first place with Sword Intent as his trump card. But unexpectedly, Xian Yuantian also possessed Sword Intent, and it was stronger than Lu Ziyan's. Chapter 216. 6 consecutive kills, however. The next scene made his expression even darker. In the footage, Xian Yuantian consecutively pointed out 5 people, ranking 19th, 22nd, 27th, 31st, and 35th for men and 1 woman. When they were pointed out by Xian Yuantian, their expressions were all very unsightly. One of them was particularly annoyed and said, "Xian Yuantian, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to offend all of our sects?" As expected, someone from a small place thinks they are invincible after achieving a little success. Another person followed up with sarcasm. "Enough of this nonsense, come down." Xian Yuantian remained imposing and coldly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people, as if they had agreed, flew up to the competition stage, dispersing around Xian Yuantian and surrounding him. "Now that's more like it." Xian Yuantian sneered and said, "Let's see what you've got. I'm giving you a chance to stand in the sunlight." A shiny, pure white jade stone appeared in his hand, dazzling to the eyes. It's the holy light stone." Someone couldn't help but exclaim loudly, and all the contestants on the high platform stood up, looking at the sparkling jade stone in Xian Yuantian's hand with shock. Chapter 217. Breaking Through to Martial King. The Hall Master summons the old man in the white robe continued. "After this grand meeting ends, I ask you all to come to the East Spirit Hall. We need to discuss the matters concerning the Dark Demon sect in detail, and there have been disturbances in the Crimson Gold Ancient Land, so you all need to be prepared for some responses." When everyone heard the words Crimson Gold Ancient Land, their expressions became noticeably more serious. "Hall Master, will the Dark Demon sect take action because of the disturbances in the Crimson Gold Ancient Land?" Dai Tsong asked. "The possibility is low, but we cannot be careless. However, there is one place that needs to be on high alert." The old man in the white robe said seriously. "Are you talking about the Dark Abyss?" Qing Hong spoke up. "Exactly. According to the intelligence we received, the Dark Demon sect has been active in the Eastern State for the past 300 years, and it is highly likely related to the Dark Abyss." Upon hearing his words, the experts felt somewhat worried. "But don't be too pessimistic. I've already sent a message to the Holy Land. The Holy Master has his arrangements." The old man in the white robe reassured them. "We will trouble the Hall Master with this matter." Everyone cupped their hands in respect. In the ancient trial ground, when Xian Yuantian appeared again, he was in a cave. "It seems this is for us to enter closed-door cultivation." Xian Yuantian thought nothing of it, sat cross-legged, adjusted his state to the best, and then placed his hands on the energy sphere, exerting all his strength to operate the yin-yang creation technique. Chapter 218. From the same lineage, including the old man in the white robe, everyone remained silent, quietly watching Xian Yuantian. They did not emit any aura, but Xian Yuantian could truly feel the invisible pressure from them. For a moment, Xian Yuantian felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Is this the pressure of a martial saint? Xian Yuantian thought to himself, so what if they are martial saints? Suddenly, an inexplicable aura radiated from Xian Yuantian. He straightened his body and stared straight at the experts, not showing any hint of fear in his eyes. All the martial saints present were surprised by Xian Yuantian's sudden change. This kid is impressive. To remain calm in front of so many martial saints is truly remarkable. Usually, those younger disciples, when seeing themselves, will be trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. Looking at Xian Yuantian in front of him, they felt a mix of emotions. Some discontentedly glancing at Qing Hong. Feeling the gazes of these old acquaintances, Qing Hong smiled with some pride. Not bad, not bad. You kid is really impressive. From today on, you are a disciple of my Tianyang sect. Are you willing? Chapter 219. The background of a Xianyuan mansion, the flying ship of the Qingyun sect, encountered no accidents on the way, and after more than half a month, it smoothly entered the northern region of the Cloud Domain. This was thanks to the Tianyang sect, because of the matter concerning the Dark Demon sect. Coupled with the presence of Xian Yuantian, the Tianyang sect dispatched a martial emperor powerhouse to follow along the way. This martial emperor inner sect elder of the Tianyang sect would sit in the Qingyun sect for a while to prevent any actions from the Dark Demon sect against the Qingyun sect. After all, the founder of the Qingyun sect came from the Tianyang sect, which nominally counts as the main sect of the Qingyun sect. If there were no actions taken, it would be unreasonable in front of outsiders. The day after arriving at the Qingyan sect, Xian Yuantian hurried back to Tianduan City. A few days later, Xian Yuantian finally arrived at Tianduan City. This time, he flew directly into the city from the sky, causing a stir of exclamations. ISNT, that Xian Yuantian? How'd he learn to fly? Are you sure it's him? Did you not see it wrong? I have relatives working at the Xian Yuan mansion. I've been to the Xian Yuan mansion and seen Xian Yuantian a few times. How could I be mistaken? If I remember correctly, he seems to be only 16 years old, right? To break through to Martial King at 16, this is incredible. Chapter 220. The truth behind the young master mentioned by the elder is named Xian Yuan Feng, a direct descendant of the Xian Yuan royal family. The son of the 7th elder. He is exceptionally gifted, having reached mid-level martial emperor before the age of 100, and is recognized as the one with the best chance of breaking through to emperor within a clan. Already designated as the next clan leader of the Xian Yuan royal family. Once, when Xian Yuan Feng was traveling in the eastern state, he discovered that the Dark Demon sect was secretly plotting to obtain a treasure hidden deep within the forbidden land of the continent, the Dark Abyss, reportedly under the direct orders of the Dark Demon sect's leader. This treasure is something that even emperors would covet. Once the leader of the Dark Demon sect obtains this treasure, they would no longer fear the holy land of Huaxia, and the Dark Demon sect would possess the strength to compete against the holy land of Huaxia and all forces in the Jiuzhou continent. After learning of this conspiracy, Xian Yuan Feng planned to return to the Holy Land to inform the clan leader, who is also the Holy Master of Huaxia. However, his movements were discovered by the Dark Demon sect, and he was besieged by many of their powerhouses, suffering serious injuries, and ultimately escaped with his life thanks to a secret method. After nearly 100 years of recuperation, he recovered from his physical injuries, but the damage to his soul could not be repaired, and helplessly, he could only suppress the further deterioration of his soul injuries through 1,000-year-old mysterious ice. Chapter 221. Being chased again not long after, the three of them left the secret room together. Watching Xian Yuantian walk away, the elder spoke, Master, we need to quickly recall all disciples from outside, and we also need to make arrangements for other matters in advance. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. After returning to the courtyard, his mother came to him, looking somewhat worried. Son, what did your father call you for? Why did it take so long to come back? Qin Yuyan asked with concern. Xian Yuan Ninghai also looked at him with a questioning gaze. Xian Yuantian smiled casually. Mother, don't worry. Didn't I just become a disciple of the 5th grade sect, Tianyang sect? Grandpa was worried about my safety. So he specifically reminded me of some things and asked about Brother Yu and their situation in the Qingyan sect. Really? Really? When have I ever lied to you? Our son has grown up. Don't worry too much. That will only put pressure on him, Xian Yuan Ninghai comforted. I understand, but I can't help but worry. This time, he's going to such a far place. Who knows when he will come back next time. Chapter 222. The reappearance of the Xian Yuan sword. Xian Yuan Tian's pupils constricted as he realized that his identity had been discovered. However, he quickly understood why his identity had been exposed. Feng Shuning. Every time he dug up the spirit veins and eliminated the forces of the Tianluo sect stationed in the border areas, he would deploy Feng Shuning. Undoubtedly, many people had seen the appearance of Feng Shuning. Don't say there aren't any. Even if there are, do you think I would hand it over to you? Xian Yuan Tian looked at the other person with disdain. You can choose not to hand it over. But I'll make you know soon what it feels like to wish for death, Tian Wuya said with a cruel smile. Not just you, your Xian Yuan house behind you. I'll personally torture them to death one by one. Xian Yuan Tian's face darkened, and a terrifying killing intent swept over him. Are you scared? It's too late. Anyone who dares to oppose my Tianluo sect will have a bad end. Tian Wuye sneered at Xian Yuan Tian. At that moment, Xian Yuan Tian resembled an enraged lion, ready to pounce, but in Tian Wuye's eyes, it was merely impotent rage. You shouldn't use my family as leverage. Xian Yuan Tian's eyes were icy as he looked at Tian Wuye. Family was his reverse scale. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on his family would have to die. Chapter 223. Scared wedding oneself. After entering the Eastern Spirit domain, Xian Yuan Tian did not stop anywhere. After inquiring about the specific direction of the Tianyang sect, he set off again. After another half-month of flying, he arrived at an unknown mountain range. Standing on a hillside, he gazed at a city several dozen miles away. That was Tianyang City, and beyond it was the Tianyang sect stronghold. Xinyuan Tian couldn't hide his excitement. Arriving here brought him one step closer to Zhongzhou. Just as Xinyuan Tian was about to continue flying forward, he faintly heard a cacophony of sounds not far away, mixed with screams and cries for help. He immediately flew toward the direction of the sounds, and in less than a moment, he arrived at a large tree near a small village. When Xinyuan Tian saw the scene outside the small village, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Outside the small village, hundreds of plain-clothed villagers had gathered, men and women of all ages, watching in fear and anger at a group of burly men on horseback several dozen meters away. To be precise, it was a group of mountain bandits. Among them, a dozen or so were each holding a young woman, who were desperately struggling but unable to break free from the bandits. Chapter 224, First Hearing of the Qijin Ancient Land. Not long after, Xinyuan Tian arrived at Tianyang City. As he passed through the city gate, several faint consciousnesses swept over him, lingering for only a moment before leaving. Xinyuan Tian secretly smiled, casually walking into Tianyang City. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance and altered his aura. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly, Xinyuan Tian thought to himself. On the road leading to Tianyang City, he sensed at least 10 killing intents, some from the Dark Demon sect, some from the Yinluo Hall, and probably from other forces as well. However, those people's gazes only lingered on him for a moment before ignoring him. He did not linger in Tianyang City and exited through another city gate, arriving at the foot of the Tianyang sect's mountain gate before dark. At this point, he had resumed his original appearance, looking at the endless mountain range ahead. With hundreds of towering peaks rising into the clouds, the rich life force that rushed toward him was astonishing, especially among the 15 peaks in the middle. Xinyuan Tian could sense countless powerful auras. After taking a moment to collect himself, Xinyuan Tian walked toward the Tianyang sect's mountain gate. Chapter 225, The Door of Space. Then why do we still need to go there? Xinyuan Tian was quite puzzled. The Forbidden Land had only formed a few thousand years ago, and indeed it was a dead zone where no one dared to approach. However, things were different now. 10,000 years had passed, and the area covered by the Forbidden Land had expanded to tens of thousands of miles, growing dozens of times larger than before, surrounded by all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines. It was rumored that deep within, there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures with ages reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Xinyuan Tian's expression changed. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were tens of thousands of years old? Could they possibly reach the saint level or even the emperor level? There is also something inside the Forbidden Land that even half-emperor powerhouses would envy, Wan Hongxian said mysteriously. Oh, Xinyuan Tian was immediately intrigued. Something that even half-emperor powerhouses would envy must be extraordinary. The emperor's inheritance. Wan Hongxian took a deep breath and whispered, "What?" Xinyuan Tian's pupils constricted, nearly unable to contain his voice. He looked at Wan Hongxian in shock, and the latter nodded affirmatively. According to him, many solitary powerhouses did not wish to be disturbed after their demise, so they buried themselves within the Qijin Ancient Land, leaving behind their inheritance. Chapter 226. By the edge of the cliff, amidst the astonished gazes of the disciples, the flying ship entered the door of space. The door of space closed again, as if nothing had happened. In the distant Zhongzhou, in a mountain range resembling a fairyland, another massive flying spirit ship docked at a large square beside a waterfall, already filled with people. At this moment, a beautiful figure stepped onto the ship. When the male disciples saw the appearance of the young girl, their eyes immediately brightened. Among them, one individual, somewhat handsome and with a refined demeanor, wore a white long robe. With what he considered a charming smile, he approached the young girl and gently greeted her. "Oh Yang Shimi, long time no see. You look even more beautiful. I have so much to talk to you about." Seeing the white-robed youth fawning over the beautiful girl, many female disciples felt sour and uncomfortable. Just as the white-robed youth was about to continue speaking, a petite yellow figure appeared beside the girl. The white-robed youth's pupils constricted, and he immediately shut his mouth, his expression changing unpredictably. "I say, Zhao Shixiao, what do you want to say to Shiji? Why not let me hear it?" The girl playfully smiled at him, revealing her signature little tiger tooth. A flash of light passing by. Chapter 227. That figure, in fact, they were just his adoptive parents. Wan Hongxian glanced around and lowered his voice. The sect had previously investigated his background. He had been abandoned by his biological parents at the age of 3 and was taken in by his current adoptive parents. Although his adoptive parents treated him as their own, and his relationship with his sister was very good, it still couldn't heal the psychological scars left from his childhood. He had always been reclusive, rarely interacting with anyone other than his current family. When his fellow disciples in the sect saw him, they would avoid him, and even the higher-ups in the sect were unwilling to take him as a disciple. Later, an inter-sect elder recognized his talent and wanted to take him as a disciple, but he was actually rejected. He had said that the elder was not qualified to take him as a disciple, which angered the elder to the point of shaking. Since then, the higher-ups in the sect had looked down upon him, and even his fellow disciples avoided him like the plague. Wan Hongshuan's tone was somewhat lamenting. Xian Yuan Tian couldn't help but widen his mouth. Was this person really that ruthless? Even a martial emperor didn't qualify to take him as a disciple. His master, the Qingyun sect, Han Yu, only had the cultivation of a late martial sect. In that moment, he found Qi Tong a bit detestable. Junior brother, I mean no harm. Everyone has different principles when it comes to making friends. If possible, you should be more cautious. Wan Hongxian reminded him. Chapter 228. The charm of that glance, the purple-clad girl on the outskirts of the crowd noticed Xian Yuan Tian's gaze and turned to look, instantly stunned. What did she see? The figure she missed every night now appeared right in front of her. For a moment, she thought she was seeing things. The boy smiled gently, with tenderness in his eyes. The girl also smiled, sweetly, her eyes filled with happiness. The two of them gazed at each other, their eyes only for one another. Around them, everything seemed to fade into blankness, as if time had frozen at that moment, with only each other being eternal. The crowd was attracted by the ongoing arguments and did not notice their unusual behavior. At first, some people did see Xian Yuan Tian, but when they noticed his disciple robe from the Tianyang sect and his early martial king cultivation, they ignored him. However, one sharp-eyed person quickly noticed their actions. That was Han Xiaowei, standing beside Ouyang Qinger. Ouyang Qinger's every move did not escape her sharp eyes. After glancing back and forth between Ouyang Qinger and Xian Yuan Tian's gazes, Han Xiaowei revealed a mischievous smile, her eyes glinting with cunning. Chapter 229. A large double-standard scene at that moment. Zhao Qi's powerful aura of early martial sect was fully displayed, and Wan Hongxian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Junior brother Xian Yuan, get out of the way. Wan Hongxian shouted loudly at Xian Yuan Tian. Xian Yuan Tian remained unmoved, sensing the powerful palm strike from the opponent. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ouyang Qinger beside him had a flash of anger in her eyes and stepped forward, wanting to stand in front of Xian Yuan Tian. Xian Yuan Tian reached out to block Ouyang Qinger, smiling softly, just leave it to me. What? Han Xiaowei behind them widened her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Xian Yuan Tian. She doubted whether she heard wrong. A mere early martial king dared to confront someone who was a whole realm higher, an early martial sect. If he wasn't overly confident in his strength, he must be a fool. However, Han Xiaowei didn't think that someone whom Ouyang Qinger liked could be a foolish and arrogant person, leaving her feeling a bit confused. At that moment, Zhao Qi's attack arrived, and Xian Yuan Tian's left hand suddenly slapped out, fiercely meeting the opponent's palm. Boom! An unexpected scene unfolded. Zhao Qi, an early martial sect, was sent flying out at a speed even faster than when he arrived, crashing hard to the ground. Chapter 230. The Cave of the Martial Saint. Xian Yuan Tian shook his head with a smile. There were so many cities around the ancient Red Gold Land, and countless martial artists entered here every day to hunt for treasures. In less dangerous areas like the outskirts, every corner had likely been visited countless times. There was hardly anything valuable left. To find useful items, one had to venture deeper, where it was more dangerous, but also where there was a greater chance of finding the legacy left by powerful beings. There were countless secret caves and small secret realms inside. Whether one could find them depended on one's strength and luck. You don't lack these things. Why do you care so much? Ouyang Qinger asked, puzzled. Having some is better than having none. If I come here and leave empty-handed, won't I be laughed at by the other disciples? I don't want to lose face. Han Xiaowei said indignantly. Xian Yuan Tian and Ouyang Qinger exchanged looks, feeling speechless. This guy's way of thinking was indeed different from theirs. The three continued forward, and sure enough, they found a cave. However, they directly skipped over it because those attacking the cave's defense formation were all martial kings, not even a single martial sect among them. The most it could be was a cave left by a martial venerable, which held no attraction for them. Chapter 231. The Blood Emperor Xian Yuan Tian and Ouyang Qing'er exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, then split up to act. The little ones, the little dot and the little white, returned to Xian Yuan Tian's side. You two little rascals better not be naughty again. After all, the other party is a friend of Qing'er. Be more careful in the future, got it? Xian Yuan Tian admonished the two little ones. The two little ones acted obediently, seemingly accepting Xian Yuan Tian's advice. But Xian Yuan Tian knew very well that they absolutely didn't take his words to heart, and there was nothing he could do about it. Despite appearing carefree and playful, as divine beasts, they had their own pride. They wouldn't allow anyone to touch them except for themselves and their closest ones. So far, the only ones they accepted were his sister, parents, and Ouyang Qing'er, while they often couldn't even be bothered to look at others. Shaking his head, he cast aside these trivial thoughts and walked forward. You too. Sense which nearby cave has stronger spiritual fluctuations, or if there's a cave that is different from the others. Xian Yuan Tian instructed the two little ones. Chapter 232. The Martial Path Oath. There was a passage written by the Blood Emperor himself. It turned out that after the support from the human emperor reached the Blood Emperor, he withdrew from the battlefield to return to the 9 provinces to recuperate. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by the leader of the Dark Demon sect on the way back, who had allied with 2 other emperors from the Dark Demon sect to pursue the Blood Emperor. In the final moments, the Blood Emperor forcefully used a secret technique to barely escape with his life. At that time, the Blood Emperor was already at the end of his strength, disheartened. He did not seek help from other human emperors, but instead entered the ancient Red Gold Land alone. Here, he left his legacy, waiting for future outstanding descendants of the human race to come and inherit his will. After arranging everything within the ancient Red Gold Land, not long after, the Blood Emperor sat down in meditation. After reading this passage, Xian Yuan Tian trembled all over. The book in his hand was crumpled. He could feel the unwillingness and sorrow of the Blood Emperor, a human strongman who had given everything to protect the human race, only to end up in such a tragic fate. The Blood Emperor's dedication to the human race and his feats of fighting bravely ignited the passion in his heart, and he felt anger at the Blood Emperor's tragic end. Chapter 233. This will lead to no friends the moment Xian Yuan Tian stepped out of the cave. He noticed many people lingering nearby, all of whom turned their gazes toward him. There was resentment, anger, and killing intent. Xian Yuan Tian ignored them, letting out a cold laugh as he continued to walk out. Not long after he left, Qitong also appeared at the cave entrance, instantly drawing all eyes to him. Xian Yuan Tian arrived at the misty area, where Ouyang Qing'er and Han Xiaowei were already waiting for him. Brother Tian, Ouyang Qing'er exclaimed happily. Humph. Han Xiaowei tossed her head aside, coldly snorting in displeasure. Finally back. I thought you were taken away by a spirit beast. Seeing Han Xiaowei throwing a tantrum, Ouyang Qing'er felt quite helpless. Because of the two little ones, Han Xiaowei had also started to find Xian Yuan Tian somewhat displeasing, and she could only keep soothing her. Xian Yuan Tian approached the two, and the little ones became mischievous again, casting disdainful glances at Han Xiaowei, which made her so angry that she turned her head away to avoid looking. No more mischief. Xian Yuan Tian patted the little ones on their heads to calm them down. Instantly, the two little ones turned into obedient little ones, looking cute and adorable, which made Han Xiaowei frequently glance at them, amusing Ouyang Qing'er and Xian Yuan Tian. Chapter 234. Treasures emerge. Chaos in the 9 provinces outside the Crimson Gold Ancient Land. On the cliff, apart from those who had already fallen, all martial artists below the Martial Emperor rank had left the Crimson Gold Ancient Land and gathered here, nervously watching the depths of the Ancient Land. Above their heads, occasionally martial emperors flew by, heading deep into the Crimson Gold Ancient Land. Ouyang Qing'er looked worriedly in the direction of the Ancient Land. Sister, don't worry. He seems like a very steady person. I believe he will be fine. Han Xiaowei comforted. She was right. Xian Yuan Tian would return safely. Qitong appeared behind the two without them noticing, startling Han Xiaowei. You cold-faced guy. How'd you sneak up on us like that? Trying to scare us to death. Han Xiaowei put her hands on her hips, looking very displeased at Qitong. Are you very familiar with Brother Tian? Why are you so confident in him? Ouyang Qing'er curiously looked at Qitong. Because he is Xian Yuan Tian. Even if everyone else dies, he will come back alive. Qitong said earnestly. Hearing this, for some reason, Ouyang Qing immediately felt relieved. Han Xiaoyi squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. Do you know many secrets about Xian Yuan Tian? Quickly tell us. Chapter 235. Golden Spirit Divine Body Outside the Golden Barrier. Those martial saint experts had already moved far away from the barrier. The golden pillar of light emitted an incredibly powerful force that even these martial saint experts could not withstand, forcing them to retreat far away. What kind of treasure is this? It can cause such a huge commotion just by preparing to emerge. It's unbelievable. A martial saint expert couldn't help but exclaim. The others remained silent, watching the golden pillar flicker uncertainly. Some began to hesitate, quietly crushing the jade stones in their hands. As for those martial emperors, they had long since left under the warnings of these martial saints. On the outskirts of the crimson gold ancient land, looking at the golden pillar stretching into the sky, some people began to stir restlessly. However, the next scene made them halt in their tracks. Look over there, someone shouted, pointing at the sky in the distance. They looked in the direction he pointed, and countless black dots appeared in the sky, which grew larger and transformed into figures flying rapidly toward them. Some recognized the identities of the approaching figures. They were the martial emperors who had entered the depths of the crimson gold ancient land earlier. They instantly realized something, gasping in shock. Chapter 236. The semi-emperor appears. Xian Yuan Tian appeared within the sea of consciousness. Not far in front of him, the Linglong Tower, Xian Yuan's sword, and golden spirit celestial pearl floated in midair. The spirits of the Linglong Tower and Xian Yuan sword simultaneously materialized, and the golden spirit celestial pearl also flashed with golden light, transforming into a figure. When Xian Yuan Tian saw the golden figure, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Compared to the youthful images of the Linglong Tower spirit and Xian Yuan sword spirit, the spirit of the golden spirit celestial pearl was actually a chubby boy around 10 years old. He wore a golden robe and looked somewhat silly and adorable. Don't laugh. The golden spirit pouted at Xian Yuan Tian, anger flashing in his eyes. However, he didn't realize that his appearance was even cuter, and Xian Yuan Tian held back his laughter. The golden spirit snorted and ignored Xian Yuan Tian, turning to the Linglong Tower spirit and Xian Yuan sword spirit, saying, I'll ask you one more time. Was what you said before true? Absolutely true. The Linglong Tower spirit said seriously, You and I are both chaos primordial sacred spirits. We can see certain special things. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Of course I saw it. It's just that his current strength is too weak. Who knows how many years it will take for him to grow? The golden spirit said, with a conflicted expression. Chapter 237. Acting tough and getting struck by lightning when the black mist dissipated, the old man in black robes stared in disbelief at the completely unharmed golden barrier. How is this possible? The Crimson Gold Ancient Land is one of the 18 forbidden areas on the 9 provinces continent, and he didn't dare to underestimate it at all. That last attack was a full-force strike from him. He was a dignified semi-emperor, yet he couldn't shake it at all, which was hard for him to accept. The martial saint experts in the distance breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene, some secretly crushing the jade stones in their hands. Just then, waves rippled from the spot where the golden barrier was attacked, and the golden light surged. The old man in black robes thought to himself that it was bad and instantaneously disappeared from the spot. A golden beam shot out from the golden barrier, as if traversing through time and space, hitting a point in the void thousands of miles away. The void shattered, revealing the scene within. The martial saint experts showed extreme terror as they saw the old man in black robes being pierced through the chest by the golden beam within the void. Immediately after, amid the terrified gazes of everyone, with a loud bang, the body of the old man in black robes exploded, turning into nothingness in the void. His spirit and body annihilated, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 238. The Holy Land of Huaxia at this time, below the main hall. A gray-haired, youthful-looking old man in a green robe stood up from the first position on the right and respectfully said to the middle-aged man, clan leader, We just received news from the East State that a semi-emperor from the Dark Demon sect has made a move, wanting to seize the treasures within the Crimson Gold Ancient Land. The middle-aged man, named Xian Yuan Lai, was the clan leader of the Xian Yuan royal family and also the holy master of the Holy Land of Huaxia, holding great prestige throughout the 9 provinces continent. Upon hearing the green-robed elder's words, Xian Yuan Lai's expression darkened. It seems the Dark Demon sect has regained its strength after thousands of years of recuperation and has begun to cause trouble again. Continue. The semi-emperor from that demon sect only injured many martial saints present, but did not go for the kill, and finally attempted to attack the Forbidden Area S barrier. What? After hearing this, some people couldn't help but stand up, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Is that true? Xian Yuan Lai's expression was very serious. After all, he himself was a semi-emperor. Absolutely, all the martial saints present at the time witnessed the moment when the opponent was killed in one strike. The opponent had already slipped into the void, but still could not escape with their life. Chapter 239. Return. First of all, he had not awakened his bloodline power yet, but he secured first place in the Eastern State Talent Gathering with the peak strength of a martial spirit, while the second place, Lu Zian from the Ziyang sect, was at the mid-stage of Martial King. Xian Yuan Lai's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he said, "Very good, continue." Secondly, according to the intelligence received, he exterminated 10 hidden pawns of the Dark Demon sect, who were at the Martial King level within the ancient trial grounds, one of whom had even fused with the bloodline of the Blood Demon clan and reached the peak Martial King level. Ha ha! Feng is indeed the most outstanding disciple of our Xian Yuan royal family in thousands of years. Even the younger generation is so excellent, Xian Yuan Lai said happily. If Xian Yuan Tian were here, he would be very shocked that Elder 73 knew everything that happened in the ancient trial grounds. It was simply terrifying. Good. Truly worthy of being Feng'er's junior, Elder 7 said excitedly. He turned to Xian Yuan Lai and respectfully said, "Patriarch, since we already know he is Feng'er's bloodline, please allow me to go to Eastern State to bring Feng'er back, so that he and his bloodline can return to the family." Don't be anxious, seventh brother. According to fifth brother's deduction, Feng'er was likely attacked by the Dark Demon sect back then, suffered serious injuries, and has been recuperating all these years. He probably hasn't contacted us out of concern that the Dark Demon sect would discover his whereabouts, Elder 7 explained. Chapter 240. The little princess has been kidnapped after they entered the city gate. An old man in a gray robe appeared in the place they had just occupied. This kid is remarkable. In just 3 short years, he has grown from a mere martial master to a martial zone, he thought, filled with shock. At that time, although he knew Xian Yuan Tian was a gifted and opportunistic young man with limitless potential, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen by the Taoist master. He never imagined his talent would be so terrifying. He couldn't understand how he cultivated. It seemed as simple as drinking water or eating. At that moment, he felt that the past few hundred years had been lived like a dog. No, I need to probe this kid and see what big secrets he has, the old man in gray murmured. Suddenly, an old man in a black robe appeared next to Ouyang Qi. "Ouyang, old man, what are you laughing at?" The black-robed elder squinted his eyes, looking at Ouyang Qi with a bit of schadenfreude. "Your Ouyang family's little princess is about to be kidnapped, and you still have a mood to laugh. Are you silly?" Chapter 241. Transformation. After Xian Yuan Tian returned to his room, he did not cultivate. He was contemplating how to proceed on his next path. 3 days ago, within Xian Yuan Tian's sea of consciousness, he opened his eyes, and the golden light in his eyes flashed, revealing a charming smile. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented comfort in his body that was beyond words. Xian Yuan Tian was somewhat surprised as he examined his soul body, which seemed more solid than before, identical to his main body. Golden Spirit, what is going on? He looked at the chubby little boy in front of him. How rare. The Golden Spirit couldn't help but roll its eyes. Your soul has merged with my source power, and has transformed into a divine soul. Of course, it's different. What? Divine soul? Xian Yuan Tian widened his eyes, looking at the Golden Spirit in disbelief. Isn't the divine soul supposed to condense only after breaking through to martial venerable? Don't compare me with you humans. The Golden Spirit glanced at Xian Yuan Tian with disdain. Young master, congratulations on forging the Golden Spirit divine body and simultaneously condensing the divine soul, the Linglong Tower Spirit said with a smile. Suddenly remembering something, it said with a face full of surprise, "Then I can condense a divine soul avatar, right?" Chapter 242. You didn't lie? Young master, where is this? The wind god eagle and the swift wind wolf king occasionally looked around at the unfamiliar environment. Soon, the two beasts were attracted by the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the distance. The self-control of the two beasts seemed to be stronger than that of the little ones. They quickly retracted their greedy gazes, swallowed hard, and looked at Xian Yuan Tian with expectant eyes. Young master? You both performed well." Xinyuan Tian nodded in satisfaction. It's quite rare to maintain rationality in the face of so many high-level heavenly materials and treasures. If the two beasts had rushed up just now, I would have had to teach them a profound lesson. Not at all. The wind god eagle and the swift wind wolf king smiled sheepishly. In fact, they didn't want to rush. It was just that Xinyuan Tian was beside them. If they acted out of line, the consequences could be very serious. After years of interaction, they understood their young master. He had never been harsh on them. So they endured it. Xinyuan Tian looked at the little ones. The 5 little guys seemed to be on the verge of losing control. "All right, look how anxious you all are." Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but laugh and wave his hand gently. Inside the golden light curtain, a flash of golden light appeared. Chapter 243, Holy Soul Fruit. 3 days later. One night, the wind god Eagle brought Xinyuan Tian back to Tianduan City. This time, he was very low-key and quietly returned to the Xinyuan mansion. He did not disturb anyone, nor did he go back to see his parents and younger brother. He went directly to his grandfather, Xinyuan Qijuan's study. Seeing Xinyuan Tian suddenly appear in his study, Xinyuan Qijuan was greatly startled and felt very shocked. He was already at the peak of Martial King, just one step away from Martial Zone, yet he had not sensed Xinyuan Tian's appearance at all. If it had been an enemy, what would the consequences have been? Thinking of this, Xinyuan Qijuan couldn't help but shiver. "Xiao Tianyu?" Xinyuan Qijuan looked at Xinyuan Tian with some suspicion. Xinyuan Tian made a shushing gesture, and Xinyuan Qijuan understood and did not speak further. "Grandfather, I have something very important to discuss upon my return. Please take me to see the elder." Xinyuan Tian said in a low voice. Xinyuan Qijuan nodded gently and quietly took Xinyuan Tian to the library. They were not discovered by anyone else in the Xinyuan mansion along the way. At this moment, in a certain void above Tianduan City, a phantom appeared. How did this kid come back? The figure looked suspicious, thinking, he's being so mysterious. There must be something fishy. Chapter 244, Golden Light Filling the Sky. Transforming from cocoon to butterfly in a certain hollow in the middle area of the Broken Mountain Range. Near the depths, Xinyuan Tian and an elder appeared here. The elder waved his hand, and a shuttle-shaped object appeared in midair. Xinyuan Tian looked curiously at the shuttle floating in the air. The elder explained, "This is the Holy Tizat, a protective sacred artifact carried by the young master. It can shatter the void and traverse through it. It is thanks to this that the young master was able to escape from the siege of many powerful members of the Dark Demon sect." The Holy Tizat flashed with silver light, and a white beam of light fell to the ground, transforming into an ice coffin. Inside the ice coffin, Xinyuan Feng's body was well protected. The elder waved his hand lightly, and a yellowish light curtain appeared above the two, covering an area of several dozen miles. Immediately after, he looked at Xinyuan Tian seriously and said, "Young Master Tian." Xinyuan Tian understood and took out the sacred soul fruit. The elder approached the ice coffin, opened the ice lid, revealing Xinyuan Feng's true appearance. What a jade-like figure in the world. The young master is unparalleled. This was Xinyuan Feng's first impression of Xinyuan Tian. Previously, he could not see the other person's face clearly through the ice coffin. He only vaguely sensed that his great-grandfather was a very handsome man. Chapter 245, The Return of the Talented Ones, Tianduan Mountain Range. A few hours later, the golden sky faded, returning to blue. The faint golden barrier also disappeared. "It's done." Xinyuan Wujie revealed a joyful smile and said, "Let's go." He led Xinyuan Tian and the elder back to the place they were before. When the three arrived at Xinyuan Feng's location, he had just landed on the ground. "Congratulations, Brother Feng, on successfully stepping into the Martial Saint realm." Xinyuan Wujie sincerely congratulated Xinyuan Feng. "Wujie, what are you doing here?" Xinyuan Feng opened his eyes, and the first person he saw was his cousin, whom he hadn't seen for 300 years. The two had been very close since childhood, and both were very happy and excited to see each other at this moment. They embraced tightly. Soon, they separated. "Cousin, how did you end up here?" Xinyuan Feng asked happily. "Isn't it because of you?" Xinyuan Wujie pretended to be angry and said, "After you went missing back then, the clan leader mobilized the entire clan's strength, but unfortunately, we still couldn't find any trace of you. I never expected you to be in such a remote place. At that time, we also found that your disappearance might be related to the Dark Demon sect, and the clan leader was furious, sending people to eliminate many of their strongholds. Chapter 246. Identity revealed. Xianyuan Ningshan's three brothers were somewhat at a loss for their father's sudden actions. What was going on? Their father actually referred to the other party as grandfather, looking at Xianyuan Feng's young and handsome face, and then at the respectful Xianyuan Qijuan kneeling on the ground. The three of them felt confused. Looking at the kneeling Xianyuan Qijuan, Xianyuan Feng's eyes were filled with tenderness. He extended his hands to help Xianyuan Qijuan up and smiled slightly. Qijuan, you have worked hard these years. No, I haven't worked hard. It's the grandson who is useless and hasn't helped grandfather at all. Xianyuan Qijuan wiped away the tears in his eyes and said with some guilt, Don't say that about yourself. If it weren't for you giving me such an excellent great-grandson, how could I have the chance to see the light of day again today? Xianyuan Feng gently patted Xianyuan Qijuan's shoulder and smiled at Xianyuan Tian. Xianyuan Tian quickly walked up to Xianyuan Qijuan, bowed, and said, Grandfather, your grandson has not let you down. Good. As expected of my good grandson, as expected of a good disciple of the Xianyuan family. You have not disappointed your grandfather. Xianyuan Qijuan looked at Xianyuan Tian in front of him, extremely excited. At this moment, he felt relieved. Yes, what he couldn't achieve, his grandson did it. Isn't that the same? Chapter 247. The arrival of the martial saint's second brother. You dare to question grandfather's identity. Xianyuan Qijuan couldn't help but stand up, looking angrily at Xianyuan Qiqing. Qijuan, sit down. Xianyuan Feng waved his hand. Xianyuan Qijuan immediately sat back down. Feeling the familiar aura from the other party and looking at the now aged face, Xianyuan Feng felt a bit emotional. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and you have changed so much that even grandfather can hardly recognize you. Fortunately, I still remember your aura. Qiqing, I still remember when you were just born. I held you in my arms, and you peed all over me. When you were 2 years old, I specifically went to Duan Mountain to catch a small spirit beast for you to keep as a companion, but you were too naughty and peed on it, scaring it away, and it never came back. Xianyuan Feng's face was filled with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Qiqing below was stunned, then became excited. That's right. This matter is known only to me and grandfather. You really are grandfather. Seeing the other party's excited expression, Xianyuan Feng couldn't help but smile. Next, he pointed to the several elders beside him, naming them one by one. You are Qiong, you are Qiji, you are Qishuang. I was present when you were born, and I named you all. Chapter 248. Two old foxes Fenger meet Uncle Fifth and Uncle 73. Xianyuan Feng then respectfully bowed to the other two. Fengya, there's no need for such formality. Seeing that you are safe and sound, we old fellows can rest easy. Elder Xianyuan Bailey gently stroked his beard. Elder Xianyuan Lei also looked at Xianyuan Feng with a face full of relief. Father, Uncle Fifth, Uncle 73, let me introduce you. Xianyuan Feng brought the three to Xianyuan Qijuan and others. The three's expressions shifted, revealing a slight smile. Especially Xianyuan Ji, who felt very pleased looking at the group of people ahead. You all come over. This is my father, Xianyuan Ji, who is also Elder 7. Xianyuan Feng said to everyone, Greetings, grandfather. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone stepped forward to bow, feeling incredibly shocked that these martial saint powerhouses were actually their elders. And one of them was even Xianyuan Feng's father. The events of today had shocked them time and again, leaving them somewhat numb. Even if other significant figures appeared, they would not be surprised anymore. Xianyuan Feng led the three into the main hall, where they each spoke a few words to the members of the Xianyuan family. Chapter 249. I just want to keep a low profile. Xianyuan Tian's expression changed, hesitating. What if he said he got it from the Blood Emperor? Xianyuan Tian thought secretly. However, he quickly denied this notion himself. It would be easy to be exposed and would also reveal that Qi Tong obtained the Blood Emperor's inheritance. He would never betray a friend like that, even if it meant death. It seemed he had made some decision, and he looked seriously at Xianyuan Bailey. You little brat. You think you can compete with us old fellows? You're still too young. Xianyuan Bailey secretly chuckled to himself, but on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor. Elder 5, do you have any crystal stones to test attribute talents? Xianyuan Tian asked. Oh, testing attribute talents? Elder 5 was slightly surprised, but still nodded. I do have crystal stones for testing attribute talents. As he spoke, a flash of white light appeared from the ring in his hand, and a transparent crystal stone equivalent to 3 adult fists in size, appeared on the table in front of Elder Wu. Everyone was curious about what Xianyuan Tian wanted to do. This testing crystal ball was of a higher grade than those crystal pillars used for testing in sects and could test all attributes, including the dark attribute. Xianyuan Bailey looked at Xianyuan Tian with a calm expression. Chapter 250. Can you be more shameless? Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but shiver. Great. Another person he couldn't offend. Of course, I have gifts for my mother, grandmother, and great-aunt. Xianyuan Tian smiled and took out 3 jade boxes. Xianyuan Hongjuan's eyes lit up. She had just said it casually and didn't expect it to be true. Xianyuan Feng shot a displeased glance at his daughter, who returned a cheeky smile. He shook his head helplessly, realizing he had spoiled this daughter too much in the past. I have one too. On the other side, Xianyuan Tian's grandmother, Huang Qi, pointed to herself. Of course, I remember very well that grandma spoiled me a lot when I was young. Xianyuan Tian said with a smile. Xianyuan Tian personally handed the jade boxes to the 3 of them. Xiao Tian, you can keep the things for yourself. I don't need them. Qin Yuyan said with a light laugh. Unlike others, as a mother, her biggest wish was simply for her son to be well. Mother, this is only useful for you. It won't be of any use to me, Xianyuan Tian said mysteriously with a smile. Oh, at this moment, Qin Yuyan suddenly became very interested in the things inside the jade boxes. Chapter 251. Staying behind alone? Don't worry. Since we are disciples of the Xianyuan royal family, we won't stand by and do nothing. I'll personally make a trip to the Xianbing Palace. Elder 7, Xianyuan Ji said. I thank Elder 7 for this. Qin Yuyan said gratefully. No need to be so polite among family. Xianyuan Ji smiled and waved his hand. Grandpa, can I handle this matter? Xianyuan Tian spoke up. Oh, why? Xianyuan Ji looked at Xianyuan Tian with a puzzled expression. Not only him, but others also didn't understand what Xianyuan Tian meant. Xiao Tian. Qin Yuyan became a bit anxious. Mother, don't worry. Xianyuan Tian gave his mother a confident smile. He turned to Elder 7 and said, Grandpa, I promised Xiao Liar that I would personally go to the Xianbing Palace to see her. If you go, wouldn't I, as her brother, be breaking my promise to my sister? This. Xianyuan Ji hesitated, looking at Xianyuan Tian's sincere expression. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. All right. Since that's the case, we won't interfere with this matter. However, if you encounter any obstacles, you must inform us immediately. Chapter 252. Blood Boiling, Xianyuan Tian. Let me introduce you to 2 supreme elders. This is Su Song, and this is Su Xiao. Disciple Xianyuan Tian, greetings to the 2 supreme elders. Xianyuan Tian cupped his hands. No need for formalities. So you are Xianyuan Tian. No wonder you are the most outstanding disciple of our Qingyan sect. You are even stronger than the rumors say, Su Song praised. Su Xiao beside him nodded in agreement. Their eyes occasionally fell on the wind god eagle beneath Xianyuan Tian, sensing the incredibly powerful aura emanating from it, and were filled with astonishment. They never expected that this disciple, who was renowned throughout the Qingyan sect and recognized as the most outstanding since the founding of the sect, not only had a higher cultivation than rumored, but also possessed a 7th-tier flying spirit beast, which was simply unbelievable. During their conversation, Sect Master Su Konghai, Deputy Sect Master Yao Tai, and the 6 major peak masters, including Han Yu, arrived, followed by a group of inner door elders at the martial sect level. The area around the Qingyun sect's mountain gate became extremely lively. Chapter 253. Leaving after the matter is settled by Dantong looked at Xianyuan Tian's spirited appearance, feeling a bit downcast. Indeed, he no longer belonged to this world. Among the high-ranking members of those sects, one person felt extremely complicated emotions, and that was Yin Xiuan. His only grandson, Yin Xiefeng, had been killed by Xianyuan Tian, and the high-ranking members of the sect, led by Sect Master Su Konghai, were all protecting him. He secretly vowed to kill Xianyuan Tian himself and to take revenge on the sect. Now, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. The other party was only 16 years old and was already a master at the martial sect level. Surpassing him was only a matter of time. It was a blessing that the other party didn't kill him. He couldn't help but sigh, alas. Amid the cheers of over 100,000 disciples, Xianyuan Tian flew back to his residence on Jinyao Peak. Not long after, Ning Haoyu and Su Yin came to pay a visit. Brother Ning, Brother Su. Long time no see, how have you been? Seeing his long-lost friends, Xin Yuan Tian was obviously very happy. The two looked at Xin Yuan Tian with somewhat complex expressions. Ning Hao Yu spoke up, Brother Tian. It hasn't been long since we last met, and you've become this strong already, completely leaving us behind. We can't catch up to you anymore. Yeah, at this rate, I can't dare to tell others that you are my friend. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 254. An adventure journey of a small team after the battle with the Tianluo sect. Xin Yuan Tian hurried to Tianlan City without stopping. During this time, he encountered several assassination attempts from the Yanluo Hall. Unfortunately, the other party underestimated Xin Yuan Tian's strength, and all the assassins sent were successfully killed by him. A few days later, Xin Yuan Tian safely arrived at Tianlan City. Using the teleportation array of the Tianbao Pavilion, he left the cloud region. After several twists and turns, Xin Yuan Tian returned to the Qijin ancient city. It took him only about 20 days to go from leaving to returning. What he didn't expect was that Qi Tong was still in Qijin ancient city, and he was just guarding the inn opposite the Tianbao Pavilion. As soon as Xin Yuan Tian walked out of the Tianbao Pavilion, Qi Tong immediately appeared in front of him. Why are you still here? Xin Yuan Tian asked in confusion. Waiting for you. Waiting for me for what? To fight you. What? You waited for me for a month just to fight me? Xin Yuan Tian expressed his helplessness. After thinking for a moment, Xin Yuan Tian decisively refused. I'm not fighting you. Then I'll follow you. Qi Tong said expressionlessly. Xin Yuan Tian was even more speechless. Chapter 255. Doubting life while eating barbecue. Several hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. On the wind god eagle, a few people were chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a stomach growled. Ouyang Qing and Xin Yuan Tian instinctively looked at Han Xiaoyi's stomach. Although it was getting dark, they could vaguely see that Han Xiaoyi's face was slightly red. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful girl's stomach growl? Han Xiaoyi said defiantly. Ouyang Qing and Xin Yuan Tian exchanged glances and secretly laughed. You two are not allowed to laugh. If you laugh again, I won't pay attention to you. Han Xiaoyi was angry, and the consequences were severe, the kind that couldn't be soothed. All right. We weren't laughing at you. We just think you're too cute. Ouyang Qing comforted her. You're lying. Senior sister has a lover now, so she doesn't want Xiaoyi anymore. Han Xiaoyi pouted. All right, it's really hard to comfort you, Ouyang Qing said. Now, at a loss, and had to seek help from Xin Yuan Tian. Our lovely, smart, beautiful, and understanding Xiaoyi, we are about to go eat delicious barbecue. I wonder if you're interested? Xin Yuan Tian deployed what he thought was a killer move. Cut. I thought you were going to say something. It's just barbecue. So tasteless. Dry and flavorless. What's so good about it? Han Xiaoyi scoffed. If we don't eat now, there will be nothing left to eat, Xin Yuan Tian reminded them. He pulled Ouyang Qing to sit together, signaling her to eat barbecue. Looking at the plate of barbecue in front of her, which had already been cut into small pieces. Ouyang Qing smiled sweetly. Mimicking Xin Yuan Tian, she daintily used a small fork to put a piece of meat into her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. She slowly and elegantly chewed the barbecue, looking very ladylike, which made Xin Yuan Tian very satisfied. Xin Yuan Tian also started eating. One piece after another of the fragrant barbecue went into his mouth. Han Xiaoyi and Qi Tong watched the two enjoying their meal and couldn't help but sit down, picking up their forks and knives, ready to eat. Wait, don't eat yet. So then Li, Han Xiaoyi quoted. Xin Yuan Tian, Ouyang Qing and Qi Tong, along with the little ones, all stopped and looked at her in confusion. How can we eat meat without wine? It wouldn't do justice to such delicious barbecue. As she spoke, a beautifully crafted bottle appeared in Han Xiaoyi's hand. She opened the bottle cap, and a strange fragrance wafted out. Xin Yuan Tian's expression changed. What kind of wine is this? So fragrant. After flying for a while, Xin Yuan Tian and the others finally saw a small town. Finally, we don't have to camp out in the wild anymore. Han Xiaoyi expressed her excitement. The wind god, Eagle, stopped not far from the town, and since there were no guards at the entrance, they casually walked in. As they passed through the town's gate, the entrance and walls gradually transformed into a blur and disappeared. Inside the town, it was already midnight, yet it was brightly lit. Various shops and stalls were still open, bustling with people. Han Xiaoyi pulled Ouyang Qing to wander around each stall and shop, having a great time. Seeing Xin Yuan Tian and Qi Tong still walking slowly, Han Xiaoyi had to urge them. This place is so fun. Hurry up and come over. Xin Yuan Tian smiled meaningfully. It really is fun. What do you think? It should be even more fun soon. Qi Tong replied expressionlessly. The two approached Ouyang Qing and Han Xiaowei, watching them play a game of catching goldfish. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch any goldfish. Forget it. I'm done. This isn't fun at all. Han Xiaowei stomped her foot and pulled Ouyang Qing away. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Ouyang Qing and Han Xiaowei were startled by Xianyuan Tian's sudden movement. Aren't you two from the same sect? Why is Xianyuan Tian trying to kill the other? They felt that Xianyuan Tian seemed very unfamiliar and hard to read. The most shocked were Wan Hongxian and the others. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he clearly remembered that there was no enmity between Xianyuan Tian and Qi Tong. On the contrary, it seemed Xianyuan Tian owed Qi Tong a favor. So why would he do this? Suddenly, Wan Hongxian thought of something and exclaimed, "You aren't Xianyuan Shitty. Who are you really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Qing and Han Xiaowei each drew a sword, pointing at Xianyuan Tian, their faces grim. "Who are you really? You're not Brother Tian. What have you done to him?" Ouyang Qing's gaze was icy, clearly ready to kill if she didn't get a satisfactory answer. Wan Hongxian and Gu Jinghan saw this and quickly drew their weapons, surrounding Xianyuan Tian. Xianyuan Tian remained unmoved by their words and actions, his gaze cold and indifferent as he looked at Qi Tong. After a few moments, two familiar figures appeared in Xianyuan Tian's line of sight. "Senior sister, don't be deceived by the illusion before you. The other party might just be a hideous monster," Han Xiaowei said seriously, staring at Xianyuan Tian. "We didn't see these Tianyang sect disciples when we left the inn." Listening to her words, Ouyang Qing looked even more hesitant. Xianyuan Tian ignored Han Xiaowei's comment. Turning to look at Wan Hongxian and the others who seemed on high alert, he gave them a reassuring expression. "Don't be nervous. They are not enemies." Wan Hongxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief and reassured his junior brothers and sisters. "Put your weapons away." Xianyuan Tian Shitty said they are not enemies. Everyone was skeptical, but still put away their weapons, although they did not let down their guard. Hey. Just because you say we're not your enemies doesn't mean I said you aren't ours." Han Xiaowei placed one hand on her hip, the other gripping a purple whip, glaring at Xianyuan Tian with displeasure. "I say, Miss Han, those three black-haired monsters should have been killed by you, right? Aren't you still angry?" Xianyuan Tian smiled. "Huh? You even know that I have three black-haired monsters following me?" Han Xiaowei looked at Xianyuan Tian in surprise. "Could it be that you're also being followed by three black-haired monsters?" "I don't need you to intervene. Just wait and see." Han Xiaowei hoofed, then turned to Ouyang Qing and said, "Senior sister, let's finish this quickly. We can't let them underestimate us." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Ouyang Qing replied with a soft smile. As they spoke, the two flew into the sky. Back to back, Han Xiaowei and Ouyang Qing scanned every corner around them seriously. Caw. Are you the only ones left? You actually sent two little ladies to deal with us." The voice of the man in the black robe rang out again. "If you are willing to be my women, I will spare your lives and guarantee you a life of luxury." Shameless. Who would want to be your woman? You ugly monster. You should look in a mirror and see what you look like. Han Xiaowei scolded him without holding back. How dare you be so disrespectful? In that case, don't blame me." The man in the black robe seemed to be hit where it hurt, and in a fit of rage, he declared, "I will soak you in black corpse water for 99 days and turn you into red corpse puppets, eternally loyal to me. If you have the ability, come here. You must be in pain after I hit your sore spot, right? As expected, you're an ugly monster that can't be seen." Han Xiaowei sneered repeatedly. Chapter 261. Never fought. "Don't know. Little girl, you belong to me now." The man in the black robe appeared behind Han Xiaowei at some point, and that disgusting hand reached for her neck. Han Xiaowei felt no panic at all. The purple whip in her hand turned behind her, then encircled her body, blocking the attack from the man in the black robe. Seeing the sizzling purple lightning on the purple whip, a flicker of fear crossed the black-robed man's eyes, and he retracted his hand like lightning. Just as he was preparing to make his next move, a cold voice sounded behind him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The black-robed man silently cursed, and with a flash, he instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. Too late. Ouyang Qing moved extremely quickly, turning into a bolt of lightning, closely following the black-robed man. The long spear entwined with purple lightning suddenly pierced through the black-robed man's back, piercing through his chest. A scream echoed throughout the small town. Impossible, it can't be. My master said I would attain an immortal body. I won't die. Ouyang Qing'er, seeing that the black-robed man hadn't died immediately, increased her output of spiritual power. Chapter 262, Soul Clone. Little Qing'er, the clan leader sent me a message, telling me to take you back to Zhongzhou immediately. Ouyang Qi spoke up. What happened? Ouyang Qing'er asked. Recently, the Dark Demon sect has been very active in Dongzhou. The Holy Land, the 8 great families, the 8 first-rate sects, and other major sects and ancient families have sent many powerful warriors to Dongzhou, and a conflict could break out at any time. It's too dangerous for you to be here. Ouyang Qi's expression was very serious. Suddenly, a flash of killing intent flickered in Xianyuan Tian's eyes. Both Ouyang Qi and Han Leiguai sensed it and were slightly surprised. What he said is correct, young lady. The ancestor also sent me a message. We must take you back to the Holy Land, no matter what, the old monster said with a grin, fearful of displeasing the other party. All right, there's no fun anymore. Han Xiaowei expressed her helplessness, looking dejected. Senior Ouyang, what exactly happened? Xianyuan Tian asked. It is said to be related to the Forbidden Area, the Dark Abyss. The Dark Demon sect is plotting to seize something deep within the Dark Abyss. Many powerful warriors from Zhongzhou are already gathering there, and a great battle is inevitable, Ouyang Qi explained. After listening, the faces of the others became very grave. Chapter 263, Demon Slayer Hall. Congratulations, young master. You have successfully differentiated into a golden spirit clone. The Linglong Tower spirit congratulated. Thank you. Both Xianyuan Tian's main body and clone spoke simultaneously, expressing gratitude to the 3 of them for protecting him. He sincerely thanked them. As long as you strengthen yourself quickly, everything will be fine. The golden spirit put on a high-cold, serious expression, almost making Xianyuan Tian laugh. This time, differentiating a soul clone had greatly consumed Xianyuan Tian's soul power, and he looked very fatigued. After 2 months of recuperation and nurturing, he finally recovered. On an unnamed mountain peak, Xianyuan Tian and the golden spirit clone stood shoulder to shoulder, their auras both at the early martial sovereign stage. At this moment, the golden spirit clone had transformed into another appearance. Dressed in a light blue robe, he looked like he was 20 years old, with distinct features, willow-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, undeniably a handsome guy. The most eye-catching feature was, of course, his long golden hair. This time we will act separately. The main body and clone are connected spiritually, so there is no need for special reminders. The golden spirit clone set off first. Xianyuan Tian looked at the distant sky, his eyes revealing a killing intent without concealment. Dark Demon Sect, I won't let you succeed. I will make you pay the price. Chapter 264, Dark Abyss. The Demon Slayer Hall is a relatively free organization. All martial artists who reach the Martial King realm can register to become Demon Slayers. The Demon Slayer Hall issues a demon slaying order to each Demon Slayer. The Demon Slaying Order serves not only as the identification of the Demon Slayer, but also records their merit points, which can be exchanged for resources. For each Dark Demon Sect member a Demon Slayer kills, they can earn corresponding merit points. Killing a Dark Demon Sect member at the early Martial King stage earns 1 merit point. Killing a mid-Martial King earns 2 merit points. A late Martial King earns 3 merit points, and a peak Martial King earns 5 merit points. Killing a Martial Sovereign at the early stage earns 100 merit points. At the early Martial Venerable stage, 10,000 merit points. At the early Martial Emperor stage, 1 million merit points. And at the early Martial Saint stage, 100 million merit points, and so on. The Demon Slaying Orders are divided into 5 types: Iron Order, Copper Order, Silver Order, Gold Order, and Jade Order. All newly registered Demon Slayers start with the Iron Order, accumulating 1,000 merit points upgrades to the Copper Order, 10,000 merit points upgrades to the Silver Order, 100,000 merit points upgrades to the Gold Order, and 1 million merit points upgrades to the Jade Order. Chapter 265, The Demon Slaying Journey. Xianyuan Tian did not care about others' opinions of him. He flew down. After an unknown amount of time, Xianyuan Tian finally stopped, landing on solid ground. Looking up, he found that the ground below was not like above, shrouded in black mist. Although his divine sense couldn't penetrate the black mist, at least his field of vision had opened up considerably. Xianyuan Tian walked forward at a leisurely pace. The sound of his footsteps was clearly audible. After a while, a series of not very tall peaks appeared before him. Between the peaks was a mountain path, shrouded in darkness. Xianyuan Tian walked in without hesitation, able to see around him within 10 meters. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air came from the right. Xianyuan Tian gently sidestepped, as if something flew past him, embedding itself in the left mountain wall. Oomph! Prey appears so soon? Xianyuan Tian smiled coldly. He continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Above the right side of the mountain path, a black shadow lay in ambush behind a large rock. The black shadow softly exclaimed, "Lucky, huh? I actually dodged my lethal strike. Oomph. I don't believe you can dodge the next one." Chapter 266, Tianji Pavilion. Finally, Xianyuan Tian walked out of the narrow mountain path. Suddenly, the view opened up, and the black mist ahead had thinned considerably, allowing him to see the surroundings within a few hundred meters. 200 meters ahead, a massive crack appeared on the ground. Xianyuan Tian approached the crack, feeling the chaotic aura that faintly emerged from below, and frowned slightly. From these chaotic auras, Xianyuan Tian sensed one that gave him a dangerous feeling. Xianyuan Tian's face showed no trace of fear. He resolutely jumped into the crack. At the same time, in the Central State's Heavenly Spirit Domain, there's a beautiful lake named Spirit Viewing Lake. Spirit Viewing Lake has a vast area with hundreds and thousands of tributaries extending outward. From a high vantage point, it looks like an enormous, blazing sun, very spectacular. Surrounding Spirit Viewing Lake are endless mountains, creating a picturesque scene of clear waters and lush hills. Spirit Viewing Lake is very famous in the Central State, as it is the location of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, one of the 8 first-grade sects in the Central State. Without the permission of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, no one is allowed to step into Spirit Viewing Lake and can only admire it from afar. In the center of Spirit Viewing Lake, there is a massive island named Heavenly Machine Island. Chapter 267. Plotting in the shadows deep underground in these mountains lies an immense space. Here, there's a continuous cluster of buildings made of an unknown black material. A glance at it would make an ordinary person feel oppressed. Apart from this cluster of buildings, which has some light, the surrounding areas are shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see the environment. In the center of the cluster, there's a magnificent, deep black tower building. The tower is over 10 zhang high and has 9 levels. Each level has 5 corners, and each corner is sculpted with a grotesque, black, demonic creature, extremely eerie. At this moment, on the 9th level of the tower, there is a huge black round table surrounded by more than 20 people. Each of them is wrapped in black robes, obscuring their faces, and their auras are unfathomable, especially the one in the middle wearing a monster mask, who is comparable to the half-emperor from the dark demonic cult that appeared in the Crimson Gold Ancient Land. Behind these people, there are also over 100 black-robed individuals standing respectfully. From their auras, they are all martial kings. At this time, the masked person at the forefront said coldly, "There is less than a month left until the operation of the Dark Abyss begins. The leader has issued a death order this time, allowing only success, not failure. If something goes wrong, I believe everyone understands the consequences." Chapter 268. Drawing the disaster eastward, a group of black snakes appeared in Xianyuan Tian's line of sight, so numerous that it made his scalp tingle. When they saw their severed companion on the ground, their eyes gleamed with menace as they continuously flicked their tongues, making sharp hissing sounds. Then, the swarm of black snakes rushed towards Xianyuan Tian, resembling a flood beast, enough to scare an ordinary martial artist into trembling legs. Seeing this, Xianyuan Tian wasted no time and turned to run. There were at least hundreds of them, each snake at least a low-level 5th stage, with many being 6th stage, including top-level 6th stage spirit snakes. If he were to be trapped by them, he would either die or suffer serious injuries. The priority was to shake them off. Xianyuan Tian immediately activated his godly movement step, transforming into a green phantom, appearing hundreds of meters away in an instant. Turning around, he found that these black snakes were incredibly fast, quickly catching up to him in just 2 or 3 breaths. Looking at the pile of rubble on the ground, Xianyuan Tian realized that he was on their territory, hence their speed. Without hesitation, he continued to flee outside. The space here was relatively narrow, and flying in the air offered no advantage. Chapter 269. Taking advantage and playing innocent, the sudden screams startled everyone. However, they dared not lose focus and could only concentrate even more, fighting desperately. In the midst of the battle, some noticed the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. It turned out that a young male disciple had been bitten on the neck by a black snake and lost his life in an instant. The male disciple was only at the mid-level of the martial king realm, and black blood was flowing from the bite on his neck. Those black snakes were highly venomous. This was the first thought that popped into the minds of the disciples witnessing this scene. At this moment, they felt a chill run down their spines. If they were bitten, the consequences were unthinkable. In an instant, everyone no longer held back their strength, unleashing their ultimate moves to eradicate the black poisonous snakes in front of them. Many even took out their trump cards, fearing that if they were late, they would end up like the deceased male disciple. Sure enough, after everyone exerted their full strength, the swarm of black snakes was gradually pushed back. However, it was not over yet. The death of a comrade filled the disciples of the Ziyang sect with immense anger. They now had the opportunity to fight back together. Under their fierce attacks, the number of black snakes visibly decreased. Chapter 270, Self-Detonation. At the edge of the dark abyss, Elder Zhao's figure appeared. Looking at the deep pit shrouded in black mist ahead, a terrifying killing intent radiated from Zhao's eyes. No matter what your identity is, even if you have the sect leader protecting you, it doesn't matter. If you kill my Sheer, you must pay with your life. Killing you here. Who would know it was me? Elder Zhao revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh. Elder Zhao's figure vanished from the spot. The scene shifted back to Xinyuan Tian. He continued to follow behind the Ziyang sect members. After an unknown period, the sounds of fighting came from ahead. The clashing of various weapons echoed continuously, suggesting a fierce scene. Xinyuan Tian quietly followed. He was currently in a massive cave, and the sounds came from the corridor ahead. Xinyuan Tian approached the vicinity of the fighting sounds, hiding behind a giant rock. Upon closer inspection, the Ziyang sect members had engaged with a group of black-robed individuals. The strengths of both sides appeared evenly matched, resulting in a very intense battle. Not long into the confrontation, several corpses already lay on the ground, some belonging to Ziyang sect disciples and others to the black-robed individuals. Xinyuan Tian displayed great patience, looking like he was watching a show. Chapter 271, The Appearance of the Demon Clan. In response to Elder Zhao's question, all the dark cult followers present fell silent. Some even looked at him with disdain, seemingly not taking this martial king strongman seriously at all. Just as rumored, the cult followers are a group of stubborn and ignorant individuals. I shouldn't have been so polite with you. Elder Zhao sneered, a group of rats unaware of their impending doom. Saying this, he retracted his smile, and his gaze turned extremely indifferent. Without any unnecessary movements, he extended his hand forward and gently clenched it. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, those black-robed individuals exploded one by one like watermelons, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only 5 black-robed martial lords managed to escape unscathed. The sudden scene terrified everyone. Even Steward Qi and the Ziyang sect disciples looked fearful, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Is this the power of a martial king? Just a slight movement of his hand can easily decide the lives of others. It's simply terrifying. The disciples of the Ziyang sect looked up at Elder Zhao, who was high above them, filled with awe. The remaining 5 black-robed figures at the martial sovereign level had eyes full of fear and did not dare to look up at Elder Zhao. Chapter 272. His gaze was extremely cold as he looked at the black-robed man in front of the altar. There were 2 individuals confronting each other. One was Elder Zhao from the Ziyang sect, and the other was a black-robed man wearing a bat mask. It was obvious without guessing that the black-robed man was from the Dark Demon sect, probably here to guard the Blood Demon clan members inside the massive ice block. How do they secretly bring it in here? Xinyuan Tian was filled with questions. However, he no longer had the heart to think about this issue. The most critical thing now was whether the 2 martial emperors would fight next. With his initial martial sovereign cultivation, if he forced his way in, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg, seeking his own demise. Xinyuan Tian could only hope that Elder Zhao from the Ziyang sect could win. At least that would prevent the Blood Demon clan from falling into the hands of the Dark Demon sect. Suddenly, both martial emperors turned their gaze towards him. Oh no! Xinyuan Tian's face changed drastically. Just now, he had been too excited and accidentally leaked a trace of his aura. He could not escape the perception of the 2 martial emperors. What should he do? His expression shifted unpredictably. However, he soon realized that the 2 merely glanced in his direction and then looked away, seemingly not taking a mere initial martial sovereign like him seriously. Chapter 273. The awakening blood demon clan, the black-robed man, instantly appeared on the altar, extending his divine sense to cover the entire cave, even the corridor. Unfortunately, within the range of his divine sense, there wasn't even a fly, let alone a human figure. The black-robed man retracted his divine sense, his body unable to help but stagger, nearly falling to the ground. It's over. The black-robed man felt a bit lost. Suddenly, he straightened his body, and a terrifying aura swept out from him, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, staring directly at Elder Zhao. It's all your fault. You deserve to die. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said as black mist erupted from him. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. You didn't protect what you were supposed to protect. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. Elder Zhao looked at the black-robed man with mockery, saying, just go and crash yourself against the wall. No, your head is too hard to kill yourself. How about I help you? Elder Zhao said in a sarcastic tone. The black-robed man trembled with anger at his words. I'll kill. He roared to the sky, transforming into a cloud of black mist, instantly appearing in front of Elder Zhao. Oomph. Just a powerless rage. Elder Zhao disdainfully sneered, striking out with a palm. Chapter 274. Powerful body listening to the other party's question. Xinyuan Tian remained silent. He observed the blood demon clan man in front of him with great interest. This was a living demon clan member, and he was of royal blood. Anyone would be curious. I'm asking you a question. You humble human dare to be disrespectful to this prince. Do you want to die? The blood demon clan man openly released killing intent in his eyes. If Xinyuan Tian's answer did not satisfy him, he would not hesitate to kill him. Heh, Xinyuan Tian laughed, looking at him with disdain. Humble? In my eyes? You demon clan members are the truly humble race. What qualifications do you have to pretend to be noble in front of me? Just a prisoner. What? The blood demon man was immediately stunned, doubting whether he had heard wrong. A mere initial martial sovereign human actually dared to insult him like this. It was simply too much. You seek death. The blood demon man leaned forward, his sharp nails sweeping towards Xinyuan Tian's head. Xinyuan Tian lightly jumped back, dodging the attack. Pretty quick reaction. The blood demon man sneered. I wonder how many times you can dodge? Whoosh. The blood demon man's speed was very fast. He instantly appeared in front of Xinyuan Tian and swiped another claw. Chapter 275. Hitting the young. Coming for the old since I was born, apart from my brothers. No one has been able to defeat me, let alone injure me. You are the first human to make me bleed. The blood demon man suddenly became very serious. As a return, I will use my strongest body to crush you into powder. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong whooshing sound came from ahead. The blood demon man suddenly appeared in front of Xinyuan Tian. Before Xinyuan Tian could react, he was violently slammed by the other party's body. Bang! Xinyuan Tian felt as if he had been hit by a giant beast, instantly flying backward and unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. He then crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, Xinyuan Tian felt as if his entire body had fallen apart, his internal organs displaced, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Do you feel it? This is the powerful body of the blood demon clan. The blood demon man looked down from above, proudly gazing at Xinyuan Tian. Remember, the one who will kill you is called Blood Fang. Behind the blood demon man, the position he originally stood in slowly faded away. Xinyuan Tian no longer had the strength to refute the blood demon man's words. Chapter 276. Blood Demon Emperor Father. I'm sorry, it's my fault. You can punish me however you want. Blood Fang behaved obediently in front of the tall man, looking very dejected. Oomph. I'll settle the score with you later. After saying that, the tall man turned around, looking at Xinyuan Tian with a cold, disdainful gaze. That gaze was like looking at a dead person. Tell me, who are you? The tall man said indifferently. The other party's cultivation was clearly a whole realm lower than Blood Fang's, yet he allowed his son to suffer such a crushing defeat, making him extremely curious. Xinyuan Tian. Xinyuan Tian replied calmly. Who are you? So you are from the Xinyuan clan. No wonder my son lost to you. It's not an unjust defeat, the tall man said in realization. Remember, I am the lord of the demon clan, the blood demon emperor. One day, I will trample the 9 provinces and destroy your Xinyuan clan, the tall man said loftily, as if he could easily dictate the fate of others. Blood demon emperor? Xinyuan Tian showed a look of surprise, but his heart was in turmoil. Standing in front of him was actually an emperor, and the ruler of the demon clan on the blood demon continent. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 277. Could it be that kid the blood demon continent slowly opened its eyes? They were blood-red, cold, merciless, and full of majestic power. He looked at the distant sky and said indifferently, "My son Bloodfang was killed by a little human on the 9 provinces." Listening to the blood demon emperor's tone, it seemed as if his son had not died, but rather an ordinary clansman. However, the ministers below shivered. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the blood demon emperor, fearing they would provoke him. Only the elderly unicorn who had just spoken looked at the blood demon emperor in shock. What? Who is it? Daring to target the esteemed 7th prince. I will surely annihilate his entire family and bury them alongside him, to appease the spirit of the 7th prince in heaven. The old man was filled with rage, his anger surging like a crown on his head, as if it were his own son who had died. "Your Majesty, please give the order for me to personally travel to the 9 provinces mainland. I will definitely bring back the murderer of the 7th prince for you to deal with personally." The old man spoke with righteous indignation. "Your Majesty, please allow us to send troops to the 9 provinces mainland." Others, seeing this, stepped forward to request orders. "All right, I understand your intentions. This emperor accepts." The blood demon emperor waved his hand, stating that now was not the time to attack the 9 provinces mainland. Chapter 278. The stubborn pig doesn't fear boiling water. The last time I saw that kid, he had just reached the early stage of martial sect, and he still had the holy heavenly shuttle on him. Just the day before, he had registered as a demon hunter at the Demon Slayer Hall in Xishan City. All these clues pointed to that kid. The more Xianyuan Bailey thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. However, on the surface, he appeared calm and indifferent, and the people present did not notice his abnormality. Let's leave this matter for now. Do not leak any information related to this incident. I will report this to the Holy Land and leave it to the Holy Master to decide. Xianyuan Bailey said solemnly. Elder King Gong Elder Dai. You 5 major sects should send people to monitor the area between Xishan City and the Dark Abyss. If you discover any abnormal martial artists, capture them all. I will be staying at the Demon Slayer Hall during this time, so feel free to come to me if anything happens. Yes, Hall Master, everyone replied. The meeting ended shortly thereafter. As the instigator of all this, Xianyuan Tian returned to the inn last night and had a good night's sleep. Early this morning, Xianyuan Tian got up early, had breakfast, and prepared to head to the Dark Abyss. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he was stopped by a young woman. Xianyuan Gongzi, please wait. Chapter 279. What a cunning kid. All right, shouted Yan. This matter is serious, so stop joking with us. Xianyuan Wujia said with a serious face. Grandfather, I am not joking with you. Xianyuan Tian replied, just as seriously, I am genuinely curious about just how powerful the rumored royal family of the demon race, the Blood Demon clan, really is. It turns out they are indeed very strong. I almost stumbled. Xianyuan Tian even patted his chest, looking fearful. Xianyuan Bailey was so angry he gritted his teeth, but unfortunately, he couldn't scold or hit the other party, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. He secretly vowed never to offend this kid again. If there are more incidents like today, he might lose a few hundred years of life. Do you know his identity? Xianyuan Wujia asked. I do. Xianyuan Tian nodded. He is called Bloodfang, the son of the Blood Demon Emperor. What? Are you sure? Xianyuan Bailey, who had just sat down, couldn't help but stand up again. Sure. Xianyuan Tian answered firmly. He trembled, pointing at Xianyuan Tian, his speech becoming disjointed. Since knowing how important his identity in the demon race is, why kill him so easily? Chapter 280. 18 Black Demon Arrays. Xianyuan Tian was not surprised by the appearance of the assassins. He just didn't expect that someone would hire 3 major assassin organizations to kill him. They really think highly of themselves. Without needing to guess, he already knew who had hired these assassins. Quick actions, huh? Xianyuan Tian sneered coldly. Dark Demon Sect, 3 major assassin organizations, since you've chosen to target me. Just wait for my revenge. With that, his figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the Dark Abyss. On the other side, a few hours earlier, at the main base of the Dark Demon Sect in the Eastern State. Inside that tall tower, the monster-masked man, known as the Hall Master to the sect's followers, had smashed a table in front of him into pieces. Below, 2 black-robed men with martial emperor cultivation stood with pale faces, bowing and trembling. Between them lay a corpse. The corpse on the ground was that of the martial emperor who had been responsible for guarding Blood Fong in the cave of the Dark Rift. Now, due to his inadequate protection leading to the noble Blood Fong being killed, he had received the harshest punishment, being killed by the Hall Master with a single palm strike. The over 100 black-robed powerhouses standing below appeared terrified, and no one dared to speak. Chapter 281. Xin Yuan Feng takes action. I told you to come with us obediently, and there wouldn't be any trouble. Why make it so embarrassing? Outside the array, the black-robed martial venerable laughed smugly, a sinister smile on his face. Xin Yuan Tian remained expressionless, calmly watching the three outside the array. He did not appear to be panicked at all about being trapped. Pretending, let's see if he will still act so aloof later. The black-robed martial venerable was very displeased with Xin Yuan Tian's calm demeanor, which made him, a martial venerable, feel humiliated. Is that all you have? Xin Yuan Tian said coldly, with a hint of disdain. The black-robed martial venerable was immediately provoked by his words. He shouted, "Teach him a good lesson, just don't kill him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several black ropes emerged from the ground near Xin Yuan Tian, whipping towards his head. If they hit, he wouldn't die, but would surely be skinned alive. Suddenly, a blue light surged from Xin Yuan Tian's body. The black ropes binding him dissipated under the illumination of the blue light, and his body regained its freedom. The swift wind sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 282. The kid is a bit rebellious. 300 years ago, it was he who led numerous powerhouses to encircle Xin Yuan Feng, and it was he who personally inflicted heavy injuries on Xin Yuan Feng. Unfortunately, in the end, the latter managed to escape. For 300 years, Zhao Li had never stopped pursuing him, but he had never found any clues. Back then, Xin Yuan Feng was only at the mid-level of Martial Emperor. He never expected to meet him again, and not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he had also stepped into the Martial Saint realm. This made it hard for him to accept. Why? In just 300 years, he had skyrocketed from mid-level Martial Emperor to Martial Saint. While he remained at the early stage of Martial Saint, Zhao Li's heart was roaring with madness. A hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Seeing the other party silent, Xin Yuan Feng smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me, Protector Zhao?" Xin Yuan Feng smiled on the surface, but his eyes revealed an unmasked killing intent. He had always remembered the debt from 300 years ago. It was the other party who had caused him to fall into a deep slumber, only awakening not long ago. If it weren't for Xin Yuan Tian bringing back the Holy Soul Fruit, he might never have woken up. His father and mother had been worried about him for 300 years because of his disappearance, and their hair had turned gray. Chapter 283. The strong gathered. A few of them walked together to the ice coffin nearby. Looking at the blood tooth lying inside, Xin Yuan Shao couldn't help but praise. No wonder he is a disciple of my Xin Yuan royal family. Where's that kid gone now? He asked Xin Yuan Bailey. That kid ran off to the dark abyss. Xin Yuan Shao couldn't help but frown. The actions of the demon sect have been frequent lately, and they can make a big move at any time. It's too dangerous to go there. We should call him back. This, Elder Wu said somewhat awkwardly. This kid has a rather independent style. He probably won't listen to me. Xin Yuan Zhao's expression immediately turned displeased. Elder Taishang, let me go instead. After all, I am his great-grandfather. He will still listen to me. Xin Yuan Feng immediately said. All right, I leave it to you. If there's any movement from the dark abyss, notify me in time. Xin Yuan Shao said. Understood. After that, Xin Yuan Feng transformed into a phantom and disappeared before everyone. Xin Yuan Shao then said to Xin Yuan Bailey, Bailey, you pass the order down, seal off Xishan City, activate the city defense formation, and no one is allowed to enter or exit. If anyone from the demon sect is found inside the city, they will be killed without mercy. Chapter 284. The outbreak of war. Ouyang Jing's expression moved as he suddenly thought of something. So it's you. No wonder your aura seems familiar. Hee, you finally remembered. It's time to settle this score, the blood leopard masked man sneered. Remember, I am called Pang Honda. Sorry, I'm not interested in the name of a defeated foe. Ouyang Jing looked at Pang Honda with disdain. Is the dark demon sect really out of people? Even someone like you, a stray dog, has been sent out. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Am I wrong? Elder Xin Yuan, Elder Situ. Xin Yuan Shao said seriously. What the clan leader Ouyang said makes sense. I also think it's a bit much for the clan leader to send us here. Uft. Situ Zening couldn't help but laugh. Brother Ouyang, Elder Xin Yuan, your words are too hurtful. Xinyuan Xiao and Ouyang Jing exchanged knowing smiles. The dozens of martial saint experts behind them were holding back their laughter, afraid of ruining the atmosphere. You all are really good, very good. Pang Honda was somewhat exasperated. Just wait. I'll see if you can still laugh later. The demon sect experts behind him fell silent. Chapter 285. The unusual Jin Ling stopped dawdling here. That annoying guy inside has woken up. Jin Ling suddenly spoke. Annoying guy? Xinyuan Tian picked up on those words and expressed his confusion. Is it something from the Dark Abyss? That's right. He probably got woken up by those people's actions. Who knows what he'll do? Hurry up. Jin Ling replied. Jin Ling, do you know what is inside the Forbidden Land? Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but ask. Not just no. I don't even remember how many times we fought. That arrogant and self-righteous guy. Jin Ling said indignantly. This time when I see him, I must beat him up badly. Xinyuan Tian felt somewhat unsettled. Jin Ling actually knew someone deep in the Dark Abyss, and it seemed they had a grudge. Suddenly thinking of something, Xinyuan Tian became excited. Could it be that the other party is like Jin Ling, a being of the 9 great celestial pearls? Xinyuan Tian suddenly felt a gaze on him, mixed with curiosity and a hint of disdain. Disdain? Why does he disdain me? Xinyuan Tian was filled with question marks and black lines, but soon he dismissed this idea. No, he is not targeting me. Chapter 286. The conflict of the two spirits. The fight between Jin Ling and the Black Sphere quickly stopped as the Linglong Tower and Xinyuan Sword intervened, separating the two. Jin Ling seemed unconvinced and wanted to continue fighting, while the Black Sphere was equally unwilling to back down. The Golden and Black Spheres shook violently, and the Linglong Tower and Xinyuan Sword nearly failed to hold them back. However, after continuous persuasion, the two spheres finally stopped bickering and quieted down. Next, the Linglong Tower and Xinyuan Sword surrounded the Black Sphere, and powerful soul fluctuations arose among the three, seemingly in intense discussion. Xinyuan Tian watched them with both anticipation and nervousness. Jin Ling, however, stubbornly kept her distance, seemingly unwilling to participate in the affairs of the first three, showing a hint of disdain and reluctance. Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Jin Ling was too willful, truly a child at heart. After what seemed like a long time, the negotiations seemed to have ended. The barrier around the 4 treasures dissipated, and they flew towards Xinyuan Tian. It's done. Xinyuan Tian felt very excited internally, but outwardly he still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Young master, open your sea of consciousness, do not resist, came the voice of the Linglong Tower spirit. Without needing her to say it, Xinyuan Tian already knew what to do and completely opened his sea of consciousness. Chapter 287. The Dark Spirit's Avatar, transforming again after an unknown period. Xinyuan Tian's soul opened its eyes, looking at his body, which had become more solid and his soul power stronger. Xinyuan Tian was very satisfied and excited. Dark Spirit, thank you. Xinyuan Tian looked gratefully at the Dark Spirit. It's just a small matter, the Dark Spirit said calmly. TCH, starting to act again. Jin Ling muttered disdainfully. The Dark Spirit merely cast a contemptuous glance at her, and Jin Ling nearly jumped up in anger, but managed to control herself. It's time to go out, Xinyuan Tian said with a smile. He was in a very good mood at that moment. Wait, it's not over yet. The Dark Spirit stopped him. Not over. Xinyuan Tian looked puzzled. Hasn't the transformation of the Dark Spirit's body been completed? The transformation of the Dark Spirit's body is complete, but the soul avatar has not yet been condensed. The Dark Spirit said seriously. Now we are condensing the soul avatar? Xinyuan Tian was a bit surprised. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Not at all. The Dark Spirit shook its head. Your soul is now more than double what it was before. Condensing the soul avatar is more than enough. Moreover, I have many heavenly materials and earthly treasures here to restore soul power. You don't need to worry about insufficient soul power. Chapter 288. The Half-Emperor Goes Crazy Rip. Not far from the Black Barrier, a rift was torn open in the sky, and a tall man in a flaming mask stepped out. His aura was vast as the sea, even stronger than Xinyuan Xiao and the others before. He first glanced at the spatial gate in the distance, then looked around as if confirming something. Suddenly, a deep black stone, oddly shaped and covered with sharp spikes, appeared in his hand. The stone emitted a faint black light. In the void inside the spatial gate, as the powerful individuals were engaged in fierce battle, Xinyuan Xiao, Ouyang Jing, In situ Zening sensed the appearance of the man in the flaming mask and saw the strange stone in his hand. The three couldn't help but exclaim, "Boundary-breaking stone. Go!" Xin Yuan Shao shouted, forcing back the black-robed half-emperor opposite him, and in an instant, he vanished into the distance. Ouyang Jing and Situ Zening followed suit. "Don't let him escape. Chase after him." Pang Hongda let out a roar and chased after the two Vice Hall masters. The six of them flew out of the spatial gate in less than a few breaths, one after the other. The many martial saints who were still engaged in fierce battles paused their fights and rushed towards the spatial gate due to their actions. Chapter 289. Mysterious Shadow. Looking at Pang Hongda's despicable and lowly expression, Xin Yuan Shao wished he could tear him into pieces and use his soul to light a lantern. However, the other party wielded the Blood Demon Halberd, an incredibly powerful imperial weapon, so he dared not act recklessly. Just now, although he had sent a message to Ouyang Jing and the others that he would also use an imperial weapon to restrain the Blood Demon Halberd, that was based on the premise that the opponent would act similarly, using an imperial weapon to intimidate the enemy. If the opponent used the Blood Demon Halberd without restraint, even if he also used an imperial weapon, the consequences would be unpredictable and he would not be able to control it. The other party had previously used the Blood Demon Halberd, but that was merely for defense, without causing damage to the surrounding environment. If the Blood Demon Halberd were to be used for attack, it would be a completely different matter. An imperial weapon truly possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even Xin Yuan Shao, as a semi-emperor, would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before an imperial weapon. Blocking the opponent with his own strength would ultimately lead to a fate of complete annihilation. Not only would he be in danger, but Ouyang Jing, Situ Zening, and dozens of martial saints behind him, as well as the countless warriors in Xixiang City thousands of miles away, would not be able to escape either. Chapter 290. Terrifying black flames. What a fanciful idea. Even if a semi-emperor came, the outcome would be no different. He sneered, back to the scene at the dark barrier. Just as everyone was watching the flame-masked man about to step into the black barrier, a strange black flame suddenly erupted from the barrier, enveloping the flame-masked man. The black flames were terrifying, causing the flame-masked man to scream in agony. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the black flames. He wanted to flee the barrier, but found himself trapped by an unknown force, unable to move. In his panic, he sent a message to Pang Hongda and the others for help. However, Pang Hongda and the others dared not approach him. The moment the other party got into trouble, Pang Hongda had fled faster than anyone else, instantly appearing thousands of miles away. What a joke. The strength of the flame-masked man was far beyond his own. Even if he teamed up with the other two semi-emperors, they were not a match for him. If the other party had no power to resist against the black flames, how could they? As for the issue of abandoning a comrade in distress, even if they were punished by headquarters later, it was better than losing their lives. Chapter 291. Departing from Middle State on the other side, Xin Yuan Tian had already left from another direction of the black barrier, avoiding the area where the two sides had fought before. At that moment, he sensed something, and a communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. The jade pendant emitted a faint green light. Xin Yuan Tian's spiritual power scanned the communication jade pendant, and a voice of anger echoed in his mind. "You little bastard. Where have you run off to? If you're not dead, give me a response." Xin Yuan Tian couldn't help but hold the communication jade pendant away from him. He felt like his head was about to explode from the other party's roar. This fifth elder really was something. Couldn't he speak nicely? Why did he have to be so angry, showing no semblance of an elder? Xin Yuan Tian couldn't help but complain. The message just sent to him was from the fifth elder, who was probably worried that he was still in the dark abyss and might be in danger. Thinking this way, Xin Yuan Tian felt a bit better. He held the communication jade pendant and input the information he wanted to convey through his spiritual power. Fifth elder, I have long left the dark abyss and am training in another place, so you can rest assured. After putting the communication jade pendant back into his ring, Xin Yuan Tian shook his head helplessly, silently vowing never to return to Xixiang City, lest he be caught by the fifth elder, or else he would definitely suffer. Chapter 292. New Identity. Many martial saints from the Eastern State Branch, including the Hall Master and two Vice Hall Masters, intended to take him as their personal disciple. Unfortunately, he rejected them all. This left the higher-ups feeling somewhat regretful. Pang Hongda, however, declared that his door would always be open for him, and he could come to be his disciple whenever he changed his mind. Because of this, Other disciples of the demon sect were very jealous of him and often made things difficult for him. Additionally, his reclusive nature led him to have almost no friends within the Eastern State Branch. Many regarded him as a thorn in their side and wanted to eliminate him. However, among his peers, Jia Hong's strength was extraordinarily powerful, and there were almost none who could defeat him. Those who had the strength to kill him were from the older generation, and they did not dare to act against him recklessly, as he was highly regarded by the Hall, Master Pang Hongda. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. Jia Hong spent most of his time in the Dark Abyss, always taking on tasks close to the Dark Abyss. His encounter with Xianyuan Tian this time was purely coincidental. Before the Dark Demon sect and the Holy Land erupted in a great battle, the higher-ups of the Eastern State Branch had already ordered all Demon sect disciples to evacuate the Dark Abyss, and he was the only one to receive the notification after the battle broke out. Chapter 293. The Angry Fifth Elderhoof. Do you think I want to take care of your matters? If I don't care about you, then no one will. The woman couldn't help but stomp her foot, letting out a huff, and chased after him. Shortly after the two left, Xianyuan Tian appeared. Watching their departing figures, he revealed a charming smile. The good show was about to begin. At this moment, Little Dot and Little White appeared on his shoulder. "Boss, where are we going now?" Little Dot asked curiously. "Of course, we're going to the Middle State." Xianyuan Tian replied with a smile. "Great. We could go play in the Middle State. There's roasted meat to eat." Little Dot and Little White jumped up excitedly. "You two little guys, shouldn't you be thinking about cultivating? Why are your heads filled with thoughts of playing and eating?" Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but tap the little heads of the two. "Boss, cultivation is certainly necessary, but we can't miss out on playing and eating. Otherwise, would life be too dull?" Little Dot said seriously, covering his forehead. "All right, since you both say so, as the boss, I should satisfy you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair." Xianyuan Tian laughed. "I knew the boss is the best." Chapter 294. Black Demon Road. This was a massive mountain road composed of dozens of small mountain paths. On both sides of the mountain road were towering trees that reached the clouds and continuous mountain peaks. This place was one of the passages to the Middle State, known as the Black Demon Road. It was famous for being close to the Dark Abyss. The Black Demon Road spanned a vast area, connecting the Eastern State Xishiang domain to the Middle State, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Warriors had to pass through this area, and even if they traveled smoothly, it would take several months to reach the other side of the Black Demon Road. In the sky above the Black Demon domain, there are terrifying flying spirit beasts. It is a forbidden zone for human warriors, and no warrior dares to fly over it. This is common knowledge that all warriors passing through the Black Demon Road must possess. Any warrior who dares to fly over the Black Demon Road will be regarded as an intruder by the flying spirit beast there and will be attacked. Almost no one can survive when touching such taboos, not even martial emperors. As for martial saints, they do not need to travel between the two states in this way. The Eastern State also has cross-state teleportation arrays, such as the Eastern Spirit Palace, the 5 major sects, and the branch of the Tianbao Pavilion located in the Eastern State. The cross-state teleportation arrays of the Eastern Spirit Palace and the 5 major sects are not open to the public except in special circumstances. Chapter 295. If you want to make a move, do it quickly. The burly man in black raised his hand to stop him from continuing, saying, "No rush. A careful journey lasts 1,000 years. Understood, boss." The man retreated, signaling those behind him to calm down and wait for the boss's orders. Everyone understood and stood still. The burly man in black approached Xianyuan Tian, stopping 10 meters away, and politely said, "Sorry to disturb you. May I ask which sect this little brother belongs to?" Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but frown, pausing his eating for a moment before continuing to eat the meat, showing no intention of responding. The burly man in black felt a surge of anger inside, but still wore a friendly smile, saying, "We mean no offense. It's just that my brothers and I have been walking on this Black Demon Road all day and have run out of provisions. I wonder if this little brother could spare some meat for my brothers? I am willing to pay some spirit stones. What do you think?" Xianyuan Tian, without looking up, replied, "No, what do you think?" Before the other party could speak, Xianyuan Tian's voice rang out again. "Also, you are disturbing us." After saying that, he continued to enjoy his roasted meat. Seeing this, the companions of the burly man in black became furious and wanted to rush over. Chapter 296. The meddler. Not long after Xianyuan Tian chased out, he saw a man in gray frantically fleeing hundreds of meters away. The man seemed to sense Xianyuan Tian's presence, his aura fluctuating for a moment before bursting forth with even greater speed. Xianyuan Tian sneered and quickened his pace, gradually closing the distance to the man. As he got closer, the man in gray looked extremely flustered. He dared not stop and could only run desperately forward. Suddenly, the gray-clad man saw firelight not far ahead, with shadows flickering. His eyes brightened, and while rushing toward that group, he shouted loudly, "Friends, there are bandits killing people. Please lend a hand. I would be ever so grateful." His voice carried far and immediately caught the group's attention. Hundreds of meters ahead, a group of over 30 people gathered around several bonfires, eating and drinking. Next to them were a few large tents. At that moment, a cry for help came from afar, sounding very urgent. The group immediately stood up, looking warily in the direction of the sound, with a few of them shielding a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old behind them. Chapter 297. No need for us to intervene. Xianyuan Tian paid no attention to her. His gaze remained fixed on the old man in the green robe. Seeing that Xianyuan Tian ignored her, the girl became angry and stepped forward, but was pulled back by the old man in the green robe. "Yunbo, don't hold me back. Today, I must teach this ignorant little brat a lesson." The girl was so furious she nearly exploded, but she couldn't break free from the old man's grip. The old man in the green robe smiled slightly, wanting to say something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he blocked the girl with his body, releasing an aura of peak martial venerable strength. The old man's sudden action startled everyone. The girl and the guards looked confused, not knowing what was happening. "Protect the young lady." Only the man holding a knife reacted, shouting loudly and vigilantly staring at Xianyuan Tian. A faint sound attracted everyone's attention. They turned to see the gray-clad man clutching his neck tightly, blood flowing from his neck and mouth. The gray-clad man trembled a few times before collapsing to the ground. Motionless, everyone shifted their gaze back to Xianyuan Tian, noticing blood dripping from the tip of the swift wind sword he held. Chapter 298. Caught in the conflict on the other side. The old man in the green robe and his group had just passed through a small valley when they were stopped by a group of people. These individuals were dressed in black and all wore black cloth masks, numbering over 100, surrounding the entire small valley. At the bottom of the valley, the old man in the green robe and his companions stood on guard, with all the bodyguards surrounding Lan Huayu and her maid. "Yinbo, what should we do?" Lan Huayu was somewhat at a loss. "Who are they? Why are they stopping us?" The old man in the green robe reassured her, "Miss, don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen. Just stay here and don't move." "Okay." Lan Huayu trusted the old man in the green robe very much. The old man's expression was extremely grave. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands toward the valley's exit, saying, "Friends, we are on our way to Zhongzhou to pay respects. Could you please allow us to pass?" As he spoke, a storage ring flew from his hand. "This is a token of goodwill. Please accept it." At the top of the valley's exit, two tall men in black were guarding there, and one of them caught the flying storage ring. "You think we can be sent away with just a few spirit stones? Do you take us for beggars?" The man threw the ring to the ground, shouting angrily. Chapter 299. Arrival in Zhongzhou. The expressions of the two black-clad martial venerables in midair darkened, and they attacked even more fiercely, aiming to repel Lan Yun at the first opportunity. Watching the retreating figures of Lan Tian and Lan Huayu, Lan Yun's face showed joy as he desperately blocked the opponent's attacks to prevent them from pursuing the fleeing Lan Huayu and Lan Tian. "Thank you for your assistance, young master. Today's great kindness will surely be repaid by my Lan family in the future." Lan Yun shouted at Xianyuan Tian. Upon hearing his words, the two black-clad martial venerables became infuriated, already marking Xianyuan Tian as a target for elimination in their minds. Hearing Lan Yun's seemingly grateful words and sensing the blatant killing intent from the two black-clad men, Xianyuan Tian's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Oh really? I hope you will still be just as grateful later." Xianyuan Tian sneered, turning to chase after Lan Tian and Lan Huayu. His words and somewhat evil smile gave Lan Yun a bad premonition. Several miles away from the battlefield, Lan Tian and Lan Huayu were running at full speed without any sign of relaxation. "Captain Lan Tian, should we wait for Yinbo?" Lan Huayu suddenly spoke up. Chapter 300. Such a handsome man, what rich spirit energy. Xianyuan Tian hovered in midair, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of embracing nature, his face radiating contentment. The place he was at was merely the edge of Zhongzhou, Yet the richness of spiritual energy there was already several times that of the eastern spiritual domain in Dongzhou. One could imagine how good the cultivation environment would be deeper within Zhongzhou. In front of Xianyuan Tian lay a vast expanse of mountains and forests, lush and verdant. Without any desire to appreciate the surrounding scenery, Xianyuan Tian flew towards the outskirts of the forest. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, a cry for help echoed from not far below. Xianyuan Tian stopped. Upon closer inspection, at the foot of a small mountain peak, a group of people was confronting a giant black bear. The black bear's strength had reached the initial stage of the 6th rank. Opposite, it stood a dozen young people around 20 years old, among them a girl in a yellow long dress at the initial stage of the martial sect, standing bravely at the front. The others were all at the martial king realm, varying from the initial stage to the peak of the martial king. Among the crowd, several had already sustained significant injuries. They had been cornered by the black bear with no way to escape, leaving only the martial sect girl in front to hold her ground. Chapter 301. Tianling Domain. On the way out, there were no troubles encountered, and the group successfully exited the forest, quickly reaching Yang'an City as mentioned by Bian Anjuan. The scale of Yang'an City seemed comparable to Xixiang City. Many martial artists were entering and exiting the city gates, most of them in groups, making it even livelier than Xixiang City. Among these groups, martial artists below the martial king realm were nearly invisible. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's Zhongzhou." Bian Anjuan seemed to be familiar with the guards at the city gate, so the group didn't have to queue and directly entered the city. Along the way, Bian Anjuan and the others attempted to subtly probe Xianyuan Tian for information. Xianyuan Tian only responded occasionally without saying anything unnecessary, leaving them without any useful information, which dampened their spirits. Before long, the group arrived outside a larger, more luxurious residence. This was the Bian family, where Bian Anjuan belonged. In Yang'an City, the strongest forces were several 6th-rank families, including the Bian family. "Greetings, young miss." Several gatekeepers respectfully bowed to Bian Anjuan. Bian Anjuan nodded indifferently and led the group into the Bian residence. Chapter 302. 2Bs. Transforming. The 6 super domains refer to 6 super regions: the Ice Extreme Domain, Dragon Martial Domain, Azure Blue Domain, Cloud Mist Domain, Dongchang Domain, and Guanyang Domain. The area and overall strength of these 6 super domains are second only to the Tianling Domain. Among the 8 first-rank sects in Zhongzhou, 6 are located in these 6 super domains, guarding the Tianling Domain in the center. Among them, the Xianbing Palace is located in the Ice Extreme Domain, which is to the north of the Tianling Domain, precisely Xianyuan Tian's first destination. He had promised his sister Xianyuan Qingli that he would personally go to bring her home for their family reunion. The Yang'an City he was currently in was located in the easternmost part of Zhongzhou, belonging to one of the smallest domains among the 137 domains, with overall strength relatively low. The strongest force in the area was the 3rd-rank sect Qi Yinmen. The Dongjiao Domain and Ice Extreme Domain were separated by more than a dozen domains, with a distance of at least tens of millions of miles. If he relied on his own flight or took a flying spirit beast, it would take an unknown amount of time. Even if he used a cross-domain teleportation array, he would need to teleport several times. He wondered how many spirit stones the cross-domain teleportation at the Tianbao Pavilion in Zhongzhou required each time. If it was too expensive, he would have to find ways to earn spirit stones. Xianyuan Tian thought to himself. Chapter 303. The Unconvinced Little One, but Boss. We can't wait any longer. Those 2 ordinary guys can transform so quickly and swagger around in human territory. Why can't we? The little one protested. The other 3 little creatures also glared displeasedly at the Wind God Eagle and the Swift Wind Wolf King, now referred to as Feng Ying and Jifeng. The Wind God Eagle and Swift Wind Wolf King felt their bodies tremble under their gaze, shivering in fear, not daring to speak. "All right, boss promises you, once you fully refine the medicinal power and stabilize your realm, I'll find a way to help you break through to the 8th rank. Okay?" Xianyuan Tian comforted. "Okay." The little ones responded somewhat reluctantly. Xianyuan Tian felt a bit helpless. He wanted the little ones to break through to the 8th rank quickly so that they could follow him without reservations and wouldn't have to keep transforming into other forms. Unfortunately, they were divine beasts, different from ordinary spirit beasts. The resources required for each breakthrough in a major realm were tens to hundreds of times more than those needed by ordinary spirit beasts. Just for this breakthrough, the Wind God Eagle and Swift Wind Wolf King had only consumed a top-tier heavenly spirit fruit, each to successfully break through to the 8th rank. And they had even jumped straight to the mid-8th rank. Chapter 304. I'm not interested in your daughter at dawn on the 2nd day. Xian Yuan Tian left the Bian residence. He did not bid farewell to Bian Anjuan and encountered no obstacles along the way, unusually smooth. Shortly after Xian Yuan Tian exited the Bian residence, a man in a green robe quietly followed him with 2 subordinates. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at a grove several miles outside Yang'an City. Stop! An angry shout came from behind. Xian Yuan Tian couldn't help but halt his steps, turning around to look meaningfully at the incoming person. There were 3 people in total. The man in the green robe at the front was at the late stage of the martial sect, while the 2 middle-aged men behind him were at the initial stage of the martial venerable. Do we know each other? Xian Yuan Tian asked lightly. It doesn't matter if you don't know us. It's enough that I know you. I am Bian Ansheng, and Bian Anjuan is my younger sister. The man in the green robe coldly replied. If you don't want to suffer, honestly explain why you're getting close to Xiao Jun. Last night someone told me not to get close to his daughter, and now as I'm about to leave, someone specifically came to tell me not to approach his sister. Xian Yuan Tian sneered at Bian Ansheng. I really want to know, is your sister a fairy descended from heaven? Or is she the most beautiful woman in the 9 provinces continent? Does every man like her and have ulterior motives towards her? Chapter 305. Xianbing Palace. Although the Dongjiao domain is one of the smallest in Zhongzhou, its area is even larger than the Eastern Spiritual Domain, the biggest in Dongzhou. After several days of continuous flight, the Wind God Eagle finally brought Xian Yuan Tian to Dongjiao City. Dongjiao City is much larger than Tianyang City, and its prosperity cannot be compared to that of Tianyang City. Xian Yuan Tian successfully entered Dongjiao City and arrived at the Tianbao Pavilion in the city center. He could vaguely sense several concealed, powerful auras within the Tianbao Pavilion. Were they martial saint experts? Truly, it is Zhongzhou, where even a branch in the Dongjiao domain has several martial saint experts stationed. How many martial saint experts does the Tianbao Pavilion have in total across all 137 domains? Xian Yuan Tian truly experienced the power of the Tianbao Pavilion for the first time. He no longer thought of Tianbao Pavilion as just an organization for earning spirit stones, as he did when he was in the eastern states. Behind Tianbao Pavilion stands one of the 8 first-rate sects, the Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion is the most mysterious sect among the 8 first-rate sects, located in the Tianling domain, just like the other first-rate sect, the Holy Light sect. The strength of Tianbao Pavilion offers a glimpse into the tip of the iceberg of the power of the 8 first-rate sections. Xian Yuan Tian walked into Tianbao Pavilion, where a beautiful female attendant approached to greet him. Chapter 306. Siblings reunited this young master. I can only take you this far, said the woman in white. Thank you. After the other party left, Xian Yuan Tian arrived in front of the White Palace, and a large door opened automatically. A gentle female voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Tian walked into the palace. The space inside the palace was large, simple yet elegant. The pillars, walls, seats, and tables were made of a milky white unknown stone, making it very comfortable to look at. Xian Yuan Tian merely glanced around before walking to the center of the main hall, respectfully addressing the young woman in white sitting in the main seat above. May I ask how to address you, senior? In the entire hall, apart from Xian Yuan Tian, there was only this young woman. Her attire was very plain, wearing white clothes, her skin flawless and white, giving off the feeling of an ice-cold beauty, keeping people at a distance. I am Bing Xin, the current master of the Xianbing Palace, the woman said in a calm tone. Since you're the master, I am disrespectful. Xian Yuan Tian cupped his hands in salute. As a powerful figure among the 8 first-rate sects, she was someone of great importance across the continent, a pillar of the human race, worthy of respect. Chapter 307. The moment you break through to the great emperor young master is being too modest. How could Bingley dare to accept his gift? Beside them, Xian Yu Kingly took the jade box from her brother's hands and handed it to Bingley, saying, Master, this is a gift from my brother. Please do not refuse it. This. Bingley hesitated a bit. In her eyes, Xian Yu Kingly was not only her direct disciple, but also like a daughter to her. She felt that she should not accept Xian Yuantian's gratitude. Master, please accept it. Xian Yu Kingli directly stuffed the purple jade box into Bingli's hands. Now, Bingli had no choice but to accept it. All right, since you have insisted, then I shall accept it. Bingli looked at Xian Yu Kingli with affection, finding her disciple extremely endearing. She didn't even look at what was inside the jade box, and was ready to store it in her storage ring. You should take a look at what's inside first. Xian Yuantian suddenly reminded her. He had casually mentioned it was just a small gift. But she really thought it was a small gift and was about to toss it into her storage ring, which made Xian Yuantian feel a bit speechless. After all, he should consider his identity. A gift for a semi-emperor powerhouse, who is also his sister's master, should be something presentable. Chapter 308. Returning to the sacred land outside the palace. Xian Yuantian and his sister walked side by side down the snow-colored stone steps towards the foot of the snow peak. By the way, brother, how have our parents been lately? I miss them so much after not seeing them for years. Xian Yu Kingli showed a nostalgic expression. Don't worry. Mom and Dad are doing well. Xian Yuantian smiled to reassure her. Aren't I here to take you home? You'll see them soon. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Our mother has given us a younger brother. What? Xian Yu Kingli's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her brother. I'm going to be an older sister? Yes. He is already over a year old, named Xian Yuanhu. What? Don't you like having a younger brother? Xian Yuantian looked at his sister with some confusion. Brother, how could you say that? Of course, I like having a younger brother. It's just a bit sudden. He is already over a year old and hasn't met me, his sister. Xian Yu Kingli's expression was somewhat conflicted. All right, stop overthinking. Today, I'll take you home, and you'll soon meet little Hu. Xian Yuantian laughed. Okay, brother, I have a question to ask you, and you must answer me honestly. Xian Yu Kingli suddenly took on a mysterious look. Chapter 309. The condition of the clansman. Wait a moment. An old man in a white robe at the peak of martial saints waved his hand lightly to disperse the crowd's aura. We're on the same side. Don't worry. The old man gestured for the others to retract their auras, and everyone immediately returned to their normal expressions. He kindly asked the two, Are you Xian Yuantian? Are you both descendants of Fenger? That's right, we are his disciples. Xian Yuantian respectfully replied. Xian Yuanfeng is my great-grandfather. And this is my sister Xian Yu Kingli, who is also a direct disciple of the elder Bingli of the Xianbing Palace. I just brought her back from the Xianbing Palace. Very good, very good. Fenger has brought back two outstanding disciples for our royal family. The old man stroked his beard and smiled gently. I am Elder 86, Xian Yuanqing. Since it's your first time back, you may not know how to get to the clan grounds, so I'll have someone take you there. Thank you, Elder 86. After that, Elder 86 called over a disciple of the Xian Yuan royal family to lead the two to the small world where the Xian Yuan royal family was located. The person was a young man dressed in a brown, tight-fitting outfit, appearing to be in his 20s, with the cultivation level of a peak martial sovereign. He introduced himself to the two. My name is Xian Yuan Kangrong, and I am a disciple of Elder 86. Chapter 310. Family reunion. At this moment, everyone finally noticed Xian Yu Kingli's presence. You're a little liar? Xian Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. It's really you. You've changed so much. She ran over, took Xian Yu Kingli's hand, and brought her in front of everyone. Everyone, come quickly. Our little genius from the Xian Yuan mansion has returned. The others looked at the now tall and graceful Xian Yu Kingli in disbelief. Qingli, it's really you? You've changed so much. Everyone exclaimed, expressing their surprise. Oomph. Indeed, a bunch of people, just a few years apart, and you all forgot about me completely. Xian Yu Kingli was furious. When she was still at the Xian Yuan mansion, she was a well-known little genius, cherished by everyone. Now, after this group of people came here, they only focused on cultivation and forgot about her, which was infuriating. All right, our little liar, it's not because you have grown up so much. It's only been 4 years since we last saw you, and you've grown so tall and beautiful. It's no wonder they couldn't recognize you. Xian Yuani comforted her. Right. Who told our little liar to be so good-looking? Everyone echoed. Chapter 311. Bloodline awakening. Soon after, 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, with extraordinary aura, walked into the living room. Everyone immediately stood up to welcome them. Greetings, father, grandfather, grandmother. Greetings, grandfather, great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Greetings, great-grandfather, ancestor, ancestress. Xian Yuan Qijun said to the siblings, Xiao Tian, Xiao Li, quickly greet your 2 great-grandfathers and great-grandmother. The disciples Xian Yuan Tian, Xian Yuan Qing Li, respectfully addressed. I have met my two great-grandfathers and grandmother. The siblings understood and bowed. Among the three who entered, the one at the front was the seventh elder Xian Yuanji, accompanied by a middle-aged woman in a red long dress with an elegant demeanor, while Xian Yuan Feng followed behind. All right, everyone, no need for formalities. Xian Yuanji raised his hand, and the siblings immediately straightened up. You are our family's little genius, Xian Yuan Qingli. As soon as she sat down, the middle-aged woman beside Xian Yuanji couldn't help but ask, Yes, great-grandmother. Xuanyuan Qingli rapli apoliteli. Come here, let your great-grandmother have a good look. The middle-aged woman waved to Xian Yuan Qingli. Yes, great-grandmother. Xian Yuan Qingli smiled sweetly and obediently walked in front of her. I heard you have been cultivating at the Xian Bing Palace for the past few years and haven't come home. Are the people at Xian Bing Palace treating you well? Chapter 312. One thing overcomes another. Although the scenery was beautiful, they had no time to admire it. Xian Yuan Tian and the others had come to Tianling City today. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the halfway point of a certain mountain peak. There was one of the teleportation halls of the Holy Land located there. Xian Yuan Tian and the others planned to use the teleportation array here to go to Tianling City. Just as they were about to enter the Grand Hall, a familiar voice came from behind. Isn't that Xian Yuan Tian? And who is that beautiful white-haired woman beside him? Huh. The group couldn't help but stop and turn around. A few dozen meters away, two very beautiful young girls were quickly approaching them. To be precise, it was the girl in a light yellow long dress in front, pulling along the girl in a purple long dress behind her as they ran. The two quickly reached the group. Xian Yuan Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Qing Er, it's you. What are you doing here? Brother Tian, it's really you. The girl in the purple long dress looked at Xian Yuan Tian with surprise. The girl was indeed Ouyang Qing Er, and the other girl was Han Xiaohui. That should be what we ask you. How did you end up here? Han Xiaohui squinted at Xian Yuan Tian. Chapter 313. You can marry her too, Xiaoli. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Xian Yuan Tian said seriously. Aren't you going to play? Let's hurry up. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. Brother, don't change the topic. Xian Yuan Qingli intentionally elongated her voice. When did you get a crush? Why didn't you tell me? Cough, cough. I just haven't had the chance to tell you. Is that so? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Xian Yuan Tian said with a serious expression. Sister Qing Er, tell me, how did my brother win you over? Xian Yuan Qingli turned to Ouyang Qing Er and asked. This. Ouyang Qing Er was momentarily blushing, unsure how to answer her question. Xiaoli, stop it. We're in public. Don't disturb others, Xian Yuan Tian said with some exasperation. At this moment, everyone noticed that more and more people were gathering outside the Grand Hall. So Xian Yuan Qingli had to give up. Sister Qing Er, are you going to Tianling City too? Xian Yuan Qingli asked. Yes. We plan to stroll around Tianling City. It's been a long time since we went out, Ouyang Qing Er smiled. Then come with us. It's our first time in Tianling City, and you can show us the way, Xian Yuan Qingli said enthusiastically. Chapter 314. City of the Holy Land. Even so, the Ouyang family probably wouldn't agree. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope if the clan leader intervened. Xian Yuan Ji shook his head. What should we do? We can't just separate them. Sun Yuan Hong Yun Faunil. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin one marriage. Isn't there any room for negotiation? It's difficult. Unless Xiao Tian's talent surpasses Ouyang Qing Er's, there might be a chance. Dongfang shook her head. But Ouyang Qing Er's talent is terrifying. At least in this generation, there is no one in the 9 provinces who can compare to her. Is her talent really that scary? Even Xiao Tian's golden divine body and Xiao Li's ice divine body can't match up. Sun Yuan Hong Yun fit somewhat unconvincing. The physiques possessed by the siblings are 1 in a billion. If it were in the past, they would definitely be the unrivaled prodigies of their generation. Unfortunately, the Ouyang family has incredible fortune and produced an Ouyang Qing heir. There's nothing we can do about it. Xvan Yuan Yisait. Are we, the Xian Yuan royal family, going to be overshadowed by them in the future? Sun Yuan Hong Yun fit somewhat unhappy. Haha, Xiao Jun, you worry too much. Even if the Ouyang family produces another Ouyang Qing heir, they still can't overshadow our Xian Yuan royal family. The strong foundation of our clan is unmatched. Even if the 8 great families join forces, Xian Yuanji said confidently with a smile. Chapter 315. Killers everywhere. The girls spent half a day just shopping and buying things. In the end, Xian Yuan Tian had no choice but to let Xiao Bu Jian and Xiao Bai out, which immediately attracted the attention of several girls. It's Xiao Bu Jian and Xiao Bai. It's you guys. Long time no see. Xian Yuan Qing Li showed the most excitement. Come here. She hugged the two little guys and continuously petted their fur. The two little ones not only did not resist, but seemed to be enjoying it. It's been so long since we last met. Did you miss me? Xian Yuan Qing Li asked. The two little ones nodded without hesitation and rubbed against her face affectionately, making the other three girls want to hug them too. Unfortunately, Xian Yuan Qing Yi and Han Xiao Hui were ruthlessly rejected, and only Ouyang Qing Er was able to successfully hold the two little ones. Xian Yuan Qing Li proudly glanced at Han Xiao Hui, as if to say, see, even they don't like you. Han Xiao Hui was so angry that her teeth itched, and she took note of Xian Yuan Qing Li and the two little ones. Xian Yuan Tian was speechless. Only he knew that besides himself, the five little divine beasts did not allow others to touch them. Chapter 3:16. Sensing the good and evil of heaven and earth, seeing the exaggerated reactions of the group. Xian Yuan Tian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. There are many people who want to kill me, Xian Yuan Tian, but in the end, they are the ones who die. What are the three major assassin organizations? Sooner or later, I will uproot them all, leaving not a single one behind. He secretly vowed that when his strength was strong enough, he would definitely eradicate these three tumor-like organizations as soon as possible. As he spoke, Xian Yuan Tian took a sip of wine, looking quite calm, as if the three major assassin organizations were not after him at all. What brother said is right. Isn't it just the three major assassin organizations? What is there to be afraid of? In front of my brother, they are nothing. Xian Yuan Qing Li said confidently. It wasn't just her blind confidence in her brother, but among those present, she was the only one who knew her brother's true identity. Don't say it was the three major assassin organizations. Even if the three major alien races came, she was very certain that in the end, her brother would definitely win. Well, these two siblings are too blindly confident. No wonder they are siblings. Han Xiaowei couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hand. Brother Tian, is everything really okay? Ouyang Qing'er asked, her eyes filled with worry. Chapter 3:17. The perverted siblings at the moment the bloodlight emerged. Xian Yuan Tian felt his blood boil, his body burning hot. He recalled Xian Yuan Ji's initial warning that the formation must have been activated and immediately began to operate the yin-yang creation technique. A terrifying suction force swept from him, forming a huge vortex centered around him. The bloodline power contained in the blood pool surged violently towards Xian Yuan Tian and was absorbed by his body. On the other side, Xian Yuan Qingli was equally unyielding. Her speed of absorbing bloodline power was also terrifying, though slightly less than her brother's. The immense commotion caused by the two startled many powerful figures nearby the blood pool, leading those guarding the pool to question whether there was an issue with the formation. Xian Yuan Ji assured them that the formation was operating normally, which calmed them down. They then realized that all of this was caused by the two siblings and were extremely shocked. These two little ones were too frightening. Even Xian Yuan Feng didn't create such a stir when he awakened his bloodline back then. Several people couldn't help but look at Xian Yuan Feng, who smiled calmly and appeared completely at ease. Chapter 3:18. The conditions to become a human emperor's seventh brother. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm just curious, Xian Yuan Bailey said, his face not flushing and his heart not racing. Isn't that right? You know best in your heart. Xian Yuan Ji shot him a disdainful glance. All right, what's there to argue about over such a trivial matter? Xian Yuan Lai interrupted the two. Everyone has their own opportunities. The younger generation has their own paths to walk. We, as elders, just need to support them from behind. That's what the clan leader teaches. Xian Yuan Bailey suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, clan leader, just before coming here, I received an invitation from the Ouyang family. In 2 months, it will be the little princess of the Ouyang family's 18th birthday. Should we bring more disciples along? Oh, I didn't expect that little girl to be 18 already. I remember the last time I saw her, she had just learned to walk. Time flies so fast. Xian Yuan Lai couldn't help but sigh. It's good for those younger ones to go out and have a look. You could discuss this with the Grand Elder. This time, let the Grand Elder lead. Yes. Xian Yuan Ji couldn't help but lightly cough and said, speaking of the Ouyang family's little princess, I have a rather tricky issue that may require your assistance. Clan leader. Chapter 3:19. Both breakthroughs a quarter of an hour later. The blood-red light on Xian Yuan Qingli dissipated, and she successfully awakened her bloodline power. simultaneously breaking through to the mid-stage martial sovereign. Xianyuan Qingli opened her eyes, glanced at her brother in the distance, left the blood pool, and approached Xianyuan Ji and the others. Grandpa Ji, Grandpa Feng, I did it. Xianyuan Qingli said excitedly, looking for praise. Very good, very good. Our little genius has not only broken a record, but also made a breakthrough. Xianyuan Ji praised her warmly, his eyes filled with fondness. Of course. Just look at who I am. Xianyuan Qingli laughed. Shaoli, come over and greet the clan leader and the fifth elder. Disciple Xianyuan Qingli greets the clan leader and the fifth elder. Xianyuan Qingli quickly retracted her smiling expression and became very respectful. Xianyuan Lai and the others were amused by her demeanor and waved off her formality, saying, "Get up." Yes. Xianyuan Qingli obediently stood to one side. To be honest, she really does look like a well-behaved girl. If Han Xiaowei were here, she would definitely be taken aback, exclaiming that the other party was just pretending. On the other hand, the blood-colored light on Xianyuan Tian seemed to show no signs of dissipating, and his aura grew stronger. Chapter 320. The master of weapon refining after returning to the courtyard, the siblings dove straight into the training room. What they didn't know was that under Xianyuan Lai's instructions, news of their simultaneous record-breaking achievements quickly spread throughout the entire family like wildfire. The family members were eager to learn about the two's identities, and when they discovered that they were the direct descendants of Xianyuan Feng, they were taken aback. Many disciples expressed their dissatisfaction, each rubbing their fists, ready to challenge the siblings to a spar. In no time, Jinji Peak became very lively. Unfortunately, the siblings had already entered seclusion. Everyone was left out in the cold. Unknowingly, half a month passed. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan Tian stood up and stretched his body, revealing a confident smile. During this time, he had stabilized his cultivation at the late martial sovereign level and adapted to his awakened bloodline power. He was very confident that as long as he didn't encounter a powerful opponent at the martial emperor level, he could fight and win. Xianyuan Tian's expression changed as he sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and entered the Linglong Tower. Jinling and Amling have been waiting for a long time. Jinling, what do you need me for? Xianyuan Tian asked. Chapter 321. The Ouyang family's celebration in the eastern part of the Tianling domain. There's a vast mountain range, perpetually shrouded in thunder and lightning, creating a terrifying scene. This is where the Ouyang family's ancestral land is located, Thunderclap Mountain, in the Tianling domain. It is well known that the entire Thunderclap Mountain is the territory of the Ouyang family. No one may enter without permission, or the consequences will be dire. Recently, however, the Thunderclap Mountain has opened its gates wide to welcome guests. At the forefront of the mountain range stands the tallest peak, named Welcoming Peak. In front of Welcoming Peak is a wide avenue, constantly filled with flying spiritual tools or powerful spirit beasts. The scene is very spectacular. They all seem to have an agreement, stopping below the peak, and one by one, powerful and imposing martial artists emerge from the flying spiritual tools or spirit beasts. Walking up the mountain, among the crowd were many young martial artists, each exuding charisma and engaging in lively conversations. This time was the Ouyang family's little princess's 18th birthday, an age suitable for discussing marriage. It was uncertain which family's genius would catch her eye. This is hard to say, as the heirs of the other 7 great families all possess exceptional looks, and in recent years, they have all entered the martial sovereign realm, making it difficult to determine a victor. Chapter 322. Each with their own merits. Elder Xiao, Elder Bai, welcome to the birthday celebration of my little girl. It is truly my daughter's honor, Ouyang Jing said with cupped hands, laughing heartily. Ouyang clan leader, you flatter us. It is we who are interrupting. Xianyuan Xiao smiled and said, and Lady Ouyang, it has been a long time. Your grace is even more distinguished than before. Elder Xiao, you flatter me. The middle-aged woman beside Ouyang Jing chuckled. This woman was Ouyang Jing's wife, Shangguan Xiang, a peak martial saint, and also the mother of Ouyang Qinger. Others also greeted Xianyuan Xiao and the others, engaging in pleasant conversation. These individuals are all semi-emperor powerhouses from various major sects, leaders, or figures of special status. Fellow Taoists, please take your seats. Ouyang Jing smiled slightly. Ouyang clan leader, please. They landed in the VIP area at the top and took their seats one after another. Ouyang Jing and his wife sat in the middle. Ouyang Jing stood up and cupped his hands to everyone, saying, I am Ouyang Jing. And I would like to thank all the esteemed guests for attending my daughter's birthday celebration. I hope everyone has a great time and that this trip is worthwhile. This cup of wine is to honor all of you. Ouyang Jing raised his wine glass and drank it all in one go. The Ouyang clan leader is being polite. It is our honor to attend your esteemed daughter's birthday celebration. Chapter 3:23. Drawing hatred. Xian Yuan Tian was suddenly filled with black lines on his forehead, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He felt powerless to complain internally. Were these two guys not compatible? Every time they came together, they would bicker incessantly, refusing to back down until there was a clear winner, as if they were sworn enemies from a past life, bringing their grudges into this life. He suddenly felt countless murderous gazes falling on him. If looks could kill, he would have been riddled with holes at that moment. Xian Yuan Tian felt a bit embarrassed. This Han Xiaowei was definitely doing it on purpose to draw hatred towards him. Little liar, too, was truly something. Wasn't she quite clever in the past? How could she fall for the other party's provocations so easily? No. Xian Yuan Tian's mind flashed. He realized that little liar must know that the other party was intentionally provoking her. She just didn't want to lose in momentum. He helplessly glanced at the two of them. Can't you be a little more low-key? I want to be low-key too. Not being afraid of trouble doesn't mean I like trouble. At this moment, the people around had unconsciously shifted their attention to Xian Yuan Tian, guessing his identity. They found that he was an unfamiliar face they had never seen before, and they couldn't even know his name. Chapter 3:24. The prodigal daughter of a tycoon brother. I forgot to prepare a gift for Sister Qing. What should I do? Xian Yuan Qingli looked at Xian Yuan Tian with a pleading gaze. Don't worry. I've already prepared it for you. Xian Yuan Tian smiled and handed a beautiful purple jade box to his sister. Xian Yuan Qingli eagerly opened the jade box, revealing a diamond-shaped black-purple ironstone. Brother, is this a refining material? Xian Yuan Qingli frowned slightly, clearly not recognizing the origin of this ironstone. This is a top-grade holy-level refining material, the Holy Thunder Stone, which is an excellent material for refining thunder attribute holy artifacts. I believe Qing'er will definitely like it. Xian Yuan Tian communicated. That's great. Xian Yuan Qingli showed a look of surprise. Thank you, brother. Silly girl. Why are you being polite with your brother? Xian Yuan Tian laughed. Just go ahead and give a gift. Unless someone looks down on you. Brother, you're right. Those superficial guys won't be so arrogant later. Xian Yuan Qingli looked at the smiling faces of a few people across from her and felt a bit disgusted. It seemed she thought of the expressions of the other party when they saw the Holy Thunderstone later. And Xian Yuan Qingli couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Chapter 3:25. The super prodigal. More than 10 meters away, Xian Yuan Qingli's senior sister, Bing Xin, shook her head with a smile, saying that her junior sister was being mischievous again. Among the powerhouses present, she was probably the calmest one. When Xian Yuan Tian gifted the Bichuan fruit to her master, he didn't even blink. Not to mention a piece of Holy Thunderstone. Since that's the case, then I'll accept it. Ouyang Qing'er smiled. Then I'll head down. Brother will be here soon. Xian Yuan Qingli revealed a meaningful smile. Without waiting for Ouyang Qing'er to speak, she turned and quickly walked back to her seat. Brother, it's your turn. You must give Sister Qing'er some face in front of everyone and hit them hard. Ouyang Qing'er glanced at Shangguan Yuan and others across, revealing a mischievous smile. Don't worry. When I do things, when have I ever dropped the ball? Xian Yuan Tian slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a charming smile. Xian Yuan Qingli didn't know that Xian Yuan Tian didn't have the Holy Thunderstone at first. It was just given to him by Jin Ling. He was very clear about why Jin Ling had been so proactive lately. No wonder he is a master refiner. It seems he has quite a few good things on him. Xian Yuan Tian couldn't help but think. Chapter 3:26. Instant auction. Qing'er, as long as you like it. Don't say just a piece of Imperial Essence grass. Even if it's an Imperial Thunder fruit, I can get it for you. Xian Yuan Tian patted his chest, speaking grandly. Crack, crack. What? Just a piece of Imperial Essence grass? You can also get the Imperial Thunder fruit? Xian Yuan Tian truly did not hold back. And in an instant, countless people dropped their jaws in shock. This sounded very similar to what the girl just said. At this moment, many people reacted, secretly thinking, sure enough, they are siblings. The younger sister must have been led astray by this guy. This little rascal. The fury in Xian Yuan Bailey's eyes burned even more. Watching Xian Yuan Tian's unfazed demeanor, He wished he could pin him down and give him a good beating. He had never seen someone so good at pretending, and the key was that he couldn't refute it. Just then, to the right of Xian Yuan Tian, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, with an extraordinary temperament, stood up, his aura comparable to Ouyang Jing's. He cupped his hands toward Xian Yuan Tian and said, "Young friend, I wonder if you still have any Imperial Essence grass in your possession? My shaman family is willing to offer 10 pieces of top-grade holy artifacts." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Surrounding voices gasped in disbelief. Chapter 327. Proposing marriage. Everyone sat back down. They initially thought Xian Yuan Tian would head down, but he approached Ouyang Jing and his wife, leaving many surprised about what he was going to do. Ouyang Qinger beside him seemed to guess what he was about to do and suddenly became very nervous. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qi behind her wore a satisfied smile. Finally, this moment has come? So fast, this kid has indeed not disappointed me. Sitting beside her, Huangfu Yunshuang noticed Ouyang Qi's unusualness, suddenly thought of something, and was very surprised. Could it be? Xian Yuan Tian respectfully said to Ouyang Jing and his wife, "Uncle, Aunt, it's my first time meeting you, and I'm being presumptuous. I have an unreasonable request." Ouyang Jing and Shangguan Xiang exchanged glances, their eyes revealing meaningful expressions. "No problem, just say it." Ouyang Jing smiled. "Besides attending Qing'er's birthday celebration, I have another important matter, which is..." For some reason, many people's hearts tightened at his words. While everyone speculated about what Xian Yuan Tian wanted to do, he said something that shocked the entire venue. That is to propose to Qing'er. "I am in love with Qing, and I hope Uncle and Aunt can bless us and agree to our engagement." Chapter 328. Shocking the Holy Master. The words of the two old men startled several high-ranking members of the Ouyang family, but this time they did not, nor dared to oppose. Looking at the 4 shining jade boxes on the table, the 2 purple-robed old men looked somewhat excited. These were treasures even an emperor would envy. Each of these items can serve as a representation of the family's heritage, and the sudden appearance of 4 of them is enough to illustrate something. "Young friend, we approve of your marriage with Qing'er." The 2 quickly resumed their serious expressions, and one of them said earnestly, "I wonder where your father and mother are now. Our Ouyang family would like to discuss your wedding with your parents." Ouyang Jing understood and spoke up. "Indeed, I also want to meet Qing'er's mother and discuss your marriage with my in-laws. After all, it is a major affair concerning their children, and it would be against reason not to discuss it with both sets of parents." Ouyang Jing and his wife were also very eager to meet Xian Yuan Tian's parents. Only with their consent could this marriage truly be settled. The happiest one was undoubtedly Ouyang Qi, as both her parents and the 2 elders agreed to her marriage with Xian Yuan Tian, meaning this matter was practically assured. Chapter 329. Accidentally became the candidate for clan leader. Moments later, 4 figures emerged from the spatial gate. The crowd looked at the 2 men and 2 women. Unfamiliar faces in the air, filled with confusion. The cultivation levels of the 4 were not high. 2 were mid-stage martial venerates. 1 was a peak martial zone, and 1 was a true stage martial zone. Could they have some special identity to appear here with the Holy Master? People couldn't help but wonder. Amidst the crowd's puzzled gazes, Xian Yuan Lai landed in front of the welcoming hall with the 4 people behind him. Before Ouyang Jing and the others could speak, a joyful voice came from below. "Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma." Xian Yuan Qingli excitedly ran up and quickly reached the few people behind Xian Yuan Lai. Xian Yuan Qingli affectionately hugged one of the 2 stage martial zone women and happily said, "Mom, how come you all are here?" These 4 were Xian Yuan Tian's parents, Xian Yuan Ninghai, Mother Qin Yuyin, Grandfather Xian Yuan Qijuan, and Grandmother Huang Qi. "Don't you see who is next to you? Who else but the clan leader would bring them here?" Xian Yuan Tian silently complained. However, he put on a surprised expression and said, "Clan leader, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, how come you all are here?" Chapter 330. Who do you think you are? Xian Yuan Lai smiled and asked. "Let's hear it." Clan leader, regarding the betrothal gifts and wedding matters you mentioned, I dare not have any objections. But these items have already been given as betrothal gifts and cannot be taken back. Xian Yuan Tian said very seriously. "Once I give a gift, I never take it back. I hope the clan leader can understand." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and the scene fell into silence, with a pin drop audible. This brat. What on earth is he saying? Those are imperial-grade treasures, not cabbages that can be given away casually. Xian Yuan Bailey was furious. Ouyang Jing and the others from the Ouyang family, as well as the clan leaders of the 7 great families, became nervous. The former obviously hoped to keep these treasures, while the latter secretly cursed Xianyuan Tian for being a reckless youth, not knowing his place, going against the Holy Master's wishes. If it were my family's disciple, I would make him pay. Xianyuan Lai calmly looked at Xianyuan Tian. Are you sure? I'm sure. Xianyuan Tian's eyes were very firm. Good. Then it's settled. Xianyuan Lai nodded. He then turned to the Great Elder and said, These few items are too few, Great Elder. You and the 7th Elder are responsible for his betrothal gifts and wedding. Everything should be done according to the standards for a candidate for clan leader, so as not to lose propriety. Chapter 331. I'll be your opponent. Shangguan Bu's face darkened. Are you looking down on me? With your mid-stage martial zone cultivation, I can deal with you in one move. Oh, is that so? Just then, a very cold voice came from behind Shangguan Bu. Then I'll fight you and see if you can withstand my one move. Shangguan Bu suddenly felt a chill sweep over him and couldn't help but shiver. Turning around, he saw a young man dressed in snow-white attire, handsome and with long flowing hair, looking at him with cold eyes. In that instant, Shangguan Bu felt as if his soul had been frozen, and his brain stopped thinking. Bing Lei, what do you want? Shangguan Yuan shouted angrily. You, the chief core disciple of the Xianbing Palace, dare to attack a martial zone? Isn't that too much? Anyone who dares to disrespect my great-uncle is an enemy of the Xianbing Palace. No matter who you are, we will never spare him. Bing Lei's tone was filled with killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 disciples of the Xianbing Palace behind him stood up, exuding strong battle intent. Are you people from the Xianbing Palace crazy? This is the territory of the Ouyang family. Dongfang Qi stood up and reprimanded. The hundreds of disciples from the 7 great families also stood up, showing a tense standoff with the Xianbing Palace. Chapter 332. One sword defeats the enemy good. Shangguan Yuan sneered. To avoid being accused of bullying the weak, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. After saying that, Shangguan Yuan quickly suppressed his cultivation to late-stage martial zone, matching Xianyuan Tian. What a redundant move. Xianyuan Tian coldly snorted. I advise you not to do such futile work. It makes no difference to me whether you suppress your realm or not. In the end, you will still lose. Xianyuan Tian looked at him indifferently. Is that so? Shangguan Yuan scoffed. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth. A mid-grade spirit sword appeared in his hand, shimmering with a faint golden light. Take out your weapon, Shangguan Yuan said seriously. Although he was confident in winning this match, he was not the least bit careless. Shangguan Bu was a good example of that. Buzz. The Gale sword appeared in Xianyuan Tian's hand, faintly emitting a sound of sword singing. This sword, named Gale Sword, was the sword of the Gale Sword Emperor. If you can withstand my one sword, I will consider myself defeated. Xianyuan Tian raised the Gale sword confidently, exuding dominance. Arrogant. Shangguan Yuan's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Chapter 333. The threat of the 3 great alien races. A night passed without incident. The next morning, the guests attending the ceremony gradually left. On the Holy Land side, before leaving, Qin Yuyin reluctantly held Ouyang Qing'er's hand, urging her to come to their home more often. Xianyuan Tian found it quite speechless. Hadn't they met before? Why did it seem like no one wanted a son? In the end, he had to remind his mother that Ouyang Qing'er was also cultivating in the Holy Land and could meet any time. This finally made his mother smile and leave happily. Upon returning home, Xianyuan Tian was sternly criticized by his mother in person. She said it was very unfilial not to inform her about having a partner. Xianyuan Tian readily admitted his mistake, saying he was reflecting on it. Half an hour later, after finally escaping his mother's clutches, Xianyuan Feng came to his door, saying the clan leader had important matters to discuss with him. Sure enough, he couldn't escape this hurdle. Xianyuan Tian felt very speechless. Xianyuan Feng patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't think too much, little Tian. Whatever happens, your great-grandfather will bear it for you. Thank you, great-grandfather, I'm fine. The two quickly arrived at the Grand Council Hall. As soon as they entered, over 100 sharp gazes fell on Xianyuan Tian. Chapter 334. Dual Attribute Extreme Realm Little Tian. Without the Emperor of Humanity overseeing, we can only find ways to narrow the gap in top-tier combat power with the 3 major alien races in terms of numbers, cultivating more emperors and semi-emperor powerhouses. But the results are minimal. The 6th Elder, Xianyuan Shao, took over the leader's words. If the leader can step into the Emperor realm, then our situation will improve. Indeed, as long as the leader achieves the Emperor position, even if the rulers of the three major alien races come, we will have the strength to resist. The Grand Elder spoke. Their words were also acknowledged by others, which surprised Xian Yuan Tian. This leader seemed to be quite extraordinary. Linglong, can you see what special traits our leader has? Xian Yuan Tian secretly asked the Linglong Tower spirit. He is a dual attribute extreme realm semi-emperor. In the entire 9 provinces continent, even among the 3 major alien races, there is probably no one below the emperor who can match him. The Linglong Tower spirit replied. If his dual attributes simultaneously break through to the emperor realm, his combat power will undergo earth-shattering changes. It won't be difficult for him to fight several small realms among emperors, and even 3 to 5 emperors working together may not be his opponent. Chapter 335. The chaos of Sea Beast Xian Yuan Lai calmed his emotions and opened the second jade box, revealing a flame-shaped red spirit fruit inside. Fire Emperor Spirit Fruit. Xian Yuan Lai couldn't help but gasp again, his face filled with shock. Others were also left speechless. One top-tier Emperor-grade spirit fruit was already astonishing. To find a second one that was also top-tier was unbelievable. Everyone couldn't help but think, is it really that easy to obtain top-tier Emperor-grade spirit fruits? This time, they controlled their inner desires and forced themselves to calm down, so as not to lose composure in front of the younger generation. They needed to maintain the dignity that a strong person should have in front of Xian Yuan Tian. Look at you still trying to act like experts in front of me. Xian Yuan Tian secretly chuckled. Even these old fellows, no matter how firm their will, couldn't maintain their composure in front of such precious treasures. Xian Yuan Lai suppressed his excitement and once again put on a dignified expression befitting a clan leader. Little Tian, the 2 items you provided are extremely precious and hold great significance for me and the entire Xian Yuan royal family. I don't even know how to thank you. Leader, you flatter me. Contributing to the family is my honor. Xian Yuan Tian said sincerely. Chapter 336. The Sea Beast attacked today in the hall. The one with the most complicated feelings was 5th Elder Xian Yuan Bailey. After Xian Yuan Tian left, Xian Yuan Bailey couldn't help but speak up, leader. Don't you want to know how he obtained these spirit fruits? This kid has entered the barrier of the ancient Golden Land. 5th Elder, don't mention this anymore. The disciples have their own opportunities and lives. About little Tian's secrets, he will naturally say when he wants to. If he doesn't want to say, no one could force him. Xian Yuan Lai said in a warning tone. And don't forget what I just said, he now represents me. His words are commands. And you must obey, understand? Yes, leader. Xian Yuan Bailey replied respectfully. His heart was bleeding. Those were Emperor-grade spirit fruits. He had several opportunities to obtain them from Xian Yuan Tian back then, but he missed them all. There would be no more chances in the future. His breakthrough to semi-emperor would have to be delayed again. On the other side, after Xian Yuan Tian returned to his room, he began preparing for the journey to the Western State in a few days. A few days later, he set off with the team from the Holy Land. Before leaving, his sister Xian Yuan Qingli kept shouting to go with him, but Xian Yuan Tian strongly refused. Chapter 337. One sword kills before long. Everyone arrived on the city wall. Looking at the sea beasts covering the mountains and plains, one couldn't help but be shocked. The numbers were too many, at least in the tens of thousands. In places far away, it seemed that more sea beasts were continuously appearing. Each sea beast exuded a powerful aura, with the weakest being at the initial level of the 6th stage. Among these sea beasts, there were 4-limbed carps, cows with 4 fins, and seahorses covered in scales. Each was very large, basically over 3 meters tall, with many even reaching over 10 meters, some taller than the city wall, truly giant beasts. What a magical species! Looking at the bizarrely shaped sea beasts ahead, Xian Yuan Tian couldn't help but marvel. However, this was not the time for admiration. These big guys were all points for him. Warriors of the martial venerable realm will handle the 7th stage sea beasts at the rear, while disciples of the martial zone realm will deal with the surrounding 6th stage sea beasts. Don't stretch the battle line too long, and try not to stray too far from your companions. Shunyi began issuing commands. Everyone attack. Yes, all the disciples from the Holy Land and various major forces flew out of the city wall towards the sea beasts. And soon someone engaged in battle with the sea beasts. Chapter 338. Killing through the sea beast horde, ignoring the thoughts of others. Xian Yuan Tian was completely immersed in the joy of hunting sea beasts. One after another, 7th-stage sea beasts fell under his sword, starting with the initial level of the 7th stage. After killing dozens of initial level 7th-stage sea beasts, Xian Yuan Tian began to encounter 7th-stage intermediate sea beasts. Whether it was those martial emperor powerhouses or the martial venerables, they all thought he wouldn't have it so easy next. However, the result overturned their perceptions. The 7th-stage intermediate sea beast still had no power to resist in front of Xian Yuan Tian. Alone with a sword, he effortlessly moved through a group of 7th-stage intermediate giant sea beasts. With each swing of his sword, he easily took a life and simultaneously collected a 7th-stage beast core. Everyone witnessing this scene gradually became numb. No matter what he did next, they felt a sense of familiarity with it. Watching companions fall one by one under Xian Yuan Tian's sword, the surrounding sea beasts were thoroughly enraged. Except for those still battling human warriors, all the other 7th-stage sea beasts surrounded Xian Yuan Tian, and he soon found himself surrounded by hundreds of 7th-stage sea beasts. This terrifying scene made other disciples feel a chill, each one moving away from this battlefield, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 339. Terrifying Achievements. Xian Yuan Tian returned to the temporary residence in Shuiyi City, which was the city lord's mansion, with astonishing achievements. Seeing him return, the eyes of others were a mix of complex emotions: envy, jealousy, and admiration. Xian Yuan Tian didn't care how these disciples viewed him. He went directly back to his room. Among these disciples, a male disciple asked a strong, dark-clad man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, "Brother One, what should we do?" The man in black is named Windu, currently ranked 3rd among the core disciples of the Holy Land. He is quite famous and popular among the disciples of various sections. "What else can we do? Next time we fight the sea beasts, let's keep our distance from him and try to hunt a few more ourselves. There's no need to compete with him. He is a prodigy, and we cannot compare." Windu reminded them. "What Brother Windu said makes sense. We will listen to you." The crowd responded. When the battle in Shuai City had ended, the other 19 coastal cities also experienced attacks from sea beasts simultaneously. Compared to this side, the battles in the other cities were not as easy, with both sides locked in fierce combat. Eventually, both the human martial emperor and the 8th-tier sea beasts took action. Although it was not a one-sided victory like in Shuai City, all 19 battlefields ended with a victory for the human martial artists. Chapter 340. Recruitment order. In a secret room of a mansion in Shihai City, a dozen people were gathered, with the weakest at the initial level of martial emperor and the strongest at the late stage of martial emperor. A middle-aged man in a black robe spoke up. "Old Patriarch, with so many reinforcements sent from Zhongzhou, will it affect the plans of the Holy Church?" "Calm down. All of this is within the expectations of the Holy Church. The people from Zhongzhou definitely did not expect that they have fallen into the trap of the Holy Church." The purple-robed elder at the forefront said with a sinister expression. "Then we can rest assured." The black-robed man immediately sighed in relief. He then asked the elder, "Old Patriarch, we just received news from Shuai City that the Xianyuan royal family disciple we have been offering a bounty for, Xianyuan Tian, has appeared." "What? Is that true?" The purple-robed elder instantly became very excited. "Absolutely true. Our people saw him with the disciples of various forces from Zhongzhou participating in the battle against the sea beasts. And a foreign elder from the Holy Land also confirmed his identity." The black-robed man replied with certainty. "Great. If we can capture him alive, we will achieve a great merit for the Holy Church. We must not miss this opportunity." The purple-robed elder showed a delighted expression. Chapter 341. Uninhabited Island. After recalling all the disciples to Shihai City, Xianyuan Bailey issued new orders. Disciples at the martial zone level, except for those who made it onto the battle achievements list, will temporarily stay in Shihai City. Disciples at the martial venerable level can decide to go out for training. Not limited to the 20 coastal cities, they can hunt sea beasts or go elsewhere. Not long after, several heirs from prestigious families, including Ouyang Qing'er, were recalled by their families. Ouyang Qing'er, who had hoped to train alongside Xianyuan Tian, left with a disappointed expression, reminding Xianyuan Tian to pay attention to his safety before leaving. Xianyuan Tian then left Shihai City alone and headed to Shuai City. He did not stop in Shuai City, but went directly to the coastal port opposite Shuai City. Due to the recent sea beast invasion, the port here had been severely damaged. After the recruitment order was issued, a large number of martial artists gathered in these coastal cities. While the sea beasts stopped their large-scale siege actions, only occasional small-scale movements occurred, which posed little threat and were eliminated by the summoned martial artists, becoming their achievement points. Chapter 342. Will you let me go? This is a deserted island with an area of several dozen miles. The moment Xianyuan Tian stood on the island, he could clearly sense that there seemed to be no signs of human activity on this island for quite some time. Thinking this in his mind, he asked with a puzzled expression, Fugu, is this the place you mentioned? That's right. Bafu looked quite pleased. This island is on this shipping route. Logically, there should be other adventure teams coming here to explore, right? It seems like no one has been here for a long time. Xianyuan Tian frowned tightly. We initially thought this was just a deserted island with no exploration value. Bafu said mysteriously. Once, to save on boat fees, we spent a night here, and I accidentally discovered its secret. Oh, a secret? Xianyuan Tian's eyes lit up, looking at Bafu with great curiosity. Seeing his reaction, the few people behind Xianyuan Tian exchanged knowing smiles. However, Xianyuan Tian had his back to them at that moment and seemed unaware of their unusual behavior. That's right, a secret that only we know, Bafu said proudly. Chapter 343. Aunt, don't lie to me, hee hee. The old man in gray sneered. You have a good sense of self-awareness. Unlike those fools, in the face of absolute strength, any struggle is useless. Now tell me, who sent you? Xianyuan Tian asked calmly. Do you think we would tell you? The old man in gray looked at Xianyuan Tian with mockery. You are a smart person. If you don't want to suffer, you should obediently come with us. What if I refuse to go with you? Xianyuan Tian sneered. Are you going to kill me? Little brother, if you do this, it will make it difficult for me. Your sister, the seductive woman said in a flirtatious tone. Honestly, I haven't seen a handsome man like you a long time. I'm a bit tempted. As long as you behave, I guarantee you'll be comfortable for a while. As she spoke, the seductive woman winked at Xianyuan Tian. Xianyuan Tian shuddered. He felt goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't stand the woman's voice, and her actions almost made him want to vomit. Aunt, don't think that just because I'm young, I'll be easy to deceive. Your cultivation level is at least mid-martial venerable, right? You look like an old monster who has been cultivating for hundreds of years. You're old enough to be my grandmother, yet you still pretend to be young in front of me. Aren't you ashamed? Xianyuan Tian looked at her with disdain, his tone carrying a hint of innocence. Chapter 344. Spy truly worthy of being the most outstanding disciple of the Xianyuan royal family. Even 3 peak martial venerables working together are no match for you. Fortunately, the patriarch foresaw this and sent me to keep an eye on you, or you would have really escaped. Next time, there might not be a chance to catch you, the black-robed man praised. It seems that the mastermind behind this is the force behind you, Xianyuan Tian said flatly. Now tell me, which family are you from? Truly worthy of being a disciple of the Xianyuan royal family. Even at this moment, you remain so calm and high and mighty. It's really disgusting. The black-robed man squinted his eyes. Unfortunately, this is the sea. Even if you want to seek help, it's too late. As he spoke, the black-robed man slowly walked towards Xianyuan Tian. Xianyuan Tian still appeared unruffled, which made the black-robed man frown. Does this kid still have some life-saving trump card? He thought to himself. However, he quickly shook his head in denial. This kid was definitely just trying to intimidate him. As a dignified martial emperor expert, being frightened by a mere young boy was simply too embarrassing. Thinking this, the black-robed man no longer hesitated and quickly walked towards Xianyuan Tian. Chapter 345. Under the deep sea, the sudden anger of Xianyuan Bailey surprised the martial saint experts present. Someone couldn't help but ask, Elder Wu, has something happened? Following that, Xianyuan Bailey shared the information from the communication jade pendant with everyone present, and instantly, they all wore expressions of anger similar to Elder Wu's. How dare they act as pawns for the demonic sect? They absolutely cannot be spared. An elder from the Shangwan family stood up and volunteered. Elder Wu, let me go and wipe out this so-called Zhao family. Elder Shangwan, don't be hasty. Right now, we've only discovered the Zhao family. Who knows if there are other forces colluding with the demonic sect within West Sea City? We need to investigate thoroughly. Elder Wu replied. I was too anxious. Elder Wu, just tell us what to do, Shangwan Lu said. Elder Shangwan, you first take people to keep an eye on the Zhao family. Elder Dongfang will be responsible for sealing off West Sea City, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Elder Shimin, Gongsun, Huangfu, and Qi. You're responsible for sealing the void around West Sea City and cutting off its contact with the outside world. Elder Wu continuously issued commands, assigning tasks to every martial saint present. Chapter 346, Deep Sea Beasts 5 days later. Xiao Wu continued to leisurely lead Xianyuan Tian and the little ones through the depths of the ocean, enjoying the beautiful scenery underwater. They had long lost track of how far they were from land, at least 100,000 meters below the surface. And not a single shadow of a sea tribe member was seen, let alone the world where the sea tribe lived. Xianyuan Tian was feeling quite frustrated. He shouted at Xiao Wu, speed up and swim deeper into the sea. I'm tired of the scenery here. I want to see the legendary sea tribe world soon. It was rare to visit the ocean, and with Xiao Wu able to take him deeper, he would feel regret if he couldn't witness the rumored sea tribe world. Boss, just leave it to me. The ocean is the world of our Xuanwu clan, and our speed is unmatched. If we say we're second, then no one dares to claim first, Xiao Wu said proudly. As it spoke, the patterns on the surface of its shell glowed with a faint blue light. With a whoosh, Xiao Wu seemed to transform into a streak of light, flying toward the depths of the ocean. Watching the scenery retreat rapidly and becoming unrecognizable, Xianyuan Tian, who was standing on Xiao Wu's head, was stunned. He realized that Xiao Wu's speed in the water was so fast that even if he exerted all his strength with the divine movement step, he couldn't catch up. Chapter 347. Threat from another world, that's right. It's a passage to other planes, a bridge connecting two planes, allowing martial artists from both planes to travel back and forth. Ling explained. So, on the other side of this plane passage, warriors from that world can come to our side. Xianyuan Tian's expression became unprecedentedly serious. The world on the other side was unknown to him. Who knew the strength of that world or what kind of races live there? If the warriors from that world were to invade this side, could this world withstand it? The Jiuzhou continent was already facing threats from several alien races, and he hadn't fully grown strong yet. If the warriors from the other world suddenly attacked while the human race was engaged in battle with the major alien races, it would be catastrophic. Thinking of this, Xianyuan Tian's expression turned grim. Seeing his expression, Ling guessed his thoughts and continued explaining. In theory, yes. But this passage is quite special. There's a unique barrier within it. Except for those deep-sea giant beasts, most of the time, living beings from both worlds cannot pass through that barrier. Chapter 348. Natural Barrier. Xiao Wu, hurry over. Xianyuan Tian had no time to pay attention to the angry Jin Ling. Okay. Xiao Wu cheerfully responded. Then it transformed into a beam of blue light, instantly appearing in front of the blue little tree, opening its big mouth and swallowing the blue little tree whole. It then became a beam of blue light again and disappeared into the distance. Not long after, everything here returned to normal. The deep-sea giant beasts immediately noticed that the blue little tree was gone and began to roar in anger. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the blue little tree's trace. They started to suspect that one of the giant beasts had stolen the blue little tree, and a terrifying melee began. The fierce battles among the deep-sea giant beasts turned the surrounding ocean upside down, frightening other marine creatures into fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu continued to swim deeper into the ocean with Xianyuan Tian and the others until they were completely far away from that place before stopping. After Ling confirmed that there were no other creatures nearby, Xianyuan Tian led Xiao Wu and the others into the first floor of the Linglong Tower. The Linglong Tower transformed into a speck of dust and merged into the seabed soil. Inside the Linglong Tower, as soon as they entered, Xiao Wu couldn't wait to release the blue little tree. Chapter 349. Entering the Sea Tribe world. Moreover, this barrier also integrates a trace of other powers, likely from the ruler of the Sea Tribe. As long as someone passes through the barrier, the other side will sense it. So if someone invades the Sea Tribe world, they will be detected by the rulers of the Sea Tribe right away? Xianyuan Tian asked uncertainly. That's right, and Ling replied. Xianyuan Tian was very surprised and couldn't help but think, if only the Jiuzhou continent had such a barrier. Unfortunately, that was an impractical thought. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, then wouldn't we be discovered by them if we go in? In theory, yes, but under normal circumstances, only practitioners of attributes other than water, or those at the martial saint level or above, would attract their attention, and Ling explained. It added, moreover, in the sea realm, There are actually quite a few human powerhouses and members of the three major alien races active there. So you don't need to worry about raising suspicion with the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe world allows members of other races to live in their world. Xianyuan Tian was astonished. Due to the limitations of their living environment, the Sea Tribe has never had territorial or interest conflicts with other races from this world. They have always been a neutral race and do not have enmity with the major races, Ling explained. Chapter 350. Enthusiastic Sea Tribe people, their skin is a bit different. It seems that besides that white-haired, chubby kid who practices water attributes, the other four are practicing different attributes. Someone observed closely and said, "But they look so handsome. I wonder if they're married?" A young girl asked, her eyes sparkling. "What are you all thinking? Those few male humans clearly look underage." An older person couldn't help but criticize. "We're just curious. We're just talking." At that moment, Xianyuan Tian felt like a panda in a zoo, feeling speechless. However, he finally got to see the legendary Sea Tribe people, so it wasn't a wasted trip. These Sea Tribe people, aside from a few with blue skin, mostly looked no different from humans. Suddenly, a path opened up in the crowd ahead. A middle-aged man assisted a white-haired elder with a cane to come out. The elder looked like he should be a village leader, and as soon as he appeared, the scene quieted down, with everyone looking at him with respect. Several esteemed guests from the human race have come from afar. Is there anything we can help with? The elder spoke very kindly. Chapter 351. Exchange of Sea Crystals. Xiao Wu. According to what you said, your Xuanwu clan was once the royal family of the Sea Tribe. You should know a lot about them, right? Xianyuan Tian turned to look at Xiao Wu. "Boss, although I have inherited memories, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the Sea Tribe world has undergone tremendous changes. I'm afraid they won't be of much use." Xiao Wu looked a bit unhappy. "This has nothing to do with you. Everything will be fine." Xianyuan Tian patted Xiao Wu's shoulder to comfort him. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. "I believe in you, boss." At that moment, the phantoms of Dark Spirit and Golden Spirit floated in. "How is it?" Xianyuan Tian asked. "Boss, it's like this." Golden Spirit spoke first, recounting everything they had seen and heard from the white-haired elder. It turned out that Xianyuan Tian had secretly instructed Golden Spirit and Dark Spirit to stay behind to gather intelligence when he left the big house. Only Xianyuan Tian and Xiao Wu could see the phantoms of Golden Spirit and Dark Spirit. Others could not see them, making them very suitable for such tasks. After listening to Golden Spirit, Xianyuan Tian smiled. To be able to resist such temptation in such a harsh environment for survival and development is truly remarkable. Chapter 352. Imagine Sea Tribe people seeing the village chief's current behavior. The higher-ups of Yuzu village were very surprised. In their impression, the village chief was a very steady person who rarely lost his composure. Unless there was a treasure in the storage ring given by the human boy that even the village chief could not refuse. Thinking of this, even Yushan, who had seen many grand occasions outside, couldn't help but feel excited, looking expectantly at the storage ring in the village chief's hand. According to market prices, a low-grade Earth-level spiritual herb costs 100,000 medium-grade sea crystals. 10 of them would be 1 million sea crystals, equivalent to 10,000 high-grade sea crystals. What do you think? After all, he was a village chief, and he quickly regained his usual composure. "All right, no problem." Xianyuan Tian smiled faintly. He was still familiar with the general price of spiritual herbs. In the human world, a low-grade, Earth-level spiritual herb could sell for as high as 200,000 medium-grade spiritual stones, equivalent to 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 10 could sell for 20,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, compared to spiritual stones, the purity of sea crystals is higher, easier to absorb and refine, so their value is naturally incomparable to that of spiritual stones. In the Sea Tribe world, the exchange ratio of sea crystals to ordinary spiritual stones is 1 to 2. Chapter 353. Putting down the bait. The efficiency of the team entering the city was high, and soon it was the turn of Yuzu Village's merchant team. Due to their frequent deliveries to Tonghai City, Yushan and the others were already familiar with the guards of Tonghai City, and they passed through the city gate smoothly after paying the entrance fee without needing any inspection. The guards didn't even bother to ask about the several unfamiliar faces suddenly appearing in the merchant team. "I didn't expect Big Brother Yu to have such a good relationship with these guards," Xianyuan Tian joked. "Ha! Little brother, don't make fun of me," Yushan laughed. "For people like us from remote villages and tribes, If we want to do a little business in a place like Tonghai City, we must establish some connections, especially with these city guards who cannot be offended. Oh, the city guards have such great power? Xinyuan Tian was very surprised. Isn't it enough to just pay the entrance fee? Yushan secretly transmitted a message. The city guards have a lot of benefits. Many people in Tonghai City are trying hard to join the city guards, and those who can get in have connections. It's the same in other cities. Otherwise, the city gate guards are absolutely not to be offended. Unless you have strong personal strength or a powerful backing, you won't be able to ignore the guards' expressions. Chapter 354. Honest Identity in the private room on the top floor of the restaurant. Xinyuan Tian and a few others were leisurely enjoying the special delicacies and wines of the sea tribe, looking very relaxed. Boss, the food here is much better than the human food. We need to come more often, Xiao Budian said while stuffing his mouth with food. Except for Xiao Ke, who was a bit reserved. Xiao Bai and Xiao Wu were not much better. Jifeng and Feng Ying had already finished eating and stood respectfully behind Xinyuan Tian like bodyguards. This time we might not return so quickly. If you like to eat, boss will take you around to eat. Xinyuan Tian smiled. Just then, there was a faint sound of footsteps outside the private room. Our guests have arrived. You all tidy up. Xinyuan Tian revealed a meaningful smile. Xiao Bai and the others understood, stopped what they were doing, wiped their mouths, tidied up their appearances, and restored their serious expressions. Knock, knock, knock. Someone gently knocked on the door of the private room. What is it? Xinyuan Tian's calm voice sounded. This esteemed guest. Someone from the city lord's mansion requests to see you. The voice belonged to the waiter who had served Xinyuan Tian and the others before. Guomin. Chapter 355. The truth behind the chaos of sea beasts with the cooperation matters settled with Shishio. Xinyuan Tian took Xiao Budian and the others to leave Tonghai City. He received a map from Shishio, and according to the directions on the map, flying east for hundreds of thousands of miles would lead to the nearest high-level city. Once there, Xinyuan Tian could use the teleportation array without needing to fly in the wild himself. In the sea tribe world, aside from a few special medium-level cities, ordinary medium-level cities did not set up teleportation arrays. Just as they left Tonghai City, several powerful blue figures appeared in the sky above Yuzu Village. The leader is a young man in blue with blue hair, and his aura undoubtedly indicates that he is an incredibly powerful 9th-tier expert. Behind him are several middle-aged men dressed in uniform light blue attire, each of whom is a formidable 8th-tier expert. The blue-clad youth holds a fist-sized orb in his hand, which emits a faint blue glow. We are a step late. They have already left. Let's chase after them, the blue-clad youth said with a serious expression. He then led the group toward Tonghai City. Chapter 357. Arrogant Alien Beings. Oh, the little one elongated his voice, sounding somewhat strange. I didn't expect to encounter people from the 3 major alien races here. It's really amusing. Indeed, it's interesting. I've already dealt with the demon race, but I wonder how strong the Aoju and Wuju are. Xinyuan Tian said with a slight smile, his grin devilish. Boss, you can't hog all the fun. Leave some for us to play with. Otherwise, it'll be too boring just watching from the sidelines, the little one said. Exactly. We are at least your little brothers. How can enemies come, and it's always you who fights while we just watch? Xiaobai echoed. I agree. As your follower, I should always be ready to take the lead, especially since this is the Sea Clan world. As a former ruler of the Sea Clan world, I must be the first to teach these reckless aliens a lesson. Xiao Wu said fiercely. Little Kane nodded vigorously, showing full agreement. Seeing the 4 little ones radiating battle intent, Xinyuan Tian was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had usually been the one to engage the enemies, rarely letting them take action. It seems the little ones had been keeping track. Chapter 358. Transformation. Did we hear that right? The horn man displayed an extremely exaggerated expression. He said he would waste us, right? It seems he said that, replied a companion nearby. Haha, the alien beings laughed heartily at each other again. However, they soon stopped laughing as the little one, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ke, and Xiao Wu appeared from different directions, launching an attack on them. For a moment, the horn man and his companions were stunned. These humble human beings, who were many times weaker than them, not only didn't flee, but even dared to attack them proactively. Want to waste us? The big-eared man scoffed disdainfully, wearing a condescending expression that looked down on all beings. Truly ignorant, and thinking they can move an elephant. How ridiculous. What Brother Wu said is correct. Can a grain of rice compete with the moonlight? The blood demon man appeared indifferent, not taking the little one's attack seriously at all. Just as he finished speaking, the little one's attack reached them. The Horned Man, the Big-Eared Man, and the Blood Demon Man, all peak martial lords, did not make a move, looking calmly at the four little ones without even furrowing their brows. Chapter 359. The strongest defense, I'll tear you to pieces. The Blood Demon Man was furious at the little one's audacious mocking. With a swoosh, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Wu and crashed into him. Boom! The collision created a sizable pit in the ground. A round spiritual energy shield formed around both of them. Xiao Wu's was blue, while the Blood Demon Man's was blood red. The two spiritual shields pressed against each other, neither giving way. What? The Blood Demon Man was dumbfounded to see that not only had the other party blocked his charge, but he also seemed completely unharmed. How is this possible? How can a spirit beast body withstand my charge? As a proud member of the noble Blood Demon royal family, the Blood Demon Man had his own pride. Across the entire Blood Demon continent, besides his powerful kin from the Blood Demon royal family, almost no one could withstand his full force charge, let alone those from the human race or spirit beasts of the 9 provinces continent. Suddenly, he noticed that on the surface of Xiao Wu's body, there appeared faint white lines that intertwined, resembling a complex formation. Chapter 360. The Bloodline Aura of Qin Soon. Something even more terrifying happened to the Blood Demon Man. As his magical power drained away, his lifeblood was also being absorbed. His muscles began to shrink, slowly turning into skin and bones, and finally dissipating into dust, scattering in the world. Subsequently, the Horned Brother and Witch Brother followed the Blood Demon Man's fate. After absorbing the power and lifeblood of the three, Xin Yuan Tian felt his own spiritual power and lifeblood strengthen slightly. A thought emerged in his mind. It seems necessary to visit the territories of the 3 major alien races, regarding the Blood Demon Man's terrible fate. Both the Little One and Jifeng and Tianying remained calm, showing no signs of surprise or fear. In their eyes, regardless of what methods or abilities Xin Yuan Tian employed, it was not at all surprising. Boss, that group seems to have run far away, the Little One said. They can't escape. Xin Yuan Tian replied with a cold smile. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away in the air, a middle-aged man and woman were flying with their disciples, their faces still showing signs of tension and panic. Senior brother, how long do you think they can hold off the enemy? The middle-aged woman suddenly asked. Chapter 361. His Majesty requests the Bloodline Aura of Qin? Xin Yuan Tian showed a look of surprise. Yes, although very weak, my perception cannot be wrong, Xiao Wu said confidently. But wait, didn't your Xuanwu tribe migrate out of the Sea Clan world to the 9 provinces continent? How could there be bloodline remnants here? The Little One asked. I don't know. Xiao Wu shook his head, stating that the bloodline aura did not seem pure and should not belong to his Xuanwu tribe. I understand now. They must be members of the royal family of the Sea Clan, from the Dragon Turtle tribe, Xin Yuan Tian said, but how did they discover us? He expressed his confusion about this matter. No need to guess. When you pass through the barrier, the strong from the Dragon Turtle tribe likely sensed the aura of the Xuanwu divine beast immediately. The dark spirit floating in the air spoke up. I didn't expect them to track us so quickly. They have some skills. So that's how it is. Xin Yuan Tian realized. Let's wait here and see what they want. A moment later, several blue figures rapidly flew from the front, stopping 10 meters away from Xin Yuan Tian and the others. Chapter 362. Ancestor Xuanwu. When they stepped out of the space gate again, Xin Yuan Tian and his group found themselves deep within a mountain range. The water attribute spiritual energy here was so rich it was nearly liquefied. Xin Yuan Tian felt all his pores open, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Ahead was an endless expanse of blue buildings, many of which were enormous, not resembling places for humans to live. Jin Yao led Xin Yuan Tian and the others to a palace made of premium sea crystal. It really is enjoyable. I, the future emperor of humanity, have never stayed in such a good place. Xin Yuan Tian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Your Majesty, I have brought the esteemed guest. Jin Yao said respectfully at the palace gate. Guomin, a majestic voice echoed from within the hall. Esteemed guest and several young masters, please. Jin Yao pushed open the door, saying with a look of respect. Xin Yuan Tian and the others strode in and arrived at the center of the palace. Apart from a middle-aged man in a blue and white robe with blue and white hair seated above, there was no one else present. At the moment he saw the other person, Xianyuan Tian's expression changed. How powerful! Although the man had restrained his aura, Xianyuan Tian could still feel that the middle-aged man's presence was even more substantial than that of the clan leader Xianyuan Lai. Chapter 363. Jin Ao Jinba was filled with doubts about Xianyuan Tian's identity and felt somewhat uneasy about bowing to a human youth. But even with 100,000 bear's hearts and leopard's guts, he wouldn't dare to defy Xianyuan Ji's orders. No need for formalities, Xianyuan Tian said lightly. The other party was a powerful emperor and the king of the Sea clan, and should have been treated with courtesy. However, after being caught in this situation by Xianyuan Ji, he could only maintain an aloof demeanor to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the human emperor's ancestor, as well as his own future title. With Xianyuan Ji's appearance, Xianyuan Tian also had a hint of speculation and slight anticipation in his heart. "Thank you, your majesty." Jinba respectfully stood up. Seeing Jinba's bewildered expression, Xianyuan Ji couldn't help but laugh and said, "You go and call little Jin Ao. Everything will become clear." "Yes, royal ancestor. I will notify the ancestor right away." Jinba took out a blue jade stone and then crushed it. Moments later, a spatial fluctuation appeared above the hall, and then a blue figure appeared within the hall. The newcomer appeared to be of similar age to Xianyuan Ji, dressed in a light blue robe, with light blue hair and 2 white whiskers, looking like a kind old grandfather. Chapter 364. The suppressed evil spirit Xianyuan Ji understood, and jokingly scolded Jin Ao. "Since His Majesty has said so, you might as well let go of your persistence. There's no one else here." This old minister obeys. With Xianyuan Ji speaking, Jin Ao had no choice but to relent. Xianyuan Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xianyuan Ji solemnly, "Senior, I heard from Xiao Wu that the ancestral land of your Xuanwu clan suppresses a terrifying existence. Can you take me to see it?" "All right, your majesty, please follow me," Xianyuan Ji said. Moments later, the group left the Dragon Turtle Clan's complex and arrived deeper in the mountains. There was a huge blue barrier covering tens of thousands of miles, preventing outsiders from seeing what was inside. "This is the ancestral land of our Xuanwu clan," Xianyuan Ji said, his eyes complex, revealing a nostalgic expression. "So this is the ancestral land of our Xuanwu clan? I really want to go in and take a look." Xiao Wu looked at the blue barrier with great anticipation. "I'll take you to see it now." Xianyuan Ji smiled slightly, raised his right hand towards the blue barrier. A faint blue glow emerged from his palm, and a miniature formation seal flew out from his hand, imprinting onto the blue barrier, which then cracked open a circular portal several dozen meters in diameter. Chapter 365. The Power of the 9 Extremes. Suddenly recalling something, Xianyuan Tian tentatively asked, "Could it be the 9 Extreme Celestial Spirit Body?" "That's right. It is the 9 Extreme Celestial Spirit Body," Ling affirmed. "As long as you quickly fuse the 9 Celestial Pearls and forge the 9 Extreme Celestial Spirit Body, you will possess the most powerful force in the universe, the power of the 9 Extremes." The power of the 9 Extremes is also known as the power of creation and destruction. It has the ability to create new worlds and new lives, and it also has the ability to destroy everything. A mere evil spirit can only be considered a slightly powerful ant in the face of the power of the 9 Extremes. The power of the 9 Extremes is that strong? Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes sparkling as if he were contemplating something. This universe, including all living beings, was born because of the existence of the power of the 9 Extremes, and conversely, it can also destroy them and reshape a new world. Isn't that impressive? Jin Ling said with a hint of pride. "What does that have to do with you?" And Ling shot him a disdainful glance. "How does it not relate? Without our 9 celestial pearls, the power of the 9 Extremes cannot recreate the world." Jin Ling stared at Ling with some displeasure, wondering why this guy liked to go against him. Chapter 366. Leaving the sea region, Xianyuan Tian found a relatively distant spot to sit down and then fully operated the yin-yang creation technique. Suddenly, centered around Xianyuan Tian, a huge vortex formed with a radius of several miles. The supreme spiritual liquid in the lake gathered towards Xianyuan Tian, who absorbed and refined it, entering his dantian, differentiating into gold attribute spiritual power and dark attribute spiritual power. The two types of spiritual power grew at a visibly rapid speed. Xuanyuan Yi, who was guarding Xianyuan Tian by the lakeside, was shocked at this scene. It was the first time he had seen a martial zone realm cultivator make such a commotion during cultivation. It's almost comparable to an ordinary martial emperor's strength. It's simply incredible. Although Xiao Wu and the others also made considerable noise during their cultivation, they were still far from Xianyuan Tian. No wonder he is the new emperor of humanity recognized by the Xianyuan sword. His Majesty's talent is indeed unmatched. As long as His Majesty grows smoothly, what is there to fear from the three major alien races? Xianyuan Ji felt very gratified. Time passed quickly, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. Xianyuan Tian's gold attribute and dark attribute both successfully broke through the peak of the martial zone realm, and he was now fully pushing towards the martial venerable realm. Xiao Wu and the others had successfully stepped into the 7th tier high level and were not far from the 7th tier top level. Chapter 367. The Youth Assembly Complaining Aside. Xianyuan Tian still patiently continued to check the information sent by the 5th Elder. The spies in West Sea City have already been dealt with, but your whereabouts have still been leaked. The Dark Demon sect is probably already taking action, so hurry back to West Sea City. The actions in the West Sea region have already concluded. We are returning to the Holy Land. If you don't come back soon, just fly back yourself. You little brat are doing this on purpose to annoy me, right? 3 months have passed, and there's not a shred of news. Even if you're the heir to the clan leader, that essay matter for the future. Right now, you better behave and come back. As he said this, Xianyuan Tian could feel the 5th Elder was on the verge of exploding. You little brat. The youth assembly held by the Holy Land every 10 years is about to start. Hurry back to participate. This was the last message sent to him by the 5th Elder. Youth assembly? Xianyuan Tian was slightly surprised. What kind of event was this? It was the first time he had heard of it. Do you know what a youth assembly is? Xianyuan Tian turned to ask Xiao Budian. Boss, I don't think I've heard of it. Xiao Budian scratched his head awkwardly. Chapter 368. The gloating Xiao Budian on this side of the sea region. Xianyuan Tian's main body opened his eyes again. He had received a large amount of information from the Jinling avatar and immediately understood what the so-called Youth Assembly was all about. The so-called Youth Grand Meeting is a talent selection event hosted by the Holy Land of Huaxia, where almost all major forces in the Central Plains participate. It is held once every 10 years. All young martial artists aged 30 and below from the Jiuzhou continent can register to participate. Those martial artists aged 25 and below must have at least the cultivation level of a martial sect beginner, while those aged 26 to 30 must reach at least the late martial sect stage. All participants will enter a highly ranked, not fully developed secret realm for trials lasting 6 months. Each participant will face various high difficulty challenges within the secret realm, and passing each challenge will earn them corresponding points. Finally, rankings will be determined based on points, and those ranked at the top will receive generous rewards provided by the Holy Land. The Holy Land and various major forces will also select favored disciples based on the rankings and performances from this trial, supplementing their reserve talents. This is just one reason to attract these young martial artists to participate. Another very important reason is that there are various treasures within this secret realm that even martial saint powerhouses would covet. Chapter 369. The powerful A.O. Kuan, why don't we have a match with him next time we see him? Little White chimed in. That's a good idea. Every time we fought him before, he always won. This time, he won't have it easy. Little Dot expressed with both hands raised in agreement. Hee hee. The two little guys exchanged sly glances as if they thought of something amusing, laughing deviously. Do you both want to join in? Little Dot turned to Little Wu and Little Sparrow and asked. I'm not as boring as you two. Little Wu couldn't help but roll his eyes, speechless. I'm not going either. Even if I were to fight him, I need to be at a comparable cultivation level. You guys are stronger than him now. Winning wouldn't be interesting. Little Sparrow scorned. TCH, if your cultivation was the same, could you win against him? Little Dot said dismissively. Xianyuan Tian was taken aback by the words of the little ones, his head full of black lines, helpless to retort. I say, you too. Isn't little Jean your companion? Why are you looking to trouble him? Boss, you don't know. In the past, our 5 major families' disciples would have a gathering every year, and he would always bully us. Little Dot complained about little Jean, looking quite aggrieved. Chapter 370. What if you lose? The Grand Elder nodded. These people must die. But we can't let this disrupt the smooth running of the grand meeting, or else we would fall into their trap. Let's have the disciples handle it. This will also be a good test for them. The Grand Elder is right. If we intervene, we might alert the snake and end up making things worse. We can't let them have their way. Dongfang sure agreed. Fifth Elder, do we have any intel on these assassins? Only the list of assassins from the Yama Palace. We don't have the other two. Xian Yuan Bailey replied, handing the communication jade pendant to the Grand Elder. After the Grand Elder read the information within the jade pendant, he passed it to others for viewing. After Ouyang Jing read it, he asked Fifth Elder, "This information was sent to you by Xiao Tian. How did he get these names? Did he infiltrate a certain stronghold of the Yama Palace?" Everyone turned their gazes to Xian Yuan Bailey, as they were curious about Ouyang Jing's question as well. Xian Yuan Bailey shook his head, a bit helpless and angry. "I don't know how he got the list. This kid is tight-lipped. No matter how much I interrogate him, he refuses to reveal anything. And now he is ignoring me completely." Chapter 371. The cunning guy Han Xiaowei quickly noticed the abnormality among the few and immediately became displeased. "What are you all discussing? Why are you keeping it from me?" With hands on her hips, she glared at Shangguan Yuan and the others. Shangguan Yuan and the others directly ignored her and shifted their focus elsewhere. "You guys?" Han Xiaowei was infuriated, ready to cause trouble for them. Ouyang Qinger immediately pulled her back and pretended to be angry, saying, "Junior sister, stop it. Senior sister, you all teamed up to bully me." Han Xiaowei Lu Kid Vrongit, asking what was so important that she couldn't know. "Junior sister, this matter has nothing to do with you, so just don't ask." Ouyang Qinger replied, "If you won't say, then forget it." Han Xiaowei crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed up in anger. At that moment, the Grand Elder on the high platform stood up, holding a peculiar stone tablet. The tablet lit up with white light, and a beam of white light shot towards the sky above the square, creating a huge circular teleportation portal in the sky. "All participants prepare. In 10 breaths, the teleportation will begin." The Grand Elder's authoritative voice echoed in every corner. The scene quieted down, and the participants wore serious expressions mixed with a hint of nervousness. Chapter 372. The forbidden zone of life. The city before them was called Haida City, with walls entirely deep black. It was larger than Xixiang City, with a continuous stream of martial artists entering and exiting the city gates, its prosperity far surpassing that of Xixiang City. What Xian Yuan Tian saw was the western city gate of Haida City, consisting of 3 wide gates that streamlined the crowd, avoiding congestion. Xian Yuan Tian and the others passed through the middle gate and successfully entered Haida City. They found a bustling tavern, ordered some food and drinks, and then sent Jifeng and Feng Ying to gather intelligence. At that moment, not far away, a table of big men caught Xian Yuan Tian's attention with their conversation. "Have you heard? Someone found shoaling leaves in the depths of the Hotem Mountains yesterday, and not just one. I heard there were quite a few witnesses, and they ended up fighting over it. Who knows what the result was? You don't have to guess that. The person who found the shoaling leaves would never reveal their identity, and those who knew are probably dead. That's right, those are shoaling leaves. Taking one can increase your lifespan by 10 years, and 10 can increase it by 100 years. If it were me, I would have run far away with the leaves." Whoever spread this news, there are even claims that this time there might be shoaling flowers and shoaling fruits appearing. The rumors are getting more exaggerated, and now the city is in an uproar. In a few days, Haida City will probably be overcrowded. Someone said worriedly. Chapter 373. Competing for treasures. As soon as they walked out of the city gate, those people couldn't wait to take to the skies, flying towards the direction of the Hotem Mountains. Xian Yuan Tian and the others followed suit. In an instant, the sky outside Haida City was densely packed with flying martial artists, resembling a swarm of locusts. Those who didn't know would think that a group of flying spirit beasts was attacking the human city. After a moment, Xian Yuan Tian and the others arrived at the Hotem Mountains. Everyone landed around the outskirts of the mountains and then walked on foot into the surrounding forest. The entire forest was surrounded by towering giant trees, and at that moment, Xian Yuan Tian felt like he had entered a kingdom of giants. Before the giant trees, humans appeared very small. "Brother Zhao, you're here too? Brother Li, you're here as well? It seems you also bought information from the Tianbao Pavilion. However, let me be clear, friendship aside, treasures are for the capable, and we won't hold back when the time comes. Likewise, have you noticed that there seem to be fewer warriors this time compared to previous years? You know, that's actually true. It's quite strange. Don't you know? These days happen to be when a youth gathering is held in Central State, and many people have gone to participate in it, so they probably missed this opportunity." Chapter 374. The test for Xian Yuan Tian Xianyuan Tian glanced at the opponent dismissively, just a peak martial venerable. However, he was somewhat surprised that this group of people were all at the martial venerable level. In a place like the Western state, it was not simple for one person to organize such a team of loose cultivators. If this were in the Eastern States Cloud region, it would be equivalent to a top-tier 7th grade force, which even the only 6th grade sect, Tianlan's sect, in the Cloud region would not dare to underestimate. What surprised Xianyuan Tian was that such a team actually came to this place to engage in killing and treasure snatching. It was truly baffling. Leave me a whole corpse? Xianyuan Tian scoffed, but I have no intention of leaving you a whole corpse. You little brat, quite arrogant, huh? Before the middle-aged man could speak, a muscular man at the mid-level martial venerable glared fiercely at Xianyuan Tian. Do you dare to speak to our boss like that? Do you believe I will smash your teeth in? As he said this, the muscular man revealed a wicked expression and moved step by step towards Xianyuan Tian. The middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the other to back off. He smiled faintly at Xianyuan Tian. You disciples of big sects, just because you have a bit of talent, think you are superior. We loose cultivators, no matter how high our cultivation, will always be looked down upon by you. Chapter 375. Powerful. Well, maybe that guy doesn't even know how strong he is. In the same realm, no one is his opponent, Anling said expressionlessly. Then this test is too simple. Jinling expressed great surprise. Of course, it's not that simple. That guy is so cunning. How could he let him pass the test so easily? Anling sneered. That area is the key. No one can survive walking through there. That was in the past. He was recognized by us, and this level of test, how could it be difficult for him? Jinling laughed proudly. You have a point this time. The person we value will not lose. Anling agreed wholeheartedly. At this moment, the two surprisingly harmonized. Below, Xianyuan Tian and the others had already moved away from their original position and arrived at a desolate corner. He stood at the edge of the inner area of the mountain range, staring into the depths for a while, then turned to Little Point and the others and said, Next, I will go in alone. You all go into the Linglong Tower. Boss, be careful. Little Point said, Don't worry. Don't forget who your boss is. Have you ever seen me fail? Xianyuan Tian said confidently with a smile. Chapter 376. The Divine Tree. The angry two spirits. The pressure surrounding Xianyuan Tian was weakening. The ground beneath his feet stopped absorbing the vital energy and spiritual power from him. Xianyuan Tian's body began to undergo a slow transformation. His grayish-white hair gradually turned black. The wrinkles on his face faded away. His emaciated body slowly regained fullness, and his eyes gradually became bright and spirited. In just a moment, Xianyuan Tian's appearance returned to what it was before entering the forbidden area. The yin-yang creation technique also stopped operating. Xianyuan Tian smiled sinisterly and seized the opportunity to rush forward at high speed. In just a few breaths, he broke out of the inner area and arrived in a small valley. This small valley was full of vitality, and the surrounding greenery looked normal compared to what he usually saw. At the end of the valley were small mountain peaks. On top of one of the small peaks stood a young man who looked quite honest, staring in disbelief at Xianyuan Tian, who appeared in the valley. The honest-looking young man was dressed in a soil-colored long robe, with soil-colored long hair, and his eyes were wide open. How is this possible? This kid actually practiced the yin-yang creation technique. The honest young man said in disbelief. Chapter 377. Xianyuan Tian, play them, you two bastards, stop. Another angry voice rang out. A voice unfamiliar to him. He was already full of anger. Upon hearing that the two were angrier than him, Xianyuan Tian immediately calmed down. He was very puzzled. How did this guy get into a fight with the other party? Was it because the opponent had just used a soul-ensnaring technique on him, and they were so angry? Perhaps it was because the other party said something stimulating to Jinling and Anling, or maybe they did something they shouldn't have done. Xianyuan Tian thought to himself. When he had just arrived at the thick earth mountain range yesterday, Anling and Jinling had shown their rejection and dissatisfaction with the person inside the forbidden area. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. The battle ahead was very intense, but Xianyuan Tian did not stop. He continued walking toward the lifespan spirit tree. The battle ahead lasted only a few breaths before it stopped. You two listen to me. I was just testing him. That unfamiliar voice sounded again with a hint of urgency. Testing? Didn't you just test once yesterday? You want to do it again? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, easily deceived? Jinling's mocking voice rang out. Chapter 378. That guy admitted defeat as soon as Xianyuan Tian's voice fell. Anling and Jinling's attacks became fiercer, forcing the honest young man to flee frantically, occasionally able to counterattack once or twice. The surrounding peaks were shattered, and this area became riddled with holes. Xianyuan Tian frowned and shouted ahead. "You two be careful. Don't hurt my lifespan spirit tree. Rest assured, boss. We know what to do." Jinling's voice came from afar. Then he saw Anling and Jinling driving the honest young man to flee in another direction, moving the battlefield away from the lifespan spirit tree. Xianyuan Tian smiled with satisfaction. These bastards. The honest young man was anxious and furious. Yet Anling and Jinling relentlessly pursued him. He didn't even dare to utter harsh words for fear of completely angering them. He and Anling were already old acquaintances and knew very well that the other was not to be trifled with and not easily deceived. If it weren't for these two guys watching him closely, he wouldn't have lowered himself to speak to Xianyuan Tian like that. He thought the other party was just a teenager in his teens, at the hot-blooded age, and with his cleverness. He could easily flatter him to the point where he was lost. He could then take the opportunity to retreat unscathed. Chapter 379. Anomaly from the Forbidden Area at this moment, in the buffer zone between the inner and middle areas of the thick Earth Mountain Range. The warriors who had entered here previously had already stopped fighting. The ground around was littered with corpses, at least numbering in the thousands. If Xianyuan Tian were here, he would surely be extremely shocked. The entire buffer zone was densely packed with human martial artists, at least several 100,000. However, it didn't seem overly crowded. To the north and south, there appeared to be far fewer people, and it was estimated that several times more could enter without any issues. As night began to fall, martial artists started to retreat to the outskirts of the mountains one after another. Many were still gazing longingly into the depths, reluctant to leave. "Let us go. This is it for today. We can only look forward to tomorrow," someone sighed. Even if they were reluctant, they had to leave. Otherwise, even if there were treasures to be had, they wouldn't have the lives to enjoy them. At that moment, a massive yellow-brown beam of light shot up from deep within the forbidden area. Those who were preparing to leave or had already left saw this scene and immediately stopped in their tracks, looking at the yellow-brown beam in disbelief. Since records began in the Life Forbidden Zone, such a scene had never occurred before, igniting everyone's imaginations. Chapter 380. So simple? Night had fully descended, and everyone's attention was once again drawn to the movements deep within the forbidden area. Those powerful figures who had rushed over from the Black Soil City began to inquire about news from the martial artists coming out of the forbidden area. The martial artists emerging from the forbidden area tried to conceal everything, but with so many people having entered today, it was impossible to keep it a secret. Soon, someone began to recount the sequence of events, shocking everyone. One by one, they revealed greedy and fiery gazes. Many quietly took out communication jade, tokens to relay the news from here. In the holy land of Huaxia, at the plaza where the youth convention was held, on the high platform of a small hill, the Grand Elder and other powerful figures such as Ouyang Jing were engaged in a lively discussion, appearing to be in good spirits. Suddenly, the fifth elder, Xianyuan Bailey, sitting in the front row, had a change of expression and took out a communication jade token. As he scanned the information within the token, his pupils involuntarily contracted, revealing a look of shock. He quickly realized something and approached the Grand Elder, secretly conveying the news he had just received. The Grand Elder, who had just been smiling, suddenly changed his expression, a flash of shock passing through his eyes. After all, he was the Grand Elder. He quickly regained his normal demeanor, yet Ouyang Jing and the others did not notice. Chapter 381. Five-Color Divine Soil. Oh, tell me more. Xianyuan Tian was immediately filled with strong curiosity. Anything praised by an existence like the Earth Spirit was definitely not an ordinary item. Otherwise, it wouldn't have cultivated a divine object like the Longevity Spirit Tree. Seeing Xianyuan Tian interested, the Earth Spirit looked proud, completely shedding its previous simple image. It was just about to introduce this extraordinary treasure to Xianyuan Tian in detail when the Linglong Tower Spirit, Xianyuan Sword Spirit, Gold Spirit, and Dark Spirit appeared beside them. The Gold Spirit spoke first with a tone of disdain, making it seem mysterious. "Isn't it just the five-color divine soil? What is there to boast about? You?" The Earth Spirit was instantly infuriated, its face turning red, smoke billowing from its 7 orifices, its teeth nearly grinding to dust. It had finally managed to restore a bit of its image in front of Xinyuan Tian, and this guy came out to cause trouble again. What about me? The gold spirit disdainfully glanced at it. Get to the point. If you have something to say it quickly. The boss has many important matters to attend to and no time to waste here. Oomph. I can't be bothered to argue with someone like you. The earth spirit trembled with anger. All right, from now on, we're all partners, so let us stop acting like children, Xinyuan Tian said, looking somewhat helpless. Chapter 382. Special beings, is this the five-colored divine soil? Xinyuan Tian pointed at the land below the medicinal garden, which was radiating with colorful light, and asked curiously. Yes, this soil is indeed the five-colored divine soil. The earth spirit said proudly. It can nurture all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures in this world, and even revive heavenly materials and treasures that have lost their spirituality. Xinyuan Tian's eyes brightened. Is it really that magical? You're amazing to have found such a divine object. You flatter me, boss. The earth spirit said with a somewhat simple-minded smile. The gold spirit couldn't help but roll its eyes, muttering, a small person getting ahead. The earth spirit merely glanced at it disdainfully and then ignored it. The gold spirit was so furious that its teeth itched, but unfortunately, it couldn't act, feeling uncomfortable all over. Where did you find this five-colored divine soil? Xinyuan Tian couldn't help but ask, as he was more interested in the place where the five-colored divine soil was born. Boss, this five-colored divine soil was born in a chaotic space deep within the universe, a place ordinary beings cannot reach. Even the strongest of those on the surface of this world would have to pay a great price to enter there. The earth spirit said seriously. Chapter 383. Linglong Tower 5th layer, that's right. The Linglong Tower spirit affirmed. Young master, you are that special being. We came here because we sense your presence. The 9 great heavenly pearls are the same. I and the Xinyuan sword spirit are manifestations of yin and yang, holding the yin-yang creation technique. Only by cultivating the yin-yang creation technique and merging with the 9 great heavenly pearls can you forge the strongest and most perfect physique, the 9 extremes heavenly spirit body, and gain the 9 extremes power to annihilate all holy spirits. Then why are only you and Xinyuan here to find me? Why haven't the others come to me? Xinyuan Tian asked the question that puzzled him the most. Years ago, when we were fleeing from each other's pursuit, we suffered unimaginable injuries. Even after countless billions of years, we have not fully recovered our vitality, and can only slowly recover through slumber. We sensed your presence in our peak state before we were injured and came here, the Linglong Tower spirit continued to explain. It was pure coincidence that the two of us encountered you so early. They have been in slumber, and if we hadn't actively sought them out, they wouldn't have been able to sense your existence. Chapter 384. Well done, this place is very nice. Xinyuan Tian smiled slightly. One day, I'll redecorate that ruined city and make it lively again. That would be even better. With the young master here, that day won't be far off. The Linglong Tower spirit smiled. At that moment, the earth spirit stepped forward, gently pointing to the sky, where a massive yellow-brown sphere appeared high in the air. The yellow-brown sphere emitted a bright yellow-brown light, illuminating the entire earth attribute space, bringing a strong vitality. Suddenly, at Xinyuan Tian's feet, a small grass broke through the ground. In Xinyuan Tian's astonished gaze, the small grass grew to his chest height in just a few breaths. Following that, flowers, grass, and trees continuously sprang up from the ground around him, extending into the distance until they covered the entire earth attribute space. This is truly incredible, Xinyuan Tian said in disbelief, having witnessed a miracle, a feat impossible for humans to accomplish. Boss, how's it going? I did pretty well, right? Seeing Xinyuan Tian's shocked expression, Tu Ling couldn't help but feel proud and boasted in front of Xinyuan Tian. Not bad. Xinyuan Tian gave Tu Ling 2 thumbs up. Chapter 385. The angered man in a green robe tap, tap, tap. For a moment, the entire buffer zone was eerily quiet, and the sound of light footsteps was clearly audible ahead. Amidst the astonished, shocked, horrified, and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Xinyuan Tian, Xiao Budian, Xiao Bai, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Ke arrived at the edge of the inner area. Just a few more steps ahead was the buffer zone. Seeing the scene before him, Xinyuan Tian was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Is it daytime? So many people are here. When did martial saints have the time to engage in the work of loose cultivators? Looking at the treasures scattered all over the ground, he understood what was happening. Many martial saints seemed to realize something. Their expressions changed slightly, and a glint of brilliance flashed in their eyes as they quietly approached Xinyuan Tian and the others. However, the position where Xinyuan Tian stood was still within the inner area, and those martial saints ultimately did not take that final step. They all stared at Xinyuan Tian with unfriendly expressions, fearing he would escape. Xinyuan Tian narrowed his eyes, his expression very calm, seemingly not intending to leave immediately. With a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, he looked at these martial saints, as if to say, "I'm just standing here, come catch me." Chapter 386. I can handle it myself at this moment. Anyone could guess that the boy was from the Xinyuan royal family. That black-robed martial saint really did not know the danger he was in, daring to target a disciple of the Xinyuan royal family, and even boasting about killing the elders of the Xinyuan royal family. Don't even mention being a martial saint. Even a half-emperor would just be a slightly stronger grasshopper in front of the Xinyuan royal family, easily crushed before it could even jump, without anyone reminding him. The black-robed martial saint's expression was already extremely ugly. He regretted it deeply, wishing he could slap himself for being so blind, offending someone he shouldn't have. The people of the Xinyuan royal family. Now, trouble had come from his mouth, and it would be very difficult to explain today. Not only would he face consequences, but the forces behind him would likely be implicated as well. The 20 or so people behind the black-robed martial saint also had ugly expressions, wanting to cry, but having no tears. In this moment, they wished they could tear the black-robed martial saint into pieces. You wanted to die, fine, but why drag us down with you? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Tell me, how do you want to die? Xinyuan Wujia looked down from above, exuding a murderous aura. In this moment, he transformed into a ruler, holding the power of life and death. Chapter 387. Xinyuan Tian in a daze, a kid who hasn't even grown up yet dares to say such arrogant words. It's simply a huge joke. One might think he was a half-emperor. At this moment, almost everyone suspected that Xinyuan Tian was not normal. Not wanting to think about it was one thing, but once they did, it was terrifying. The young man in front of them had walked out from the forbidden area and was now standing in the inner area. That was an absolute forbidden zone that even emperors dared not step into. How did this young man manage to walk through it unharmed? Unless the young man had fallen under a mesmerizing spell or illusion and had lost his mind. It was also possible that he had been controlled or had his body taken over by a terrifying existence deep within the forbidden area. The young man before them was no longer himself. Could it be Elder Wujia? Shang Guannong's face was serious as he looked at Xinyuan Wujia, wanting to say something but hesitating. What others thought, Xinyuan Wujia also thought of, and his expression became very ugly. His eyes flickered uncertainly, extremely hesitant. Meanwhile, the martial saints in the distance moved even further away, ready to retreat at any moment. Only those hiding in the middle area still didn't know what was happening, watching the martial saints drama with great interest. Chapter 388. The Emperor like ants from their tone. That kid should be an outstanding disciple of the current generation of the Xinyuan royal family, yet he was possessed. If this gets out, they would be utterly humiliated. The gray-robed martial saint, who fled with the black-robed martial saint, said with glee, "You still have the heart to mock others? After escaping this time, we should find a way to save our own lives first." Another white-robed martial saint said irritably, "Do you think there will still be a place for us in the Jojo continent after today? Our forces behind us might be uprooted." Really? The Xinyuan royal family, as the leaders of the Jojo continent, should still care about their reputation, right? We haven't really attacked them. That kid also brought this upon himself. At most, we just clashed with them, which has nothing to do with our forces. The gray-robed martial saint, who had initially been gleeful, now looked a bit flustered. But that's the Xinyuan royal family. You're just a martial saint with no background. Do you really think they will listen to your explanations? The white-robed martial saint sarcastically remarked, "We should leave here quickly, notify our sect and clan members, and let them find a way to escape. Whoever can escape is won. I plan to leave the Jojo continent and go to the sea area to avoid the storm." Chapter 389. The troublemaker? Yeah, that senior said so. They even look down on emperors, so they certainly look down on me, a mere martial venerable. Xinyuan Tian shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. Xinyuan Wujia and the others fell silent immediately. After a while, Xianyuan Wujie took a deep breath and quietly transmitted to Xianyuan Tian, "Little Tian, do you think that senior will?" Seeing Xianyuan Wujie's obviously nervous, yet pretending to be calm demeanor, Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Grandpa Wujie, don't worry. The senior just told me that those people will die because they harbor malicious intent towards me." Xianyuan Tian said this openly, and everyone present heard it. The crowd visibly breathed a sigh of relief, while secretly feeling astonished that the terrifying existence in the forbidden area would actually act because of Xianyuan Tian. This was earth-shattering news. "Really?" Xianyuan Wujie asked with a doubtful tone. "Really?" Xianyuan Tian nodded firmly, smiling as he said, "The senior said that after so many years, finally, someone has passed his test, yet someone is foolish enough to attack me on his territory. Isn't that a slap to his face?" Chapter 390. This is the boss's territory. How can these old guys who have cultivated for thousands of years be so thick-skinned? If only they could be like Grandpa G. Xianyuan Tian shook his head inwardly. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud, as the other party was Qing'er's elder, so it was a matter of face. Grandpa Wujie. And senior. Actually, I wasn't in there for long before that senior kicked me out. Xianyuan Tian said, "Did you pass the test, yet the other party didn't reward you?" Ouyang Lin expressed great surprise, with a hint of nervousness. "Yeah, you are the first, and currently the only one to pass the other's test. You should be rewarded with something good, right?" Xianyuan Wujie said. "That senior indeed rewarded me with some items." Xianyuan Tian replied. "Really?" Xianyuan Wujie and Ouyang Lin's eyes lit up, looking at Xianyuan Tian with anticipation. "Really?" Xianyuan Tian nodded, appearing quite speechless. "Let us see it." Ouyang Lin shouted, breathing heavily. Xianyuan Tian felt a thunderous sound ringing in his ears, making them buzz, and he felt dizzy, as if he were about to collapse. A cool aura circled around him, and his body returned to normal. Chapter 391. Xianyuan Wujie seriously injured. These people waited for a long time, but did not see Xianyuan Tian. Instead, they encountered Xianyuan Wujie, who was radiating killing intent. Many people wore puzzled expressions, wondering which reckless person had angered the high and mighty martial saint. Soon, news about everything that happened in the thick Earth Mountain range spread among them, causing waves of exclamations. When they learned that the person was from the Xianyuan royal family of Zhongzhou, they were all shocked into silence, quickly leaving to avoid trouble. In less than a moment, not a single shadow remained. Xianyuan Wujie then revealed a satisfied smile, opened a spatial door, and quietly departed. Shortly after the spatial door closed, numerous black-clad warriors appeared outside the thick Earth Mountain range. The leader gestured, and these black-clad individuals dispersed, entering the thick Earth Mountain range from different directions. Outside, in Black Earth City, most of the martial artists who had left the thick Earth Mountain range returned here. They quickly spread the information they brought back from the thick Earth Mountain range, causing a sensation. Black Earth City erupted with excitement. The news about a disciple of the Xianyuan royal family passing the trial of the life forbidden zone and emerging alive from deep within the forbidden area quickly spread from Black Earth City. Chapter 392. The angry Xianyuan Tian. When this news spread, many people initially did not believe it. After all, it was the Xianyuan royal family, the leaders and rulers of the 9 provinces continent, the backbone of the 9 provinces, the faith of the human race. It held an irreplaceable position in people's hearts, being sacred and inviolable. To dare to provoke the Xianyuan royal family was to seek death and self-destruction, right? Most people found the one who spread this news to be incredibly laughable and foolish. It wasn't until martial artists from the entire continent began discussing the matter that people had to accept it as true. This left everyone feeling extremely shocked, with a sense of impending storm. The actions of the Dark Demon sect were undoubtedly a provocation to the Xianyuan royal family, challenging the entire 9 provinces continent, likely inciting a great war. The next day, explosive news came from the Holy Land. The Xianyuan royal family joined forces with the 8 major families and 8 first-grade sects, dispatching 20 half-emperors and 100 peak martial saints to raid over 100 strongholds of the Dark Demon sect in the 9 provinces continent. They exterminated over 300,000 cult followers, including hundreds of martial saints and 3 half-emperors. Most excitingly, one of the eliminated strongholds included the Dark Demon sect's branch in the Western Province. Chapter 393. Settling accounts. Is this the rumored longevity fruit? Eating one can increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Xianyuan Feng couldn't help but exclaim loudly, his face filled with disbelief. Yes, it can not only extend lifespan, but also heal injuries to the body, dantian, and spirit. As long as Grandpa Wujia consumes it, he will quickly recover, Xianyuan Tian affirmed. Without delay, let us have Grandpa Wujia take the longevity fruit first. All right. Xianyuan Feng happily took the longevity fruit, carefully opening Xianyuan Wujia's mouth and placing the fruit inside. As soon as the longevity fruit entered Xianyuan Wujia's mouth, it transformed into a mass of earthy yellow liquid, flowing down his throat into his body. After a moment, a faint earthy yellow light appeared on the surface of Xianyuan Wujia, growing brighter and illuminating the entire room. An intense vitality emanated from Xianyuan Wujia. Xianyuan Tian, watching from the side, couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Truly a divine item. It is indeed extraordinary. Xianyuan Tian marveled inwardly. At this moment, Xianyuan Wujia's complexion no longer appeared pale and weak. His face gradually regained its rosy hue, and his hair slowly returned to its glossy black, with his muscles beginning to fill out. Chapter 394. A whole bunch of mice. Xianyuan Feng looked at Xianyuan Tian, hesitating to speak. Grandpa, are you wondering about the divine fixation realm? Xianyuan Tian smiled. Xianyuan Feng nodded. The 9 provinces continent is vast, and the sensing range of the divine fixation realm is only 100,000 miles. I don't know when I will find Grandma. I asked a senior to help me raise the divine fixation realm to the middle grade of the holy level, increasing the chances of finding Grandma. Xianyuan Tian said. On the way to the thick Earth mountain range, I flew around the western province, but the divine fixation realm did not react at all. Next, I will intensify the exploration of other provinces to try to find Grandma as soon as possible. Little Tian, thank you for your hard work, Xianyuan Feng said appreciatively, feeling touched. What are you saying, Grandpa? That is what a grandson should do. Xianyuan Tian smiled. Before long, Xianyuan Wujia returned, followed by the Great Elder, the 6th Elder, the 7th Elder, the 5th Elder, the 7th Elder, and more than 20 peak martial saints who were core elders. The moment they entered, their eyes were immediately fixed on Xianyuan Tian. Xianyuan Tian looked at them calmly, showing no signs of panic or discomfort. Little Tian, I heard Wujia say that it was you who brought out a longevity fruit and saved his life. I have no way to repay you. The 5th Elder, with a serious expression, bowed to Xianyuan Tian, completely changing his usual demeanor. Chapter 395. The Black Demon Tower. You did well. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but praise. A slight smile appeared on his lips, feeling a bit excited. Originally, the purpose of this trip was just to find the culprit who injured Xianyuan Wujia, but unexpectedly, a big fish was uncovered, which was a delightful surprise. The big boss is overpraising. It's just a simple task, Jin Ling humbly replied. TCH. Tu Ling couldn't help but roll his eyes. Anyone could do such a thing. What's there to be proud of? Jin Ling grinned at him, quite pleased. Tu Ling's expression darkened. Damn it, this guy is still the same as before. The more you pay attention to him, the more he gets carried away. And Ling simply closed his eyes, preferring not to see. Little Tian, have you captured it? The Great Elder suddenly asked. I have fulfilled my duty. Xianyuan Tian cupped his hands respectfully in response. Where? Xianyuan Wujia's expression brightened, asking eagerly. Liangzhou, Xianyuan Tian replied. All right, let's go to Liangzhou now and find that despicable guy. Xianyuan Wujia seemed a bit impatient. Xianyuan Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Xianyuan Wujia had always given him the impression of being calm and composed, very protective of his younger generation. Chapter 396. No one escapes master. Please give the order. The old man asked respectfully. There's no rush. The blood demon masked man waved his hand. The void battlefield is about to open. We can wait until then to act. The old man's eyes brightened. Does the master mean? If all the outstanding disciples of the Xianyuan clan's younger generation die, do you think they won't be furious enough to spit blood? The blood demon masked man said with deep meaning. I guess they will not only be furious enough to spit blood, but they'll probably go crazy everywhere. The old man laughed, his laughter very cunning. Especially that one called Xianyuan Tian. He is the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the Xianyuan clan and the future clan leader. If something happens to him, the entire Xianyuan clan will probably lose sleep. This kid was specifically named by the Blood Demon Emperor to be captured alive and is the first person to walk out of the Forbidden Land alive. No matter the cost, we must bring him back, the Blood Demon Masked Man said. Rest assured, Master, this kid has managed to escape our ambush so far. Not only because he is too cunning, but mainly because there are strong protectors from the Xianyuan clan secretly guarding him. This time will be different. As long as he dares to enter the void battlefield, I have ways to bring him back, the old man said confidently. Chapter 397. The Dignity of the Strong. It's you, Xianyuan Song. The Cat Demon Hall Master couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "How do you know about this place?" His face turned extremely ugly. What? He is the Grand Elder of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Song? The Cat Demon Hall Master's voice echoed in every corner, causing everyone to panic. Behind him, more than 100 black-clad strongmen looked extremely grim. Some had already shown signs of retreat, quietly moving to the back. This question, I can tell you after you die. Another voice filled with killing intent came from above. Immediately after, they saw over 100 powerful auras descending from the sky, stopping behind Xianyuan Song. The army of the Xianyuan clan has arrived. Quick retreat, someone shouted, and those weaker members of the demon cult on the ground fled in the opposite direction of Xianyuan Song and the others. They scurried around like frightened mice. The scale was in the tens of thousands, creating a spectacular scene. Watching the increasingly chaotic scene, the senior leaders of the Liangzhou branch, including the Cat Demon Hall Master, looked even more grim. The opponent's momentum was fierce, and their strength far exceeded their own. The Cat Demon Hall Master immediately thought of fleeing. Chapter 398. The Strong Xianyuan Qingli. When Xianyuan Tian and the others returned to the Holy Land, the youth conference was still in full swing. The Grand Elder and several others returned to the high platform. Ouyang Jing and others learned from the Grand Elder about the destruction of the Dark Demon Cult's Western Division. And all the strongmen present were very excited. This time, the Holy Land struck like thunder, not only suppressing the arrogance of the Dark Demon Cult, but also boosting their own morale. At the same time, it strengthened the confidence of the martial artists of the 9 provinces continent in the Holy Land and the Xianyuan royal family. During this period, the Grand Elder did not mention that Xianyuan Tian also participated in this operation. Xianyuan Tian did not appear here. Instead, he stayed at home to accompany his parents and brother. He figured since he couldn't go out, it would be better to spend more time with family and make up for the regret of being apart from them for so long. At this moment, in a certain secret realm, by a small stream, Xianyuan Tian's golden spirit avatar held a spirit sword, coldly looking at the several corpses at his feet. "Boss, there are only 2 left. Let's hurry and chase them," Xiao Jin, who was perched on Xianyuan Tian's shoulder, said excitedly. "Those 2 cannot be killed." Xianyuan Tian shook his head. Chapter 399. The unexpected first-place time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. A huge teleportation portal appeared again in the sky above the square where the youth conference was held. White beams of light flew out from the teleportation portal, landing on the ground, and as the light faded, figures appeared. Those were the contestants who had entered the secret realm. In less than a moment, the entire square was crowded with people. Compared to before entering the secret realm, the number of people was significantly reduced. The teleportation portal closed again. At the back of the square, a huge white light screen appeared, densely covered with names. This was the final ranking list of the youth conference trial. There were a total of 1,000 names, arranged from left to right and top to bottom by rank. Each name was accompanied by corresponding points and trial assessment ratings. The appearance of the light screen attracted everyone's attention. All the contestants were very excited, eagerly looking at the white light screen, hoping to find their names on it. "I made the list. I'm in 782nd place," a contestant shouted excitedly. The people around looked at him enviously. Those who made the list would have their names enter the sight of the powerful from major sects, with a chance to rise to prominence. Chapter 400. The Void Battlefield. In this youth conference, Xianyuan Qingli ranked 4th. Xianyuan Chu ranked 2nd, and Xianyuan Bei ranked 3rd. Shangguan Yuan and Dongfeng Qi ranked 5th and 6th respectively. Ouyang Qingya Ankits event. Huang Fujia, Nangong Ao, Sita Yuchuan, Shimen Tianyu, and Gongsun Bai ranked 8th to 12th. The 13th to 20th places were all core disciples from the Holy Land. Among the top 20, except for the first place, the remaining 19 were from the Huaxia Holy Land. The strength of the Holy Land is evident. However, unlike previous years, this time the first place went to his family, which surprised everyone. In a corner of the audience seats around the square, Xianyuan Tian stood in an inconspicuous position, looking at the first place on the white light screen with a nostalgic expression. "Qi Tong, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Xianyuan Tian smiled slightly. Others might doubt whether this Qi Tong was the one from the Dongzhou Tianyang sect, but he was certain this Qi Tong was the one he knew. Others didn't know, but he knew Qi Tong had received the inheritance of the Blood Emperor. How could someone recognized by the Blood Emperor be mediocre? Then his gaze fell on the 4th and 7th places, revealing a gentle smile. Chapter 401. I want to make a deal with you. Xianyuan Tian followed Xianyuan Chu towards a certain teleportation hall in the Holy Land. When they were still over 1,000 meters away from the mountain where the teleportation hall was located, the three noticed many people flying towards the mountain from all directions. There were martial sects, martial sovereigns, and martial emperors. 3 people landed in the square in front of the Grand Hall and hurriedly entered the teleportation hall. At this moment, thousands of people had already gathered inside the hall. The teleportation hall was very spacious. Even if tens of thousands of people surged in, it wouldn't feel crowded. Their arrival attracted quite a bit of attention, especially Xianyuan Tian, whose every move caught the gaze of almost everyone, with people pointing and whispering, not knowing what they were muttering about. Under such scrutiny, Xianyuan Tian felt somewhat uncomfortable, with his brows deeply furrowed. He was not a monkey in a zoo. What was there to see? "Cousin, you haven't forgotten your glorious deeds, have you?" Xianyuan Bei chuckled from the side. "Glorious deeds?" Xianyuan Tian looked puzzled, not understanding what he was referring to. "You really don't know? Haven't you heard the clan discussing your matters recently?" Xianyuan Bei's expression showed some surprise. Chapter 402. Fight me. Xianyuan Tian seemed to see through the other's thoughts, his eyes filled with disdain. "Do you really have something?" Shangguan Yuan was not angered by Xianyuan Tian's words. Instead, his eyes brightened, and he appeared very excited, his breath a bit rapid. Not just him, but Dongfang Qi and others were not much better off. More and more people in the teleportation hall were drawn to the conversation between the two. "So what if you do? Does it have anything to do with half a spirit stone?" Xianyuan Tian's gaze became even more disdainful. "Cough, cough." Shangguan Yuan lightly coughed to cover his embarrassment. He put on a very friendly smile. "Actually, I'm here to negotiate a deal on behalf of my grandfather. Could you consider my grandfather sake?" "No." Before the other could finish speaking, Xianyuan Tian decisively refused again. "Junior brother, why say it so absolutely? Our 8 great clans have always respected the royal family. Our families have followed the royal family to fight east and west. Haven T, we contributed and suffered." This time it was Dongfang Qi who spoke, with a tone laced with some hostility. Although he didn't spell it out, everyone present was shrewd enough to catch his implied meaning. Chapter 403. Jiuzhou City. After dismissing Shangguan Yuan and the others with a casual remark, Xianyuan Tian stepped onto a teleportation array. After a brief teleportation, he appeared in a hall similar to the Holy Land's teleportation hall. He walked out of the hall and onto the street outside. The place he was in was a city slightly smaller than Tianling City, named Zhongzhou City. Zhongzhou City was established in the void battlefield by the major forces of the Holy Land and Zhongzhou after several explorations, serving as a landing point for martial artists from Zhongzhou to enter the void battlefield. Above the city was a powerful city protection array that could protect martial artists entering Zhongzhou City. The human race on the Jiuzhou continent had built a total of 9 cities in the void battlefield. In addition to Zhongzhou, there were Dongzhou City, Laizhou City, Nanzhou City, Yinzhou City, Shizhou City, Liangzhou City, Beizhou City, and Yunzi City, corresponding to the other 8 states outside Zhongzhou. The 9 cities are collectively referred to as Jiuzhou City. Lined up in a row, with Zhongzhou City located in the middle, martial artists from the 9 states enter the corresponding city through teleportation arrays. Of course, not all martial artists below the martial saint level have the opportunity to enter the void battlefield. In Zhongzhou, only forces of 4th rank and above have teleportation arrays connected to Zhongzhou City. Chapter 404. Void Battle Beasts. Don't worry. With me and Sister Qingli here, nothing will happen. We will protect you well. Xianyuan Qingli gave Han Xiaowei a reassuring expression. Han Xiaowei felt speechless and secretly grumbled. "With you here, I'm even more worried." From the beginning, she disagreed with the 3 leaving Jiuzhou City so early. Han Xiaowei meant that for safety's sake, they should wait for Xianyuan Tian and Shangguan Yuan to arrive before teaming up for adventures. With their trio's strength, It was already difficult to ensure their safety in such a perilous outdoor environment. To be honest, she didn't trust Xianyuan Qingli at all. On the contrary, having her around made her even more uneasy. Xianyuan Qingli exuded an unreliable vibe from head to toe. What kind of look is that? Don't you trust me? Seemingly seeing through Han Xiaoyi's thoughts, Xianyuan Qingli expressed her displeasure. You're right, I don't trust you, Han Xiaoyi said bluntly. If it weren't for having my senior sister here, I wouldn't come out with you. Look at you now. It seems like you're here just for fun, not sensing any danger. Xianyuan Qingli wanted to rebut, but was stopped by Ouyang Qinger. Chapter 405. Crushing kill. You don't need to be discouraged. Generally, top-tier 6th grade void battle beasts do not have source stones. At least 7th grade beasts might have source stones. Ouyang Qinger explained it. Exactly. It's already great that you encountered a battle beast so quickly. Han Xiaoyi added. Then let's continue looking for void battle beasts. If I don't find a source stone today, I won't go back, Xianyuan Qingli said with determination. After that, she flew forward first. What childish mindset. Ouyang Qinger shook her head helplessly and followed. The three had just flown a few miles when they encountered another void battle beast, but unfortunately, it was another top-tier 6th grade beast. This time, Xianyuan Qingli didn't take it lightly and dispatched it with one move. Unsurprisingly, this beast also had no source stone, which made Xianyuan Qingli even more displeased. The three continued forward. Unbeknownst to them, they had already crossed the safety line by several dozen miles. Roar! A roar echoed ahead as another void battle beast appeared. From the distant aura, it could be determined that its strength definitely exceeded that of a top-tier 6th grade beast. Xianyuan Qingli's face lit up with excitement as she said to Ouyang Qinger, Sister Chen, this time it's a 7th grade battle beast. There's definitely a chance to dig out a source stone. Chapter 406. Green Bull Demon, while Xianyuan Tian was still searching for Xianyuan Qingli and the others. The three continued to push forward, constantly hunting void battle beasts and harvesting source stones. Unknowingly, they had each gathered dozens of source stones. Meanwhile, they had already strayed more than 100 miles from the safety zone, encountering more and more void battle beasts, and the strength of these beasts was becoming increasingly formidable. Senior sister, we've moved very far from the safety zone, and the levels and numbers of the battle beasts are increasing. This is getting too dangerous. Han Xiaoyi couldn't help but speak up, her face showing concern. Why don't we head back for today? We can team up with others tomorrow. Her worries were not unfounded. A while ago, they had encountered a group of more than 50 battle beasts, the weakest of which were at the mid-level of 7th grade, and the strongest were at the high level of 7th grade. Although, with Xianyuan Qingli and Ouyang Qinger, both powerful companions, they had managed to eliminate the beast groups successfully each time. Better safe than sorry. This was the void battlefield, and no one could predict what they might encounter next. That's not possible. We just came out not long ago. How can we go back so soon? Xianyuan Qingli pouted and looked at Han Xiaoyi. Chapter 407. Indifferent to the world, disdainful of the universe. That's right. Don't you know? Xianyuan Qingli looked very surprised. It seems you have no self-awareness at all. Niu Li's expression darkened, a killing intent flickering in his eyes. The few companions behind him exuded a faint aura of killing intent, ready to strike at any moment. Ouyang Qinger looked even more serious. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyi was anxious inside, secretly praying that Xianyuan Qingli would stop talking and not provoke the other side further. Sister Qinger, when they attack, we will throw out the wind thunderstones together. Xianyuan Qingli secretly transmitted her voice. Okay, Ouyang Qinger and Han Xiaoyi responded in unison. On the other side, Xianyuan Tian and his companions were flying at high speed without stopping. They discovered many sites left behind by Xianyuan Qingli and her companions along the way. Boss, Little Li's aura is getting closer. We will catch up with him soon, Xiao Bai said excitedly. Xianyuan Tian replied, a smile appearing on his face. He felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He was genuinely afraid that something would happen to his sister and the person he loves. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's expression changed, yelling, Boss, I sense the aura of an alien race just ahead, not far from here. Chapter 408. Without power to fight back. How arrogant. Since when did the human race dare to be so arrogant in front of us? Niu Li snadat. He had already recovered from the previous attack by Xianyuan Tian and regained his composure. In Niu Li's eyes, the reason Xianyuan Tian's attack succeeded was because the opponent had ambushed him. That strike was probably made with all their strength. Now the opponent was merely bluffing. I won't fall for your tricks. You cunning human beings, Niu Li sneered in disdain. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Xianyuan Tian said with indifference. As he spoke, he raised a wind sword in his hand, waving it, and a golden sword light flew towards Niu Li. Niu Li smirked, revealing a disdainful smile. He raised a strong fist and directly smashed down at the golden sword light. Boom! In Niu Li's incredulous gaze, the golden sword light pushed aside his fist, leaving him wide open. The golden sword light ruthlessly struck his chest. Poof! Niu Li's chest was cut open with a wound deep enough to see the bone, and the powerful impact sent him flying away. During the backward flight, Niu Li couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 409. Seeing Through Their Identity. Really? Can my words be false? Xianyuan Qingli laughed. Being praised for her beauty made Xiao Ke very happy, and Xiao Budian looked a bit smug as well. By the way, where did Xiao Jin go? Why haven't I seen him? And aren't you only at the 7th level? How did you transform? Xianyuan Qingli asked several questions in succession. Hee, that guy is probably drinking the northwest wind somewhere now. Xiao Budian suddenly laughed mischievously. What's wrong? Did you guys have a fight? Xianyuan Qingli asked in confusion. No fight, just acting separately. Xianyuan Tian glanced at Xiao Budian with annoyance. He was currently with the Golden Spirit Avatar carrying out a special task. This guy really loves to stir up trouble. What? You guys went to the Sea Clan world to play and didn't take me with you? Xianyuan Qingli suddenly exclaimed loudly, nearly deafening Xianyuan Tian and the others. Brother, how can you leave me alone to play? That's too unfair. Xianyuan Qingli looked aggrieved, almost crying. All right, it's my fault. I'll definitely take you next time, okay? The sudden scene startled Xianyuan Tian, and he hurriedly tried to comfort his sister. Chapter 410. Reuniting. Xianyuan Qingli awkwardly scratched her head. She had forgotten that her brother's avatar was a soul avatar, truly one with the body. Suddenly thinking of something, Xianyuan Qingli curiously asked, Brother, does Qing'er not know about this? She doesn't know. It's not the time to tell her yet. Xianyuan Tian shook his head and said, Brother's favorite person is indeed me. Xianyuan Qingli smiled brightly, linking her arms with Xianyuan Tian and the Earth Spirit Avatar, looking like a cute little sprite. She was currently the only one who knew her brother's secret, including his identity as the Emperor of Humanity. Her heart was sweet beyond words. Brother, I have a great idea. Xianyuan Qingli suddenly leaned close to Xianyuan Tian's ear and whispered a few sentences. Xianyuan Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a look of interest. How about it? Isn't my idea great? Xianyuan Qingli raised her eyebrows and said, Your idea is good. Xianyuan Tian praised, truly deserving to be our little genius. Do I even need to say it? Xianyuan Qingli smiled proudly. Just as her voice fell, a yellowish light flashed over Xianyuan Tian's Earth Spirit Avatar, and his hair gradually changed from yellow to black. Chapter 411. Algum Transformers. Ugh. Xianyuan Qingli couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Brother, are you this narcissistic? Does Qing'er know? The two Xianyuan Tians simultaneously grinned. Suddenly, the little head of Xiao Jin on the shoulder of the Golden Spirit Avatar stood upright, squinting at Xiao Budian and Xiao Bai. His eyes released a dangerous glare. Xiao Budian and Xiao Bai exchanged glances, grinning mischievously. Do you want to fight us? Xiao Budian provocatively looked at Xiao Jin. Hiss. As soon as the words came out, Xiao Jin leaned forward, wildly flicking his snake tongue. Xianyuan Tian and the Golden Spirit Avatar's expressions darkened simultaneously, preparing to intervene. Xianyuan Qingli couldn't help but speak up, scolding Xiao Budian and Xiao Bai. What are you two doing? Aren't we all companions? Why are you arguing as soon as you meet? Xiao Budian and Xiao Bai were momentarily stunned. They were puzzled as to why Xiao Li only scolded them and not that Ao Kuan guy, seemingly seeing through their thoughts. Xianyuan Qingli placed her hands on her hips. With some disdain, she said, You two still have the nerve to complain? You've played in the Sea Clan world. Your cultivation has broken through, and you've transformed, and now you're starting to feel smug? Chapter 412. Assassin's Attack. TSK. I originally thought Xiao Budian and the others were already quite handsome, but I didn't expect Xiao Jin to be the most handsome one. Xianyuan Qingli looked Xiao Jin up and down, generously praising him. Xiao Jin's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head and smiled. He looked a bit like a naive young boy. "Where am I handsome? Xiao must be seeing things." Xiao Budian muttered, a bit unhappy. "Exactly, his eyebrows are ugly. His face is ugly, and his clothes are ugly." Xiao Bai echoed. "Both of you should say less. If the boss and Xiao Lier get angry later, they won't pay any attention to you too," reminded Xiao Ke from the side. "Got it. I was just casually mentioning it." Little Dot pouted impatiently. Looking at the slightly dizzy Xiao Jin from the compliments, Xianyuan Tian gave him and Xiao Lier a speechless glance. These little guys are so easily flattered that they lose their bearings. Xianyuan Tian had to pull Xiao Lier away to let Xiao Jin adjust his state. He took out over 100 bottles of top-grade spiritual liquid and threw them to Xiao Jin. Without any hesitation, Xiao Jin opened all the bottles. He took a deep breath, like a dragon sucking water, and all the spiritual liquid was inhaled into his mouth and swallowed into his stomach. Chapter 413. Collecting corpses at that moment, a strong wind blew, sweeping away the flying arrows and the black-clad people. A black figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man thought to himself that it was bad. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the air. The black figure followed closely, appearing again in front of the middle-aged man in black. In his astonished and terrified gaze, the black figure threw a punch, smashing it hard against his head. Bang! The middle-aged man's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood rained down from the sky, and his headless body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The sudden death of the middle-aged man in black startled all the black-clad people, who turned around and fled in panic. The black figure in the sky grinned, thinking, if they still want to escape under my watch, then what face do I, Wind Eagle, have to stay by the young master's side? The black figure was indeed Wind Eagle, who had been lurking nearby. He transformed into a black shadow and instantly appeared in front of the fleeing black-clad people. Those black-clad individuals were like ordinary people without any weapons, completely powerless in front of Wind Eagle. To them, Wind Eagle was mercilessly crushing them. At that moment, he once again revealed his bloodthirsty nature as a spirit beast. Chapter 414. The Wind Rises Humph. Wind Eagle snorted coldly, and the oppressive feeling instantly vanished without a trace. Xianyuan Tian and the others stopped their movements. Looking ahead with indifferent expressions, a black-clad man appeared there, dressed similarly to the previous killers from the Yama Palace. However, the aura of this person was significantly stronger than that of the middle-aged man in black who had attacked Xianyuan Tian. Is he in the late martial emperor stage? Xianyuan Tian said calmly. Young master, leave him to me. Wind Eagle said nonchalantly. Go ahead. Xianyuan Tian nodded. Wind Eagle's lips curled up slightly, and his figure flashed, appearing in front of the black-clad man, delivering a powerful punch. Zulfust. The black-clad man's pupils contracted, instinctively raising his arms to block. Boom! The black-clad man was sent flying by Wind Eagle, but he appeared completely unscathed, showing a sarcastic smile to Wind Eagle. Wind Eagle's expression remained very calm as he waved his hands, and a series of wind blades flew from his hands, striking towards the black-clad man. The black-clad man's expression changed slightly. With no time to react, he could only form a spiritual power shield on the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of wind blades crashed against the spiritual power shield. Crack, crack. Chapter 415. The terrifying Xianyuan Tian, the first to attack, were the early and mid-martial emperors. 2 peak martial emperors and 4 late martial emperors among the black-clad people remained stationary, watching Xianyuan Tian and the others with calm expressions, purely adopting a spectator's mindset. In the eyes of these black-clad individuals, the few of them had become fish in a barrel. Capturing them was already a done deal, with nothing to worry about. The subsequent actions of Xianyuan Tian and his group severely slapped their faces. A few black-clad individuals casually reached out their hands towards the necks of Little Dot and the others, showing that they completely looked down on Xianyuan Tian and his group. Xianyuan Tian looked at them calmly, and Little Dot, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Ke finally made their move. A powerful aura erupted from the 3 of them simultaneously, sweeping outwards. However, their actions did not attract the attention of the black-clad martial emperors. Instead, they looked at them with a mocking expression. A few small martial lords, even if they exerted all their strength, were merely slightly stronger ants. Why bother asking for trouble? A black-clad man in the early martial emperor stage couldn't help but sneer. Swish, swish, swish. The figures of the 3 vanished from their spots, along with Xianyuan Tian. Chapter 416. Ouyang Qing'er in shock. The remaining black-clad individuals were completely stunned, staring blankly at their comrades' severed corpses on the ground. They glanced again at the youth, who resembled a god of death, and couldn't help but swallow, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, their minds went blank, losing the ability to think. After all, they were strong individuals in the late martial emperor stage and peak martial emperor stage, having cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. They quickly regained their senses. They no longer cared about the mission. What was a mission compared to their own lives? The few of them, with great tacit understanding, unleashed an unprecedented power and scattered to escape. Little Dot and the others had completed their mission, clearing away the group of black-clad individuals attacking them, looking down disdainfully at the 5 black-clad people fleeing in different directions. If it were someone else, perhaps you would still have a glimmer of hope to escape. Unfortunately, you encountered the all-powerful boss. Even if you had extraordinary means to escape, they would be useless in front of the boss. Little Dot and the others silently mourned for these black-clad individuals. Watching the 5 black-clad individuals who had suddenly appeared in the distant sky, Xianyuan Tian's lips curled into a contemptuous arc. Chapter 417. Beautiful daughter-in-law meets parents-in-law. The appearance of Xianyuan Tian and his sister interrupted the conversation between Ouyang Qing'er and her father. As Xianyuan Tian and Xiao Lier reached the door, they noticed the presence of Ouyang Jing and his wife. He quickly approached them, respectfully calling out, "Junior pays respects to uncle and aunt. Xiao Tian, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need for excessive formalities," Shangguan Xiang said gently. Xiao Lier also called out, "Uncle, aunt." Seeing the adorable Xiao Lier, Ouyang Jing and his wife felt their mood brighten. "Brother Tian, what do you need from me?" Ouyang Qing'er asked curiously. This time, she did not exhibit the same joy upon seeing Xianyuan Tian as before. A glint of brilliance flashed in Ouyang Jing's eyes, revealing a look of contemplation. Xianyuan Tian also noticed Ouyang Qing'er's unusual behavior, and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. This scene did not escape Xiao Lier's notice either. She quickly ran to Ouyang Qing'er's side, shaking her arm and speaking in a spoiled tone. "Sister Qing'er, did I offend you in some way? You seem to be very unwelcoming towards me." Ouyang Qing'er was amused by Xiao Lier's actions. Xiao Lier was so cute and kind. "I wish you could come every day. How can I not welcome you?" Chapter 418. The marriage issue. Hearing that Xianyuan Tian had already broken through to the peak of martial sovereign, Ouyang Jing and his wife couldn't help but exchange glances. Their eyes filled with shock. The last time they heard about Xianyuan Tian's breakthrough was 6 months ago, during the widely discussed Forbidden Zone incident, which had occurred less than half a year after Ouyang Qing'er's birthday celebration. Xianyuan Tian had soared from martial zone to the late martial sovereign, a significant leap that was simply unbelievable. However, everyone attributed this to the Forbidden Zone incident. This time was different. After staying at home for 6 months, he had broken through again. By the time they saw this kid next, he might even be at the martial emperor level. Such talent was terrifying. Ouyang Jing couldn't help but recall that at his age, he hadn't even entered the martial sovereign realm yet. People really are incomparable. It's infuriating. However, thinking that the other party was his son-in-law made Ouyang Jing feel much more balanced. Just think, his son-in-law would officially become the head of the Xianyuan royal family in the future, and his daughter would be the matriarch of the Xianyuan royal family, as well as the holy queen of the sacred land. Chapter 419. Confession. For now, only I, you, and Xiao Lier can know about this. Xianyuan Tian's expression became very serious, completely different from just a moment ago. Ouyang Qing'er also became serious. "Brother Tian, don't worry. I will definitely keep your secret and won't tell anyone, not even my parents." "Qing'er, you should know about the human emperor, right?" Xianyuan Tian asked. "Yes." Ouyang Qing'er nodded, showing a look of deep admiration. If it weren't for his majesty the human emperor back then, the 9 provinces continent would have long been breached by the 3 alien races, and the human race would have suffered slaughter. There wouldn't have been 5,000 years of stability on the 9 provinces continent. I heard from my father that the truce between the human race and the 3 alien races has less than 100 years left, and now that we have yet to see the emergence of the new generation human emperor, the situation facing the 9 provinces continent is not optimistic, Ouyang Qing'er said with some worry. Then, she looked at Xianyuan Tian curiously. "Brother Tian, why did you suddenly ask this question?" Xiao Lier couldn't help but laugh. Sister Qing, you're so silly. Brother asked you this question because he is the new generation human emperor. Chapter 420. Enhancing strength when the three appeared in Xianyuan Tian's room again. Ouyang Qing felt extremely wonderful. She secretly vowed never to doubt Brother Tian again. Soon after, Xianyuan Ninghai sent someone to notify them to go to the living room. When they arrived again, there were a few familiar faces in the living room. They greeted the Supreme Elder, the Great Elder, the Fifth Elder, and the Patriarch Wuji respectfully. In the living room were the Supreme Sixth Elder Xianyuan Shao, the Great Elder Xianyuan Tsang, the Fifth Elder Xianyuan Bailey, and Xianyuan Wuji. Ouyang Qing also stepped forward to pay her respects. Let us skip the formalities. The Great Elder raised his hand. Looking at the three young people in front of them, the elders were smiling, appearing quite satisfied with them. Next, the two learned from their respective elders that their marriage had been settled. 1 year from today, they would officially marry and become husband and wife. Surprisingly, Ouyang Qing reiste en objection. She believed that getting married next year was still too early for them, and that waiting 3 more years wouldn't be too late. The elders on both sides initially opposed this. After all, marriage was not a trivial matter. It involved both families. Chapter 421. Joining forces this time. The small team encountered other martial artists on their way. Some were familiar, and some were not. However, they all ignored them. Xianyuan Tian suddenly had a change in expression. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a charming smile. Brother, did you find target? Xiao Li, very perceptive, immediately sensed Xianyuan Tian's change and was very excited. Yes, Xianyuan Tian smiled. Looks like we've found a big catch. We can all stretch our muscles. Hee. Last time there were too few assassins, and their strength was too weak. It was no fun at all. I hope this time they won't disappoint us, the little one said sinisterly. A killing intent flashed in the eyes of Xiao Bai and the others. Let us go. Fly that way. Xianyuan Tian pointed to the left front and flew in that direction at high speed. The others quickly followed. At this moment, dozens of miles away from them, there was a considerable forest. There were streams, waterfalls, cliffs, and towering trees reaching into the clouds. On the surface, it looked peaceful. In a remote corner of this forest, there was a cliff hundreds of meters high. Chapter 422. Bloodbath. The expressions of the two strong men from the Hell Gate and the human path suddenly became serious. Their killing intent flickering, looking like they were about to lose control. The strong man from the Yama Palace appeared calm, seemingly confident. All right, I agree to your proposal. The Hell Gate strong man said, taking a deep breath and maintaining a blank expression. You? The human path strong man looked at him in confusion, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The Hell Gate strong man raised his hand and said, we can join forces, but we take 40%. The human path strong man suddenly realized something, his eyes flickering, and he replied, we also want 40%. No way. The Yama Palace strong man immediately opposed without hesitation. If you both take 40%, that leaves us with only 20%. What do you take us for? Beggars? The Yama Palace strong man was furious, shouting at the two. The assassins from the Yama Palace behind him were openly releasing their killing intent. The assassins from the Hell Gate and the human path were equally unwilling to back down, also releasing their killing intent, confronting the Yama Palace assassins. For a moment, the atmosphere in the cave reached a freezing point. Chapter 423. Counterattack, not good. When did, the three suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over their bodies. A chill creeping in. Without thinking, they immediately tried to leave, seeking a way to escape. Damn it, when did this guy become so strong? The decision-maker from the Yama Palace was shocked. The fact that the opponent could silently appear behind the three-peak martial emperors indicated how strong they were. He suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that the two-peak martial emperors we sent were both killed by this kid? At this thought, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils, gasping for breath. He realized he couldn't stay here any longer and needed to escape quickly. This was the first thought that sprang to his mind. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. This time, he directly activated a certain advanced invisibility technique. And in less than 3 breaths, he appeared in the corridor of the cave. He carefully sensed his surroundings and found that no one was pursuing him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Unable to help himself, he revealed a smile of someone who had survived a disaster. Sorry, everyone. I have to leave first. Oh, are you planning to abandon your subordinates and escape alone? That familiar, terrifying voice that felt like a death sentence echoed again. Chapter 424. The target is Xianyuan Tian Tiange. Ouyang Qing'er couldn't control herself and exclaimed in surprise. This voice was all too familiar to her. How could she not recognize it? However, when she looked up, she found that the person was a strange young man dressed in the assassin attire of the Yama Temple. This left her a bit stunned. What? Have you forgotten your Tiange after just a moment? That really hurts my feelings. The young man in black covered his chest, displaying a pained expression, suddenly remembering something. Ouyang Qing'er widened her eyes and exclaimed, "You are Tianji's Golden Spirit avatar? Bro, how old are you? Still playing this game? It's not funny at all." Xiao Lier couldn't help but look at Xianyuan Tian with disdain. The one who appeared before everyone was indeed Xianyuan Tian's Dark Spirit avatar. After Xiao Lier said that, he felt a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, returning to his original appearance. Young Master, Feng Ying and Ji Feng saluted respectfully. For them, there was no difference between Xianyuan Tian's true body and his spiritual avatar. The moment they entered here, they sensed the existence of the Dark Spirit avatar, thanks to their master-servant contract with Xianyuan Tian. "Boss, this trick doesn't work on us. Maybe it has a tiny effect on sister-in-law." The little one chuckled. Chapter 425. Seen through Jia Hong's words were already very clear. This was a direct order from the leader, and he was merely following the leader's instructions. If anyone dared to secretly defy his orders, they would have to face the leader's punishment when they returned. For a moment, many people were secretly angry but felt helpless. Just as Jia Hong was about to disperse everyone to carry out the task of tracking down Xianyuan Tian, the masked man beside him suddenly looked up at the sky behind them and said in a flat tone, "Holy Sun, someone is coming this way. Can you tell who it is?" Jia Hong frowned slightly, his tone very calm. The masked man squinted and stared at the distant sky for a while before saying in a low voice, "There's only one person coming. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the one in charge of the Yama Temple's mission to the Void Battlefield, responsible for coordinating with us, Xiao Gui." "Oh, what's he doing here? Has he completed his task?" Jia Hong's expression was somewhat surprised. "Probably not." The masked man shook his head, looking like he was coming to seek help. "What do you mean?" Jia Hong's expression became even more surprised. His aura is a bit chaotic. He must have encountered an unbeatable enemy not long ago and took the opportunity to escape. Chapter 426. Violent killing upon hearing the masked man's words. The over 1,000 cultists below suddenly understood what was going on. So this guy had led others here. Thinking of this, everyone turned angry, glaring at the solitary Xiao Gui in the sky. Xiao Gui suddenly felt a bit at a loss. He couldn't help but think, could it be that today? I'm really doomed? However, he quickly shook his head in denial. Absolutely not. I cannot die here. If anyone is going to die, it will be you. Who is it? Show yourself. Suddenly, the masked man shouted towards the direction behind Xiao Gui. Xiao Gui was startled. He couldn't help but turn around and found that there was nothing behind him, not a single shadow. Clap, clap, clap. The next moment, applause came from the front, and Xianyuan Tian's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight without warning. "Impressive, you found me even in this situation?" Xianyuan Tian displayed a very surprised expression. "Well done." Saying this, he put on a look of admiration. "He really followed me." Xiao Gui's heart was like a tumultuous wave, although he had suspected Xianyuan Tian from the beginning, thinking he might have been following him in secret. That was merely his own speculation. Chapter 427. Xianyuan Tian, being disdained Jia Hong, had killed 2 peak martial emperors of the cult in succession, acting brutally and scaring everyone. The first time could be said to be a sneak attack. The second time, however, occurred when the opponent was on guard. Yet he was still killed in a single blow, which could not be explained as a sneak attack. The remaining cultists scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. Even Xiao Gui took the opportunity to blend into the crowd and escape. This action completely fell within Xianyuan Tian's sight. "Can you escape?" Xianyuan Tian merely cast a disdainful glance at him and ignored him. Darkness descends. Jia Hong shouted loudly, and a thick black smoke swept out from his body, enveloping an area of over 10 miles in just a moment. It formed a dark domain. Except for a few cultists whose strength reached the late martial emperor level or above, everyone else was trapped in the black domain. No matter what methods they used, they could only wander within the dark domain, unable to escape. Those cultists who were lucky enough to avoid the dark domain still had expressions of fear on their faces as they distanced themselves from it. They exchanged glances, seemingly having made a decision, turned around, and fled in different directions. Chapter 428. Source Stone Vein, without waiting for the little one and the others to respond. Xianyuan Tian flew out, disappearing into the distant sky. Boss, wait for me. The little one shouted anxiously and was the first to chase after him. The others quickly followed suit. In a certain mountain range hundreds of miles away, there were dense, towering trees. In one particular spot, there was a very wide valley. Surrounding the valley were over 100 towering trees. If one did not observe carefully, it would be hard to notice the existence of this valley. The valley appeared unremarkable, but had a large group of people gathered here. These people looked different, strange, and were all cautiously scanning their surroundings. Hidden among the surrounding trees were quite a few people with green skin. They had almost blended into the environment, making it difficult to detect their presence. Near the deeper side of the valley, there was a massive cave, both wide and high, reaching several meters, from which a rich and peculiar aura wafted out, lingering and refusing to dissipate. At the cave entrance, a group of over a dozen individuals dressed in blue attire, with blue skin and hair, all standing over 2 meters tall and adorned with 2 long blue horns on their heads. Chapter 429, Arrogant Blue Bull Demon. Ouyang Qing standing beside them, expressed her surprise. Brother Tian, you are really lucky to have encountered a source stone mine. The void battlefield has opened so many times, and the source stone mines have long been divided among the major races. It's already very hard to find a source stone mine in the void battlefield. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Otherwise, before Xianyuan Tian could say anything, they probably wouldn't be able to resist rushing over to seize the mine. Boss, what are we waiting for? Let us go over now and take the source stone mine. Little Dot and Little White were somewhat impatient. As Brother Tian said, if the alien races have discovered the source stone mine, there must be a large number of people guarding it. We still need to be careful. Ouyang King reminded cautiously. Sister-in-law, don't worry. No matter who they are, how many there are, or how strong they are, with our strength, we could just push through. Little Dot confidently patted his chest. Sister-in-law, Lin Lai is right. No matter who they are, we don't need to hold back. We just need to take the source stone mine, Little White said with a smile, a killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 430. That guy is just an exception. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A crisp sword sound suddenly echoed in the sky. A golden long sword appeared in Xianyuan Tian's hand. The golden sword was engraved on both sides with sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and vegetation, emitting a wonderful fluctuation that gave a mysterious and noble feeling. Is this the Xianyuan sword? Ouyang Qing stared at the Xianyuan sword in surprise. After a while, she felt a bit dazed and immediately shifted her gaze. As expected of a legendary divine sword, it truly is extraordinary. Just a glance, and my mind almost fell. Ouyang King secretly exclaimed. Such a strong aura. Could it be a holy artifact used by a human saint-level expert? Nyosu squinted, showing a wary expression. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Xianyuan Tian looked at Nyosu with a dismissive gaze. Just bring it on. Our Blue Bull clan wouldn't be afraid of your Xianyuan clan. Nyosu shouted loudly. Xianyuan Tian's words provoked his pride, and Nyosu's eyes were filled with anger. A 1-meter-long blue spear appeared in Nyosu's hand, and with a low roar, he took the first shot. Nyosu suddenly appeared less than 3 meters in front of Xianyuan Tian. Chapter 431. This is settled. Shortly after Nyoji's death, screams came from other directions. The Blue Bull demons who remained on the scene and did not flee immediately were completely stunned. They never expected that Nyoji and the others not only did not fight back, but chose to flee at the first opportunity, leaving their subordinates behind. At this moment, they felt a sense of desolation. Xianyuan Tian's lips curled slightly as he coldly scanned the numerous Blue Bull demons below. The Blue Bull demons suddenly shivered. Coming back to their senses, they scattered like startled birds. Oomph, can you escape? Little White sneered, turning into a phantom and chasing after them. Little Li, Ouyang Qing, Little K, Wind Eagle, and Swift Wind also rushed out, pursuing the fleeing Blue Bull demons from different directions. Little Dot and Little Wu rushed into the valley, heading for the cave where the mine was located. Xianyuan Tian hovered in the air, looking relaxed. Soon, sounds of fighting and screams came from different directions underground and in the sky. The sounds of battle came quickly and went just as fast. In just a moment, Little White and the others returned, each wearing a smile. Boss, we've dealt with those Blue Bull demons. Let's go down and take a look. That is a source stone mine. I've never seen one. Little White expressed an eager look. Chapter 432, A Strong Counterattack. The two sides did not stalemate for long before a fierce battle erupted. The battle was extremely brutal. The human martial artists here pushed back the three major alien races at the cost of nearly half their casualties. Meanwhile, the casualties on the alien side were less than 100. It could be said that the human martial artists pushed back the three major alien races. But it was more accurate to say that the three major alien races did not want to engage in a death struggle with the human martial artists. The casualties among the alien beings were almost entirely due to the human martial artists using a mutually destructive death-for-injury combat style. How unfortunate! These lowly humans can only fight in such a despicable way. A golden-haired alien man wore a slight frown, his eyes filled with disdain. Hearing his words, the human martial artists were furious but unable to refute him. There was no way. Compared to the three major alien races, human martial artists were too disadvantaged in terms of innate advantages. Adopting this combat style was purely a makeshift strategy, a last resort. Every martial artist entering here was a genius of the human race, possessing their own pride and dignity. When facing the three major alien races, many would rather die in battle than live in disgrace, losing face for their families and powers behind them. Chapter 433, Ancient Hidden Family. Upon returning to the Holy Land, Xinyuan Tian wasted no time taking Ouyang Qing and the others to leave through the teleportation array. This left Elder Wu and the others, who had been waiting for their return, feeling disappointed. Elder Wu was furious, jumping up and down. That cunning little brat must have obtained some treasure in the void battlefield and is in such a hurry to run out. Do we really covet the things of the younger generation? ISNT it because you have a notorious reputation that people are wary of you? Elder Seven couldn't help but secretly scorn him. In the central continent, Luo Shui region, in a grand city, a luxurious restaurant, Xinyuan Tian and the others were sitting in a private room, happily enjoying delicious food and fine wine, chatting merrily. Brother Tian, I have a question I want to ask you. Ouyang Qing suddenly spoke, looking at Xinyuan Tian with curiosity. Ask away. Xinyuan Tian replied. Why did you rush us out as soon as we returned to the Holy Land? Did something happen? It's all because of that old fox Elder Wu. Little Li first spoke, carrying a hint of disdain. Elder Wu? Ouyang Qing became even more curious. Elder Wu was a very prestigious expert within the Xinyuan royal family. It was rare for Brother Tian to have had an unpleasant encounter with him. Chapter 434, The Powerful Shui Family. After a few breaths, a ripple appeared in the sky, and a spatial door manifested before everyone. A white figure walked out from inside. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, Elder Feng. Xinyuan Tian and Little Li, Ouyang Qing bowed in greeting. The person who appeared was none other than Xinyuan Tian's great-grandfather, Xinyuan Feng. He was dressed in a white robe, exuding elegance and an extraordinary demeanor. At this moment, he completely disregarded his identity and approached Xinyuan Tian with an excited expression. Xiao Tian, is what you said true? Have you really found Yunro's trace? Great-grandfather, it's true. Look, Xinyuan Tian smiled and nodded, handing over the spirit-focusing mirror to Xinyuan Feng. Xinyuan Feng took the mirror and gazed at the red dot in the center of the reflection, feeling the familiar aura emanating from it, extremely excited. Yunro, I finally found you. He looked at Xinyuan Tian with deep gratitude. Great-grandfather, you flatter me. This is what a grandson should do, Xinyuan Tian said respectfully. Xinyuan Feng nodded in appreciation, increasingly satisfied with Xinyuan Tian. He glanced at the mountains ahead and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the territory of the ancient hidden family? The Shui family? Chapter 435. Eruption imminent. Feeling this aura, the people present changed their expressions. Shui Lingtian's strength was indeed formidable. Boom! 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 The entire Shuiyun mountain trembled, with countless stones falling. As Shui Lingtian made his move, it triggered a terrifying power akin to a mountain collapse and tsunami. Elder Shui, please stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. The Grand Elder Xinyuan Song said coldly, his tone filled with killing intent. What? You dare to take action? Shui Lingtian sneered, a violent force bursting forth from his body. Oomph. Xinyuan Song snorted coldly, a powerful aura surging from him as well. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, as if time stood still. The auras of Xinyuan Song and Shui Lingtian clashed, neither yielding. At this moment, a voice rang out. Grand Elder, Elder Shui, please stop. It was Xianyuan Tian, who hurriedly intervened to prevent the Grand Elder Xianyuan Tsang and Shui Ling Tian from continuing to fight to avoid harming innocents. As soon as Xianyuan Tian spoke, Xianyuan Tsang and Shui Ling Tian immediately halted. Who are you, kid? Dare to offend me? Seeking death? A glint flashed in Shui Ling Tian's eyes. Surprised. Chapter 436. Head of the Shui family humph. Do you think my Shui family is made of mud? Can you mold us however you like? Shui Ling Tian snorted coldly. A fierce aura erupting from him, soaring into the sky, as if he intended to pierce the heavens, creating a massive sense of oppression that made others breathless. Stop! A voice full of authority echoed over the Shuiyun mountain. Unbeknownst to Wen, a towering figure appeared between the two factions. An even more powerful aura swept out from the figure, suppressing the auras of both sides. Both parties immediately calmed down and turned their gazes toward the suddenly appearing figure. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 40, with a handsome, mature face. He had long water blue hair cascading down his shoulders, a tall stature, and wore a blue robe that displayed a unique and dominating aura, with charming phoenix-like eyes sparkling with wisdom and sharpness. He stood tall and straight like a spear, and the surrounding air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. We have seen the family head. Upon recognizing the newcomer, all the strong members of the Shui family shouted in unison. The head of the Shui family, a legendary figure. Chapter 437. Innocent words. Everyone present could feel the sarcasm in her words. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shui Yunyang's eyes. Looking at the seemingly arrogant Xianyuan Hongjun in front of him, he showed no signs of anger. This is my fault. If I hadn't sent someone to bring Xiao Ro back years ago, you wouldn't have been separated from your family. You have every right to be angry. Shui Yunyang looked at his suddenly appearing granddaughter with remorse. Xianyuan Hongjun rolled her eyes and turned her head away, ignoring him. Xiu Yun, although we have not yet seen your mother, the head of the Shui family is indeed your grandfather, so do not be rude. Xianyuan Feng reprimanded her. He turned to Shui Yunyang and cupped his hands, saying, Family head Shui, it is my fault in teaching my daughter. Please forgive her impoliteness. No problem. Innocent words from child. Shui Yunyang smiled and waved his hand. On the other side, the Shui family's strong members were all looking at their clan head in shock. Their eyes were wide, as if their eyeballs would fall out. Was this still their once domineering and authoritative clan head? He was actually being so humble in front of a little girl, completely overturning their previous understanding and shattering their worldview. Chapter 438. Finally meeting, she was dressed in an exquisite white gown, stepping gracefully, her skin as white as snow, stunningly beautiful, exuding a noble aura. Her appearance made Xianyuan Tian and the others' eyes light up. What a beautiful and elegant woman. At the moment Xianyuan Hongjun saw her, she couldn't help but tear up. Mother, it's really you, we finally found you. Upon hearing her words, the woman in the white gown froze, stopping in her tracks. When she saw Xianyuan Hongjun, her body trembled uncontrollably. A familiar bloodline connection surged in her heart. Trembling, she said, Xiao Jun, is that you? Mother, it's me. I'm Xiao Jun. At this moment, Xianyuan Hongjun no longer cared about the crowd around her, tears streaming down her face. She dashed forward and threw herself into the arms of the woman in white. The two embraced each other. Xiu Yun, I'm sorry. I made you suffer. The woman in white was visibly emotional, tears falling uncontrollably. No. It's all Xiao Jun's fault for being useless, making mother suffer all these years. Xianyuan Hongjun shook her head, releasing her hands. She looked at the woman in white, extremely happy and excited. The woman was Xianyuan Hongjun's mother, Shui Yunru. Chapter 439. This young friend seems unfamiliar, father? Shui Yunru said anxiously. Shui Yunyang gave her a look that signaled her to calm down. I don't know what uncle's request is. I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Xianyuan Feng said firmly. Seeing this, Shui Yunyang smiled lightly. Don't be so nervous. I'm not that stubborn old man. Our Shui family is ranked at the top of the hidden families. Xiao Ro is not only the most outstanding disciple of the Shui family, but has also been designated as the next clan leader since childhood. Even if you're the next clan leader of the Xianyuan clan, you can't come empty-handed and just take my precious daughter away, right? If this gets out, where will my reputation and that of the Shui family go? Shui Yunyang smiled at Xianyuan Feng, resembling a kind elder looking at his younger generation. I see. Suddenly, Everyone present understood what was going on. They thought Shui Yunyang would impose some harsh demands to trouble Xianyuan Feng, especially Shui Ling Tian, who wished for Xianyuan Feng to suffer a setback at Shui Yunyang's hands. In the end, he was disappointed. Meanwhile, both Shui Yunru and Xianyuan Feng let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Xianyuan Tsang and the other powerful members of the Xianyuan clan beside them revealed relaxed smiles. Chapter 440. A Cold Aura, Junior Xianyuan Tian. I have met the head of the Shui family. Xianyuan Tian cupped his hands in greeting. Xianyuan Tian? Shui Yunyang said, showing a look of confusion. I feel like I have heard this name somewhere. When Xianyuan Tian spoke his name, many members of the Shui family present were clearly taken aback. Their gazes focused on Xianyuan Tian, especially Shui Ling Tian and the second elder of the Shui family. Their eyes flashed with a glimmer of interest, as if they were pondering something. Head, this Xianyuan Tian is the disciple from the previous marriage alliance between the Xianyuan clan and the Ouyang family, and the successor to be announced by Xianyuan Lai as the next clan leader of the Xianyuan clan. The second elder secretly transmitted to Shui Yunyang. Oh, Shui Yunyang seemed to understand, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. You are the one who walked out alive from the forbidden area of life, Xianyuan Tian? If there is no other Xianyuan Tian, then the person the elder mentioned should indeed be me. Xianyuan Tian replied. Ha, so it really is you, kid? Shui Yunyang laughed heartily. I am quite curious about the forbidden area of life. I wonder if you could tell me about what's inside? Ahem. Head of the Shui family. I'm very sorry, but I promised that elder not to disclose any information about it to anyone, or I would face punishment. Chapter 441. The Rule of Ice. As the light dissipated, everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Lier. Aside from the strong members of the Shui family, the people from the Xianyuan clan were also shocked and excited. They heard Shui Yunyang's words clearly. It was the first time they learned that Xiao Lier actually possessed the ice god body, which is an extremely rare physique across the entire Jiuzhou continent. As long as she grows smoothly and is given enough cultivation resources, they had no doubt that Xiao Lier would become a great emperor. Moreover, she would be an ice attribute great emperor, her combat power far exceeding that of other great emperors with basic attributes. Song, why didn't you tell us earlier that Xiao Lier has the ice god body? Several elders of the Xianyuan clan transmitted their reproachful tone. Elders, please don't blame me. I only learned about this from the clan leader recently, and the clan leader repeatedly instructed me that no one is allowed to interfere with the cultivation and actions of the two siblings. Xianyuan Tsang explained. I see. We were mistaken about you. The clan leader has his own considerations. Let us follow his wishes. However, we still need to pay attention to their safety, as there is still a dark magic cult lurking. If they learn about this, it might reach the demon clan, and that would be troublesome. Chapter 442. Isley becomes emperor. Hearing Shui Ling Tian's words, everyone was astonished. It has been thousands of years since a top-tier, great emperor-level powerhouse was born on the Jiuzhou continent. And today someone is about to break through to become a great emperor, and they are cultivating an ice attribute. Once they become an emperor, their combat power will be stronger than that of ordinary attribute great emperors. Thinking of this, Xianyuan Tsang and the others looked very happy. For them, as long as it is not a member of the dark magic cult breaking through to become a great emperor on the Jiuzhou continent, it is a joyous occasion for the human race. Xianyuan Tsang looked at Shui Yunyang, head of the Shui family. Shall we go witness the birth of the new generation ice and snow great emperor of the human race together? That's exactly what I was thinking. Shui Yunyang smiled. He raised his hand and waved it at the void, and a huge spatial door appeared outside the hall. Everyone followed him through the spatial door and arrived above the Shuiyun mountain range. At this moment, everyone felt the bone-chilling cold even more clearly. The entire Shuiyun mountain range was completely frozen, and they could sense no trace of life, causing Shui Yunyang and the others to gasp. They were secretly shocked. Is this the power of a great emperor? Just a breakthrough caused such a phenomenon. What they didn't know was that similar phenomena were occurring across the entire Jiuzhou continent. A pale color appeared between heaven and earth, as if the entire continent was being frozen at this moment. Chapter 443. Unusual movements. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Xianbing Palace were initially a bit nervous. Soon they realized that the strong figures appearing outside the protective formation of the palace were all retreating several miles away without any unusual actions, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Bingxi naturally also noticed this scene. She did not show any signs and focused her thoughts on Tianxua Peak. Just then, a huge spatial door appeared, and Shui, Yunyang, Xinyuan Song, and a group of strong figures walked out, causing quite a stir. Regarding the grievances between the ancient hidden families and the sacred land, there might not be a single person present who was unaware. The two sides have always been at odds, with hardly any interactions. This time, the Shui family, known as the head of the ancient hidden families, actually traveled together with the Xinyuan clan, with none other than the head of the Shui family leading. The two sides appear to be in a harmonious scene. This made everyone sense an unusual smell. Something significant must have happened between the two families that they were unaware of. This piqued their curiosity, but no one dared to step forward. As soon as they appeared, Shui, Yunyang, and the others were captivated by the sight of Tianxua Peak. Brother, that is Tianxua Peak. Master S. Sleeping Palace is right there, Xiaolier said excitedly. Chapter 444. Actions of each clan Elder Bingli. Since there are so many human race powerhouses here today, it is a good opportunity. You can decide how to proceed. Xinyuan Tian said. Your Majesty, rest assured, this matter is of great importance. I will personally go to the sacred land to gather the strong from the entire continent and prepare for the invasion of the three major alien races. Then I will leave it to you, Xinyuan Tian said, turning to Xiaolier, I have things to attend to and need to leave for a while. You can go back to the sacred land with the Grand Elder or stay in the Xianbing Palace. Xiaolier shook her head. Brother, I want to go with you. Don't be ridiculous. I have important matters to attend to this time. The Jojo continent is facing not only the threat of the three major alien races, but also the potential invasion of warriors from other worlds. Xinyuan Tian said very seriously. What? Other worlds? Bing Li and Xiaolier said in unison, their faces filled with shock. That's right. Xinyuan Tian nodded and briefly recounted his earlier encounters in the depths of the Endless Sea. Bing Li's expression showed some worry. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it myself. At the shortest, within 3 months. At the longest, within 6 months on the day I return. Whether it's the three major alien races or the strong from other worlds, I am enough to deal with them all. Chapter 445. The 9 extremes will form. Storm approaches. Have you all gotten too bold? Have you colluded with the demon race, the monster race, and the witch race to plot against the human race? Are you trying to become traitors? Xiao Jin said coldly, his face full of murderous intent as he shouted angrily. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we dare not. Please make a clear judgment. These people are the core figures of the Jiaolong clan. With a shout from Xiao Jin, they bent their waists even lower, cold sweat pouring from their heads. Oof. If I hadn't appeared today, you would probably have already joined forces with the three clans. Xiao Jin was not convinced. The killing intent on his face was very strong. Xiao Jin, calm down. They haven't made a move yet. Let them atone for their sins with achievements. Xinyuan Tian began to persuade. For the sake of the boss, I will spare your lives for now. As for how to punish you later, it depends on your subsequent performance. Xiao Jin said coldly. The boss's words represent my words. From now on, you must completely listen to the boss. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. We will obey the Crown Prince's decree. May I ask how to address this young master? The middle-aged man in a luxurious blue robe said respectfully. He is the clan leader of the Jiaolong clan, named Yin Hong, known as the Dragon King. Chapter 446. The crisis of Qingyun sect. The sound of laughter spread far and wide, and the martial artists near the coast heard it. What appeared in their sight were one giant flying ship after another emerging from the spatial gate. Those were the ships of the Demon Clan. Quickly notify Donglin City. The Demon Clan is invading. The sudden scene shocked the nearby martial artists. Many took out communication jade stones to relay the news. Although many had heard rumors that the three alien races might invade the Jojo mainland in a short time, they were somewhat mentally prepared for this. But when the moment truly arrived, the fear of the powerful Demon Clan arose within them. Most martial artists had low cultivation levels, and the majority chose to retreat inland. However, many martial artists with stronger cultivation remained, standing in the air, staring at the numerous flying ships with a sense of facing death. Among them, the strongest were only a few martial respecters, while the rest were mostly martial sects, and even some martial kings. Ha ha ha, look quickly, those humble human beings are fleeing. The previous laughter rang out again, even more rampant and contemptuous. Chapter 447. A strong return. The high-ranking officials of Qingyun sect had not yet reacted when they saw the black-robed figures disperse and charge towards the Qingyun sect disciples below. Screams of agony erupted. Kong Yushan was furious. Damn demon sect. All disciples of Qingyun sect. Kill these traitorous humans. All disciples of Qingyun sect immediately rose up to resist. Very few retreated. Old man Kong, you should care about your own life. A sneering voice sounded. An amassed black-robed figure appeared in front of Kong Yushan, a massive black palm print flying towards him. In a hurry, Kong Yushan also struck out with a palm. Boom! Kong Yushan was instantly knocked back several dozen meters in the air. Peak martial respect? Just a test battle, and Kong Yushan was at a disadvantage. The opponent's cultivation was higher than his. This is troublesome. Kong Yushan's expression was grave. Su Konghai and several other elders also engaged with the opponent's martial respect experts. And apart from Su Konghai being able to barely cope, the others fell into a disadvantage. The six peak masters and many inner door elders seemed not to be the opponents of the demon sect's followers. The situation of Qingyun sect took a sharp turn for the worse, and Kong Yushan and the others were anxious. The disciples with lower strength also became anxious. Apart from a portion still stubbornly resisting, many began to retreat. Chapter 448. The arrival of the blood demon. The black light lasted for an hour. Suddenly, a crack thousands of meters long tore open above the altar, gradually enlarging, forming an unprecedented giant spatial door. On the other side of the spatial door was a blood-red sky. A man dressed in a black robe and wearing a ghost mask appeared in midair, bowing respectfully with a very humble tone. It is the leader. The leader has appeared. The appearance of the man in the ghost mask ignited the atmosphere in the underground space, and hundreds of black-robed individuals surrounded the altar. They were all followers of the Dark Demon sect, roughly estimated to be at least several 100,000. Welcome, leader. Welcome, leader. Welcome, leader. The demon sect followers knelt on one knee, their faces filled with piety. Everyone stand down. The man in the ghost mask, the leader of the demon sect, raised his right hand, his tone filled with authority. Thank you, leader. The followers all stood up, looking up with admiration at the imposing figure in the sky. Just then, a 3-meter-tall, blood-red figure appeared in front of the spatial door, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the underground space. Everyone was overwhelmed, struggling to breathe. Chapter 449. Directly striking the yellow dragon enemies are attacking. All disciples of the Holy Land, quickly prepare for battle. A voice full of authority suddenly echoed above the Holy Land, spreading throughout the entire Huaxia Holy Land. Everyone was shocked. This is the Huaxia Holy Land, the center of the Jiuzhou mainland, and yet the enemy has directly invaded here. How shocking. This is the voice of the Holy Master. Let us go. As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuansong's figure disappeared from the Great Hall. The strong ones in the hall also vanished. In the next moment, everyone appeared in the sky above the Holy Land. In front of the powerful figures were 3 incredibly strong silhouettes. The Holy Master of Huaxia, who is also the patriarch of the Xian Yuan royal family, Xian Yuan Lai. Standing beside him were the new Ice Emperor Bing Li of Xian Bing Palace, and the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, also a newly promoted emperor-level powerhouse, Ouyang Jing. The 3 exuded an ocean-like, unfathomable aura, yet at this moment, they wore serious expressions as they gazed into the distant sky. Below, a massive gathering of Holy Land disciples filled the area, densely packed, numbering in the millions, even tens of millions. From martial saints to martial kings, each face was resolute, showing no signs of fear or nervousness, but rather filled with fighting spirit. With so many people gathered together, a towering battle intent formed. Chapter 450. Ich Xiao Li Erbreking. The ones taking action were all martial artists below the martial saint level. The martial saints, semi-emperors, and the emperor-level powerhouses from both sides did not take action. They stood in the air, forming a standoff. Below, the battle between both sides was intense, the sounds of killing deafening, with breaths disappearing continuously. Each breath that vanished meant the fall of life. However, for those above the martial saint level, this was all too common. No matter how many people died, they would not be surprised. This is the war between races. Every war means millions, even billions of lives wilting. At the top of a certain peak in the Holy Land, Chalier was very angry, blaming these ugly alien creatures. It was bad enough that they looked ugly, but they also came out to harm people. causing many disciples of the Holy Land to be killed. There is nothing to be done. This is the brutality of racial war. Someone must step up to protect the land of humanity. Ouyang Qinger beside her had a serious expression, looking at her deceased companions. She felt a pang of guilt. She also wanted to take action, but was stopped by her mother, Shang Wanxiang. You all stay here obediently. It's not the time for you to act. Chapter 451. A dragon's roar shocks the world. Ouyang Qinger was momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. However, their attention was quickly diverted. Just as the two armies were embroiled in fierce combat, suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared high in the sky, growing stronger and instantly covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Everyone on both sides of the battle felt the impact of this spatial fluctuation. Their movements slowed down, as if everything was being played back at a much slower speed. The powerful individuals confronting each other in the sky also noticed this scene. Except for the Emperor-level experts who were almost unaffected, the Martial Saint and Semi-Emperor experts were also impacted, leaving them in shock. What kind of power could have such a wide-ranging effect, even on Semi-Emperor experts? Blood Demon Emperor and Xian Yuan Lai seemed to have discussed it beforehand, signaling their people to stop and retreat. After doing all this, everyone's gaze fell on the source of the spatial fluctuation. There, ripples appeared, like a giant stone thrown into the center of a lake, creating massive waves that spread outward. The spatial fluctuation intensified, and all the Emperor-level experts, including Xian Yuan Lai and Blood Demon Emperor, wore an unprecedented serious expression. Chapter 452. Third-party forces join the battle. Are they enemies? That little Jean just loves to show off, but that voice is really nice. Xi O Lia giggled. Who is Xiao Jin? Han Xiaowei asked curiously. You'll find out soon. Xiao Lier said mysteriously. Stop with the theatrics. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Han Xiaowei glanced away, ignoring Xiao Lier. Somewhere along the coast of East State, this was where the three major alien races first launched their attack. And it was also the place where their concentrated firepower was aimed along the entire coastal area of the 9 provinces continent. The forces of the three major alien races reached over 10 million, while the human race also gathered over 10 million martial artists. The two sides were engaged in fierce combat. The human side continued to send more martial artists over. Even so, the human side still seemed to be at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, humble humans, no matter how many you send, it's useless. You are doomed, ha ha ha. A powerful alien expert commanding from the rear laughed wildly. Ha ha, well said. The end of humanity is here. The experts from the three major alien races echoed, laughing along. Chapter 453. Xiao Lier is teasing again. Who cares what the sea race is here for? As long as they're the enemies of our enemies, they are our friends. A peak martial saint of the human race laughed. Notify everyone. As soon as the three major alien races engage with the sea race, everyone must act immediately. This time, we must ensure that the three major alien races have no return. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura, and his words were filled with a sense of slaughter. At that moment, a blue-haired youth raised his head and shouted towards them, brothers of the human race. We come under the command of our king to assist humanity in eradicating the three major alien races. His voice was loud, echoing across the battlefield. Although they guessed that the sea race's army was not here to deal with humanity, upon hearing the blue-haired youth's words, the human commanders were still stunned. Did he just say he wants to join forces with us to deal with the three major alien races? The leading human expert asked his companion uncertainly. You heard correctly. That's exactly what he said. A martial saint of the human race responded, visibly excited. With the sea race's involvement, we are even more confident in repelling the three major alien races. Another martial saint of the human race said, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Chapter 454. The mysterious voice. Xiao Lier's expression was mysterious, and she proudly said, Grandma, just wait until you see my brother's demeanor. Oh, Fire Spirit One looked intrigued. Hearing you say that, I'm quite interested. Let us wait and see. Although Xiao Lier was a little girl, she was not someone who would speak aimlessly in her eyes. TCH, acting mysterious. Han Xiaowei was somewhat dismissive. Believe it or not, Xiao Lier disdainfully glanced at her. You, an inconsequential person, I'm too lazy to pay attention to. You? Han Xiaowei was once again enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood. Junior sister, Xiao Lier is not joking with us. The sea race is indeed related to brother Xiao Tian. They are here to join us against the three major alien races because of him. Ouyang Qingye explained. What? Han Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ouyang Qingye. Sister, how can you think that way? Qingye, is this true? Asked Ouyang Qingye's mother, Shang Wanxiang, looking at her daughter with an unusual expression. As a mother, she knew her daughter well. Since her daughter said so, she must know some unknown secrets. Chapter 455. Worship. The leader of the demon sect was startled, looking towards the sky as the voice came from that direction. The voice was incredibly penetrating. At the moment it sounded, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. For some reason, his instinct told him that the owner of the voice was definitely a very dangerous person. His expression became serious again, and his unease became increasingly apparent. Not just him, but everyone present wore shocked expressions, especially Blood Demon Emperor and the others, whose faces looked even worse. As strong as they were also affected by this voice. It was hard to believe that a single voice could influence their power. It was simply unfathomable. Their bodies, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. The voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, attracting everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the sky. Everyone was startled. Wasn't that in the direction of the Golden Dragon? The ones who were even more shocked were the high-ranking members of the Xian Yuan royal family, including Xian Yuan Lai, Xian Yuan Song, Xian Yuan Ji, Xian Yuan Feng, Xian Yuan Bailey, and Xian Yuan Wujing. They looked incredulously at the golden dragon in the sky, mouths agape, unable to speak for a moment. On the mountaintop where Ouyang Qingye and the others were, Han Xiaoyi was completely stunned. She couldn't help but rub her ears, muttering, "Did I hear wrong? That voice just now sounded like that guy Xian Yuan Tian's?" Although she hadn't seen Xian Yuan Tian for a while, she was very familiar with his voice. She stared blankly at the golden dragon high in the sky, her expression somewhat dazed. Suddenly remembering something, she looked at Xiao Lier with a complex gaze and thought to herself, could it be that this little girl is telling the truth? That the Sea Clan came to help the human race against the three major alien races because of Xian Yuan Tian? But after thinking it over, she found it hard to believe this notion. This guy is only 18 years old, has just returned to the Xian Yuan royal family for a few years. And even though he is already the designated next leader of the Xian Yuan royal family, there is no way he could have a connection with the Sea Clan. Moreover, now the five divine beasts have also appeared. As if thinking of something incredible, Han Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock. The ability to command the five divine beasts to battle could only mean that a new human emperor has been born. Could Xian Yuan Tian be that emperor? Han Xiaoyi stammered as she spoke. Is this really true? She felt her mind was overwhelmed, completely blank. This thought was truly terrifying. If she were to say it out loud, no one would probably believe her, right? It's not surprising she had this idea. Her mother was the supreme elder of the Huaxia sacred land, an exceptional powerhouse at the half-emperor level. Therefore, she had access to many things that other disciples of sacred lands could not, including certain secrets of the Xian Yuan royal family and the sacred land. Since she was young, she had admired the first sacred master of the Huaxia sacred land, who was also the first human emperor of a human race. Thus, she had collected a lot of information related to Emperor Xian Yuan Huangdi. Anything concerning him she could recite from memory. For example, the five divine beasts only obey the commands of the human emperor, and other members of the Xian Yuan royal family are not qualified to command them. After the fall of Emperor Xian Yuan, for the human race to give birth to a new human emperor, it was necessary for a disciple of the Xian Yuan royal family to gain the recognition of the Xian Yuan sword.